Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the Aeos Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite.
Hoop on bounds everywhere as Diallo used their Unite move. We're working through. They're belching all over this Zapdos. Zapdos 1 for PogChamp as they're working through each other. Chaos Trigger 2 for Yoshi because they're feeling it now.
Coming down on that Zapdos, and it is secured once again by PogChamp.
Welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. I'm your host, Seltzer, and we're kicking off Day 2 here at the Aeos Cup, and we'll be finding out who our Aeos Cup champions are of the EU region. Helping take me through the action and dropping tons of knowledge along the way, I have 4 incredible casters, so let's bring them on out. And you can say good morning, too, to Spraggles, Jeff Hoagland, Dube Snacks, and Zoinks. And, gentlemen, we have ahead of us a heck of a competition. Spraggles, I know you've been excited for this. So many changes since that balance patch. How you doing today, and what are you hyped for?
I am doing well, Seltzer. Yeehaw to you and yours, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. A team is going to take home that big first place 10K today. I cannot wait to see these games. They are going to be absolutely incredible.
Oh, they promise to be. They've already been. Yesterday, we saw a lot of crazy picks, a lot of interesting compositions. Jeff, I know you've been excited by what you saw. How are you feeling today, and what are you hyped to see? Yeah. That is awesome. And Jeff, we're going to get you sorted there. I don't know if your audio is coming through the stream, but the people want to hear you, and we're going to figure it out. I promise. Dube Snacks, tell me a little bit about what you're hyped for today, what you're hoping to see.
Well, first and foremost, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Tip of the cap for them. Second, let's take a look at these EU squads that have been just bringing new stuff to the table after that balance patch. Exciting matchups. Couldn't have written a better storyline for these top 4 teams we're going to watch. And, of course, they're all hoping to get that top spot. Put some money in their pocket. Maybe get mom something a little nicer than what they originally planned.
Dube Snacks, that's a good call out, too. Take some time today, and if you feel like it, maybe call home. But if not, you can hang out here with us. And Zoinks, tell us how you're feeling. Tell us what we're gonna see today.
I'm feeling fantastic because of what we're about to see today. Aeos Cup has been the best tournament we've had so far, and guess what? It's not over. We still get top 4 of EU and North America a little bit later. EU looks so exciting. 2 new contenders that we haven't had in the top 4 so far, and these teams look ready to prove themselves. So excited to see how this breaks down. We have an amazing day of games so far.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the format, and I've got Dupe Snacks to take us through it.
Without a doubt. We started with 16 teams, 4 groups of 4. The top 2 teams out of that single round robin moved on to our bracket play. That was the top 8 teams. And coalescing out of that through the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket, we have 4 squads here. Random Gaming and PogChamp, each finals winners already. Apprentice Unleashed, always knocking on the doorstep, finally cracking the top 4. And of course, 5i, the 5 Italians, trying to bring it home for their country and do them proud.
Oh, and you mentioned the bracket there. Let's take a closer look at it, see how we got to where we are today. Zoinks, take us through it.
Like I was mentioning before when you just introduced me, there were a few upsets in our bracket so far of how we got to where we are. Apprentice Unleashed did knock PogChamp down into the losers bracket. They still found their way into our top 4. Yerman Burger Flippers, another contender that has been these top 4 constantly, as well as 5 guys, both going out a little bit early to some new, fresh competition. So EU has definitely been shaken up, and this top 4 that we're looking at is so exciting. A lot of new. We're going to see some new compositions, new gameplay, and a new king rise to the top.
Absolutely. And what do we give the royalty when they sit on the throne? Well, tons of money. We're talking about the Aeos Cup prize pool, $25,000 in our cash prize cup, $10,000. The Snorlax share is going to our first place team, but we're paying out all the way to 8th place, $750 going to our 7th and 8th place finishers. But my goodness, $10,000, $5,000, $4,000. Wouldn't it be nice to show up at school or work on Monday and, you know, come home a little bit richer, a little bit more to brag about? But gentlemen, we have a ton of games ahead of us. I don't want to take too much longer, but I do want to take a minute to say, Jeff, how you doing now?
I think we're doing fantastic now, Seltzer. Thanks for bringing us in. Couldn't be more excited to be here for day 2 of the Aeos Cup Finals.
Hey, we couldn't do it without you, and I'm so glad to have you on board. Jeff, Spraggles, we're going to see you in a little bit for the post-match analysis. Anything you want to say before you go?
Oh, I cannot wait to see these games. Random Gaming is no stranger to those grand finals, so this should be really exciting. What a match to start the day with.
Fantastic, gentlemen. I'll let you take a break, watch those games from the skybox and enjoy, and I'm going to head on down with Dupe Snacks and Zoinks. I know our first game is ready. We're about to kick things off, so let's take just a quick look, Dupe Snacks, at our teams in the head-to-head. We've got an impressive roster for both.
Absolutely. Apprentice Unleashed, Random Gaming, you know, teams we've been talking about. Zanti, Gecko, Kami, Chelvin, Zervis, Klaus, they're looking to make a name for themselves in the face of an absolute titan in the EU, and that's Random Gaming. We're going to have to be taking a look at Red Maul in that top path. Adesu, just nasty Sylveon play yesterday. We followed them around to crown themselves MVP a couple times. This is going to be an absolute barn burner matchup, and as Spragle said, a great one to start with.
Yeah, taking a look here at these 2 rosters, a lot to look forward to. Last time these teams went head-to-head, well, there was an outcome. But now we're taking a look at them. We're taking a look on the new patch. We're seeing how they play. And, you know, Dupe Snacks, what are you feeling here about maybe a player to watch out for? Or Zoinks, maybe. Whoever has one.
I'll take this one. I honestly am so excited to watch Gatlu play for Random Gaming. Who else could it be? This player has been so phenomenal ever since bursting onto the scene within the February finals. And then from then on, Talonflame, Greedent, Blastoise, you name a Pokemon, I guarantee they play it. Gatlu is well known for their just amazing micro gameplay, but also their map awareness. Gatlu will find themselves in their central area and sometimes even in the opponent's central area. But what you know will always come from Gatlu's play is just consistently confusing their opponent and utilizing that advantage to just win games entirely. So a star-studded lineup on both sides. Gatlu is the player that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on.
Oh, great call out there, and thank you so much for the information. I think we're pretty hyped up for the match now. Yes. Dupe Snacks, Zoinks, are you all right if I hand it entirely over to you?
Oh, let's go. Let's get it underway. Everybody's chomping at the bit here, and we're no exception as we're watching these teams lock in. Gatlu, you just mentioned them. You actually also slid in the Blastoise because it wasn't on our graphic, and they put it in there. Is that an energy amplifier there as well? What are we talking about, Zoinks? A little megaphone action.
Energy amplifier, that held item that boosts your Unite move charge rate, and of course, what it does is also give you a lot of of extra damage after utilizing your Unite move for a short period of time. Chelvin also going to be taking the Blastoise into the central area as well, so we're going to see a little bit of a matching on either side. Random Gaming, though, a Desu picking the Sylveon, whereas Zante has opted into the Venusaur. Otherwise, mirror comps across the board. That being said, a Desu will most likely find themselves in the central area for a short time at the start of our game. Random Gaming very well known for splitting their buffs that were created in the central area to make sure that Sylveon hits that level 4 power spike as quick as possible. On the other side, though, Apprentice will probably be sending their own Venusaur into the central area, but just a little bit later in the game. Make sure that they hit that very important level 13.
Yeah, Blastoise for Apprentice Unleash actually holding that focus band, maybe going to give it a little bit more sustain when it does jump into those team battles and be able to help push that team over the top as they're, again, facing down an absolute just titan that is Random Gaming. We said it before, we can't stress it enough. I mean, they're finals winners, Zoinks.
Exactly. Random Gaming here for a reason, but Apprentice Unleashed is trying to prove that they have what it takes to be contested here. A little bit of history between these two teams. Apprentice Unleashed has not made a top 4 in one of these monthly finals yet, and often because they run into Random Gaming very early in bracket. Random Gaming has been a bit of a bracket demon for them so far, so if Apprentice can win this game, they'll really be proving something not just to the entire community, but something to themselves, that they can conquer Random Gaming.
There you go, Gatlu getting some quick points, and as Zanti was chipping in a little bit, trying to make them pay for being so far back. They might get this berry, get that sustain up. Zanti not just being relentless, just a little bit of a headbutt dash. Zanti still gets the A-palm anyways, picks up the berry. Oh, Gatlu's on the backside of nowhere. Is the Razor going to close it out? No, but the Squirtle Chelvin rolls through and says, "Oh, man, you've been spending too much time over here. We need to go ahead and sort you out."
Chelvin with a great stop to Gatlu's antics. Gatlu's antics did provide some positivity, though. That A-palm was left in the path there for a reason. They were wanting to wait until their passive experience got enough that they could KO it for a quick level up whenever they needed it. It being knocked out, though, is going to put Apprentice in a little bit of a rougher position bottom path. However, Chelvin hitting the evolution quicker by knocking out Gatlu is also going to be a positive for their side.
Yeah, Random Gaming, 4 up top, going to rain a bunch of points in, got a lot of those Bs. Hopefully Apprentice is doing the same type of business downstairs while they've got the open opportunity. Look at Geese and Adesu. They are literally working into the central area here, sucking back into that defensive hoop ring, and going to come back if they want to. Gatlu working on Klaus, coming through. They're both level 5. Gatlu just getting in more points, and for those specs, powering them up a little bit, getting their damage up. Look at this battle breaking out in the central area, Zoinks. Chelvin, everybody's saying, what is Random Gaming doing here? They're taking all our stuff. Adesu, pushback. Chelvin, got to get in there, got to deal some damage, but here comes Redmaw with that power-up punch. Going to be able to deal some damage here. Look at Apprentice. It looks like they're battling on the wrong side of the field. Despite having that advantage, finally, Blissey Gecko Kami comes in for the KO. Make it 2. Random Gaming overextending their welcome here. And Apprentice finally able to find their footing, turn the tides. All meanwhile, Gatlu scoring some points.
That may be the silver lining on that situation. Gatlu getting so many points in, and not to mention, going to be stacking up with those special attack specs. Their special attack damage is going to be huge, and with only 30 seconds until this first Dreadnought spawns, that extra damage is going to be a welcome boon for Random Gaming. Now, Apprentice had to give a lot of resources to stop it. Gecko Kami, an incredible defender on a support role in this lane. Gecko Kami, often known as the innovator when it comes to tank play in the EU region.
A big egg bomb going into those bees there, and a rapid spin as well, as now they're kind of posturing around each other, getting ready for Dreadnought.
Redmaw on this power-up punch is going to be a really interesting matchup on Klaus on the extreme speed of Lucario. Random Gaming giving a ton of favor towards their secure, especially when Sylveon, a very strong Pokemon, but not great at doing a lot of burst damage to objective Pokemon like the Dreadnought.
Here comes Klaus. They're using E-Speed. They're getting down there with the Bone Rush, coming in deep into the back line of Random Gaming, and they're pushing, but look at the Blissey. Gets Gek on the chopping block here, getting real low, having to retreat to the goal zone. There goes Hoopa now. Random Gaming's all over this Dreadnought. Gatlu's still working on it. They've been chipping away the whole time. Chelvin and Klaus trying to make a play, see if they can steal this thing. Right side team takes it. That is Random Gaming. They're going to get that experience, and that allows a Chroma to get a KO streak of 2. That's a big old hand chopping them down, smacking them down here, as Random Gaming is putting a small siege on that first tier goal zone.
zone. Random Gaming, phenomenal micro plays in that team fight. If you notice, the first Pokemon they knocked out was Zervis on that Koopa. When they eliminate that Pokemon, they eliminate Apprentice's ability to reset their health bars with the hyperspace hole. As soon as that's gone, Apprentice has no way to regain their HP. Random Gaming does, and they push their advantage, not to mention Red Maw's brilliantly timed and well-placed power-up punch secures them the Dreadnought. So, fantastic work from Random Gaming. We're seeing them work as so well as a synergized unit, rotations, even when those rotations find themselves in the enemy central area, so often they're playing together well, and that's secured them 2 objectives in this game so far.
Absolutely. Random Gaming going to use that to push forward as Gatlu is the highest level on the map here. And they're going to see if they can bully with a big old ribbon on their back. That's that new Pokebuki Hollowware looking real good, Zoinks.
Yeah, no kidding. I love me an anime that it almost seems to reference to, but first form water breathing is absolutely unlocked for Gatlu. They are an expert on this Blastoise, a Pokemon we hadn't known them for very often in the past, but this Pokemon is so strong when given these enhanced buffs and the special attack stacks that this Blastoise has been blessed with so far in this match. Almost to level 11 already, outpacing Shelvin on the other side by, well, just 1 level as they take over to 10. But still, 1 level on your central area player, you're always going to want that, especially from a superstar player like Gatlu.
Absolutely. Random Gaming just putting a little bit of pressure there, escaping as that Dreadnought's over the horizon. Look at Gatlu just looking to be a menace in the face of the top path player here, Klaus, as they're just chipping in using those auto attacks.
No kidding. Klaus, the newest addition to this Apprentice Unleashed roster, a very, very strong player. What I like to call an extremely aggressive Lucario.
Here we go. The Hoopa is unbound. It's unshackled, and they're fighting each other from space. Those mythical Pokemon trying to carry the squads. Right side team takes it. Random Gaming again off the back of the Lucario, and they're going to use that, and they're going to see if they can take him down. Apprentice Unleashed Lucario already down. There goes the Blissey. They're pushing forward. Sylveon and Desu, of course, getting on the score sheet early here, using that Hyper Voice, and that's a big hyperspace hole, going to heal up the whole squad. As Diesel, look at them rolling through as a pack, mowing them down. Holy smokes. They are burnt grass. That's a straight lawnmower coming through from Random Gaming, mowing them down. Apprentice Unleashed trying to hold their own, doing the best they can. There's only 2 players there in the face of 4. Random Gaming, bottom path action is hot.
Now Random Gaming is put in the driver's seat of this match. A pretty fantastic point lead, but the experience lead is just growing higher and higher. They haven't broken this bottom tier goal zone though, so a third Dreadnought will be a pretty even team fight given either direction. Apprentice Unleashed entire composition is built around having a fantastic team fight, especially late game. Venusaur and Blastoise, 2 Pokemon fantastic in the late end of the game. Lucario good at any point during the game. Extreme speed is going to try to work through the entire enemy team. Gonna be tough too, though, when Gatlu and a Desu and even a Chroma's Blissey are all gonna be trying to put a direct stop to that. Here we go. The bottom tier goal zone siege has begun.
Yeah, it's 5-on-4 downstairs because of the Venusaur having to take care of the Rotom up top. They do close the goal zone, or they can keep the pressure on. Hard retreat by Apprentice, not willing to get too forward, and Random Gaming very content with what they did there, closing out the goal zone, backing up, and living to fight quite literally another day.
Desu's Hyper Voice here is such a strong pick that I'm not seeing many teams play, but what it's doing is creating a space forward and backwards. That entire voice that has been created is so much damage that anytime Shelvin wants to rapid spin in, a normally very defensive and healthy Pokemon of Blastoise, even they break down under the weight of Hyper Voice. So a Desu creates space not only by doing damage, but just moving back and forth. That allows this team to score and is just honestly paying dividends. This Sylveon pick needs an answer from Apprentice Unleashed, and right now, all their Pokemon engage right straight through the middle. So this third Dreadnought going over to Random Gaming, gonna give them some extra shields when we enter this final team fight. I'm looking at Venusaur and Blastoise for Apprentice Unleashed to land some fantastic Unite moves if they want to take away this Zapdos fight.
Well, Zapdos has hit the map, and we're taking a look as both teams are trying to get to the center in some sort of meaningful and strategic fashion here. Desu really keeping them back with the that Hyper Voice, and now Desu on the chase on the Venusaur. They're really splitting this Apprentice squad apart here, and Random Gaming really has the impetus in the middle as Desu just gets a quick little random Pokemon, a wild Pokemon there, but Apprentice Unleashed putting the pressure back in the face of Random Gaming here. Everybody's a little low. Nice little Red Maw dart in, able to take care of that Pokemon. Down goes Hoopa. and that's a big portion of this to be able to bring the team in.
That KO is absolutely massive. Redmo finds exactly the Pokemon that they needed to take out. Hoopa with that Unite move is what's going to bring the entire team here. Right side team takes it. Redmo with a fantastic line of power-up punch. Amazing target prioritization. There's no Hoopa to bring him in.
KO Shrika 2 for the Blastoise, looking good in the middle, and Random Gaming is in complete control of this one, as they, of course, take Zapdos with a little contest by Apprentice Unleashed, and these Duckets are just raining in straight hundo burgers, and poor Apprentice Unleashed. Maybe they need to shake off a little rust from yesterday and get back to form, because that was not a great look for them from top to bottom. Random Gaming kind of taking this one in an easy fashion.
No kidding. Composition-wise, I really do think that the Sylveon matched up fantastic into what Apprentice Unleashed was trying to do. But let's face it, this seemed like a game where Random Gaming was shouting out, "We have beat you before, we're gonna do it again." Apprentice Unleashed need to overcome this mental barrier they have with Random Gaming if they're gonna take it. Only 20 seconds left, 657 to 176. This one's over. Try to gain a little bit of momentum in these last 20 seconds, but really what needs to be happening in the communications here is a little bit of a strategy rework. Zante did get scaled up quite a bit, but just Service getting knocked out there in that situation can never happen. Random Gaming finding the targets they need to and executing perfectly. They were doing that all game, and they did it when it mattered most in that final stretch of 2 minutes.
Yeah, you mentioned trying to gain a little momentum for Apprentice Unleashed, and Random Gaming actually turned around. The Gatlu, of course, the player you highlighted, getting a KO streak of 3 in the last couple seconds. So not exactly the momentum you're trying to build there. Apprentice Unleashed goes down 176 to 657. Great work from top to bottom by Random Gaming.
Yeah, no kidding. Random Gaming starting off this winners finals game with a very dominant win. Gatlu with 8 KOs. We saw them putting in a ton of work all over the battlefield, obviously. Like we were mentioning, they'll find themselves in the enemy central area, within their own central area, and we even saw them at the beginning of the game as a Squirtle pushing up the enemy team's bottom path.
Taking a look at the damage dealt here at Desu. Just 40k less than yesterday, but still a good number here as it was able to leverage a win. Gatlu 74k. Good spread across Random Gaming. Shows me they're moving together and collectively. On the other side of the coin here, Apprentice does have a decent spread. They were trying to battle together, but just behind on those levels because of losing those objectives and just couldn't fight as efficiently as Random Gaming could.
Yeah, no kidding. Looking at this scoreline, pretty even winning for Random Gaming across the board. My shoutouts definitely towards the other team, get some to Gatlu, but shoutouts to Redmaw for finding those specific KOs, securing every objective. The quiet carries sometimes in the situations are the power-up punch Lucarios. Redmaw, I talked about it a little bit before on broadcast. I've always considered to be a very defensive Lucario, but that doesn't mean passive. A very decisive Lucario can change the tide of games, especially if they're saving their cooldowns for the most opportune moments to use them. And they were utilizing them to mass effect. Random Gaming takes this game 1-0.
Let's take a look at our Random Gaming squad here. Geese, Redmaw, Gatlu, Adesu, and Akroma. Akroma, kind of the silent presence here for the squad. A character we haven't been talking about too much, but just an absolute menace in those team fights, and great work by them. Actually got a KO streak of 2 that game. February Finals winner, March Finals second place. 5 Aeos Cup match wins and only 1 Aeos Cup match loss so far.
We've talked about EU being the face of consistency. Random Gaming definitely seems to be doing that as well. I know often they found themselves in these grand finals through the losers bracket, but so far they're trying to break that away a little bit. So I'm excited to see the MVP of our game so far. I was shouting out a bunch of players, so interested to see what actually comes from that. But either way, what we could say about this match is that Random Gaming is here to put on a show, and they are not showing any signs of slowing down.
Well, let's go ahead and see the show that they just put on here in game 1. Take a look at those highlights. Oh, it started early up here with this big push 4-on-1 where Klaus was like, where did they come from? What's going on here? I'm not used to this much static this early.
This was such an interesting rotation. They were putting so much onus on this top path, which actually translated really well into a bottom path early position game. They threw their weight around, found that KO on Zervis, and really cleared a lot of space for themselves.
Red Maw just getting points in, as we know. And of course, this team fight down here, and this was at the second Dreadnought, and Random Gaming took that one as well. And this is just on the tail end of that, as they were able to really use that to put the pressure on. And this is my favorite part of the whole game, where they just ripped back through this hole and just started taking the body and just boom, boom, mowing them down. Looking good, Random Gaming did, certainly in that moment.
Yeah, I absolutely surprised the side of Apprentice Unleashed. This is where the Zapdos getting burned down. You can just see no members from Apprentice Unleashed even there to find it. But if we were looking back, well, right before they came out of that hyperspace hole again, Shelvin, even with the Bliss Assistance Unite move on top of them, takes so much damage from a Desu Sylveon, pushes them away from any objective that they need to hit to. And there we go. The MVP, also the player to watch, Gatlu, takes it yet again. We saw them all over the map. We saw them doing so much damage, and they net themselves a ton of KOs.
Yeah, they looked good on the Blastoise, of course, not shown on this particular slide. We've seen that they have just a nasty Talonflame, a nasty Greedent as well. Blastoise was the call today, and it's been working out for them, as Random Gaming is just one game away from being in the grand finals again for the third time in a row. They won in February, fell just short in March, and they're trying to take it home here in the Aeos Cup for the EU.
No kidding. Yeah, from the side of Apprentice Unleashed, if they want to get back in this game, I definitely think they're going to need to shift up their strategy a little bit and find a way to protect Zervis on that Hoopa. They cannot be getting KO'd and found by Red Maw's power-up punch. Just too powerful. You got to respect that Pokemon on the other side. Also, wouldn't mind a little shift up of a player going into the central area. Shelvin's Blastoise is phenomenal, but two scaling Pokemon into the late game is a tough thing to manage. Zante on Venusaur and Shelvin on Blastoise, tough to make work. Love to see. Shelvin has a huge repertoire of Pokemon that they are capable of playing. Love to see a little bit of a change up from that player.
Yeah, I've seen their Cinderace be an absolute menace as well, and they need to solve this puzzle that is Sylveon, because we haven't really seen a team sorted out yet, and when you let a Desu gain that much steam, it really takes over the game, and they've shown that time and time again. So is Shelvin maybe going to that Cinderace Zoinks a decent response to Sylveon, or are we looking to go in a different direction?
I think it would be a nice response to Sylveon. I think it also plays very well into the Blastoise. As long as they can be protected by the rest of their team, it would be a great selection of Pokemon. The only time it may struggle a little bit, Cinderace, a very strong Pokemon, but where it struggles is against those first Bs in top path. Whenever those come up, they're not very good at clearing those quickly. They're definitely going to be losing a bit of an advantage in that top path. First Dreadnought may be a bit of a wash, but after that, I think it would really pay dividends for them if they select that Pokemon.
Well, I'd be interested to see a little bit of shakeup, right? They are in the winner's bracket, so technically, you know, you go down here, you just jump to the bottom, and you have locked your top 3 spot, right? So that is something to be said, but that's not where anybody wants to be. You're not playing to jump to the loser's bracket. And so I want to see a change here out of Apprentice. I want to see them keep that ball rolling forward. They've done so well gaining this much steam, this momentum in the Aeos Cup to finally crack the top 4. I don't think their ride's over yet. I want to see if they make any changes here.
Zante showcasing a little bit that they do have the Unite license of Cramorant unlocked if they so choose to choose it. However, in a typical team battler fashion, we are not seeing it chosen. Just teasing us as casters, but we're seeing just a repeat of the team compositions. And again, I suggested it as a option for them to make a switch. However, definitely not necessary. If that in another situation, that team fight could go a different direction. If Zervis isn't knocked out, if Hoops Unbound is still available to the side of Apprentice, they could have made that work a bit better. Also, Zervis running that plus attack battle item on the Hoopa, hoping for a little bit of an early game advantage, utilizing it for that attack speed and just a boost in damage on those secures on the Autonos in the bottom path. So Zervis just trying to help their team out-secure the enemy team running that one. Geese, on the other hand, prefers the X speed for a movement speed buff.
Yeah, one thing that Random Gaming did right out of the gate is they threw something pretty fresh into the face of Apprentice Unleashed, right? I mean, we saw how far Gatlu went into the opposing area multiple times over, and as you've mentioned before, it might not like show on the stat sheet what that actually causes, but it changes the pacing of the game. It changes where you have to prioritize, makes awkward rotations out of the squad, and those are advantages that can be leveraged in other places. So Apprentice Unleashed just has to be ready to deal with that here in game 2.
Definitely. This time, Aedesu is going to be on grass side, which is interesting. In Pokemon Unite, when you start on the grass side, that means your Ludicolo, the blue buff, is going to be in the top spawn. So when they knock that out and knock the red buff on the bottom, their natural rotation, if they want to take the Corphish, will be to go to top. However, just taking the blue buff and coming down, it's going to be a little bit later than they were last time on the rotation, but they're still coming down to this bottom path immediately.
Yeah, Akroma goes down there, but did absolutely great work just trying to buy some time as Gatlu is just going unimpeded, just getting some points in. And here comes Aedesu, of course, getting a quick KO on the Bulbasaur, keeping that thing from an Ivysaur, and getting their own level 5 in the process.
No kidding. Aedesu really has been so fantastic in this bottom path all tournament long, but specifically putting on a show today. Gatlu just goes there for the teleport to head on up. Now Akroma holding this one down solo yet again.
Apprentice Unleashed, 3 players up top. Here comes Aedesu to put the pressure on. Geese as well. Gatlu, of course. They're just hanging out. 4 up top. And Apprentice Unleashed needs to adjust quickly here as poor Akroma's dealt just left to deal with 2 players at once and doing a pretty decent job. Oh, Gatlu on the chopping block gets zipped through by the Lucario. Klaus has to feel good about that early KO.
No kidding. Definitely a much better situation. Gatlu not hitting that War Turtle yet, which I think they were already at this point in game number 1. So very good work. Also, those 14 points from Bulbasaur being planted by Apprentice means that they are no longer a Bulbasaur, are now evolved into an Ivysaur. So Apprentice Unleashed early game going so much better than it did last time. Klaus playing that iconic aggressive Lucario I've talked about so much is already scaled up to 6 and some change. They may even hit level 9 by first Dreadnought.
Yeah, they're going to be able to bully a little bit here as Zante and Gek are chasing Akroma. Just a portal down by Geese that, hey, does anybody want to heal up? No, just stop the train of the pressure pushing forward. As we have 7:46 on the clock at Aedesu and company, they're just content in taking their own stuff. Not a lot of static. Of course, I say that. Klaus, big KO on the War Turtle here. And that's exactly what you're looking to do if you're Apprentice Unleashed early here in game 2.
Last game, random gaming were the super sleuths, always finding the best Pokemon to priority target and KO. This time it's Apprentice Unleashed sussing out wherever the War Turtle of Gatlu is at any time they need to. So KOing them in a perfect timing spot. All of these bees going completely over to them. Red Maw knowing that they cannot push their advantage whatsoever there or less be KO'd by Klaus or Shelvin. Now only 8 seconds left. Not quite level 9, but level 8 is still a very strong Lucario with 2 buffs.
Yeah, look at Apprentice just pushing into the face of Aedesu. That's a great player to take down if you can get them early. They do go down. That's the Blissey shutting the door on that one. And Apprentice Unleashed is all over this Dreadnought here. A little heal by the Ivysaur on that hyperspace hold back. Look how far the Blastoise is in the right-hand side. Of course, that's Gatlu working on the back end, trying to backdoor him a little bit, getting chased by the other War Turtle. And there's a KO. That puts them close to level 9. Aedesu just retreats. Looks like Random Gaming may have given up. Is Geese going to be able to do a cheeky little steal? No, not yet, as all of Random Gaming rolls back through. That's Lucario getting picked off. Right side team takes it. That's the Blissey with a chop and a bomb there. Going to be able to get it done and taking out the Lucario for the business as Random Gaming is now just going to be forced to retreat. Aedesu just going to hold down this gold zone. Apprentice Unleashed very happy with that bottom path work they just put in.
This is such a different game than game 1. That team fight went so incredibly well. Random Gaming was a little bit split. Apprentice Unleashed capitalized in a fantastic way. This level lead is huge for the side of Apprentice Unleashed. The only people on Random Gaming hitting that level 8, Sylphion and War Turtle, were on the other side. We have 8s across the board and even some 9s. So really, really fantastic work by the side of Apprentice Unleashed, making it happen. And they're getting another KO. Random Gaming is looking for these split push opportunities, trying to find any value to catch up. And Apprentice Unleashed is reading them every single time.
Absolutely, this Blastoise is huge and it's pushing the face of Aedesu, still level 8. We saw them level 10 at this point in the other game. Klaus and company, oh, that's a Unite that catches 2. That's chipping everybody up here back and forth, and we're going to see if they can leverage that. Apprentice Unleashed on the scramble a little bit, willing to kick back and not get too far forward as Gatlu, of course, pushes forward. Nothing stopping them in that rapid spin, and Apprentice Unleashed saying, okay, let's take a deep breath, let's step back. We have the advantage here. Let's not hemorrhage experience back the other way.
Gatlu with a great response. They used their Unite move in turn, make sure that no value was gained on either side like you were talking about. Fantastic work, though, from Gek Okami on the Blissey to make sure the immunity to hindrances was given from that Pokemon. Great amount of support, great heads-up play from the support player of Apprentice Unleashed. Support player, defender player, whatever you want to call it, Blissey seems to do it all in Pokemon Unite right now.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Akroma and Gek as well. They're both very solid at this Pokemon, and it's showing in spades here in Game 2 between these two squads.
No kidding. The Egg Bomb addition to this Pokemon, or rather buff, is just so strong for this Pokemon. The knockups that it provides, like right there, almost disrupted the reset that Geese was trying to provide to their team. All right, Hoops Unbound has launched this Dreadnought fight off.
Yeah, Random Gaming doesn't have a Hoops Unbound of their own yet, so they're coming through, and that left side, oh, did they take it? Left side team takes it. Random Gaming in the face of that Unite move, and now they're going to have that experience to push. Look at Dasu just scoring cheeky 40 up top, and as the pressure and just kerfuffle continues down in the bottom path. Random Gaming pushing forward, Apprentice battling from their own goal zone. Hoop Unbound ticks over on the Dreadnought experience. Huge Unite catches 3 players, and that Rapid Spin is chasing the Blissey. They're going to try and close it out on them. Do they? Question mark. Yes, they do. The protection is still up here. Chelvin with a Rapid Spin of their own. We're going to keep the pressure on, and Random Gaming from coming in too far as Klaus and Dasu and everybody, as the pressure is on, and Gatlu coming up top as they're just chipping in, keeping them from scoring another cheeky set of points.
Fantastic. Oh, the Blastoise duel ends up with Gatlu on top. These spinning Beyblade fights in the top path are always so fun to watch. Gatlu just barely taking that one over Chelvin. This game has now all of a sudden become so incredibly close. Apprentice with that slight level advantage, however, Random Gaming keeping parity with points.
I mean, Chelvin was on top in levels this whole time, and here comes Gatlu after that big KO. Redmaw are going to try and make it. They get taken out by Apprentice Unleashed. Geese on the retreat as well. They're going to babysit this Rotoman, drive and miss Daisy. 22, 23 seconds left. Big 50 banger going in, taking care of that one. Apprentice Unleashed felt a little faltered in that second Dreadnought, but have recovered pretty well here, Zoinks, with 3 minutes left on the clock.
No kidding. Nice rotation by Service with the Hyperspace hold to try to defend this bottom tier goal zone. The defense on these goal zones has been so strong. Only one goal zone total, and this entire game has been broken. That's the strength of these Koopa portals, launching you back and forth. Defense is going to be fantastic, not to mention Score Shield recently seeing some changes, not as popular of an item.
One egg grenade going in, another one following suit as Adasu's putting pressure on Gek, getting out of there so Random Gaming can take a majority of those Bs. This experience is looking pretty fair across the board if we're just looking at it. A little bit more higher levels, on Apprentice Unleashed, but that's a gap that can be made up here by Dreadnought, which is exactly what Random Gaming is trying to do. Big Rapid Spin to come through and try and clutch it out. No, that's the Lucario again, the savior of Random Gaming here on these Dreadnoughts. Just Redmaw coming through. Redmaw, Dreadnought. It makes sense. It rhymes. Lock it down. Lock it in. 10 seconds till Zapdos.
Really?
Random Gaming have been playing Unite together 5 months.
Yeah, exactly. And showcasing that synergy right there with that great fight. I think that third Dreadnought is so important to this game. So much experience gained. You were saying the parity was there. That Dreadnought putting Random Gaming just a little bit higher. Zapdos has started to get hit. Positioning given over to either team. Apprentice on the top hand side of Zapdos pit. Random Gaming taking the bottom side. No team looking to score cheekily unless a Desu wants to get creative in that bottom path.
Yeah, they're all working around each other, posturing. We see all the pips, the orange and purples mixing here. Gecko Kami kind of chunks, so is a Chroma. That's from the egg bombs that they just lop in each other's faces. 2 egg bombs coming out and a rapid spin out of Gatlu for Random Gaming. Is that going to be the impetus? Not yet. Question mark. A Chroma getting back in the back line, trying to bait out Klaus and Zervis a little bit to make some stupid here. As Zervis chases down Redmaw, nobody's willing to play. Not yet.
Apprentice Unleashed right now is trying to stall. What they're trying to do is buy time so that Zante can hit that level 13 on Venusaur, showing information.
An 80 banger downstairs, Zoink scored it. Daisy tried to seal it, but they couldn't, and now the action kicks off in the middle as the Hoopas are unbound, and Apprentice takes it. Just the back cap action, just a long enough distraction, and now everybody's scrambling like roaches to the score zones here, and of course they're unlocked for Apprentice Unleashed. That's easy pickings, as Gatlu's going to try and get that Hundo banger straight up top, straight ducats, Hundo burgers everywhere. We're eating good if you're Apprentice Unleashed. They're up by 308 points. Now they just got to get back and play some defense.
Shout out Klaus for securing that objective of Zapdos through all of Random Gaming's amazing secure potential, but a fantastic work there. They are able to take it. Zante is able to get up to that precious level 13 for the team fight situation. Didn't matter as much. Zervis does get KO'd here. Only 20 seconds left in our game, though, and Apprentice Unleashed has a ton of players left to defend these goal zones. Shelvin out so far in this bottom one, 590 to 202. Random Gaming in these last 10 seconds are not going to be able to take it. Oh, series is tied up 1-1. Apprentice get one game on the board.
Wow, a completely different team from game one. Azoinks, that was just an absolute 180. Whatever rust they had, whatever caffeine they needed to put in their body, they certainly did, because that was a wake-up call, and it served them right. Look at that, 590, 202, great work by Apprentice Unleashed.
No kidding, looking at these points, a ton of them rained in. Klaus at 188, yes, they did score some in the end game, but a lot of those were collected from how well that top path was going for them early game. Klaus was out securing Redmaw, out goal scoring, and making sure their attack weight and damage was way higher. 7 KOs for Lucario. Klaus on this extreme speed is built to team fight, and Apprentice Unleashed were setting them up every single way they needed to.
The story of these KOs here to me is Gatlu and Adesu, 2-1. Those are numbers we haven't seen out of them, not in this tournament scene, not anytime soon. Apprentice Unleashed may have solved that puzzle for now, as they really kept them on the leash for that game too.
That really is the question to me, though. Is this download complete? Are the surprises that Random Gaming could throw at Apprentice completely solved? Apprentice Unleashed did great in this game too, but we know that Random Gaming has been down before, but not out. I'm never going to count out this roster that has been so consistent in these top 1 and 2 placements throughout the tournament. Apprentice Unleashed, though, showing that they belong here within the top 4 of this EU region. Look at this scoreline. Very, very close game all the way throughout. The level lead was just barely in Apprentice's favor for a lot of this game. Losing those last 2 Dreadnoughts could have been catastrophic, but Klaus finds a way to secure the Zapdos, secure a ton of KOs, and secure them the game win.
Yeah, a big player there as we take a look, of course, was Geese and Achroma doing great work. And we're taking a look at Random Gaming here, and they did great work, and especially Redmaw here in game 2, where I know Random Gaming did fall just short, but they wouldn't even been in the stratosphere to compete if Redmaw didn't zoop 2 of those Dreadnoughts out from the hands of Apprentice.
No kidding. Redmaw not able to find Zervis as much in this game. Hoopa was definitely a much bigger threat when they were, awake and well and able to use the Hoops Unbound Unite move and, of course, get the precious resets for the teams and the rotation. So Apprentice was doing a great job finding the threats, securing them every single time, which is really what Random Gaming's game plan was game 1. A little bit of a copy of the playbook? I don't know, but Apprentice Unleashed did a great job of securing this game.
Well, let's take a look at those highlights and see if we can see a little bit of what you just mentioned to us right now. Geese, this is at the first Dreadnought here. Apprentice Unleashed gets this one as they're working through and able to keep the pressure on. That was right after a very solid team fight by them. And, of course, Redmaw goes down on the beach.
Yeah, no kidding. They actually were able to take that Dreadnought advantage right into a Rotom advantage to boost a little bit of scoring. This team fight was electric. Redmaw fighting a huge secure, but the defense on this bottom tier goal zone was really impressive. It didn't even break after a huge team fight win like that from Random Gaming.
Absolutely. We're seeing that just light siege here where they get a good quality overdunk of 28 points from Apprentice after a solid squad push. That's exactly what you want to see. And look at them just ripping through that hyperspace hole. And this is where we kind of saw some of that miracle play, that late game Redmaw action, as they're able to just go ahead and take that Dreadnought and give their squad really a chance in the back portion of this game.
I'm really excited we get to see another look at this Zapdos. Look at all the moves out, but there we go. I believe that was the Unite move coming out of Klaus to make sure they secure that one. Lucario's Unite move, a fantastic secure because you just stand right on top of that Zapdos, create a giant ball of energy, 6 ticks of damage. It does what you need to do. But here we go. This is your winning team, Apprentice Unleashed. This team, a very, very solid squad. Top 6 in 2 tournaments. They have broke the top 6 curse. They have found themselves in winners finals in a tied 1-1 series.
I mean, and of course, they haven't dropped a match yet here on Aeos Island, which is worth mentioning for the Aeos Cup. Klaus going to be our MVP with that Lucario. And of course, I'm going to give it just solely on one, the points that they scored in, two, the way they outplayed their counterpart, and lastly, Zapdos, baby, really putting the team on their back, giving them that extra oomph to close that thing out and score in all those points to win themselves a game 2 and keep their winners bracket hopes alive.
No kidding. Klaus, a fantastic player, a very high pop-off potential with this player, especially since they're opting into the extreme speed build of this Pokemon. Red Maw going towards the power-up punch means there's a very high amount of difference between these two Lucario players and how they like to play the game. Klaus, though, utilizing that team fighting potential and making their way through, a tough team to do it against of Random Gaming. A Desu has proved that they are a tough Pokemon to run up against with that Hyper Voice damage. Not to mention Gatlu, one of the best Blastoise players we have in the server. So tough Pokemon to match up against for sure. Klaus made it work and made it look real good in that game too.
Yeah, one of the things I want to highlight is they were able to keep Adesu from kind of leveling all over the map. You can see Adesu likes to get through that central area, power spike into Sylveon, get the Hyper Voice online, and then literally bop, top path, bottom path, top path, bottom path. Who can I pick off? Where can I gain more of that experience? Where can I really get the wheels on this wagon moving so I can help take over the game when my Blastoise is ready, Gatlu, and they want to engage, they do it as a unit. Apprentice Unleashed not willing to play that game, not getting caught out of sorts in game 2, and we're able to really keep them at bay and execute their own strategy. Great work by them, and I can't imagine Apprentice Unleashed is looking to do anything different here in game 3.
No, and Random Gaming shouldn't be looking to do anything different either. It really feels like we're headed into a round 3 of a punch-out, knockout match. Either team, whoever wins this finds themselves in the grand finals, so close to winning that $10,000. The other team will, of course, have another chance in the losers bracket, but grand finals are where either team wants to be. Then we're going to see the exact same loadout, and why wouldn't you? These two teams, like we were mentioning before, have a storied history, playing so often in the early stages of these tournaments. Apprentice Unleashed has unfortunately not been able to take down Random Gaming in those situations, but this is their chance, and what a better one to do with so much on the line. Grand finals of Aeos Cup, $10,000, championship points, of course, and I think the biggest one for a lot of these players is going to be that pride. They believe themselves to be the best in EU, and this is their chance to prove it. So excited to see what Apprentice Unleashed can do, and very excited to see if Random Gaming can put a stop to this run.
Yeah, for Random Gaming, you want to keep Zante from kind of scaling out of control. And of course, for Apprentice Unleashed, it all goes back to Adesu. Those are the two characters that I'm watching. They're not necessarily the core central area Pokemon, but they are two very impactful path Pokemon that can really help their central Pokemon take over the game. And that's what I'm expecting to see. Here we go. Chelvin, Adesu, of course, doing their normal path and going to get up that Sylveon, as we mentioned, and try and take over the game that way. Chelvin, a little bit more of a classic strategy when it comes to that central area.
Exactly. This time we see Adesu on the sand side, so finding that Ludicolo blue buff will be a little bit faster than they were on the grass side here. Zante putting in a lot of work into Geese early here. Geese going very, very far without the help of their Blissey. Could be a bit of a concern, but that Magician ability, very, very strong.
Red Maw taking out Klaus. Service the next one up. That's Adesu already. And this is exactly what I was saying you need to prevent. Come on.
Random Gaming with yet another change up in their strategy. This time Sylveon heading to the top path instead of the bottom one immediately. So nice adaptation by them. It nets them a KO on Klaus. However, Klaus pushes back the Sylveon deep into enemy territory. Adesu eliminated by the work of Apprentice Unleashed.
Yeah, that lets Red Maw kind of off the hook and for them to retreat. So Adesu playing very deep, dragging the attention of Apprentice Unleashed onto them.
Shelvin having a nice amount of levels here, almost level 6 already by first bees. Very, very strong, but what they really need Klaus to hit is that level 5. When they hit that level 5, they unlock extreme speed and really start doing what they need to do. There we go. Klaus is now a gigantic teamfight threat to Random Gaming.
And when they're trying to kick that off and prove it quickly as they eye down Gatlu, who's still at Squirtle, and they're putting the chase on, of course. Redmaw not really paying attention, cuts off Klaus a little bit, and the Squirtle gets away unscathed. But here we go. They're going to have to go back to base. That's a great little maneuver by them and forcing that play out of Random Gaming as Desu is just being a menace in the opposing central area, getting some chip shots in, trying to take a core fish as they springboard out of there like an Olympic diver jumping in that central path. But Zervis not falling for it, putting the chase on a little bit. This is a hilarious back and forth to me as Desu's coming through and forces Zervis through the portal. And Hoopa trying to take a little bit of a selfie, like I need a break here, staycation, going back to the spawn point as we got 50 seconds till our first objective.
Hey, Desu showcasing with that jump pad. We have dunks in this game. Apparently we have fadeaway shots, but Zervis finds that KO with the hyperspace hole. Gigantic hitbox on that move. Doesn't do a ton of damage, but Desu didn't have a ton of HP left. Gecko Kami getting caught out here by Redmaw, but they have the support of the rest of their team. Can they get this KO? Such incredible timing to do so, but Gek goes down in exchange, and Geese is here with the portals available, but so is Zervis. It's going to be an interesting KO exchange, setting up this Dreadnought fight in 20 seconds. A lot of experience handed on either side. Some strong Pokemon on the sides of both teams.
Yeah, the levels are surprisingly balanced here, despite all the action we've had as Chrome and Desu are working on that middle Audino. I'm going to try and keep Apprentice Unleashed from getting. Is that did Gek just get it with a bomb here? They're just rolling downstairs. It's not about Audino now. It's about Dreadnought. We on the beach, baby. Sunshades on, and the tan lotion is as well. Rapid Spin coming through, chipping up everybody. Blissey and Egg Bomb combo as a KO streak for the Blissey here. Blissey the Bombardier. Big Blissey Bopper coming through, getting some KOs here as Random Gaming is trying to keep the pressure on to Zanti. Zanti feeling good amount of HP. They get sucked through the portal back through. Zante's like, don't like the sound of that, as they're able to clutch out the Dreadnought despite all this action. And now Apprentice Unleashed is just pushing forward. Random Gaming stuck on the backside of their jump pad here, or excuse me, their goal zone, as the Unite move and the Rapid Spin catches them all, and the Ivysaur gets a KO for there, and there's the Blastoise as well. And now they're just raining in the points this goal zone, leaving it at a 4. Maybe Klaus will get that 3 in. Is anybody going to portal out? No. The action is settling out in the bottom path zones, and that was absolute insanity.
Random Gaming securing the Dreadnought and securing that goal tower siege, not actually breaking the goal zone. But I'm really questioning Random Gaming's decision to run back down that lane and not send at least somebody up to start pressuring this Rotom. Now Apprentice Unleashed has completely gathered. They have used a fair amount of their Unite moves already, but the level scaling is there. If they want to take this team fight, they're going to be in the advantage in the situation. Random Gaming, though, never count them out, even despite a level difference.
Yeah, Random Gaming pushing right in the face of Apprentice Unleashed. We just saw that Lucario Unite clipping the War Turtle from downtown. Holy smokes, Mark Wahlberg, KO Sugar 2 off the E-Speed onto the Blissey here. And now Apprentice Unleashed is keeping that train rolling as they're putting another siege on this. As the egg bombs are going off. They're buying time and the points are raining in. Now that goal zone's left at 9. The one at the bottom, I think, is left at 4. And Chelvin is just dancing on it, waiting to get some time to see if they can get their 40 in. Gee's getting pushed back, and there it goes. It is completely shut down. Solid overcap by Apprentice Unleashed, and holy smokes, did Random Gaming just wake up a giant.
Apprentice Unleashed, fantastic work. Yeah, Random Gaming gonna be questioning some of their plays there, but you saw the little bit of a dance there from Shelvin. Had some nice moves, but not without purpose. The longer they wait to break that goal zone, the less time that Random Gaming has to clear out those auto nodes that spawn when the goal zone breaks. Only 6 seconds to Dreadnought means Random Gaming doesn't have a lot of time to work with in the first place. Apprentice Unleashed with a level lead, a huge point lead, and Random Gaming needs to find a way back into this one. But this Dreadnought could easily be it, and Redmaw takes it.
That's a great place to start if you're Random Gaming. They clutch that out real quick, and they're backing up onto their own goal zone. They want to fight from there, trying to use the shields and health for that. As they're pushing back through, of course, it's Gatlu leading the charge of the company here, as Zervis is just chuffing in those punches, trying to stun the team down, keep the tide from stemming too far into their face. As Apprentice Unleashed pushes back forward, no, we're settling out for a second. The highways, the remote island highways have been put up by the Hoopas, and we see who jumps up top. Just Gatlu the Blastoise looking for those bees.
Exactly. Gatlu shredding through those bees. He has full 40 points of Aeos energy, but because of Zervis's great heads-up play, Klaus goes up top to be a little bit of a defense on that tier 1 goal zone. Gatlu shredding through. They have almost 2 minutes until the Zapdos fight, and they're almost already at level 12. Easily going to be hitting that level 13, and no problem, that Unite move is going to be back up and running. You saw how much damage Gatlu was able to do after the Unite move and the Rapid Spin Water Sport combo started because of that energy amplifier. That damage boost makes them so strong.
Yeah, I mean, look at Klaus just eking their way in, trying to bide their time and bide their opportunity as nobody's wanting to finish this Rotom and see if they can get a steal. No, that is Redmaw that is able to take it again, sealing it up, and the Rotom's coming through here. Apprentice Unleashed going to retreat a little bit, not getting a KO quite yet, as Gatlu gets a big Unite move onto the goal zone here. Is that going to open the door for them to score? No, excuse me, I said Gatlu. I meant the Blastoise for Apprentice Unleashed. What am I saying here? As Chelvin is able to get the chase on and send Gatlu packing.
And Chelvin also running that energy amplifier, so even utilized at 3 minutes, they should have time to get regain that Unite move. However, they're not going to have it for this third Dreadnought, which is going to be quite an important objective. Both Random Gaming and Apprentice Unleashed showing presence there, making sure they are positioned early. A Chroma with that Egg Bomb could make so much disruption happen. Just like that, you see how much time is wasted for Klaus as they're knocked up, not to mention a sizable amount of damage.
Yeah, a good chunk here as Apprentice Unleashed is the one putting on the pressure on this Dreadnought. Right side team takes it. Another Egg Bomb seals it up here. Great work by Akroma. That allows Daesu to get a KO on the Blastoise. Another character you don't want to see go down if you're Apprentice Unleashed. A good Egg Bomb here as they're putting the chase on a little bit and working back towards the middle. Random Gaming getting that last Dreadnought. A great place to be and finally putting themselves in a position to drag themselves kicking and screaming, clawing and teething their way back into this one.
And look at the positioning they have gained. Complete Zapdos pit control given over to them. Klaus tries to defend this top tier goal zone, takes a lot of damage for it. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to reset. Gecko Kami, the only one, is now getting pushed up with this Rapid Spin. The Beyblade chases them so far.
Chelvin with the good recovery, rapid spinning their own to stop that attack. Here we go. Hoopa is unbound, pulling them in like the Avengers. They're all over the Zapdos, already half HP. Where's Apprentice Unleashed? They're leaving it up to the Lucario again for the save, but no, it's Random Gaming that unlocks it. They've got the open goal zone. It's straight ducking time, baby. Hundo Banger in. Here we go. Lucario, Hundo Banger in. Who's getting it downstairs? Is it Gatlu? Hundo Banger in. Sylveon gets it in. Holy smokes. They're just raining in those points. Somehow only up by about 150.
150. Apprentice Unleashed had a gigantic lead to kick off that team fight. However, the problem is Apprentice Unleashed all getting KO'd in that team fight are not going to have very much Aeos energy available to them to score in the first place. So not only are they going to need to find a way to KO all of Random Gaming and clear their path to score, they're also going to need to collect enough Aeos energy to win this game. You mentioned it though, only 150 needed, but they have only 50 seconds left. Apprentice Unleashed, this is their chance at a grand final spot in winner's side. Such an easy path to $10,000. They need this win right now.
Those 38 points from Random Gaming is not going to make it easy as Daesu is just babysitting the goal zone, finally going back to give some of that support. Akroma protecting his goal zone. They're trying to get points, and they do. Plus 80, 353, but they still need more. They still got a long way to go as they're 149 points short. There you go, closing it down, and now we're less than 100. The big push, 18 seconds. Is this going to be it? This is Random Gaming's final stand to keep themselves in the winner's bracket. Can Apprentice Unleashed turn the tides here? That's a big Unite move. No use in holding them now. Press the buttons if you got them. Plus 36. That's not the gap they needed, though. I think they're still short. This one probably goes to Random Gaming if my math works out, and my math ain't that bad, Zoinks.
You say that? I don't trust you at all. I want to see this scoreline. Here we go. Apprentice Unleashed on the left-hand side. Random Gaming on your right. Where does it end up? Random Gaming takes it. 504 to 463. Doom Snacks, I'll trust you for the rest of my life. I promise. Sorry about that, math. Random Gaming takes this one. The new upstarts of Apprentice Unleashed in this bracket are put back down to losers. Random Gaming just too much of a titan to take down.
I mean, great work by Random Gaming. They needed the last two Dreadnoughts to pull themselves back into the game. They got them. and they leveraged that immediately into presence in the Zapdos pit and were able to win the game. But I'm looking at here, KO's kind of even across the board. Nobody's sliding either way. No showstoppers on either side. Desu finally getting back to form here with 5 KOs as opposed to the 1 from game 2.
No kidding. This is the closest matchup that we had for sure. Well, in that final moments of that team fight, I think what it really came down to, that third Dreadnought, Shelvin, gets KO'd right before the Zapdos is spawning. When they do get back in time, however, not enough time to actually knock out some wild Pokemon and collect their level 13. Look at this scoreline. Apprentice Unleashed really was winning so well in the early game. Random Gaming found ways to come back, though, little by little. Akroma's Egg Bombs around those Dreadnoughts are key moments that I've been thinking about this entire match.
I mean, they were clean from top to bottom. Let's take a look at our squad on Random Gaming here. The composition, Geese, Redmaw, Gatlu, Adesu, and Akroma. We've showed them before. We'll show them again because they are doing work out here on Aeos Island for the Aeos Cup.
No kidding. Both of these teams running very similar comps, but they seem to be experts of those. Random Gaming, one of the only teams to be running the Sylveon and a power-up punching Lucario, but it is showcased by how strong these players like Adesu and Redmaw are. They know what their win conditions are, and even when they are behind, they are finding them.
I mean, you take a look at Random Gaming, this is going to be the 3rd time in a row where they haven't finished any lower than 2nd place. And that's a pretty good spot to be if you're Random Gaming. What a look here by that squad right into the replays of this big win. Of course, the early game, though, was all about Apprentice.
No kidding. Apprentice made a very sizable point lead as well as experience. But yeah, throughout this game, the Dreadnoughts really felt like the turning point for Random Gaming to bring it back in. And their composition is built to succeed in those situations. They have Adesu playing defense in those top bushes above the Dreadnought with the Hyper Voice, and then of course they have Redmaw for the secure potential, not to mention Gatlu's Hydro Type.
Absolutely. This is that big breakout at the end, and the Egg Bomb, just the Akroma Egg Bomb. You can't say it enough. It was absolutely on point. Random Gaming getting the positional advantage around Zapdos. That's what we're seeing. And despite the Klaus heroics here, attempt by Apprentice, not quite closing it out this time. And it was Hundo Burger time here for Random Gaming as they ran up the scoreboard very quickly.
Hundo burgers were served up in a gigantic fashion. Random Gaming did take this game. This last-minute push did make things a little bit closer for Apprentice Unleashed, but like I was mentioning, all those KOs happening in the Zapdos fight, just a little bit too much Aeos energy given away. But here we go. Let's award the MVP of this game is going to be Adesu, and I think it's a great one. Sylveon, all 3 games really found a ton of value. Positioning, damage, secure, early game presence. Adesu does it all, and they did it with a Pokemon that's not that popular.
Absolutely. Adesu's so busy with that Sylveon, they're just throwing up the peace sign and walking out. They said, I got too much work to do. It's the Aeos Cup Finals, and I just punched my ticket here to get that top spot. Great work by Random Gaming, but it's time for this circus to hit another town. And a ringleader needs to bring their clowns along for the ride. So if we could bring Seltzer back in here to get us going in the right direction yet again, who else but them?
Thank you, Doob Snacks. Thank you, Zogs. I'm so glad we're going with the circus metaphor today because this has been 3 rings of wild, all of them attached to Hoopa, all of them essential to these battles. But when I'm thinking of essential people, I'm also thinking of Spraggles and Jeff Hoagland. Let's bring them on in here. We had them up watching the match. Now we're going to do some analysis. And I want to unleash you, Jeff, on this Redmaw Power Punch Lucario here. A little bit different than what we've seen throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, definitely. So Extreme Speed's the move we more typically see taken from these Lucario players for its ability to be very powerful at those early B clears. But the power-up punch from Lucario that we saw there out of Random Gaming really leans into their desire to tear through those objectives in contested spots like we saw at the end there. That power-up punch is incredibly good at securing those last hits so you can be fighting those objectives and still feel safe that your team's going to be the one to secure them in most situations.
Thank you, Jeff. And if I could hear you in Discord, I know it would be really, really sick. But I'm sure that was excellent analysis. Yes! Okay, awesome. Spraggles, I want to give you a chance to tune in here and just share your thoughts on this matchup. I know Random Gaming, Apprentice Unleashed have faced off before. A little bit different face-to-face this time.
Yeah, I mean, Random Gaming is just such an incredible team. I expected that they could make it to the grand finals. They are amazing, and you cannot leave them alone with a Zapdos for even a moment. They are not afraid to flip that bird. They're willing to do it immediately. And I also don't know if Jeff said this, but if he did, boy, we're both saying the same thing.
I love that you guys are so tuned into this match and watching us throughout, because every move these players make today have an impact on the bracket here. Random Gaming moving ahead. Spraggles, what else do you see?
I mean, Five Eye and PogChamp, this is going to be one heck of a match. It's really interesting to see, because whoever wins this is going to need to go up against Apprentice Unleashed. And PogChamp was sent down to the losers bracket by Apprentice Unleashed. So whatever the winner from this is, they've got a tough road ahead of them, and then that match takes you back into the grand finals. We could see Apprentice heading back up there, but PogChamp, they were our champions in March. You could not count them out.
Absolutely. And Jeff, we're just taking a look at the schedule here. I know it's pretty much set for the day. A lot of exciting stuff. Any thoughts on these future matchups?
I think this next matchup that we're going to see, we have a team in Five Eye that hasn't really broken through to these top finishes before versus the March champions in PogChamp looking to get back to those grand finals. So team looking for a taste of glory for the first time, and another team looking to return to what they've already been known to do.
Yeah, that's a great call out there, Jeff. Tournament experience is clutch. The more a team competes at this high level, the better they're going to do, just from familiarity with the high level of competition. And, this is accessible to all of you who want to play competitive Pokemon Unite. If you want to find out what it feels like to play on the competitive field of battle, you can sign up for the May Open Qualifier right now. Join battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite, and if you compete, if you sign up, even if you just dip your toe in the competitive waters just a little bit, you're going to earn 20 HoloWare tickets. But if you want to compete on a stage like this for a massive $25,000 cash prize pool, well, there's no better place to start. And thank you so much for coming and watching our first game today. We are in the bracket now. We are so close to the finals, and when we get there, it's going to best of 5. So stick around, more matches to come. We'll be right back. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Aeos Island will go down. Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Aeos Island. In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Aeos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Aeos Island, stay tuned. everybody, welcome back. We were watching day 2 of the Aeos Cup, and we are so excited to have you. We just had a thrilling first match between Apprentice and Random Gaming, which both teams remain. One in the top of the bracket, of course, our Apprentices moving down to the bottom bracket. But the tournament continues, and helping me move it along are 2 wonderful casters. So let's bring back in the dudes. How are you, Spraggles? How are you, Jeff?
Oh my goodness, I am so excited. This is going to be an incredible match. 5i and PogChamp, your March Finals champions. PogChamp having to claw their way through this losers bracket. I can't wait to see it.
Remember, there's a lot on the line with this match that we're about to be watching. We are in this lower bracket now, which means the team that loses this upcoming best-of-3 match is going to be eliminated from the tournament. They will no longer have a chance at that $10,000 first-place prize.
Well, before we say goodbye, let's say hello to these 2 teams one last time when we can be certain that they are both still in the tournament. This is, of course, 5i, those are 5 Italians, and PogChamp. 2 storied rosters, but there's a little bit more that the cards don't tell there, Jeff.
Yeah, and one big thing I'm going to be looking for when we head to that character selection screen here in just a moment is PogChamp going to continue to execute that kind of protect the president strategy around supporting that powerful Venusaur in the central area? And is 5i perhaps going to anticipate that and perhaps pick something looking to counter what PogChamp has been bringing to the table this weekend so far?
Yeah, I mean, that really is the question, right? How are these teams going to react to each other? PogChamp, it seems like they got countered, and that's what actually brought them down here to the losers bracket. We have the Italians versus the Frenchmen. Very, very exciting. I don't know why, but it sounds more exciting than the Californians versus the Floridians or something, right?
Well, I can tell you that it's a great time to join us if you're just tuning in from the Twitch front page, because this match, as my guys said, is going to be a banger. 2 storied teams, 2 longtime rosters, 2 very impressive groups, and I can't think of 2 better casters to hand it off to. So take it away, boys.
All right, here we go, Jeff. Oh, and we are here on character selection already. They are picking their Pokemon right now, and we're going to find out if PogChamp is going with that Protect the President, and it really does look like it.
We're doing a little bit different. Yoshi hasn't quite locked in that Venusaur just yet, and there we go. It is noteworthy that we do not have that 3rd support character in this bottom path for PogChamps. We have the Blissey and the Hoopa that provide excellent support, with a more traditional defender in Slowbro for the 3rd character in that bottom row. Still rotating through some characters on the other side for 5i, though.
Yeah, and some Pokemon to look out for here. Machamp is going to be a huge difference maker in this match. They're going to head to that top path here, and Dravix is absolutely brutal on that Pokemon. Again, if this is your first time watching Pokemon Unite, seeing us here on the front page, welcome. We are going to take you through this match, which is sure to be one of the most exciting in this tournament.
One thing I'd like to call out from the items on that character selection screen is it was noteworthy that for 5i, there was a Fluffy Tail selected on the Blastoise. That's an item that's going to allow them to have a better chance to provide those last hits on those important objective Pokemon like Dreadnought and eventually Zapdos to try and get their team ahead in this match.
That's right. In Pokemon Unite, the team that gets the last hit on that enemy Pokemon is the one that secures it, gets all the experience, all the Aeos energy, and when it comes to these big objectives that you see throughout the game like Zapdos and Dreadnought, it's very, very important to get that final hit.
We see our teams heading into the central area and the top path. Noteworthy, we have Lucario in the top path for PogChamp versus Machamp for 5i here. A little bit of a trade-off there. Machamp definitely a little bit weaker early, but tends to scale better late compared to Lucario as the action's breaking out here in the bottom path between our 2 teams.
Yeah, we have 3 Pokemon from both sides in this bottom path, and that means a ton of damage coming out, and they are all fighting over these wild Pokemon. This Audino, who is going to get this final hit and secured? It is the Chansey evolving here into Blissey very early for 5i.
Yeah, the early game engagements in both the top and bottom path are all about the contesting of these wild Pokemon. Whoever secures the very last hit collects experience for the team as a perfectly timed Astonish from PogChamp's Hoopa secures the last hit on 5i's Audino there.
We can see up in our top path right now, we have Lucario not yet level 5. Level 5 Lucario gets a huge power spike, but we do have a level 5 Machoke already. This could be an interesting fight. It's diving in with that big karate chop, but it looks like Lucario did get level 5 and it now has its extreme speed.
We see one of the big upsides to 5i electing to play a more durable Pokemon in their central area, like Blastoise there. A squishier center would have been KO'd by those extreme speeds from Lucario, but Blastoise able to safely make it out of that engage and get back to their central area to begin clearing without being knocked out.
And right here, we can see a little bit of a dance there over that wild Pokemon. Machoke actually running after this Lucario here. Can it get the KO? It cannot. Lucario, one of the most mobile Pokemon in the game.
We see that portal there, not only good at bringing your team back to your home base to heal very quickly, but also putting up a little bit of damage on the opposing team to try and contest last hits on these wild Pokemon as the laning phase continues here in the bottom path.
Yeah, and we can see here, it looks like 5i doing very well. Ooh, we've got an Electro Ball Pikachu. That's that sure hit coming in with a ton of damage and trying to get those big KOs here. Pikachu is going to be able to rain that damage in, and the lower the enemy's HP is, the more damage it does.
We see in the top path, the next set of those Vespa Queen and her smaller bees will be spawning here at the 7-minute and 20-second mark. It is the kind of second engagement where these teams will be running into each other. As we have a big push from PogChamp up here onto the goal. Can the Machamp get knocked out by the Venusaur?
Wow, and this is such a strong Venusaur. It has the Petal Dance, it has the Giga Drain. It's really tough to KO it, and it's pushing. We do see Machoke goes down, and the Wartortle goes down. Huge play here by PogChamp.
It is incredibly difficult to get these knockouts on the base like that early. Noteworthy that both healing and shields are provided to the team that's standing on their goal zone in a position like that. Dreadnought has spawned here at the 7-minute mark. This is the first and most important objective of the early game. Whichever team is able to secure the last hit on this will get a large experience boost for every member on their team.
And we can see PogChamp actually avoiding that big turtle, going for the KOs on the enemy team. They want to push them out here, and it's working pretty well so far. 2 down right now for 5i's. Another goes down, and they're going to be able to probably secure this Dreadnought without a lot of difficulty here. Yes, 5i is not here. Running in Wartortle, trying to get the steal. Can it get it? No, it does not. Secured by Sareyu, the Lucario for PogChamp.
Yeah, Wartortle trying to make a hero-style play there, but with all 5 members of PogChamp active for that objective, they easily secure it without much fuss. We see the tactical choice there from PogChamp. They could have broken this outside goal zone by dunking enough Aeos energy into it, instead electing to leave it up so wild Pokemon will continue spawning in this more central space. Every time you eliminate an outside goal zone for the opposing team, more wild Pokemon spawn back into the team's base as a catch-up mechanic.
Oh boy, and I just saw that Slowbro has telekinesis, Jeff, a move that we don't often see chosen on Slowbro. I feel like Amnesia is the more likely choice, but it's going to be able to pick up enemy Pokemon and hold them in the air while they are defenseless to let their team KO them.
Now, unlike the bottom path where PogChamps tactically chose to leave that goal zone up, they've broken the outside goal zone in the top path here because this allows this Rotom objective to walk down towards the second goal zone, providing a good amount of map pressure. This push can be quite reasonable because there is no launch pad to jump quite yet for 5i.
Wow, and so we have this push up here in the top path, and at the same time, PogChamp finally breaking that bottom goal with a huge overdunk, 38 points over. And this is a game about points, so you want your Pokemon to be leveled up, of course. But right now, look at the scoreboard, Jeff. 32 for 5i, 208 for PogChamp, and that is going to be huge as we head towards the midway point of this match.
Not only do the points dictate who's ahead in the early game, but they also kind of contribute to the positional pressure on the map. As you see here, PogChamp with those outside goal zones still have what we refer to as speed flux, which allows their teams to traverse down these paths more quickly, giving them more mobility over the entire game. As we have the second Dreadnought fight breaking out as Hoopas use their Unite moves, and everybody is popping through these portals to show up to this big engagement.
That's right, huge fight, and these massive damaging moves that you're seeing are called Unite moves, and that is when Hoopa went unbound right there, and they bring their entire team in, much like Doctor Strange in the Avengers. It is an incredible play, bringing everyone down, and it looks like, although Lucario is going down, PogChamp has Venusaur all alone on that Dreadnought. I think they're going to take it without anyone being able to contest it.
Yet Lucario getting knocked out there, obviously not ideal, but what would be less ideal is 5i being able to push up into that objective and contest the last hit on it. Venusaur getting a completely safe Dreadnought for their team and pushing their experience lead even further than it was before.
Now, in just a moment here, in about a minute and a half, the biggest objective of the map does come up, and that is Zapdos, where all the teams are going to be fighting. But PogChamp right now is going to be sitting pretty. They don't have to put any pressure on this fight. They're way ahead on score. You have to feel good if you're PogChamp right now, Jeff.
Yeah, not only is PogChamp ahead on scores, but look at the left and right side of our screen here. Look at the levels of these Pokemon on the two different teams. Blastoise and Machamp levels 12 and 11 for 5i, while Lucario and Venusaur for PogChamps are both level 13. Not only does the increase in level give you additional stats, but it gives you upgraded attacks for these Pokemon at that level 13 mark, making their skills that much more powerful.
We can see 5i making a play on that bottom path, getting some points put in there, and they really did need it. But at the same time, PogChamp here on the top, taking this Rotom, it is once again going to push towards that goal. And if anything else, 5i has to deal with this. Even if it doesn't go in, they're just wasting a ton of time fighting this.
Yeah, and you can see here PogChamp recognizing that pushing with this Rotom is not the ideal thing to be doing. Instead, they allow it to simply generate map pressure, wasting the time of Machamp on 5i, while we see PogChamp spread back out all over the map here, clearing off all of those yellow dots, which are valuable wild Pokemon that provide experience when you knock them out as Venusaur starts working towards its level 15.
And we can see right here, PogChamp is doing exactly what they want to be doing right now. They are getting this Venusaur to possibly level 15 almost by this Zapdos fight. This is going to be an extremely difficult Pokemon to deal with. Already one of the unKOable monster dinosaurs of Pokemon Unite, and now it is the highest level Pokemon in the game.
Not only does PogChamps have the level advantage and the point advantage here, look at their positioning on the map around this important objective in the middle. 5i does not have a good entry point to run in uncontested to fight for this powerful objective at the end. If Zapdos is last hit by your team, all of the opposing goals are made defenseless, allowing you to deposit your Aeos energy instantaneously.
This, Jeff, it looks like the start of a flip right here. Fluffy Tail being put on Zapdos, but they're actually turning around and they're fighting. They wipe the entire team. They wipe every member of PogChamp. A massive, massive swing here for 5i. They KO the whole team. They take Zapdos, and now they are going to run and score. What an unbelievable fight.
Yeah, that engagement that we saw there, that is the Blastoise differential between these two teams. That Hydro Typhoon from this Blastoise not only knocked up almost every member of PogChamps, but it also dealt an incredible amount of damage. The scoreboard now almost 200 points in favor of 5i after securing this objective and then depositing Aeos energy in overtime, where all dunks are worth double points.
You know, this match is very close, and we saw what could be a huge mistake here. Hoopa was not able to score before Machamp in the bottom path right here. That would have provided an additional 80 points to 5i right now. If PogChamp can come back right here and score, they actually could even this thing up. We have one member of 5i down. They're continuing to fight. We've got the Hoopa, the Unite moves coming out, that level 15 Venusaur. They need to put some points in the goal right here. I don't know if they can do it. It looks like they're getting pushed back. Once again, 5i just KOing every member of PogChamp. Wow, what a defense.
Yeah, it's so difficult to apply pressure in these endgame situations if you are not over-leveled on the opposing team and have Unite moves because of the healing and the shields that these bases provide. That is why it is so critically important to have a good engagement at that Zapdos, where PogChamp lost every member of their team while just one of 5i went down.
Wow, what an incredible finish there from 5i. Just amazing. PogChamp trying to fight back, almost getting the points in. We had what looked like could have been a very catastrophic mistake for 5i with that score, but they were able to defend very well, and they win our first game here. That Blastoise for 5i keep the MVP today.
Yeah, really fantastic engagement. Not only the MVP based on number of knockouts and scoring, but absolutely the reason that 5i was able to win that ever-important engagement at the Zapdos pit. Pokemon Unite is a game that is about building up for that ultimate team battle at the end, and 5i won it very decisively in this game.
And take a look at the scoreboard here, Jeff. I mean, the tail of this match, PogChamp ahead the whole time, ahead on level, ahead on score, ahead on objectives. but that final fight, boy, it did not go their way. I don't know if they were caught off guard, didn't expect so much damage to come so quickly. I know I sure didn't, but man, Five Eye really took it there in the end.
Yeah, I think the Blastoise Unite not only does damage, but it also stuns everyone that it hits to Roman, allowing you to pile up that damage, denying the opponents the chance to use their powerful Unite moves. And we take a look at Five Eye here, top 24 in the February finals, top 6 in the March, and they are in the top 4 today and looking to improve on that record.
Yeah, I mean, and look at this. They just keep getting better. Top 24, top 6. Now they are in the top 4. Let's take a look at some highlights from this match. Huge fight here at the bottom path. This is about the midway point here. And this is Five Eye just getting pushed back in this moment, back all the way to their goal zone. So Yoshi could secure that Dreadnought all by their lonesome.
Yeah, and one of the things that's noteworthy is when those outside goal points were broken by PogChamps, it gave Five Eye that very valuable extra experience. And here's that huge Unite move, catching every member of PogChamp and immediately wiping several of them off the board.
Wow, and you know what it was? It was that 1-2 punch. It was that huge Machamp and then Blastoise. I did not get to see that Machamp in real time, but it caught, I believe, 3 members of PogChamp, and then Blastoise's massive Unite move there, one of the strongest in the game, KOing multiple members of PogChamp.
And that's exactly what Five Eye built their team to do. They were behind early because a character like Machamp has less early game power than something like Lucario, but Machamp's Unite move and late game team engagements are just so much stronger than anything Lucario is capable of putting up.
Taking a look at our MVP. Keep running here for Five Eye. They love to play Cinderace right there. We can see that Muscle Band Scope Lens Buddy Barrier. What a beautiful build. And they would like to bring out Charizard into this tournament as well. But of course, even though a lot of these players have their favorite Pokemon or maybe one that they play most of the time, they are going to pull out what they think is best to deal with the enemy in each match.
Yeah, the central area role is one that you see probably some of the most flexibility in our current balanced patch. And I think a tankier character like Blastoise that Keep Running was playing in this game here is an excellent pick into something like Venusaur that PogChamps have been playing throughout a lot of this tournament.
Now, Jeff, this is one of my favorite moments of Pokemon Unite, not just because I get to talk to you. I love talking to you, but one of my favorite moments is seeing how a team reacts to a loss, especially a top team like PogChamp. Are they going to go back to that 3 support, really heavy protect the president, make sure that Venusaur cannot get KO'd like that? How do they change up their strategy here because they were wiped off the map in that final fight?
Yeah, I think PogChamp is probably one of the more difficult teams in the competitive scene right now to fully predict what they're doing. They showed us yesterday during day 1 of the tournament that their range in terms of what they could flex into to respond to the opponent is pretty wide here. So I think your call out there, we could see that triple support in the bottom. I think we could also see just a more traditional 1-1-3 with a single support and a defender and attacker in that bottom path to kind of diversify the number of characters that they have high damage across.
Absolutely, Jeff. Let's take a look at some highlights from Five Eye from day 1 here. Obviously, this is day 2 of the Aeos Cup where we crown our champion, but here is Five Eye in day 1 right here. And one of the standouts, of course, is Dravix, that Machamp player, just incredibly potent.
Yeah, Machamp's Unite move, along with Blastoise, some of the most powerful in the game when it comes to taking big engagements inside of these team fights here.
Yeah, and taking a look here, we can see that they even lost that Zapdos, but were able to clean up that fight. And this is what Five Eye has been doing throughout a lot of this tournament right here. Even if they lose some of these objectives, they are ready to fight and win. Look at this big Unite move from Blastoise and that beautiful Hollowware too. Probably some of the best looking Hollowware in Pokemon Unite is this recent Blastoise Battle Pass Holloware.
Yeah, definitely a fan favorite and a personal favorite of mine. I love that Five Eye's compositions really lean into these powerful late game engagements. We see at the character select screen, looks like Slowbro has been locked in again. Maybe a comp run back from PogChamps here.
Well, one thing that is for sure, Jeff, is they played amazing throughout almost the entire match. Maybe they just felt like they were caught on their back foot. They didn't expect the fight at that point because they really were dominating most of this game. So I think PogChamp might be feeling like, hey, we actually can win this thing. We just got tricked there in the end.
Yeah, and like you called out in that replay, not only did they get caught out by that Blastoise Unite in the end game, but they also got caught by that Machamp Unite, dealing a ton of damage to 3 of their members as well. So I agree with you. PogChamp was incredibly dominating through the early and mid game there, and if they can clean up that positioning in the late game to allow themselves to not get caught out by those powerful Unite moves, they have a really good chance of taking this down.
And something that we didn't get to talk too much about, I thought might be our big MVP conversation, is that Lucario there from PogChamp doing almost 100,000 damage in a match that they didn't win and didn't really get to fight at Zapdos. And for those of you who don't know, that is a massive amount of damage coming out from one Pokemon. They dominated anywhere they were put throughout this match. So, of course, I'm not surprised that we see Lucario back at it in that top path.
Yeah, one thing that I'm gonna take note of when we start the second match. In the first game here, the Lucario from PogChamp actually did not contest some of those starting wild Pokemon from the Machamp, instead choosing to just do its own. And I'll be interested to see if that plays out the same way in the top path here, or if they want to be fighting each other a little bit more here.
Yeah, and heading down to our bottom path here for that first big fight. It looks like PogChamp may be a little late for it here. Oh, they actually sent Blissey to the other side. It looks like it's stealing one of the Audinos from 5i while they weren't looking, and it did get it. It ran to the other side there. Craxies, what a little sneaky chancey.
Yeah, and so there are 5 of these Audinos that spawn in this bottom path, and being the team that can secure 3 of them gives you a little bit of an edge early in this path. So sending that Chansey over, now evolved into Blissey, as it secures a second last hit, is a good way to get them ahead. As we see here, 5i only going to get 1 of those 5 Audinos here, going to end up behind here to start.
And one of the biggest reasons that it's tough being behind here is when you're a lower level, you don't have some of your upgraded moves yet. They already have a Slowbro on the side of PogChamp. This is going to be interesting to see. And here we have our fight breaking out. Machoke jumping in there, not able to get the KO on Lucario, but so very close.
Yeah, we see here in this bottom path engagement, we now finally have some level 4s for 5i, while every one of these bottom path characters for PogChamp is level 4, with the Blissey almost being level 5 already.
And there we can see, where did Blissey go? Right through that hyperspace hole from Hoopa to fully heal all of its HP and then pop back into battle. Hoopa, one of the only Pokemon that I believe we've seen on every single team in this tournament.
Pokemon Unite is definitely Hoopa's world, and the rest of us are just jumping through his rings to live in it right now. One thing that is noteworthy, though, is that PogChamp's Hoopa is not playing that hyperspace hole teleportation move back to base deal. It is choosing instead to leverage the trick attack to be able to power up a teammate inside of engagements.
Wow, just watching this Lucario dance gracefully around this Machoke through these A-pumps, truly one of the best Lucario players out there. Soreu is just absolutely incredible here from PogChamp.
Now we see that Lucario getting ready to use that extreme speed on this next Bees engagement here, perhaps getting caught out. Venusaur coming up here to support their teammate eloquently.
Now, we've got 30 seconds here until 2 objectives spawn. Rotom in the top path, Dreadnought here in the bottom. And, of course, Dreadnought is the one you want, especially early. It's the one that I want, Jeff. It's going to give you the most experience possible, and it's really going to help your team unlock those Unite moves and level 3 evolutions if you're still waiting for them.
Interesting path prioritization from the 2 teams here. You'll note that PogChamps left just Lucario in the top pass to contest those second set of Vespiquen Bees, while they sent their Venusaur through a 3rd rotation in their central path, trying to get to that level 9 before this Dreadnought fight, because that is when Venusaur unlocks their Unite move to swing the tide of this battle.
Speaking of, we do have a Venusaur here. Machoke just trying to get away from this very, very mean Lucario as it chases it down with Slowbro. Did we see a Unite move? Not yet, I don't believe it. Here it comes. The Unite move from Venusaur. Venusaur running in, securing that Dreadnought. Oh no, they're going to chase them down now with this Petal Dance and this increased speed. This is very bad for 5i as PogChamp dominates this Dreadnought fight.
Not only does your Unite move give you this big burst effect depending on what character that you're playing, but it also gives your character stat increases for the seconds that follow. Increased attack, increased defense, increased movement speed, which gives you a better chance to secure those objectives because all of your hits are just coming in that much harder. As we see PogChamp rotating up here fully into the top path, it looks like, to try and work towards this Rotom objective next.
The fun fact about PogChamp, they have been playing Unite together for 4 months. And as you know, Jeff, Unite is a pretty new game, has not even been out for a year yet. So PogChamp obviously working really well with their team that they've been playing with for a very long time. And here comes some huge Unite moves from the Blissey, pushing them down. This is just, second burst, same as the first. PogChamp having an amazing game too right now.
Yep, if you're PogChamp, you're trying to get yourself set up for, okay, the early game and the mid game are going just like we drew it up, just like game one. They just need to focus on cleaning up that positioning inside of that Zapdos pit at the end of the game so they can take their lead and turn it into a win.
And here comes that Rotom. This is one of those nice moments of breaking that top goal zone. Yes, they give some experience, but it also means that they have to deal with this Rotom walking all the way back towards their second goal here. Yoshi just fighting the mirror, but maybe being caught out. And this is a lot of experience that could go on the side of 5i right now. They take down the highest level Pokemon in the game. A huge pickup for 5i.
Yeah, Pokemon Unite has a mechanic called catch-up experience, where when you knock out someone that is a higher level than you, it gives you an increased amount of experience, kind of closing that gap between you and them. Pokemon Unite has a ton of mechanics where you're basically never down and out of the game, gives the opposing team plenty of chances to make small mistakes, like perhaps we saw from Yoshi there.
And here we go. Hoopa's bringing their teams in. I wanted to make a catch-up experience joke if I could put it on my hot dog, but there's no time because we've got a huge fight breaking out here for this Dreadnought. Blissey coming in with the Unite there on Blastoise, keeping him alive and bowling through PogChamp. And actually, this looks like a great fight right now for 5i. Can they get this secure? I think it might have been stolen by the Machamp right there. Who secured it? Lucario! Sareu from PogChamp. Oh my gosh, with the amazing secure.
Yeah, that Lucario Unite move taking a little bit of wind-up but dealing an incredible amount of damage. Excellent thing to ship right on through an objective like that to try and ensure that your team grabs the last hit, with the third objective of the game going over to PogChamps yet again.
What an incredible fight. I can finally breathe for a moment here, Jeff. Jeff, catch-up experience, is that something I can put on my hot dog?
I'm more of a mustard man myself. I don't like my team to give the opponents a chance to get back in a game if I can avoid it.
Whoa, Jeff the Pro rolling with the punches, and here we go. Rotom coming up here in this top path, and it looks like no one's around but PogChamp. They are going to push this one towards 5i as well. We got about a minute 15 here before that big fight again at Zapdos, and obviously PogChamp does not want this match to go the way the last one did.
Something that's noteworthy about the Rotom objective here, 5i kind of acknowledging that this Rotom doesn't generate much value for their team because that outside point is still present for PogChamp. It wouldn't really create the same map pressure for 5i that it does for PogChamp. So they just do other things elsewhere on the map, clear all the wild Pokemon, and then when PogChamp sends this objective marching towards 5i's goal zone, they just clear it off, no problem, as we head on into the final 40 seconds before that Zapdos spawns in the central area.
And you can see everyone on both teams are playing a little bit of Pac-Man right now. If you look at the top left of your screen here, you can see that mini map. Any little yellow dot that you see, that is a wild Pokemon. It's a Corphish, it's an Apom, it's an Audino, and they want to eat those and get as experience fed as possible. The higher the level, the better. Just like in the mainline Pokemon games, the more you're out-leveling your opponent, the better your fights will go.
Speaking of out-leveling, one thing that is a little bit different here between this game and the first one is that 5i actually has a closer in levels to PogChamp, and 5i was able to successfully win that last engagement. I'm interested to see how PogChamp wants to position here to see if they can avoid getting caught out by the Blastoise and Machamp like we saw in game one.
Oh boy, here we go. We've got the Hoopa Unite move bringing Pokemon into this fight. The Blissey does go down for 5i right here. A double KO right now. Lucario picking that up. And here we have all the damage coming out. Can 5i recreate what happened last match? They've got the Unites coming in, but it doesn't look like they're able to do it. They're getting pushed out of this Zapdos pit. Blastoise trying to stay around, so hopefully it can secure if PogChamp is going for it. But PogChamp is playing for their tournament life right now. They need to win this match to stay in this tournament. Our March Finals winners have to put this one away or they are going home right now. Just a few moments left. Is that Zapdos close to going down, or are they going to continue cleaning up? 5i right here. Multiple members heading back through that hyperspace hole, and here they come, ready to fight. Zapdos at about 50% of its health, Jeff. This is getting wild.
Yeah, only 1 minute left in the match here as well, and the Zapdos still has not been knocked out. PogChamp's going to have to make the decision, and it looks like we're having a kind of flip situation here as total disaster strikes, and 5i secures the last hit on that Zapdos and runs towards those defenseless Go-Zones to start depositing their Aeos energy.
Oh no, and it's a mad dash right now. We have members of PogChamp running to score, members of 5i running to score. Everyone needs to score in these goals right now because it is double time. 100 points in that main goal, 210 to 494. Lucario going down for PogChamp, and right now PogChamp is seeing their tournament future slip through their fingers in this moment. They need to score some goals, but everyone is getting KO'd. 5i is going to shut this one down. Wow, taking out our March Finals champion in an amazing 2-0 finish, Jeff.
Yeah, what a fantastic engagement from 5i around that Zapdos pit. Really fantastic recovery when they lost the initial fight, but then held off the opposing team from ripping that objective long enough that they were able to get in and kind of win the refight and eventually the flip on the objective.
I mean, look at the story. This is the same as before. All the objectives secured by PogChamp. The levels were slightly even tilted in their favor. A little less than our first match, I'll say. But man, that final fight, 5i just had it under control, and we see Dravix from 5i, that Machamp, is going to be our MVP here.
Yeah, I feel like if you're on the PogChamp side of this game, you have to kind of ask yourself, when 3 of 5i's were knocked out, was it correct to chase that Blastoise and that Blissey around the central area, allowing them to buy time for the rest of their team to respawn and make it back into the pit?
Well, take a look at this. Their Venusaur here, Jeff. 84,000 damage. A little less from Lucario there, but PogChamp was incredibly brutal throughout that entire match. They just couldn't put it away in the end. 5i had their number, and look at this here. After that fight, also, not a single goal scored by PogChamp when they needed to run and counter score.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to get those end goals in if you don't win that end game fight super decisively and don't get the Zapdos. Remember, the more Aeos energy your character has on hand at any given point, the longer it takes to dunk it into those goals.
Wow, look at that here. Zapdos, and then boom, up to 508 points for 5i. Incredible here. We're going to take a look at our team profile right now for 5i. Your winners here, and the team that is continuing on through this losers bracket to go up against Apprentice Unleashed, the team that actually sent them down here, Jeff. We've got Keep Running, Brian, Dr. Ampa, Inferno, and then, of course, our MVP, Dravix, getting a little high five on their profile picture. That might be one of the best Unite profile pictures I have seen.
All right, we head on in here to some of the highlights from this match here. This first engage at some of the Bs up top, where PogChamp was able to push their advantage and get this Rotom, building up this map pressure. They had such good early and mid games in these matches.
Yeah, PogChamp just doing incredible here. Now, 5i actually got to fight back a little bit more in this match than they did in the first game. Obviously, their first game was an amazing late game fight, but we had some great battles with 5i here around this second Dreadnought.
Yep, but it ultimately ended up swinging in the favor of 5i, even if they didn't secure the actual objective. Lucario's Unite move grabbing the last hit there, but 5i coming out with the better half of this team fight engagement overall. And this is really the moment that stands out in my mind. PogChamp gets ahead in this early engagement, picking up a knockout on the Hoopa, picking up a knockout on the Blissey shortly after, and then they respawned, wasting time, giving 5i a chance to get in here and get this last hit.
Yeah, we did have Blissey run out of that fight for a moment, and right once that happened, 5i said, it is time to flip this bird, and there is our MVP. Dravix not running Lucario. Many top path players play Lucario, but we see why Dravix plays Machamp. I mean, just an absolutely brutal player.
Yeah, fantastic end game engagements from Five Eye there. They definitely understood their macro play in that game, knowing where their characters needed to be at all times to get profitable engagements against a team that was over-leveled on them.
Now, Jeff, every circus needs a good ringleader. If I'm a member of the circus, I'd say I might be the bearded lady. How about you, Jeff?
Maybe a trapeze artist? I can be limber.
All right, well, let's bring our ringleader, Seltzer, back here. Seltzer, welcome back.
Thank you so much, guys. I know I had you jumping through hoops for the day so far, but there's still a lot to come. And so to help me sort through it, I want to bring in Zoinks and I want to bring in Zoob Snacks as quickly as possible because, gentlemen, we have some things to discuss from this matchup. We have a lot of people joining us from the front page, and Spraggles and Jeff did a fantastic job of breaking down this game for first-time viewers. But I want to continue that experience, and Zoinks, I want to hand it over to you with a quick question. We see Hoopa on every team in this competition,
Yes.
and the way teams play and incorporate Hoopa has been really different and very specific to what they want to execute. So what can you do comparing 5 Italians and PogChamp in this scenario?
Well, yeah, we saw two different directions for the Hoopa to go. One was a little bit of that team fight sustain. They wanted to keep their Pokemon up and running as long as possible, make sure that they could do as much damage as they could. Five Eye really, really strong at that, where the side of PogChamp opted into more mobility, using that hyperspace hole to send Pokemon wherever they needed to. So definitely a creative decision on either side for these teams to make. These team fights were amazing, and yes, the Hoopa choices impacted this game quite a bit.
Absolutely. Five Eye coming out in a big way here. And Doob Snacks, I know we had you up in the skybox watching everything that was going on. What stood out to you, especially considering the team compositions both teams brought? Machamp, Pikachu, some interesting choices.
Well, it's gotta be those final team fights, right? It looked like PogChamp was in commanding control. The game is 10 minutes long, not 8, right? So you can have the best 8 minutes of your life, but if you fall apart in the final 2, then the game can get taken away from you, and that's exactly what Five Eye saw. A little bit of cracks in the armor here, a little bit of cracks in the foundation. We're able to kick right through, and great sustain in that second fight. Jeff mentioned it a little bit. PogChamp took their eye off the ball. Five Eye bought just enough time. The Blastoise catching that hyperspace hole out of the gate before it got KO'd, was able to rip back in. Off the back of Dravix, of course, they take it down, and they find themselves moving one step closer, that $10,000.
Oh yeah, that's the synergy you get when you've got a roster that's played together for a while here. And as we take a look at the bracket, we can see just how much tournament experience and, you know, unity, team ability, team cohesion, I think is the word I'm looking for. But what else is pulling them ahead, Zoinks?
This is actually crazy. I wanted to notice it's one of the biggest upsets that we have had so far. Five Eye has taken out, not to mention, they also took out Five Guys at the start of this bracket. A very beloved team in EU, very, very strong team. They knocked them out, they knocked out Zephyr Red, and now they even knocked out the March winners of PogChamp. Five Eye is on an absolute tear in the Aeos Cup. I, for one, did not expect this at all. I guarantee everyone else didn't. This is a huge Cinderella story. They're going to have another tough matchup ahead of them, but honestly, it seems like the sky's the limit for Five Eye right now.
There's a lot left in this tournament, and I hope you all stick around and tune in for what it promises to be an incredible lower bracket final and an incredible final. We've got so many people joining us from the front page. Zoinks, I want to give you a chance to tell them about yourself, tell them about Pokemon Unite, tell them what they're watching.
Sure, my name is Zoinks, I'm a commentator for Pokemon Unite, and if you haven't seen this game before, it is a team battler that, of course, we get to use the beloved Pokemon that we all have grown up with. Fantastic game, has amazing moments like you just watched, and what you are watching right now is the best of the best players playing Pokemon Unite. We're at the top of the pyramid in EU right now. These teams have proved themselves over months of tournaments, and now they're playing for $10,000. We're about to see North America as well. So if you're tuning in for the first time, this is a brand new Pokemon game, and we're seeing the best of the best at it.
And Doob Snacks, you and Zoinks are two of the biggest personalities here and some of our best casters. What do you want this audience to know about yourself and Pokemon Unite?
It's an easy game to pick up, but has like a Mariana's Trench of depth. It just keeps going down and down. The compositions keep changing. Teams keep showing each other different looks. We've seen all sorts of different Pokemon pulled out in both the NA and the EU matchups we've seen. So don't be afraid to pick it up. Get started with whatever Pokemon is your favorite, and know that every pivot and every Pokemon is kind of on top right now. It's a great balance patch we got going on, and it's a great time to get in the game.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to our wonderful casters. We got Spraggles, we got Jeff Hoagland, we've got Doob Snacks, we've got Zoinks, we've got a lot to come here. And as Doob Snacks was saying, this is a brand new game, very easy to jump into, but extremely deep when you want to go pro. And you want to find out how deep for yourself? Well, we've got an invitation for you. Come on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite and sign up for the May Cup Open Qualifier. Just for signing up and competing, just for dipping your toe in the waters, we're going to get you 20 HoloWare tickets. But if you decide you like it, if you want to dedicate some time, if you can unite with 4 friends and fill out a roster, well, the world is your oyster, and maybe you too could be competing on a stage like this. We look forward to having you. We welcome you back right after this quick break. Hey, fellow Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Aeos Island. Hey, welcome back. If you're watching day 2 of the Aeos Cup, and if you are joining us from the front page of Twitch, well, welcome. This is our third very exciting match that we are about to head into. This is going to be Apprentice Unleashed versus 5i. That's 5 Italians that you just saw win that last game there if you joined us. And to take us through the action, I've got an incredible duo. So please let me reintroduce you to Dupe Snacks and Zoinks. Gentlemen, we have a fiery game coming up. I cannot believe we are this far into the bracket already, but Dupe Snacks, we saw a preview of what 5i is bringing to the table. Tell me a little bit about Apprentice Unleashed and what they're going to be showing to this big audience that we have here today.
Well, if I can spin you a yarn real quick, both of these teams have made their first top 4. Now, one of these teams is going to make their first finals appearance, and of course, in the biggest Pokemon Unite tournament we've had here in the Championship Series. So let's get that locked in. These teams are hungry. Apprentice Unleashed always been kind of that 5th place finisher, and 5i just ripping through this tournament almost out of left field. So 5i, we see what they can bring here. Apprentice Unleashed has unique compositions. They've done some minor changes on the way through, but I'm looking big time at Gek, Xanthi, and Chelvin, of course, and Klaus in that top half.
Oh, absolutely great call-outs there. And tell me a little bit more about our roster that we're looking at here, Zoinks, because I know we have some other players that we definitely want to keep an eye on.
Oh, absolutely. Apprentice Unleashed may have been the team that everyone was looking forward to hitting top 4, where 5i is the surprise of everybody that they have hit this top 4 placement. They have been looking amazing. Both Dravix and Keep on the 5i squad have looked really phenomenal today. A lot of pop-off moments, great potential. But of course, my eternal shout out on 5i is gonna go to Inferno on that Pikachu. The Electro Ball secured a Zapdos for their team in game 2 of the last one, and that's how they find themselves in this third place match in this losers final. So really excited to see what 5i can do. Can this run keep going? How far can they go?
Well, I know they're coming in hot to this match, and Apprentice can't wait to get started. So, gentlemen, I'm going to hand you the reins, and let's get this one going.
Oh, let's get it underway. Is there going to be any surprises? Dravix on Machamp, of course, a fan favorite, and ours a favorite in the booth, too. Dravix, just absolute nasty business in that top path zones.
No kidding. Keep and Chelvin have both been playing the Blastoise in the central area this entire tournament so far. The interesting thing about both of these players, as opposed to maybe a player like Gatlu on Random Gaming, they tend to play a more standard form of the central area, constantly clearing their buffs in that middle spot and making sure that they are leveling up quickly, not having to give it over to another player.
Absolutely. Focus bands on them as well, but I want to focus on Inferno with 2 sets of glasses covering the shading that Pikachu from the sunlight here in Remote Stadium, and that's going to allow them to really do a critical amount of damage there in the bottom path, help them secure some of those wild Pokemon.
Exactly. In Pokemon Unite, you have held items that you equip to your Pokemon to level up their stats and give you a few unique abilities to those items. The glasses that you were mentioning, Wise Glasses and Choice Specs, are both great items at leveling up your special attack damage, which is what Pikachu is going to be dealing when they use their moves or their boosted auto attack. So very much look forward to explosive damage coming out of Inferno's Pikachu. Those glasses going to be putting in a whole lot of work.
Yeah, we're going to have to look out for Apprentice Unleashed here, as they're going to be looking up to scale 2 big characters, and that's those Kanto starters there. That's the Blastoise and, of course, the Venusaur. Whereas you highlighted Inferno, they're going to want to stay in that bottom path and kind of crowd control down there, do some of that for their squad to keep that bottom path from sliding in the other direction. But here we go. The action is underway as we literally have mirror images of each other as Chelvin and company and the other Squirtle are working through their central areas.
Looking like on the side of 5i, we're back to this 2-1-2 strategy they like to employ, putting the Hoopa in the top half alongside Dravix's Machamp play. So gonna give them a little bit more mobility sustain, and Dravix is gonna be in a good position. They get the first goal of 9 Aeos energy.
Yeah, they're trying to get those stacks up quickly, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, and the support of Hoopa is going to help them out there. As Inferno and Dr. Ampa working behind here as there's 3 in their face. Gek getting really deep. That's the chance he putting the pressure on. Are they going to be able to close out a KO? No, that's the little eject button by the Pikachu there as they get some points in. That's a KO. But Chansey taking out the Apprentice Unleashed Chansey as well, as Xanthi's now getting the pressure on. Inferno's keeping the pressure on. You mentioned the Pikachu, and they're doing work down here. Level 4, and that Thunder's on unlocked if they wanted it. Maybe went Electro Ball.
I'm assuming they're going to the Electro Ball build, but you're right. Both move selections are fantastic. When a Pokemon gets to a certain level, they unlock their moves, and they always are going to have two options at each slot. Electro Ball picked there for the burst damage, and like Spriggles was saying last game, it is a sure hit ability. Whenever you click that button, you know that you're going to land a hit on the opposing Pokemon.
Oh, these two are chipping out. That middle Audino is contestable. However, 5i getting pushed back to their goal zone a little bit as Zervis and Gek not willing to start it off too early here. And they're still just looking to take the body and Dr. Ampa and, of course, Inferno.
Exactly. A little bit of a shout out to Zervis, the Hoopa player in Apprentice Unleashed. They love to light a candle when facing North America teams to get the server ping on their side as a pre-game ritual. Sometimes working and playing games on the internet, you need to do whatever you can do to get the internet on your side. But Zervis, this time, all EU, all the time, they are playing very, very well in this tournament. You notice the light bulb above their head. One of their held items is an experience share. They chose that item to make sure that, like you said, they are leveling up the Ivysaur as much as possible. When selecting it, they're getting bonus experience to the other Pokemon in their path, and Venusaur is going to be the main recipient for Apprentice Unleashed.
Great work in that top half by 5i. Presence of 3, able to push, and they're all coming down with the Hoopa. As the action kicks off, and the Ivysaur goes down, and 5i is going to be able to pressure back Apprentice. And they send them scrambling a little bit, saying, oh, we got the express lane down here by our buddy Hoopa, and we were able to get into the action quickly. Apprentice has one player go down, and now they're reeling back and hanging out because the Bees are here, and that's critical experience for both squads, as those are just vaporized in the middle.
Electro Ball doing a ton of work there. It does damage to the Pokemon it hits, but it also does damage to splash damage, if you will, to every Pokemon surrounding where it hits. So getting so much value on the Bees. Inferno almost with a full pocket of Aeos energy, 28 out of 30. They are doing so well. Dravix and Inferno both playing Pokemon that are great at doing lots of damage very quickly. And that doesn't give Apprentice Unleashed the chance to heal up their teammates. However, Apprentice Unleashed needs to play a little bit safer, but they have strong team fight as well.
Great presence here, but a 5i sandbagging until Keep could get that Blastoise, and they're in the middle. That's a good Unite move that they'll have at their disposal here. As Keep is pushing forward, they rip the Unite move right there. Left side team takes it. Apprentice gets it under the nose with the Blastoise, but now they're pressuring up the Rapid Spin, putting the chase on here. As Zervis is on the chopping block, they are taken out by the Machoke, who's just feeling it. Chaos Trinka 2 throwing hands like Ip Man, chopping through that Apprentice Unleashed squad as 5 guys sieging this bottom goal zone, despite losing the Dreadnought, and poor Gecko Kami trying to hold it down. Dravix going to bully a little bit as more points are just raining in, and they decide to leave that bottom goal zone intact.
Not very much celebration from Apprentice Unleashed about getting that Dreadnought, more like a sigh of relief that they at least got a benefit there. 5i clearing out the enemy side of Apprentice Unleashed, not to mention a ton of goals, Aeos energy deposited in that bottom tier goal zone. Fantastic work. Despite having the level 9 on Keep, they weren't able to secure a great amount of stuns coming out of Apprentice Unleashed to lock him in place.
Yeah, 5i putting the pressure on scaring Apprentice Unleashed off of that Rotom. There's a Unite move right back, and that's Chelvin going to try and seal it up. The Rotom is actually taken by 5i, though, as now the fight is breaking up, and that Rapid Spin is getting deep on the 5i side. And now Klaus and Chelvin just retreating a little bit, saying maybe we don't want too much more action in the top path, not with the presence that 5i has.
Chelvin with the wrinkliest of brains there. Whenever the Pokemon like Blastoise uses its Unite move, they gain the ability Unstoppable, making them immune to any hindrances or stuns. And Machamp wants to do just that. When as soon as they become unstoppable, the Machamp move is useless except for the little bit of damage it does initially. They move right past the Blastoise and they stay up there. Yes, Rotom did get secured by 5i. They are going to be celebrating that. However, Chelvin could have easily been KO'd there if they didn't make that incredibly intelligent decision to use their Unite move.
Dravix a big old Machamp level 11 as we have Dreadnought here in 10 seconds. We're going to see how 5i postures.
No kidding. 5i using that Koopa teleport to bring everybody back down. Keep running still in the central area, trying to level up as fast as they can. They are now at pace with Chelvin, both sitting at level 11. However, Chelvin utilized that Unite move very recently. They are not going to have it available to them.
Yeah, Apprentice Unleashed pushing out 5i a little bit. We've got the heals coming back through. The Hoopas there. They have level 9. Both of them do. They can both go Hoopa Unbound and get the team fight started. There you go. 5i says, I'm after it, so Apprentice Unleashed follows. And now the Rapid's been going up top near the Bees, but the fight's breaking out on the beach as the Dreadnought's getting shredded, and the left side team takes it again. Just absolute nasty business by the Lucario as they take it. The Blissey gets the KO on the Lucario back the other way as they're only one player down for Apprentice, but here comes Zanti, here comes Dr. Ampa, and that's another KO. The Pikachu falls. They're squishy, and they are taken out immediately as there goes the Blissey as well on the back of the Blastoise. These are hydro cannons, and you're a squishy marshmallow chucking eggs. What are you thinking, Chief? Going down as 5i is just forced to retreat and hold down this goal zone to the best of their ability. Gonna catch that hyperspace hole for the heals on the Machamp, and things are settling down.
So much to break down of that team fight, but I think the shining star there is Klaus, able to use the extreme speed move of Lucario, high mobility, and they're not able to be stopped, and they steal the Dreadnought right from underneath 5i's nose. They should have been able to KO that Pokemon. They had it all the rights to them. However, Klaus is able to take it away, and now the levels are very, very similar across the board, but Apprentice with a slight advantage. Gecko Kami on this Blissey, by the way, put a great stop to keep running right near the end of that team fight. Keep could have pushed their advantage, found a KO, but the Egg Bomb knockup was too much for them to deal with. They had to retreat.
Absolutely. Apprentice Unleashed taking the road and without too much contention here as Brian just going to sit on that goal zone hyperspace hole in case the company wants to come follow them. Dr. Ampa does, and they're going to try and hold it down here with Inferno taking the backline spot. Dravix just scoring 49 on the backside, getting those points up. We know Dravix is the one to get on the scoreboard quickly. Big Unite by the Pikachu, going to try and rip in some damage here and see if 5i can leverage battling from their own goal zone. They get a little experience boost, or excuse me, a little HP boost, a little shield boost by doing so there. And finally, it's all about just working through this road. I'm settling that out and taking a deep breath because 25 seconds until Zapdos.
In Pokemon Unite, you have access to your Unite move once you level up high enough. However, that Unite move, albeit very, very powerful, has a longer time to charge up than any of your other moves. That being said, Pikachu's is particularly quick, so they are able to utilize it late into the game. However, only 8 seconds until the final stretch starts, all the Aeos energy becomes double scoring, and Zapdos is entering into the field. Wow, fantastic work there by Brian to get reset just at the last possible second. They make it back home safe, and they are headed towards the Zapdos pit.
Just absolutely shoulder shaking them down there. The Hoopa able to get out without getting KO'd, and that would have been bad news bears here on the under 2 minute mark as Dr. Ampa's bubbling. Look at them chipping in. Apprentice Unleashed getting some good positional control over the center area. And here comes Brian, Hoopa Unbound, going to kick it off, and they're just throwing those fists. They're right in the face trying to stun them down as the pressure comes through. That's a Bliss Assistance on the Venusaur, and a big Unite move by the Blastoise. We're pushing through. Nobody's down yet. There's the first domino to fall. It's the Blissey. The Venusaur gets the KO. Hoopa sends one back into their counterpart. And now the Venusaur's down for Apprentice Unleashed. 2 down for 5i. The pressure is on. The Pikachu takes out the Lucario, and now we're moving back the other way. There's 2 players down for Apprentice Unleashed, and 5i is getting some good positional advantage. Dravix is going for the quick score downstairs. No, they peel back up to see where Chelvin is. Chelvin's taking a look. 5i keeps getting in the middle. Rapid spin, and there you go. The right side team takes it. 5i gets another Zapdos. Is that just the story of this squad here as Keep goes through? Inferno gonna dunk, and then they're just gonna get in those buckets, those double buckets here under 2 minutes. Straight hundo burger time. Defense for Apprentice Unleash is the word.
They have to defend as much as they can, down 206 to 505. There's only 45 seconds left in the game, and scoring is going to be very, very tough with only one member of 5i KO'd currently. The rush down does begin here. It's a monumental hill to climb, but Apprentice Unleashed is capable of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Klaus on the backside of nowhere. Unite move out of the Pikachu. They're going to try to hunt them down. Electro Ball seals the deal. And now they're back onto the bottom path. Maybe that was just a little distraction. Apprentice Unleashed all over this goal zone. They're going to be able to get a good amount of points in here. The Venusaur gets a hundo banger. And now it's 581 to 366. 10 seconds on the clock. And they need all of these points to go in. 5i just needs to hold just a bit longer. 5 seconds. Big Unite move in the middle. Use it if you got them. As they're trying to get points in. Plus 24 on the backside. 5i going to take game 1.
5i takes it in. That seems to be their iconic fashion. Electro Ball. It seems like there is a target for it directly on top of the Zapdos head. Inferno making sure they secure that in every situation. Things got a little bit dangerous there near the end of the team fight. I was looking across the team of 5i. So many of them very, very low on HP. You can reset to home base in Pokemon Unite. However, they knew that wasn't available to them because Apprentice was rushing right back towards the Zapdos Zapdos pit. If they reset, they wouldn't be back there in time. So great risk analysis by 5i. They stay in, they wait for a little bit more damage on the Zapdos. Inferno secures it, and they're able to take this game. They are up 1-0 in our losers bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking through the KOs. Dravix and Inferno, just a nasty duo there. That Electro Ball did some real work, and Dravix, those fists were flying, that is for sure. Apprentice Unleashed couldn't really find their footing. Despite having a good experience advantage for a good portion of the game, wasn't able to see that translate into key KOs at the right time.
Yeah, no kidding. Some really, really interesting stats that we're taking a look at here. The red bars are going to be the damage dealt. Inferno and Dravix taking the lion's share of the damage for sure. But on the side of Apprentice, you'd really want to see more out of Zontae's Venusaur. That Pokemon is built to be doing a ton of damage. However, so much burst on the side of 5i makes it difficult for Zontae to ever engage.
That is just very, very well said. We see how the score shake out. The score was actually pretty close. Of course, Zapdos, I think it was maybe 1 point different there when the Zapdos was hit. 5i gets another Zapdos in their back pocket. And of course, we're able to rein in the points when those goal zones were unlocked. Great look. Let's take a look at the 5i squad here if we can get their team pulled up.
5i, as you mentioned, their name originates because they are 5 Italians. We actually have 6 on the server. I believe Klaus is also Italian on Apprentice Unleashed, but this time we got 5 on this side. Keep running Brian, Drampa, Easy Inferno, and Dravix, all incredible players that have showcased so much talent.
Yeah, top 24, top 6, now top 4, trying to make it into top 2, and 5i is just on an absolute heater right now, and I think it shows in this coalescing of the Zapdos play that we're seeing as they've been able to seal the last 3 we've watched.
In any kind of competition, but especially in esports like we are with Pokemon Unite, those pressure situations sometimes can take advantage of these lesser experienced players. 5i not accustomed to that. When they are pressured, when their backs are up against the wall, they are making the right decisions every single time, and it's securing them the win. Take a look at this. The Dreadnought, Klaus was stealing them left and right, but still 5i was finding ways to push their advantage and keep this game so close. At almost 3 minutes, the scoreline was almost identical.
Yeah, and here we see that Zapdos. Of course, we know which directions this is going to go, as the Hoopas were in fact unbound, and Brian was the one to kick this thing off using their Unite move first, and that really kind of sent Apprentice Unleashed into the, oh, we got to do this now mode, as we see Keep picking up the Bliss assistance there, and they were able to work back through the middle after getting 2 KOs, which ended up being just enough space to get this Zapdos into their pocket.
No kidding. In that final team fight, just take a look at 5i's Inferno, the Pikachu player, and look at where their HP bar is at. They barely took any damage in that entire team fight, and you really understand how 5i's strategy works. Dravix is KO'd at some point in this, but they are what we like to call the front line. The Pokemon that is high defensive, high damage, that wants to run up in the front, and the Pikachu is what they need to protect, and they did an incredible job out of that. Keep running, one of the best players at doing so. Blastoise has great pushing potential and a great Unite move to lock everybody up in the sky when they use Hydro Typhoon.
Keep definitely working very, very well in tandem again with Dravix, but you can't undersell the support Pokemon that 5i has going with him. Those Bliss assistants has been finding the right player every single time, and we just saw it there. Keep giving them the sustain, getting a good knock up on their way to Keep as well, and that ended up being a good leveraging point for 5i to kind of take over that Zapdos fight.
Absolutely. 5i took over the fight. They found the last hit. They found the scores. Everything was looking really good for them. If I'm taking a look at the side of Apprentice Unleashed, I think what it really boils down to is early mid-game, that was going pretty solid for them. In that late-game team fight, what I would like to see from them is just a little bit better target prioritization. Inferno getting away with this last hit and taking almost no damage, especially by being in that really tight middle corridor towards Zapdos pit. They shouldn't be allowed to get away with that. If Apprentice Unleashed wants to put the pressure on 5i, they need to find that weaker HP target of Pikachu and rush them down, and really make 5i have to get creative with how they defend that Pokemon.
Yeah, on top of that, Apprentice Unleashed, we want to see, you mentioned them, the Venusaur, Zante. They need to pick it up. They need to get into the mix a little bit. They want them forward-facing and pushing forward for the squad, dealing big damage. So in tandem with Chelvin as the Blastoise, they can come through and do some work there. Unfortunately, maybe caught a little bit behind on levels, and we know that Venusaur needs to scale up to be able to make their difference felt at the end of the game.
And one thing more I want to shout out about Dravix, their Machamp play has been phenomenal all tournament. I would be shocked if we don't see it again. But in those late game team fights, right now, Apprentice Unleashed squad is completely built for late game team fights. Blastoise, Venusaur, like you mentioned, the Kanto starters are phenomenal once they hit those high levels. But Machamp has just been a thorn in that strategy side so far.
Yep, and they're going to have to find that, or figure out that puzzle, that particular puzzle, because Dravix is kind of running roughshod, especially over these last 2 matches, and especially the last 3 games that we've watched here. So everybody's locking in the same thing for 5-Eye, Dr. Trampa, a.k.a. sandbagging a little bit, making sure that we know, hey, I've got control of what you're seeing on the screen here, not giving us the green check mark just yet. On the other side, Apprentice Unleashed, they're not changing their recipe, not this time around. Using what brought them to the dance here, locking in everything as we've seen before.
And we were talking about the held items last pre-battle discussion that we had, Dupe Snacks, but this time I'd like to bring up the battle items. These are an additional item you get to equip your Pokemon with that are set to a cooldown just like your moves are. They give you more utilization in battle, and the one I want to point out is Gecko Kami's Blissey is playing the X speed, gives them that boost in speed, very straightforward, but on the other side, their Blissey is going to be running Fluffy Tail, trying to secure these wild Pokemon a little bit easier. Whenever you use that Fluffy Tail, it stuns the wild Pokemon and increases your team's damage to that Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good look. We actually saw some teams yesterday playing 2-3 Fluffy Tails on their team to really help secure those big-time objectives. But here we go. Keep on the left-hand side of your screen, Chelvin on the right. Both Squirtles going to try and make it to Wartortle and make their impact felt on whichever path they elect to go to.
Exactly, yeah. Sometimes the path that they decide to move into is dictated by where they start, either on grass side or beach side, but it seems like both of these Pokemon have elected to move towards the top. Again, Apprentice is actually changing up their strategy a little bit. Now a Hoopa and Zervis is joining Klaus in this top path.
Yeah, trying to bring some parity up there and not let Dravix get too far ahead. Of course, Dravix weaker than Lucario in the early game, but does scale stronger in the tail end of the game. That's what we often see out of these stage 2s. So not a bad adjustment by Apprentice.
Klaus obviously winning a lot of the contests in this top path. 23 Aeos Energy and well on their way to level 5. They're going to hit this first bees with no problem. Extreme speed, when utilized with these bees, it just pays dividends to whatever Pokemon has that unlocked. The other side, Machop, level 4, almost at level 5, but at 850, Vespiquen and the Combees show up.
Yeah, and it's a 3-on-3 now. Those bees are just dusted. I don't even think they populated on the map. I think the game just divided those bees' experience by 6 and sent them both ways. Here we go. Service and Klaus, that's all they wanted to do here as they're going down to get some of those middle wild Pokemon.
Exactly. Wild Pokemon, get that experience up as much as possible. Keep immediately after those bees has headed back into their central area. Chelvin sticking around for a little bit longer, wanting to see if they can find value, KOing an opponent Pokemon, which gives you a ton of experience, especially on this most recent balance patch.
Yeah, Zante already have an Ivysaur, excuse me, and that's a good place to be. Inferno trying to chip in and make their presence known here, falling from the skies with those lightning bolts by Inferno, chipping into Zante. They get caught on the web, the Electro web, and just enough to make them sent back. No, Zante keeps pushing forward. I'm about that action as they send in a Razor Leaf to try and get that cheeky secure. Unfortunately, they fall a bit short, but not a bad look by Apprentice Unleashed.
Great idea from Zante to attempt it, though. A Venusaur, a Pokemon we talked about it so much, scales into the late game, does very, very well near the end of the game when they've hit their levels. Early game, though, Pikachu is always going to have the advantage within the path. Venusaur, it's tough to out-secure a Pikachu, especially with moves like Electro Ball, Electro Web, and even Thunder if they elect into it. So Venusaur needs to make these risks to try to knock out Pokemon, gain experience, and try to catch up to the early game lead that Pikachu will often have.
Brian just trying to hold it down again, yet alone, and Klaus getting a good share of that experience, and so's the rest of Apprentice Unleashed, as Brian just was forced to chip in and just try and hold their own in the top path, because Dreadnought's right around the corner.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm really excited to see how this first Dreadnought actually kicks off. Now we're hitting it 7 minutes, a very important Pokemon, granting your team shields and experience if you knock it out. So obviously gonna be of impetus for both of these teams. What I am looking at right now is the central area players. Both of the War Turtles have hit level 8, not quite 9 yet. They won't have their Unite moves, but they may get it some point during this team fight.
Yeah, that's a rapid spin right in there. Klaus dives in too. Brian's low. They're darting across. Who's the first on the chopping block? Is it going to be Klaus? Dravix is on the chase. Sick Electro Ball in combination with the Machoke, and they get the KO there as Apprentice Unleashed is on the bottom side of the beach, and they're trying to get pushed down as there's another KO on the Machoke, finally by the War Turtle here. That Dreadnought gets fluffy tailed, and we're working through. Right side team takes it. That's a Blissey with the Egg Bomb, and we're pushing back forward. That's a rapid spin into the face as Apprentice Unleashed just yanks that turtle out of nowhere right under 5i, and even though Dravix got that big KO, it doesn't pay dividends here as Apprentice Unleashed is going to try and get some points in this bottom goal zone.
Blissey's Egg Bomb, such a fantastic securing ability. Support Pokemon and defenders have a little bit of an extra stat boost when knocking out wild Pokemon whenever they hit level 5s and 9. Gecko Kami hitting that slight boost actually out-secures Inferno's iconic wild Pokemon securing Electro Ball. So no small feat from Gecko Kami. Great work in doing so. Egg Bomb has been the flavor of the week. This meta's defining for the defender Pokemon in that role. Dravix, though, has now hit the level 9, but Champ's Unite move is a terrifying one. Does so much damage, so much controlling of space as well, and Dravix has been an expert with it all tournament.
I mean, that is a sick cross-chop dynamic punch duo there from Dravix, and that's going to be able to do a lot of work against Apprentice Unleashed if they're not paying attention. Kelvin and Klaus coming through. They're going to try and nab this Rotom. It's an objective that they want, but it doesn't one they actually need if they don't want to. They're taking the team fight here as Apprentice Unleashed is just trying to keep their legs under them and not get KO'd too bad. The Blastoise is pushing forward, and that's Keep, of course, as they're trying to see if they can get a KO somewhere. Dr. Ampa egg bombing in as Apprentice Unleashed is going to sort this Rotom out in short order.
The Rotom does get KO, but it was an important one. Drew 3 or 4 of the members of Apprentice Unleashed to deal with it. And because it's so important, you have to look at the HP remaining on the tier 1 goal zone in the top path. 26 Aeos energy need to be deposited to break it. Rotom only does 20, leaving it on 6, which allows you to be able to set up for a gigantic overdunk if you need to do so. So 5i threatening to score a lot of points if Apprentice Unleashed does not take care of that Rotom.
Very well said. Now, Apprentice Unleashed is just, look at how far Gecko Kami is playing to get some good vision on the other team. Zante, of course, and Zervis chipping into this Dreadnought, going to get it started, as there's 2 players for 5i, busy up top getting points in, and of course the Hoopas and their Rings Unbound can pull everybody through, and of course they do. That Dreadnought's dusted by the Blissey again with the Egg Bomb, of course, and that's a Unite move by the Blastoise. Pokebuki, sick animations there, Chief, as they're pushing back through. Rapid Spin, Chelvin coming up, and now we're just pushing through. 1 player down on each side. That's the Blissey, that's Lucario. Is there anyone else that's going to go down here in this bottom goal zone siege? The Blastoise is on the verge. They get picked up by the Blissey. They're going back the other way, and a hyperspace hole going to send them back, bring them back in with full HP. Are they going to keep that action going? They're back in the face of 5i, who just retreat.
The support Pokemon from Apprentice Unleashed have absolutely been the MVPs today. Also a little bit of a hunt here, but Zervis and Gecko Kami have been doing so much work for their teams, securing Dreadnoughts, getting their team out, and now Dravix just barely makes it away thanks to that hyperspace hole speed buff from Brian.
Yeah, just a good combo with that cross chop getting right into their goal zone. As they're just chipping back and forth on this B. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take it? Experience and Rotom is here. That's the next objective hitting the map.
No kidding. Apprentice Unleashed has got their feet underneath them now. It seems like 2 Dreadnoughts to none on their side. Experience going to be raining on their team. Only 1 goal zone broken in the entire game so far. So pretty low scoring game, 114 to 82. Neither team is going to have a huge advantage when Zapdos spawns in at 2 minutes, meaning that both teams are going to have to play for position.
Look at that big egg bomb. And the Unite move by the Pikachu comes through, and they get a KO for that effort. Here's the Blissey goes down. KO Shrika 2. The Hoopa went down as well, as they're going to get some big points into this goal zone here. And that is a great overcap by that squad. 5i and Inferno, the Pikachu doing work, but Apprentice Unleashed not letting them off the hook early. They get a good, 49 points. Let's go. And we know that goal zone was low as well. And look at the scoreboard, 211 to 151 going into the final throws of this game.
Dupesnacks, I was just saying that the point advantage was going to be really close. 5i completely flips that on their head with a fantastic team fight win on the back of Inferno's Unite move. So strong, and like we were mentioning before, charges extremely quickly. However, when it's only dealing damage to buddy barrier shields and things like that, not as powerful. Ooh, Shadow Ball not quite knocking out that wild Pokemon because of the evolution of its ability frames. Brian goes back to reclaim what was rightfully theirs with a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, just a little bit of posturing down here as everybody's waiting. Who's going to kick off the action? Geck and Klaus is trying to leash people along. Dravix and Key working up top. Are they going for some back cap, or is that just a distraction? Dravix going for it. And straight up going for it. And the Hoops Unbound here, and the Blissey in the bottom corner there. And there's 50 going back the other way by the Blastoise. And they're going to use these this Hoopa Unbound to pull everybody through if it's necessary here. And the action is not up yet. That was just a hyperspace hole. Nobody using their Unite moves quite yet. Well, there you go. Zervin says, you're wrong, Kirk. We about this action. And there you go. The dynamic punch in the Unite move with the Bliss Assistance. Going to chase down two. Brian's on the chopping block. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. And then we're back into Klaus as they're working on the Bliss. That was a Bliss Assistance back the other way. As Zanti gets KO'd, a KO streak of 2 for Dravix. Can they get the third? They do. They have a huge lead. Does 5i, and Dravix putting just an absolute nail into the proverbial coffin there with a big KO streak of 3 on Apprentice Unleashed.
Both Hoopas knocked out right now. Resetting is going to have to become a much bigger chore than it normally is. Have to reset all the way back to base if you want to regain that HP. Apprentice Unleashed spread across the map a ton. Zerva's forced down here. They cannot allow another 50 to go in from Dravix. Brian finally back is going to be able to give their team the HP resets that they need. No Hoops Unbound for either team, though. They already used it at the start of Zapdos.
There we go. We're working through, and the Rapid Spins are all over Zapdos. Zapdos just a shade over half HP. Where can Dravix go ahead and find their next KO? They're looking forward. The teams are sticking far apart from each other. They're actually just chipping in the middle. Zanti playing forward, just trying to catch somebody in the pedal dance here, and the Venusaur actually gets it off the back of the pedal dance. Are they going to be able to convert? They need to get somebody there. Is the Blissey up top? The Blissey's close. The Blissey needs to get in. Dravix trying to score on the backside. Is the difference going to be made? The Machamp is stopped. The Machamp is stopped. Plus 88, plus 100. I think Apprentice Unleashed might have just clutched this thing out with those last-minute heroics.
Kelvin Kelvin rolls back to base, is able to launch from the jump pad, stops Dravix, which must have been a millisecond away from scoring an entire 50. And if you're looking at the scoreline, 375 to 439, that absolutely would have done it. Apprentice Unleashed secures the Zapdos with only 10 seconds to spare. Zante, Gecko Kami, they're able to dunk their Hundo Burgers into the goal zone. The points are there. The game is there. They have tied up our losers finals 1-1. What a game, Doob Snacks!
What a game indeed. Dravix just getting snuffed out. They thought they had that plus 100 for the W. Chelvin with the reset just puts an end to that. Just an end to that in an instant. Look at those score lines. Holy smokes.
This game really started a bit slow, but it got going as soon as those Pokemon hit those final evolutions. Machamp, Venusaur, Blastoise, they're populated all over our map, and they get so strong when hitting those final evolutions. Team fights taken all over the place. Dreadnought secured by Apprentice Unleashed, which is really going to be my key for victory in this situation, unless I'm giving it to Chelvin for that amazing reset stop on Dravix score, which was the game-defining moment. But these Dreadnoughts being KO'd by the side of Apprentice Unleashed, Gek Okami's Egg Bomb Snipes really kept them in this game no matter what 5i was doing on the scoring side.
Let's take a look. Zervis, Chelvin, Zante, Gecko, Kami, and Klaus. We said we wanted to see something big here in Game 2 out of Zante, that Venusaur, and man, did they show out on that Zapdos, playing far forward, getting the pedal dance, putting the pressure and keeping 5i from being able to engage, and of course, by proxy, sealing the Zapdos for the squad as Gek and themselves are able to score some points. But here's that second Dreadnought working through here. Tons of Unite moves flying, and the Pikachu gets a couple quality KOs, as does the Venusaur as well.
Despite Keep's running second form, water-breathing Hydro Typhoon maneuver, unfortunately did not able to secure them the Zapdos. Shelvin with a really nice early one. Gecko Kami was securing that Dreadnought again and again. Rotom coming into play here a little bit more often than we see in most games. These big overdunks were a defining factor in the game, and what allowed 5i to have a decent lead headed into the Zapdos. That's what made it so tricky for Apprentice Unleashed, and when you saw Zervis had to go down to the bottom path early to try to block Dravix from scoring, and Shelvin had to do it late.
Oh god, and then just the final Zapdos fight. There's Zante playing far forward. Their Unite move actually took it. Their Unite move set that off. I didn't catch that in the instance, Zoinks, but that was just on the razorest of thin of margins and just enough time for them to get their points in as 88 and 100 make it happen. And Shelvin is your MVP.
Shelvin gets the MVP. Maybe it's because they stopped that last minute score. Maybe it's because of their amazing Hydro Typhoon placements. Whatever it may be, Shelvin has proved themselves to be one of the best central area players in all of Pokemon Unite, and definitely in the EU region. Playing a myriad of Pokemon. This time it's the Blastoise. I've seen their Cinderace. I've seen their Dragonite. I've seen their Talonflame. And I'm terrified of all three Dupe Snacks. I lose sleep over it.
I mean, they are good, and they showed out there in that second game where they needed some heroics. They turned up. Zante as well. Keck, of course, just those egg bombs were amazing. Just a great look by Apprentice Unleashed, keeping their finals dreams alive.
Magnifique, and even if you notice the egg bombs, in that last minute when Zapdos was KO'd, Drampa threw in an egg bomb of their own, knocking up a lot of players of Unleashed. However, the Venusaur, using the Unite move, getting a little bit of those unstoppable moments, was able to still get the KO. So close, great play by Drampa. Again, these micro decisions change the result of these games so often.
And it certainly did right there again. Yeah. We are just going to a game 3 in an absolute barn burner between two squads. They're trying to earn the respect that they believe they deserve, and if they haven't earned your respect yet, just wait, because someone's going to take down this game 3.
No kidding. This really starts the question up, though. 5i has been playing with so much momentum. They beat PogChamp 2-0. PogChamp, the March Finals winners, and they take them down. They've been having an amazing bracket run, but now they've dropped a game. Does this momentum halt for them here, and is Apprentice Unleashed able to, really press their advantage? Or is 5i capable of an amazing comeback, like they've shown in the game of Unite?
Apprentice Unleashed. They've been a good story here this weekend. Let's take a look at their day 1 highlights, because this team has really showed out this weekend.
No kidding. I can watch this game again and again, Duke. Apprentice Unleashed, PogChamp. This is the winners bracket semifinals that we're watching. Two incredibly strong teams, and this was part of Apprentice's road to victory.
Yeah, and it threw a very tough squad in PogChamp, a former finals winner here. Solari Yoshi, of course, the anchor of that squad, and they found the recipe for success in the face. And of course, it all comes around those Zapdos. Look at that scoreline, 208-206, and this is one of their big wins that they were able to seal up for themselves, and that's Zante again getting that KO streak, a player that we keep saying we want to see more and more out of because we know how critical they are to their success.
Zante, a very, very fantastic player, also capable of playing a lot of Pokemon. Last time I was casting them, they were an incredible force on Alolan Ninetales and the Pikachu as well, so they have it up in their repertoire for sure. Apprentice Unleashed has looked really, really good, even in the face of such adversity. Look at Siriu, how strong that player has been all tournament, and Gecko Kami steals yet another objective with an egg bomb.
I mean, that's going to be a thumping we're going to say over and over again, whether it's Dreadnoughts, whether it's Zapdos in that case. Gecko Kami is everywhere and just shows the importance of these support players. Maybe not the most flashy players, maybe not the most flashy characters, but when they are dialed in and online, holy smokes, you better look out because they are the difference makers.
Absolutely. Gecko Kami netting themselves 2 Dreadnoughts in this last game. Will 5i be able to take any more of that ever important beachside objective Pokemon? Dreadnought, like I was mentioning before, shields and experience. When it comes to the late game, if you have more Dreadnoughts collected than the opposing team, you definitely have the advantage. and Apprentice Unleashed knows this, really focuses in on that, and they're always sending Klaus in to take him. And look at this, a shake-up by Klaus in their Pokemon selection.
Oh, yeah, they're going Machamp, too. I'm tired of hearing a Dravix Machamp. What about Klaus's Machamp? And, of course, Zanti actually jumping onto Pikachu as well. Okay. That's another big change. They just had a highlight moment with their Venusaur, and they say, okay, that's all I was looking for here. I already hit my top 10. Let's go ahead and get the Pikachu in here, see if I can get one with that Pokemon.
Dude Snacks, we have talked about how these two teams have so much to prove. This is their first time in a top 4 of an official series. Right now, when I'm looking at Apprentice's draft, it seems like they have even more to prove. We are the best players in this server, and even on your signature Pokemon. We're going to take them, and we're going to win on them. At least that's what their idea and game plan is. 5i obviously is very warmed up on these characters. The switch to these Pokemon, it might seem like an ego switch on paper, but obviously Apprentice Unleashed is measured. They've been thinking about what they need to do. If they can outplay the enemy team of 5i, this really will be a statement game.
Just an added line or just an added layer of what's on the line here. Just everybody going to protect their pocket picks and see who's the best on what when here in Game 3 to see who punches their ticket to the Grand Finals.
Also, don't forget, in the Grand Finals, you're going to be going up against the force of random gaming. Maybe you need to start playing some other picks and getting practice for that matchup. Who knows? I doubt practice is on the mind of either of these teams, though. Tied up 1-1. This is for a lot. Championship points, money, and a chance at first place in our Aeos Cup. Everybody's pushing to the top. We got a 2-1-2 split from both teams, and Zervis gets the first KO of the match.
That's going to be something that they're looking for. Is Inferno going to go down? They put the chase. Zanti saying Pikachu on Pikachu. I've got that Christmas Hollowware, and there's a gift for you right in your face. Keep it packing, Inferno. Love that look. Zante early pressure, and that's something that they can't really afford to do when they're playing that Venusaur.
Merry Christmas, you filthy Pokemon. Zante finds another KO. Bottom path advantage, top path advantage. Apprentice Unleashed, very early game in this first minute. Definitely showing signs of fantastic life here. However, 5i, no slouches. They found ways to come back from these little increments, of course. We have both central area players at level 5. I keep talking about it because if either of them can get their Unite move within that Dreadnought fight, it can be an absolute game changer.
Klaus hitting him a choke before their opposition here. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic because they're going to try and keep that Machop from evolving, and that's something that obviously Dravix critically needs. Zervis and Klaus doing a good job bubbling 5i from getting those last hits.
I'm really interested to see the move selection on both these Machamps. So far, we have seen Dravix playing the Dynamic Punch Cross Chop. Very, very, very high mobility. Wanting to move as much as possible around the battlefield. Never want to be caught by the side of Apprentice Unleashed. Klaus, though, I'm not sure where they want to go. Lock someone down with submission, throw a ton of hands in close combat. They have move selections available to them, or will they match the side of Dravix?
Well, it starts with leveling up as Dravix finally hits Machoke here, and we're still split 2-1-2, so the action's a little slow as Dravix is actually kind of standing, just laying in the bushes, waiting for a pick here. As the action getting kicked off, Brian leading the charge with the Hoopa. That's a 2-on-1, and that's a good little catch as they're able to get in good damage on Apprentice Unleashed.
Brian with a huge stun there as well. That stun locking two of them in place. Could have been catastrophic for the other side. Double Electro Ball. I think a Blissey actually went home with that Autono knockout. Drappa gets it, but Zante wins in the end.
Zante really outscaling the opposing Pikachu level 6, using their Electro Balls to close the door and get some of that KO experience. And now they're getting a majority of these Bs as Inferno's trying to get their fair share, but they might be a little late to the party.
There's a concept called aggro in a lot of these Team Battler video games that means when the wild Pokemon or non-player controlled Pokemon move in your direction. So great work from Apprentice Unleashed taking the aggro on the wild Pokemon, bringing them to their side.
Oh, Apprentice Unleashed is absolutely ripping this thing. Where is 5i? Inferno tries to make a prayer play, but it's way too late, and they might get caught for that as the pusher's back into the 5i's face, and they're just babysitting their own goal zone. Is Apprentice Unleashed going to let them off the hook? They are, it seems, for now.
Apprentice Unleashed took the Dreadnought, great work, but the reason you don't see that bottom tier goal zone siege is because no Unite moves were unlocked yet. So they just finally hitting that 9 they did. If they had Unite moves, I really do think that'd be a different story. That objective would be rushed down, and they would utilize those Unite moves when they know that 5i would not have them available.
Look how fed. Zante is getting a KO on their counterpart Inferno here. Just absolute great work by the Thundermouse, and they're showing why they represent this game. They are already level 9.
Apprentice Unleashed really has found another gear that they've entered into in this game 3. Rotom even being pushed in, Klaus, Gek, and Shelvin all here to throw hands, and actually a 24 points deposited in this goal zone.
Oh, they're playing deep, and 5i forced to retreat down their own path as more points are raining in, and that goal zone is left at 6. 15 seconds. We'll see if the Blastoise can get a big overdunk here, as that's what they're waiting for. Just a dunk of 4. They're trying to shrink that thing down to the best, and that Rapid Spin might just go. No, they just walk in. Why Rapid Spin when I go walk in? Rapid Spin going the other way, and that's a Rapid Spin to get out. Great overcap by Apprentice Unleashed.
Again, great micro gameplay and heads-up knowledge by Shelvin. If they do Rapid Spin there, that move cooldown would probably last too long for them to be able to score with the Rotom leaving that base defenseless. So they get a gigantic overdunk of Aeos energy. 159 to 43 right now. Apprentice Unleashed tearing it up in terms of levels and with a huge point advantage. Not to mention, both goal zones are up right now. So this second Dreadnought fight, both teams will have a place to retreat to should they need to heal up and get some berries. The biggest difference, though, I'm looking at, Zervis has hit level 9. Hoopa has the Hoops Unbound Unite move. Looks like Brian will just tick over to 9 at the start of this team fight, though.
That's exactly what I was going to Ponite Swings, and you hit it right the nail on the head. Here we go. We're waiting for Dreadnoughts. The Shadow Balls are flying in. Dreadnoughts getting chipped in. Rapid Spin going to try and buy some space here, as that's the first Hoop Unbound. Are they going to match on the other side? No, they're portaling back to get some HP, but here's Brian. There we go. There we go. They're unshackled now, and the fists are flying left sides go. That's a Unite move by Chelvin that's going to clutch it out, and a Unite move back the other way by the other Blastoise, and they're pushing through, but it's Dravix getting the KO on the Pikachu, and they're going to see if they can leverage the Spore, but they're on the chase. Chelvin, they're going to be able to take them out. They're chipping in, finally close the door on them, and that's a big KO for Apprentice Unleashed, as they're pushing back the other way, and Brian's getting chased. They're going to get sucked through the hyperspace hole for that pull here. Klaus getting caught by the Pikachu. Here's Inferno's trying to close it down. Was that a Unite move by the Machamp to buy some space? It was. The Hoopa gets the KO on the Pikachu, and Apprentice Unleashed, where they looked they were on the ropes, absolutely roar back and get those KOs and close the door on this bottom path domination.
No kidding, and look at how fast this rotation is for Apprentice Unleashed. They are playing together so well. Zervis throws down the hyperspace hole, sends the entire team up to the top path, but they stay in the bottom path. Great decision. Now they can defend this goal zone from Brian and also bring their entire team back should things get a little too scary for just that Hoopa on defense.
Yeah, the hyperspace hole's coming out, and what I like to use that as is that's almost like a red signal to 5i, like a bunch of players might come roaring through here, and of course they are brought through. Unite move that Blastoise again, going to buy some space as Apprentice Unleashed is going to get some more points in this goal zone and close it out. What a look as 5i is just left to babysit this Rotom in the top half.
This game is getting out of hand. Apprentice Unleashed with a gigantic score lead, 232 to 70, and a huge point lead. 2 Pokemon on level 12, a third on 3 and 4 and 5 on level 11. The other side, we still have a level 9 Hoopa. They hit that last Dreadnought, and we're about to see another Dreadnought populate in 20 seconds. That 5i really needs to find a way to level up their carry Pokemon, and they need to do it really, really quick.
Worst thing Klaus can do is to give up some KOs to the other team here as they have the experience advantage. 5i keeps going to go back to base here. Brian and Dr. Amp are going to watch it from the up top as there's a Dreadnought that just spawned.
The Dreadnought spawned, neither team showing too much presence, but the hyperspace hole from Zervis is going to send down their squad to start taking a look at it. 5i not showing too much presence towards it, probably trying to posture and get set up for a Zapdos fight. Take a look at where Dravix is on your mini-map, actually in the central area, leveling up as much as they need to, not to mention getting the blue and red buff, going to make them quite strong in this final team fight. And where else has 5i shown their true strength, if not in the Zapdos team fight at 2 minutes? Right now, Apprentice Unleashed has all the positioning in the world. 5i, though, will probably Hoopa Unbound their entire team in for the fight.
Dravix just looking to see where they can make their impact felt. All of the pockets are full for 5i, which means if they can get this Zapdos, they do have enough points on their side of the board to convert on that.
Absolutely. 232 to 70, and we see keep running with a really long flank, trying to keep invisible on the mini-map of Apprentice. However, now the Hoopa Unbound has started. Here we go. Zapdos vote kicks off.
Yeah, Five Eyes in the mix here. That's a Unite move by the Machamp. Catch. Oh, everybody gets caught by the Blastoise there, popped up. Blissey closing out with the Egg Bomb. Everybody's getting KO. Zanti on the Blissey too. And holy smokes, the Five Eyes are falling like dominoes here as the Zapdos goes to Apprentice Unleash in what is absolute utter domination. Five Eye, get off of our lawn. Apprentice Unleash is going to punch their ticket here as they're going to rain in a bunch of points as Five Eye is just trying to respawn.
Apprentice Unleashed, Eternal Top 6 Cursed, broken. They are going to be headed to the grand final, 732 to 70. The scoreline can't be much different than it is right now. Apprentice Unleashed honestly took a play out of Five Eye's book with the Machamp Unite move, just teeing up Shelvin to launch a Hydro Typhoon for the century. They knock up everybody from Five Eye. There's a full 5 Pokemon KO'd, and Apprentice Unleashed with such a commanding lead, it would be impossible for Five Eye to come back right now. They find themselves in the grand finals. What a storyline for Unleashed.
What a storyline for both of these teams. Five Eye carving their path here and earning the respect of EU across the board, finally making it into this top 4, then a top 3 spot. Apprentice Unleashed, though, going to see them in the grand finals as the Unite moves are flying at a Five Eye, and that's just for the sake of flavor here, as though, of course, there's 5 seconds on the clock, and both teams are celebrating their tournament run so far. Apprentice Unleashed, still work to be done.
Obviously, yeah, amazing showing from both of these squads. Job not done for Apprentice Unleashed. However, Five Eye cannot hang their heads too low. Our 3rd place in the Aeos Cup, easily our hardest tournament in EU so far, also for the most points and cash, so what a time to come alive. Five Eye has proved themselves to be a threat to the EU region. Fantastic players. I'm going to be watching all of these in the May finals. They've already perma-qualified for that next tournament, placing themselves in the top 4.
Zanti getting that crown. 6 KOs, most points as well, critical Unite moves, and really snowballed the game early, and it shows here on this stat line that we're looking at.
What I am looking at right now is Zervis on a Hoopa with 5 KOs, out KOing Klaus, a very aggressive top path player. Zervis found value early, they found games late, and no matter what, the hyperspace holes were there to take the hyperspace highway. Apprentice Unleashed was always in the right spot at the right time, and a lot of that is credited to Zervis.
Yeah, that damage dealt spread out like peanut butter. Real thin layer across all the players. Look at even Gecko Kami, 28k. It's nipping at the heels of Zervis, who had those 5 KOs. And just this team was moving very well together. They were getting portaled across the map very well by Zervis. Great communication, working well in tandem and in trios when they were split like that. And it paid dividends here. And that Zapdos fight was an absolute clinic as they beat the brakes off of Five Eye in that final minute.
No kidding, looking at this graph, it does tell the story. Apprentice Unleashed found their lead early, and they definitely held it within the entire matchup. Apprentice Unleashed found so many early KOs. They succeeded in collecting every single Dreadnought and Rotom. All those objectives really helped them out in that final team fight since they had so much experience, so much strength, and Apprentice Unleashed win one of the most important games of their team's life, and they're headed into the grand finals next up.
Well, let's take a look at Apprentice Unleashed, the squad that isn't going to be in our grand finals. Zervis, Chelvin, Zanti, Gecko Kami, and Klaus. Some of them switching characters onto the pocket picks of the other team to try and do an extra level of assertive dominance here, and it paid dividends as Zanti just came alive on that Pikachu.
No kidding. Zante getting so many KOs. Also opting into the Electro Ball build. I need it to be mentioned, but it was so strong in this matchup. We don't see it that commonly anymore, but when we see it, it popped off. This squad has been working so hard for so long. I was mentioning top 6 curse. This squad finally has broken into a spot where we could be talking about them at the top of EU Unite. So good luck to them, but you said it best, Dupes Next. Job not done. The next person to be able to take them down is going to be Random Gaming, and they have to beat them in not one best of 5, but 2, since you can notice there, 1 Aeos Cup match loss. They are going to have to beat Random Gaming twice in 2 best of 5s.
Well, before they have to jump those hurdles, let's see how they got to the position they're in now. Let's take a look at this Game 3 action, which was just pure domination here, especially in this top path where they're able to get points in, and of course, that big 38-point overdunk.
Overdunks across the board were really fantastic. This Dreadnought in particular was amazing. The Hyperspace Fury. That's the move that Hoopa gets when they use their Unite move, become unbound, and it changes their moveset. The Hyperspace Fury is such a fantastic, stunning move. It locks everybody in place for so long. However, the unstoppable effect while using Hydro Typhoon from Shelvin, again, great big brain plays. They utilized it, secured the Dreadnought, secured a team fight.
That pretty much secured everything.
Yeah.
And there you go. There's the Machamp taking that Dreadnought here. Of course, Apprentice Unleashed got that. And just an absolute beast of a team fight down here. The Rapid Spin, of course, Zanti the Pikachu really coming alive. I said it before, but it looked great. The Machamp on Machamp crime that we just witnessed. And of course, those Hundo Burgers, straight ducats going in the final minute to really cement that big lead. And Zanti, the Pikachu, not the Cramorant, not the Blastoise, not the Venusaur, the Pikachu comes through as your MVP here in Game 3.
Oh, such a good choice. Shout out production for Zante being the MVP. Like we said, they've done so much early value at the start of this game, but really what happened, that Pikachu Unite move on these goal zone sieges was so strong. They did so much damage. It evenly spread out, definitely when we were looking at the stat lines, but Zante just proving that they don't need the Venusaur late scaling into the end game to win matches. They can do it with an early game expert of Pikachu.
Yeah, well, not when you take over the game that quickly, right? You don't have to play to the end if you take it over and you end the game at the very beginning. So, that being said, Zoinks and I are going to pile into our clown car here. We're going to see our way out of here, and let's bring in the ringleader again, Seltzer, to take us forward into this tournament.
Dude, snacks, Zoinks, this is anything but a clown fiesta. We are seeing an absolute clinic on these top tier teams and the way to play. I want to bring in Spriggles, I want to bring in Jeff Hoagland, and I want to ask you both, we saw two very consistent compositions from Apprentice and actually from 5 Italians through the entire time they played in our bracket, and the first two matches, Apprentice Unleashed played their own lane. But Jeff, something mysterious happened in that third game. Apprentice Unleashed changed the Pokemon they were coming to the battle with, and, well, I'll let you break it down for me.
The biggest flexes you can have in Pokemon Unite. They said, hey, your team composition looks really good, but we know that we can outplay you with your own comp, even though it's not what we have been practicing. And they took that composition and they played it fantastically, starting with an early advantage and pushing it all the way through to the end of the match and eventually a win.
Yeah, and Jeff, you talk about the early advantage they got them, but another way Apprentice really stood out was their late game fights and their team fights. So Spriggles, I know you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if anyone was going to be able to take 5i down with some of those late game fights that we had seen, but Apprentice was absolutely amazing. Game 1 and 2 felt close, and then Game 3, it felt like Apprentice stepped on the gas. They were ready for this. They are ready to head into the grand finals to go up against the team that sent them down to this losers bracket. But interestingly enough, the only team to even take a match off of Random Gaming has been Apprentice Unleashed. You couldn't ask for a better grand finals today.
Absolutely. I know I'm really excited to get into it, and we are going to after a short break where I catch up with you guys. But before we go, I want to remind everyone watching, if this is your first brush with competitive Pokemon Unite, or you've really been tuned in, now is your chance to join the fight. The May Cup Open Qualifier is now available at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. And if you sign up and compete even just a little, we're going to get you 20 HoloWare tickets. But that's because we know you're going to love it. We know you're going to come back, and we hope to see you at an Aeos Cup in the future. For now, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's the grand finals for the EU Aeos Cup. Stay tuned. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Today we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon Unite. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Aeos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score.
What a goal!
That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training! Welcome back. You're watching the Pokémon Championship Series Mid-Season Showdown. Only 2 teams remain, and only one can be named our champions. We are getting ever closer, and as this final matchup begins, I have to bring in Spraggles and Jeff Hoagland because we have a bit to talk about before we actually get into this matchup. Both teams working so hard to get here. Spraggles, you've been following them throughout the season and throughout their competitive careers. What do you think of these 2 teams, and how are you feeling about heading into the finals with them?
I mean, this is just such an incredibly exciting grand finals. Random Gaming, no stranger to a grand finals. They are the team to beat right here. They also came through that winner's bracket, so Unleashed is going to need to take a lot of games off them to win this whole thing. This is their home turf, but Unleashed has our Cinderella story right now. Can they really be the team who has not been in the top 4 and come back and win this tournament? It could be incredible.
Well, the games are all that stands between us and a champion. And Jeff, we have a little bit of a different format now as we head into the Aeos Cup Grand Finals. Can you break it down for us?
Yes, we are going to be having our team start off by playing a set of best of 5 matches as opposed to the best of 3s that we've seen for the rest of the bracket. But remember, Random Gaming's record is unblemished currently. They have not lost a round, meaning even if Apprentice is able to come up here and win the first best of 5, we will have a reset and they will have to win a second best of 5 in order to be crowned the champions here today and take home that $10,000 first place prize.
And let's take a closer look at those 2 teams that are about to go head-to-head. Jeff, we watched them play in these matches leading up to this. We've seen some really creative strategies out of the 2 of them. But when you compare Random Gaming and Apprentice, just as far as competitive experience, where does it fall for your victory?
As far as, you have to give the edge in this grand finals to Random Gaming. Not only do they have the pedigree of making the top fours and winning a tournament previously, but they have the reset on their side. They have matches to give going into this, and they have time to experiment and figure out without it really costing them anything should they need it.
Well, Spraggles, I've been turning to you to see what is to come since this new balance patch. I've been learning alongside of you all in this tournament, and now I'm wondering if you had one last wish in your back pocket, if there was one last prediction that you could ever possibly make for this competition, or maybe if there's, just some thoughts you'd like to share, I'd like to open the floor to you.
I had it in my back pocket. It was Cramorant, but I lost it. I don't know where it went. Jeff, it is in your pocket. Am I a magician? I would love to see Cramorant here. If any team is going to pull out some really interesting strategy, it's going to be Random Gaming. I think so aptly named because they have a huge roster of Pokemon to play with. I think we're going to start by seeing that Sylveon, but from there, I don't know what they could bring out in this tournament.
Well, there's only 10 people that are prepared to show us the answer to that, and those are our two teams, so I'm going to hand them over to you and take their fates on into the grand finals.
Here we go, and we are at the Pokemon selection screen right away. This is for everything, Jeff. First place, $10,000. Second place, $5,000. First place, almost double. I'm not good at mental math, but almost double second place.
You see here a Desu floating over a couple of different characters. Oh, I think this has got to be teasing you. There's no way we are going to see a Razor Claw Cramorant in the grand finals match 1, is there?
Why wouldn't we, Jeff? I mean, we only have one life to live. I think it's time to play that Cramorant, but no, I think that is directly to tease me. It's to hurt my feelings. Look at this here. We've got the Sylveon locking in right here. Two really exciting team compositions, and there we have Apprentice Unleashed. We've got that Pikachu out there, that Blastoise. Blastoise is for both teams, actually. What a popular Pokemon this tournament.
Yeah, that upgrade to the water spouts that we saw in Blastoise in combination with its rapid spin really making it a force to be reckoned with in terms of being a consistent source of damage that's also incredibly durable.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. We are almost underway. The first game of our grand finals for EU. If you are just joining us, these are the two best teams in EU right now going at it. I cannot wait to see what they do. Like we said before, Apprentice Unleashed has a long road ahead of them if they want to take this grand finals win, but it has been done before. By who? Random Gaming, their opponents. Here we go.
Random Gaming is the one we're going to want to keep an eye on here in this early game. They live up to their name, not only with their wide range of character selection, but also in terms of the macro positioning their teams tend to take. It looks like Gatlu doing the pushing into the bottom path here to start as a 1-1-3, while Adesu secures that first central area buff Pokemon and then heads into that top path early to support Lucario for Random Gaming.
Wow, yeah, interesting switch up here that you don't see on most teams. And Gatlu just getting that very safe Audino on their side. And here comes that Sylveon already taking down this Hoopa. This is what we were talking about before. It spends all match screaming in everyone's faces. It seems incredibly rude, but it's incredibly effective.
Yeah, this split from Random Gaming is really interesting and pretty unique in the competitive scene. They get the benefit of having 3 Pokemon in the bottom path, but also get to play 2 in the top path because of how quickly Sylveon comes to the top since it hits its first power spike at that level 4. That being said, caught off guard without support from Lucario there and going down 1 versus 3.
Yeah, now Lucario has to be a little careful here. We do have the Hoopa coming up here for Random Gaming. And down here in this bottom path, I'm not sure who ended up getting the best of it down there. But, ooh, it looks like actually, wow, so close. Oh my gosh, does that Blissey have any HP? Someone get the refs in here. I don't know if this is legal.
You see Blissey going to get some of that HP back as it deposits that Aeos energy into the goal zone here as these two move along to try and clear those Audinos in the bottom path. Looks like we might have had a slight invasion from Random Gaming there, a blue portal in the central area for Apprentice.
Wow, and just a lot of fighting early here, a lot of scoring also. Random Gaming loves to run up that score early.
You see here, Blissey trying to defend this goal zone, making sure Aeos energy can't be deposited as Adesu rotates to this bottom path on that Sylveon, looking to try and push an advantage 2-3. One of the things Random Gaming does very well, especially with these portals, kind of changing it up, who's applying pressure where, keeping the opposing team guessing exactly which engagements are going to be ahead of.
And looking here, we have 2 War Turtles here, but they're actually very different. One is level 7, meaning it has its Rapid Spin Water Spout combo. Gatlu still looking for that level 7 so that they can be as strong as possible for this Dreadnought fight coming up here in just about 20 seconds.
Speaking of engagements, right before Dreadnought here, we're going to have these bees spawning at 720, providing valuable experience for whichever team is able to secure them here, as Gatlu does hit that level 7, unlocking Rapid Spin for their Blastoise.
And we actually are seeing 2 different Lucarios here as well, correct, Jeff? I believe we have a power-up punch close combat Lucario, and we have an extreme speed Lucario. I haven't seen it on the side of Random Gaming yet, but that is what they've been playing. So 2 different choices for movesets here.
Yep, noteworthy that the difference between these attacks, the power-up punch there we see from Dreadnought allows you to get a bigger set of burst damage, which can allow you to take down squishier opponents, but more importantly, it can allow you to secure last hits on objectives, as we see here. Dreadnought grabbing the last hit on that Dreadnought, giving their entire team valuable additional experience in this early game.
I don't want to say we're psychic, Jeff, or psychic-type Pokemon, if you will, but we did call that power-up punch with the immediate secure there on that Dreadnought, and that is what Random Gaming is looking to do here. They get their Lucario close and in position, and in the blink of an eye, it can take down an objective with that big execute move.
We see really fantastic portaling from Hoopas on both sides. When you stand inside of that hyperspace hole that is your team's, and the timer ticks all the way down, you are transported back to your home base where you are fully healed, and then you can immediately teleport back out thanks to Hoopa's many rings.
And we see here this Sylveon, it's just being extremely aggressive. Anytime anyone is near, using that Hyper Voice, deal tons of damage here. And can we get the secure? Random Gaming once again taking this Rotom here. Not the most important objective, but they have 2 on the board and 0 for Apprentice right now.
At these objectives where both Blastoises have their Unite moves, you see this kind of almost game of chicken where you need to pull your Unite move at about the time you're going to last hit the objective with it. But at the same time, it's also important that you use your Unite move before the opposing Blastoise, because the first Blastoise is going to disrupt the second, like we saw there.
Absolutely. You look at it as a game of chicken. For me, it's a beautiful dance.
I know you enjoy watching dances because you frequently not invited me.
Well, not only not invited, but when I'm there, I'm too scared to get on the dance floor, Jeff. But here we go, 25 seconds now until the next Dreadnought. Big fight coming up here in the bottom path. As we've seen before, all these Pokemon leveling up, meaning we have a lot of Unite moves coming out. Pikachu desperately trying to get that Unite move right here, because Pikachu can Unite probably faster and more often than any Pokemon in the game once it gets to level 9.
Speaking of Unite moves, Hoopa for Random Gaming hitting that level 10, meaning it does have access to its Unite move. Apprentice just ticking over to level 9, so a little bit weaker than Random Gaming's Hoopa, but both Hoopas have access to that massive portal and scale up here as we see them start to pop off here around the Dreadnought.
Wow, and that moment was just pure craziness as we had Blastoise jump in there, the Blissey Unite on it, and it was able to get the secure there for Apprentice. So much damage coming out so quickly. It really was anyone's Dreadnought to get, and it went to the side of Apprentice there. Very nice by that Blastoise.
Yeah, definitely. Second objective there going to Apprentice, allowing them to kind of close that gap a little bit in the experience between the 2 teams. Both Blastoises now level 11 as we see an overload here on the bottom path. All 5 members of Apprentice looking to push in and potentially break this goal zone if possible, in addition to securing these knockouts.
You know, I was just about to say that I thought it was interesting that we hadn't seen a big team push their advantage on one of these Dreadnoughts, and here we go. Apprentice wins the fight, heals up a little bit, and comes back and knocks out multiple members of Random Gaming right here. Apprentice a little behind in the beginning, but now this match is almost all tied up. 129-148 score-wise, and the levels are very, very close.
Speaking of levels, you'll notice all of the teams fanning out across this map to clear all those yellow dots of wild Pokemon off for the valuable extra experience they provide. Once they clear a majority of them, they might turn their attention towards this Rotom objective, but ultimately not a particularly powerful objective in this early game state.
Big Unite move, trying to chase down a KO here, not able to get it, and that Electro Ball flying from off screen, almost taking down Blastoise. No one's securing this Rotom yet. Blastoise with almost no health back for this fight, and they do get this secure.
But again, watch this here. Yep, just letting the Rotom crash on in. It deposits 20 points worth of Aeos energy, only a minimal overcap of 7. The scoreboard is still almost exactly tied, and those Audinos start spawning for Apprentice, giving them extra valuable experience to be clearing to get their Pokemon stronger for this ultimate engagement that's going to be starting here in just about 30 seconds.
Now take a look here. Very little action right now at Dreadnought. The teams are kind of forming up for it, but you want to be careful around this last fight. You don't want to lose here. You don't want to throw a few KOs to the enemy team side because you've got that Zapdos up in 20 seconds. It feels like everyone's being a little cautious here and letting this go to the side of Random Gaming.
Yeah, this is one of those times where, just like you said, Spriggles, it can very easily turn into, oh gosh, we got knocked out at 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Suddenly, we're not going to be alive when the Zapdos spawns, and that's a complete disaster, putting your team behind in the most important fight. Speaking of disasters, Sylveon going down there without getting to pull the trigger on its Unite move thanks to a fast Unite from Pikachu.
I actually think if I was looking at that right, it had already United off screen and we hadn't seen it. I'm not sure, but it was moving pretty fast right there. This Zapdos is now just getting flipped. Insane amounts of damage coming out on it, but Random Gaming gets the secure. Oh my gosh, without Sylveon, they said, let's go, let's push on it, and they do. Everyone hitting the gas, running to a goal zone here. How many points can they put in? Apprentice is going to try to counter score up here in the top path, but 3 of their Pokemon are knocked out. They are way behind right now, Jeff.
Yeah, and if you look at the levels here on these teams, without any type of Score Shield Buddy Barrier shenanigans in this patch, Apprentice has to decisively win a team fight on one of Random's gaming bases, which is difficult to impossible if you're under-leveled, and they are. This is going to be an uphill challenge here, especially with Blastoise here and Gatlu buying time for Random Gaming.
Wow, I mean, they are way behind here. We still have a minute. There's still time. Gosh, Sylveon just putting out so much damage right here. But, you know, I think the strategy from Random Gaming is really sound. They're saying, hey, we've got a lot of games. We can win this thing even if we lose a few. Apprentice really doesn't have that luxury. So Random can flip objectives more. They can just throw damage on something and hope that their team gets it and really put Apprentice on the back foot in a lot of these big fights.
Yeah, and remember, we often refer to it as flipping an objective in a reference to a coin flip, but when you're playing like Random Gaming is playing, especially with that power-up punch from Lucario, it's not really a 50-50 engagement to start these objectives. If you look at the team composition from Apprentice here, they don't really have any characters that are capable of securing with a last hit outside of Blastoise's Unite move.
Wow, what a first game. Every member of Apprentice trying to counter score, going down right here. And you're right, it's not just a flip. It's a calculated flip. They might be flipping a coin, but the other side doesn't know when it's happening or where it's going. Big moves by Random Gaming, asserting their dominance here. That's game 1 of this best of 5 series to Random Gaming.
Yep, just 2 games away from being our champions here today and walking away with that $10,000 prize. So we see the MVP here going to GYZ with their Hoopa Gaming here, getting the 2nd highest knockouts on their team with that support character.
Hoopa is an interesting support character, Jeff, because they support the team by KOing everyone on the enemy team, becoming an absolute monster, bringing the entire team around, doing insane amounts of damage, shielding everyone. I mean, they're a support in that they're an all-out monster.
Looking at the damage metrics here, maybe fortunate to pick up some last hits for those knockouts. Only 35,000 damage from Hoopa overall. Pretty reasonable metrics across the board from both of these teams' damage, where you expect it in characters like Sylveon and Pikachu here.
Now, right here, obviously Apprentice Unleashed has to decide what they're going to do in this series. There are still many games to play, but you could see this was all tied up, and then boom, Zapdos happened. Random Gaming took that fight, put all the pressure on it that they could, secured it, and then outscored Apprentice.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're on the apprentice side, I think you have to kind of wonder, did you make the right call in that endgame engagement? They got that early knockout on the Sylveon so that perhaps they felt kind of confident they could walk into that central area and be ahead when it comes to getting the last hit on that Zapdos being 5-4. But again, I think the differential of having that power-up punch on Lucario for random gaming changes that equation a good bit.
Absolutely. Lucario with Power-Up Punch, it doesn't fight as well as Lucario with Extreme Speed, but boy, it secures. Taking a look at random gaming here, Geese, Redma, Gotlu, Adesu, and Akroma. Obviously, I mean, we saw some incredible plays throughout that. We've been talking a lot about Redma's Lucario there. I think partially because it's also the Lucario I like to play. Doesn't mean I'm right, but they are here in the Grand Finals, so what are you going to do?
Not just the grand finals today, but they've made the grand finals of every single EU tournament we've had as a part of the championship series here. They are no strangers to finding tournament success, and they are excellent at this game.
Absolutely. But the only team to even give them a single loss in this series, Apprentice Unleashed, their opponents. I wonder if they're going to switch something up here soon to attempt to beat Random Gaming in this next match. But let's take a look at some highlights here from this last game.
Lots of scoring and rotating around with these Hoopa portals. Fantastic Blastoise Hollow-Air animation back there.
And I actually didn't notice that we had a Phantom Ambush Hoopa there.
Yeah, Hoopa's kit, one that they've done a fantastic job in terms of balancing. Every Pokemon in Pokemon Unite has 4 attacks, 2 that it can take in each of its slots, and all 4 of Hoopa's attacks are ones that we've seen at different points out of various teams in this tournament this weekend.
And here we have this big fight in the top path. Gatlu trying to get a KO. It's following that Pikachu. Pikachu with the eject button gets away, but somehow Gatlu lives on a sliver and is able to score. And then after the Zapdos, of course, we have all the points going in. Apprentice just not able to score enough. Multiple members of Apprentice had already gone down. And then this final fight was cleaned up by Sylveon, once again screaming in everyone's face. How incredibly rude, Sylveon.
Yeah, Sylveon, he here, our MVP for Random Gaming. Geese here, primary Pokemon actually listed as Blastoise, but has picked up the Hoopa Torch for their team in this tournament. Just incredibly powerful Pokemon that is incredibly necessary in the competitive compositions today.
That's right, Jeff. If any Pokemon is the star of Unite right now, it's not you, Pikachu. I'm sorry. Hey, you, Hoopa. You are on every single top competitive team. And I think every team that we have seen in these big tournaments, Hoopa is one of the difference makers. And if you don't have it on your team, I think you're way behind right now.
Yeah, it just kind of fundamentally changed the way in which Pokemon Unite has been played. Not only with the hyperspace holes that allow you to warp between the top and bottom path and can heal your team at a moment's notice, but also it's Unite move, meaning that your team can be getting value at anywhere else on the board, and then with a snap of Hoopa's fingers, you can go ahead and pull everybody in to the objective where they need to be.
And here we are, Jeff. Once again, my favorite moment, the anticipation. I don't know what's going to happen because we're heading to the Pokemon selection screen. And at any moment, these teams can change up their strategy. Obviously, Random Gaming must be feeling pretty good right now. They know exactly how they want to play this. But what is Apprentice Unleashed going to do? Are they going to change something up to beat Random here in Game 2?
Yeah, we'll see. Honestly, though, Spraggles, if you were to say, Jeff, pick one team that you expect to make composition changes after winning a match, I think Random Gaming would be my pick for that. So I don't think composition changes are out of the question for both of these teams as we head on into the second game.
We actually have a pretty exciting Pikachu clip that we wanted to bring everyone here. So let's take a look at this. We have this moment here, and like I said, I think Sylveon had already united here.
It had, yeah, you caught it. It happened just before the 2-minute mark, which surprised me. Maybe it felt a little bit in danger, and then it was in a lot of danger once Pikachu had its Unite move pop off there. And you could always know that someone had just united because we saw this under both the Sylveon and then the Pikachu. That red pulsing underneath the character represents that increased not only movement speed, but also stat increases that you get, making you a more potent threat after you use that big attack.
Yeah, and that was a huge catch by Apprentice, and I think that's what, as you said before, made them so confident in that final fight, but they were not able to secure that Zapdos, so even though they had the Pokemon advantage going in there, they were not able to take it down. But that was a really interesting moment there. We didn't get to see what happened with Sylveon, but I think you're right. Sylveon can use its Unite move when it's very, very low on HP, and it can recover almost all of it through just one Hyper Voice, because its Unite move gives it this incredible amount of lifesteal on all of its attacks.
And honestly, that might be one of those things where the Sylveon getting caught out there kind of induced a mistake from Apprentice. That confidence of, hey, we can flip this objective even though there's a power-up punch Lucario was something that we're ultimately punished for. Let's take a look at the loadouts here as people are locking in their character selections.
It looks like everyone's feeling pretty good about how match 1 went. I'm thinking, you know, Apprentice is saying, hey, we could have actually won that thing. It was just a little bit of a Zapdos mistake at the end here. But then again, we've got some exciting Pokemon being hovered right now by Random Gaming. I can't wait to see what they lock in, but I would be surprised if they switch it up after a win.
Like I said, Spriggles, if anybody was going to switch up after a win, it's definitely Random Gaming, as we see a bunch. Nope. I think they're just teasing us.
Let's see. Here comes the Sylveon. Back to back. Let's do this. These two teams going at it once again, and they are ready to try to start to put this thing away for Random Gaming. If they win another game here, then that means Apprentice is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, not only is Random Gaming up a game in this match set, but they're up a match in general. They have an entire best of 5 to give where they can still win this tournament, but they'd rather make this quick and easy. I imagine 2 game wins away could seal up this match and crown ourselves our first EU champions, awarding them that $10,000 in cash prizes as well as championship points, potentially locking up their spot in the regional finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Random Gaming, as we've said, no stranger to a grand finals. They make it every single month. Clearly the most dominant team in EU. And here we go. Game 2 of this best of 5.
You see Lucario heading to the top path with Hoopa for the Apprentice side, while Random Gaming is again sending 3 to the bottom, one of which being that Blastoise, currently a Squirtle, looking to push this advantage of being 2 to 3, with Pikachu stealing the last hit on that Dino there, I believe.
You little Christmas thief! Oh no, and they're gonna punish him for it! There you go, some coal in your stocking. Pikachu, how dare you steal from us? And now we're gonna get a score here from Gotlu. They're all pushing in some points right here. Blissey doing the best that they can. They're slapping him away. Get out of here, this is my home, but it's not going to work. Another score here, and something I noticed from Gotlu earlier is they are stacking, Jeff, so they are getting increased special attack every time they are putting points in the goal.
Yep, those special attack stacking items every time any amount of Aeos energy deposited, you not only get the points and the bit of experience, but you also get scaled up for the remainder of the game up to 6 times. We see the bees spawn here, but just so much chaos in this bottom path, neither team has touched them yet.
Yeah, and that stacking on a Blastoise could be incredibly huge as well. Not only does it help its Unite move, it helps its shield, it helps its Rapid Spin. It does just about everything for Blastoise, so it's going to be really, really powerful coming up here.
Definitely not the early game that Random Gaming is looking to have. Gatlu on the Blastoise getting knocked out in the bottom path, and Desu being chased down in the central area from the top path.
And it looks like we've got Gotlu heading into that central area now, evolving into Wartortle, as we have Sylveon making their way to this top path, looking for a big scream, and now Shelvin on the other side trying to get that level 7 so that they can get their Rapid Spin.
Yeah, and again, this is the kind of trade-off that Random Gaming has from their rotations that they have at the start. Their Wartortle is going to be a touch behind to begin with, but their Sylveon is scaled up here.
I love seeing this Electro Ball. Pikachu, here we go. Can it secure the KO? Oh, it's so close, but Blissey safeguards its way out of it. Pikachu's still throwing the damage on it, but now that Blissey is on its goal zone, it is a lot harder to KO this high HP Pokemon.
We see 4 people from each team in the top path. Apprentice pushing their advantage here before sending some people back home before the bees spawn. immediately coming back full, not even contesting these beats from Random Gaming, instead choosing to get some value in the bottom path. There's just a lone Pikachu from Apprentice trying to hold down the fort.
This has been some really interesting plays by both of these teams, just some interesting rotation, everyone moving around in ways that you might not expect, and that happens from Random Gaming. This Sylveon almost getting caught out there, the Egg Bomb almost taking it down, and now we have a big fight at Dreadnought, and just tons of damage being thrown on it as it's secured by the Blissey from Apprentice.
Yeah, not only do you get that extra experience when the objective goes down like that, but your entire team gets some healing as well, allowing you to really push this advantage, should you want to, into the opposing goal zone as they intentionally, again, leave that goal zone up so all of these valuable Adinos can continue spawning to be cleared for additional experience on the team.
What a fast fight there too, Jeff. It was so quick, it was hard to see that Lucario got a 4 KO in there. Just incredible, and that's something you can do with that extreme speed. As we've said, Redmon might be a little better at securing, but Klaus here is going to be better at fighting.
Yep, these engagements where everyone is involved. Lucario's extreme speed. You notice that blue circle that appear underneath both Wild and Pokemon when we watch Klaus here. Those are resets. If Klaus extreme speeds across something with that blue circle underneath it, their skill does not go on cooldown.
Well, right now, Apprentice must be feeling really good. They got the Dreadnought, they got the Rotom, they're ahead on level. It feels like they're playing the exact kind of game they want to be playing right now, and they're not actually letting Random Gaming dictate how this is going to go as they take down this Blastoise, score in this top path. They can put a lot of points in here, and here is going to be a big overdunk after Lucario gets in all the points that he needs to.
35 over in the top path. Apprentice increasing their point lead up to 130 here as we head on into the mid game where that second Dreadnought objective is getting ready to spawn. Notable here that Random Gaming's Hoopa just ticked level 8 now, meaning it is very likely not going to be 9 for this objective, which means if Random Gaming wants a chance to contest it, they need to all walk down there the old-fashioned way.
And here they go. It looks like they are making their way to this fight. It appears that Apprentice has better positioning here, and I mean, that's part of being the stronger team. They can kind of bully you and push you around here. We've got this second Dreadnought coming up. This is really big right now. They're just pushing Random Gaming back. It's hard for Random Gaming to do too much, and there's no damage on this Dreadnought. Redmon looking to secure it, but it's just not going down fast enough yet. Dreadnought going down right here. Are they able to secure it with that Unite move from Lucario? They are! Random Gaming takes that Dreadnought, even though they were behind in that fight.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments. If you're on the Apprentice side, maybe you're perhaps thinking, we were ahead here. Perhaps we should have been pushing on the engagement as opposed to the objective there with the flip not going their way.
And now, I mean, the question is, what happens now that Random Gaming is able to take that? Because this is what Apprentice has to be worried about, obviously, here. They have to be worried about these big flip moments, especially that Zapdos.
As we head on in to the kind of mid-game portion of this match here, we see people working to clear all those yellow dots off the map and collect experience. Most of them are now gone as we have our left side team looking to secure this objective and create some map pressure at Desu, making a valiant attempt to push on in there, but ultimately coming up a bit short here.
This Rotom pushing down, yeah, it's going to give our left side team here, Apprentice, it's going to give them a lot of time to get any experience that they need right now. And it's just something that Random Gaming has to sit here and deal with as this Lucario coming in, looking to pick up a couple KOs. Can it get anything? No, it looks like it does get pushed out here.
We have 1 minute and 15 seconds until the absolute end of the match here as Random Gaming piles down on into this bottom path, perhaps looking to make a push here. All of the wild Pokemon are cleared off of their side of the map, something else to be doing. A last-minute Unite move from Random Gaming's Blastoise there, looking to push an advantage and maybe close up the gap and score between these two teams here.
Got a nice KO for its trouble with that, but like you said, it's a very late Unite move, so Random Gaming is going to need to go and generate some of that energy for its Unite. Big score right there also for Random Gaming. Right now, this match is getting a lot closer. That's not good for Apprentice because in about 30 seconds, Zapdos is spawning on the map and there's going to be a huge fight.
Yeah, the big point differential you want to be looking at as you head into the late game stages is you want to be up by over 100 to feel really confident in your lead. Remember, all the points in the last 2 minutes are doubled when you score them. So if you have less than a 100-point lead, a single 50-point back cap can put you from ahead to behind and suddenly change the dynamic of who needs to be doing what in the endgame engagement.
Got a quick fight here around Dreadnought. Just a few seconds left before it goes away, and it is secured here by Random Gaming. That's going to give them a little experience, a little bit of a shield, maybe a little spring in their step as we run up here towards this Zapdos. This fight might be breaking out already. Sylveon putting a lot of damage down, and unlike last game, this Sylveon is here. It has full health, and it is ready to fight. Apprentice, on the other hand, sneaking a little bit of a goal here in top. No, getting pushed out by Gotlu, the Blastoise.
Random Gaming a little bit down on points, but they are also up a little bit in terms of experience, meaning if they can get Apprentice to take an engagement here in the central area, there's a good chance that Random Gaming is going to be favored as they see the back cap from the Blastoise in the bottom path and immediately just begin flipping this objective and successfully doing so as Lucario secures yet another objective with Power-Up Punch.
Man, Apprentice just cannot leave Random Gaming near a Zapdos. I'm telling you, they will take it. Random Gaming has no respect for that Zapdos. They're ready to take it on a moment's notice. As soon as they saw Blastoise scoring in the bottom path for Apprentice, they said, it is time. We are taking this down right now. 293. 413. The score actually surprisingly close, even though Random Gaming was able to get that Zapdos, meaning in the next 45 seconds here, Apprentice could make some moves. They could still win this match.
Yeah, this score is actually close enough here that it could be flip the game on a single goal point from Random Gaming. If they are able to win a fight on one of these outside points, they could make a small dunk followed by a larger dunk and close up the gap that we currently have of 120 points.
And here we have it. 20 seconds left. A play has to be made here. We have Lucario getting ready to put in some of those small points, but we also need a really big score here at this goal. It looks like they're just getting pushed away from it. No one is able to score right now. Apprentice getting pushed back, and Random Gaming taking game 2 right here. Apprentice is going to be hanging on for dear life in this tournament, Jeff.
Yeah, Random Gaming up 2 games to none in the grand finals, where they're also up a match, being from the upper bracket here. Well fought early and mid game from Apprentice, but ultimately coming up short in that end game engagement, in large part due to the securing power of Redmaw with that Power-Up Punch.
You just can't leave Random Gaming alone with a Zapdos, not even for a moment. You can't give them any inch, or they're going to take a mile and they're going to take a match. Here we go, the MVP for Random Gaming. Well, Redmaw, that makes a lot of sense, just seeming to secure every single objective on the map here. And as you see, not a high KO game from Random Gaming at all. They were more focused on taking objectives, and a big one being that big yellow bird.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing that kind of stands out in my mind, I'm actually a little surprised at the low number of knockouts that Random Gaming had here, because they actually had a level advantage going into that endgame, an acknowledgement to the fact that they were able to get that second Dreadnought before the endgame engagement, and they were just superb at clearing all of those wild Pokemon consistently throughout the match.
And taking a look at our damage numbers here, this is something we talked about before. Lucario for Apprentice, Klaus, doing 50,000 points of damage, while the Lucario Redmaw for Random Gaming only doing 30,000 points. They're using very different builds. This build, this Power-Up Punch close combat, it's much more set up for securing objectives, and that is what they have been doing throughout this match. It's not about KOing the enemy team, although sometimes that is what's going to give you the win. It's about securing a lot of those objectives, and you can see the tail here with the score.
Yep, Zapdos gets secured, and Random Gaming is able to run down all of those double points, those hundo burgers, as Dupe Snacks is known to say, and get this game solidly in their lead by playing defense at the end and keeping it that way.
Let's take a look here. We've got our team profile coming up. Obviously, Random Gaming, winners in February. They got second place there in March to PogChamp, and now they are back at it again. They might be showing us a flawless victory here in the grand finals, and what other team to do it than Random Gaming? Geese, Redma, Gotlu, Adesu, Akroma, just working like a finely tuned machine, Jeff.
Yeah, and let's see that machine in action here with some of the best moments from the match that they were just able to secure.
Absolutely. And here we have this big fight here at this Dreadnought, and this was secured. Actually, Apprentice's Blissey secures it, and now we have Lucario with a massive 4 KO. Like we said, much better at fighting, and after Apprentice got that secure on the objective, oh man, it was just able to take off.
Yeah, definitely. Lucario, just an absolute monster in the early game with that extreme speed. And this, again, Apprentice was dominating in the early and mid-game parts of this match, securing the first 2 objectives that we saw. And then here, with this goal zone breaking, this is maybe the part where Random Gaming starts to catch up with that catch-up experience starting to spawn in the top part of their map.
And here we go. This big fight here at this 3rd Dreadnought, taken by Random Gaming. They casually walk up to center and they say, "We see that you're scoring. Did you forget who we are? Don't leave us alone with a Zapdos. We get rid of those things. We're Zapdos exterminators over here." Random Gaming with that big KO and actually still leaving the match open to have Apprentice come back. Unfortunately, they are not able to score. That final push does not go Apprentice's way. Random Gaming takes game number 2 in this best of 5 series.
You know, if Apprentice wants to have another shot, they're going to need this next match to go their way. Their back is against the wall. They need to win the next 3 matches in a row, and then they need to take a deep breath and get ready to try and do that again. But 1 game at a time, 1 match at a time. Excited to see what they bring to the table here. I have to imagine once you lose 2 end game engagements in the way that they did, there has to be something that changes in the formula here for the 3rd game.
You would definitely think so, Jeff. I feel like they've got to change something up. They are hanging on by a thread. Their hand is on the cliff and their fingers are slipping off. What are they going to do? We have a clip for everyone to check out here from one of our matches earlier. Oh, the match MVP. Here we go. I'm sorry. We have Redmaw here, our match MVP.
And we
love
can see
playing
here,
Serena and love playing Lucario. We're seeing a lot of Lucario here.
Yeah, both top path characters here. I think electing for the Lucario in their current comp configuration for that very powerful, secure potential that we've seen out of Redmaw again and again and again really complements the rest of their composition well that otherwise lacks the ability to do that.
Yeah, it just amazing plays. It has been the MVP, it looks like, almost of this entire tournament here. But of course, let's not forget, this is a coordinated setup by this team. They know how this is going to go. They know how fast they can chunk this down. And then boom, Redmaw coming in every single time for those big secures. We're going to be going to the team selection here soon. We're going to see what Pokemon they bring into this final game. I can't wait to see what Apprentice does. They must have to change something up here, Jeff.
Yeah, even if we don't see specific character selection change out of Apprentice, I would not be surprised to see a power-up punch Lucario on both sides going into this last game, perhaps looking to match what Random Gaming has been bringing to the table, even if they don't want to make a change as extreme as changing their specific character selection.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, these teams have been playing these Pokemon for a long time. They know what their winning strategy is, so they might not come into this match and actually change up their Pokemon, but maybe a moveset change up, saying you're not the only one running Power Up Punch right now. You're not the only one who's going to try to secure this Zapdos. That could be an amazing play for Apprentice Unleashed here. Or are they going to say, no, we can win this. We know how to win against this team. We're not going to let them take Zapdos a 3rd time.
Yeah, and I mean, they could just simply change up their endgame macro positioning as well, you know? The Random Gaming only started that flip, like you pointed out. That Blastoise was scoring the 100 on the bottom, and Random Gaming was like, oh, your best character that can secure is in the bottom path dunking 100? Take the bird off the board, we got this, and they got it for the 2nd time in a row in this series.
I'm telling you, they're ready to steal it, Jeff. They have no respect for anyone. The Rodney Dangerfield's wife of the Pokemon Unite scene, no respect to that Zapdos at all. They will take it at any moment. You cannot leave Random Gaming alone with it. They've been doing it throughout this entire tournament.
And honestly, at this point in the series where you're up 2 matches, I almost would think Random Gaming is more incentivized to start flipping this endgame objective more aggressively, because even if you think you're only a 50-50 flip, you got 3 50-50 Spriggles.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we come to the Pokemon Select screen. Look at that Cramorant, just teasing me. Come on, I know you're not going to pick it. But here we go into possibly our final match. Random Gaming looking to put this away right now and walk away with that big 10K.
Yep, doesn't look like we're going to see any changes on the Random Gaming side, and it looks like Apprentice is also sticking to their guns. Going to be interested to see if we see any changes when it comes to move selection, particularly on Klaus's Lucario. That being said, that Razor Claw item is still present on Lucario here, which would indicate that they're planning to stick with Extreme Speed.
So they must be saying that they know how to dismantle Random Gaming. They know how to beat them. They just weren't able to do it in Game 1 and Game 2. But this is their last chance. If they don't win here, they are going home right now. In fact, Jeff, they have to win 3 in a row, and then it's not over. They have to come back and beat Random Gaming again. If you think it's impossible, Random Gaming has actually done this before in the February finals. And if anyone at home doesn't know, Jeff is the king of the reset. He has cast every single big reset here in EU and NA. So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen in this match.
Look, Spraggles, I'm not saying I wouldn't complain if we had a fast finals, but also 10 matches of Pokemon Unite doesn't sound too bad either.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see these teams go at it for even longer. Let's see if Apprentice can pull this out or if Random Gaming is able to put the nail in the coffin here.
You see our characters heading to the top path here. We see that 2-1-2 for Apprentice with the Hoopa starting off in the top path while there are 3 for, oh, this is interesting from Random Gaming. So their Hoopa is clearing the second buff in the central area for Random Gaming that in previous rotations they had just been letting go to waste. So that is a red buff Hoopa coming to the bottom path.
And we have Sylveon already up in that top path. You know, Random Gaming, one of the only teams, or maybe the only team that I've seen running this Sylveon here. The advantage of this Pokemon at level 4, which is very, very early, it evolves and becomes an absolute menace. No other team running a strategy like this.
Yeah, and noteworthy too that Hoopa, also a character that hits a bit of power spike at that 4th level, gaining its first attack upgrade there.
All right, we've got a little bit of a fight here at B's. Everyone being pretty cautious, it feels like. Nobody wants to get KO'd right here. The Electro Web coming down and Pikachu throwing a lot of damage here, but you've got that Blissey safeguard. It's not enough, Pikachu.
Yeah, these two supports just attacking this Blissey, likely not going to make any inroads as Adesu again gets taken down in this top path by Lucario from Apprentice Gaming.
And here we have the chase. It is on. Redmaw really just buying time right here. It doesn't look like they're going to get out of there. Oh, almost making it to this bush, trying to recall their hiding. Can they get away from this Hoopa? Can they get away from this War Turtle? No, they cannot. It goes down.
And that's, you know, we've been talking about a lot of the upsides that this power-up punch has. That's one of the very real downsides. Without extreme speed, you kind of lack that hyper-mobility that Lucario is well known for in competitive, as we see Klaus dash around multiple times showing off that skill.
Ooh, and here we go. We actually get a little bit of a KO on that Blissey in the bottom path, and they're going to put some points away here, Jeff.
Yeah, we see the bottom path getting ahead here for Apprentice. Blissey almost level 7 while Pikachu is ticking over at 6, but Random Gaming pushing their advantage in this top path, getting some dunks and then getting out safely for one of their characters at least. Lucario going down yet again due to a potential lack of mobility.
Look at how many members of Apprentice are up here in this top path at around 720. Most games you'll see everyone coalescing around that bottom path, getting ready for that big Dreadnought fight, but they've got Hoopa, and Hoopa can send everybody down.
Yep, we see as at least one person coming down for this Dreadnought fight. Notably, both Blissey and Lucario choosing to remain top for. Are they coming down this time through? It looks like it, as all 5 characters from both teams are at this first potential objective.
And here we go. Secured once again by Random Gaming, just putting tons of damage on that objective, and then the power-up punch taking that Dreadnought like clockwork, Jeff.
Yes, the story of this entire series of game is definitely Random Gaming giving us a clinic in why Power-Up Punch is still a very reasonable and competitive skill selection on this Lucario Pokemon.
You know, we're actually seeing a lot of Pokemon throughout this tournament that have those big finisher moves, those big execute moves, like Pikachu's Electro Ball, Lucario with Power-Up Punch. They've taken a lot of objectives throughout this tournament. Remember, whoever gets that last hit gets it. Doesn't matter how much damage you've done to it.
We see here the engagement over the next objective, this Rotom. A bit less important than the Dreadnought objective in the bottom path, but still a nice one to have if you can get here, as Blastoise uses its Unite move, but ultimately does not secure the objective, going a little bit early perhaps from Apprentice Gaming.
Chasing them down right now. Random Gaming asserting their dominance right here, breaking this top path goal. This is the kind of game they want to have to possibly shut down this tournament here, Jeff. I mean, they are just stomping on top of Apprentice right now. I don't see Zarina on the field, but I am seeing a little bit of a stomp.
We see here Redmaw likes to listen to some EDM before their Unite games to get hype. You got to have a good beat to learn when to get in with that last beat for that hit on those objectives.
That's true. You need some EDM to get ready for these games. And why not? I'm not even sure what I would listen to get ready for these matches. This is why I'm not a pro, Jeff. I don't have the soundtrack.
Every little bit of the preparation goes into making these players who they are for these games. And little rituals like that are definitely important.
You know, Jeff, one time I high-fived myself in a mirror and said I love myself before a broadcast. All right, here we go. Dreadnought coming up here in this bottom path. And it looks like actually Gotlu's up here trying to get a sneaky score. But we have the Hoopas coming in with the Unite moves. Tons of damage coming out and actually secured here by Apprentice. They are going to push this forward right here. The Electro Ball is coming out, the extreme speed. They want to break this goal and they want to get some KOs. And it looks like they are able to do it. None of the KOs, though, even chased by Blastoise, they couldn't pick one up.
Well, they will at least get some dunks in here, giving themselves a small point edge. The bit of experience from the Dreadnought has pushed Apprentice into the overall experience lead in this game. Their Blastoise being the first to hit that level 11. And it looks like Random Gaming doing a push as well, but having similar amounts of success as the knockout happens for Apprentice on the Blissey.
Apprentice looking really good right now. I don't know if everyone's just switching their stomping boots. Again, I don't see any Zarinas here, but we've got some boots out there.
We see Random Gaming looking at this Dreadnought to start here, or Rotom to start here, apologies. Rotom has a little bit more value for your team when the outside goal is broken on the top for the opposing team. This allows Rotom to push towards their second base a little bit more, giving you a little bit more map pressure and positional advantage, and more importantly, vision of which members of the opposing team are where in that top path.
And look, we have a Desu, this Sylveon here, continuing to frustrate the enemy team. Yeah, it might get KO'd, but it's using its Unite move to stay alive here, and it's just something that Apprentice is going to have to deal with here.
Yeah, we see this Rotom still applying pressure in the top path here with the Desu kind of poking at them all the same. Dreadnought getting ready to spawn in the bottom path. Rotom going to be cleaned up long before that happens, though. And Random Gaming still a little bit behind in experience here. Not a single level 12 character on their team just yet.
How that Pikachu taking a couple big eggs to the face, but actually making it out okay as everyone gets ready for this next Dreadnought right here. And I don't know if you can feel it, Jeff, but we're only 3 minutes away from Random Gaming possibly becoming your Aeos Cup champions right now. And we have this big fight breaking out here at Dreadnought. It looks like Apprentice being very careful, maybe going for the steal here with the egg, but not able to out-secure Redmaw, that Lucario.
And again here, as we head on into this final engagement at the 2-minute mark, Apprentice's Blastoise has ticked over that level 13, getting its second attack upgrade, while Random Gaming is still hoping to clear a little bit of experience to get theirs to a similar mark. Just ticked over 12. Random is not going to have a level 13 for this engagement.
Yeah, Random Gaming looking for every piece of experience it can get. Maybe they can delay this fight long enough to get up to level 13, because you're right, that is a massive advantage for Blastoise. Once this Blastoise from Shelvin uses its Rapid Spin, its defenses go way, way up. Random Gaming right now looking for a big, sneaky score in that top path. Same thing from Apprentice in the bottom path.
Yep, only the sneaky score from Apprentice is going to be smaller than the score from the Blastoise. We see those Hoopa Unite moves pulling people into the center, and it looks like Random Gaming engaging a Zapdos flip, but finally losing one here. If you're Apprentice, this is what you've been waiting for. This is your window to get all of these double point scores in. And there's Sylveon. Is it gonna? Holy gosh, the Pikachu goes down before it can get in its 100.
Let's go, Apprentice, with that huge Zapdos move right here. It looks like they're going to be able to take this game. It's getting very, very swung in their favor. They were holding on by a sliver, Jeff. Their hands were slipping off the cliff. They were about to fall off the mountain, but then just in that moment, they swung the other arm up and gripped to it. Why didn't they have both arms up there the whole time? I don't know. I don't write the action movies, but here we go. Apprentice is right back in this thing. Looks like they're going to take this game 3 here.
Yeah, an almost 500-point differential at this point. It's tough to want to call a game before it's over, but this is very likely an insurmountable lead for Random Gaming. They would need every one of their team members to deposit a full grip of Aeos energy, and not only is one of their team members currently knocked out, but all the remaining ones aren't full on energy to begin with.
Of course, we cannot call it until this game is done. Too many times that has happened, and we have been proven wrong, of course, so I will never count a team out here, but they have a very tough path ahead of them, and boy, Apprentice must be feeling great right now.
This is the little bit of breath of fresh air you needed with your back against the wall. They did it the first time. They need to do it twice more, and then they need to take another breath and do it 3 more times after that, Spriggles.
Here we go. Apprentice dancing with the Sylveon. They are not heading home yet. They're here to fight, taking game 3 against Random Gaming.
And the score tick up very even until the until the Zapdos comes crashing down at the end, making those goal zones defenseless here. MVP going over to that Blissey, able to deposit an incredible amount of Aeos energy for Team Apprentice.
Yeah, that big sneaky score right there happening from both teams. Both teams trying to put some points on the board, and of course they had those hoopas so they could do it, and then that final fight really going Apprentice's way. As you can see, Random Gaming, the KOs are getting even smaller. They're taking less and less KOs, and they're looking for more and more objectives throughout the match.
Yeah, not getting particularly aggressive at any point during the game, but they did rack up 4 of the 6 objectives that were knocked out that game. Unfortunately, they just didn't rack up the most important one at the end.
And if you're taking a look at the numbers here, we've seen many matches where Pokemon, especially the Sylveon, gets, almost 100,000 damage, but these teams are very good at taking fights when they want to take them. No one is throwing themselves away in these matches here and giving experience to the other team.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty low stats for everyone here across the board, which makes sense when you think about the lack of engagement that happened over the course of that. Basically, just the fighting around the Zapdos pit at the very end there, where the points ultimately went over to Apprentice after they secured the bird.
Taking a look at it right here, this match was neck and neck, and then Zapdos really changed that. Both teams going for that sneaky score too, but it really didn't matter after securing that bird. Here we go. Apprentice, welcome back to the land of the living.
Yep, they've improved on those back-to-back top 6 finishes from February and March. They don't want to stop improving now. Second place would be nice, but first place would be nicer as we get ready for our 4th match in this grand finals.
I love the beautiful coat on Service. Keeping warm out there. Let's take a look at some of these hot replays from this match here, Jeff. Big moments here in top path as Random Gaming secures that Rotom and then pushes very hard. This was a big moment for them early.
Yeah, definitely. We see them get ahead in points in there and also getting experience from those knockouts. But this was the Dreadnought that went over to Apprentice. I think this was kind of the tipping point where Apprentice went from behind to a little bit ahead. And then they did a pretty excellent job of not giving up that lead for the remainder of the match.
They were pushing real hard here to get some KOs. It did not happen. Random Gaming coming back, throwing eggs in their face, but not much was taken in that fight. And here's this final Dreadnought here, just going to the way of Random Gaming and their Lucario, ready to secure any objective, except this last one here.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there. There was just so much going on there. When there's so many characters inside of that Zapdos pit all contesting at the same time, it takes a lot to be as good as Dreadnought when it comes to securing those last hits, and even they, on occasion, are going to miss the perfection.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the secure was from the Lucario from the opposing side. So these Lucarios are taking down these Zapdos today. Some incredible moments. We're going to take a look at our match MVP right here. Our support player is going to be our match MVP coming up, which is always very cool to see. Gecko Kami with that Blissey action right here. I don't know if they're still running that score shield, Jeff. I'd be curious to take a look.
I will double check when we see the character selection screen here in a second, but I believe we actually did see a score shield activate on them. And I've seen a number of these better players still leveraging this item a little bit, obviously less powerful after the most recent set of changes, but still an item that gives you that extra hit point boost, which is really what you're looking for on these stockier support characters like Blissey, seeing Buddy Barrier and Focus Band, two other items there that also make you more durable.
Well, you know, interestingly enough, this was the Pokemon they sent to make that sneaky score, so maybe there's a big strategy just around that moment in general. You can send Blissey down to that secondary goal. Even if they land on your head, you could probably still get a lot of points in there and put you ahead for that Zapdos fight. So I would love to see if they have a score shield on, and right now, I would be shocked if we see any changes between these two teams. I think Random Gaming knows exactly how they want to play this, and Apprentice is right back in this. I think they're coming back to back with the same strategy here, Jeff. What do you think?
Let's take a peekaboo. We actually really haven't seen Random Gaming lose sets of matches here today, so perhaps they could be looking to change things up. Remember, they have room to experiment here, so if you ever wanted to try something different in the competitive setting like this, I think now would definitely be the time to do so. We saw Adesu, in fact, hover that Decidueye at several points during the loading screens prior, and maybe they were just teasing a change, but also a Spirit Shackle Decidueye would lean nicely into how they like to try and flip these objectives in a weighted way with lots of characters that can secure.
It's true. I think they have a lot of Pokemon they can play, but like you said, they also have games to give. So yeah, is this the time where they pull out a super sneaky strategy that Apprentice does not know how to deal with? We're going to find out right now at Pokemon Selection. Let's take a look here. Gatlu, Red Moss securing that Blastoise and Lucario. Nothing's changing there.
All right, there's that Decidueye hover again there as we rotate back around to the Sylveon. Perhaps some discussion going on inside of the team. Hey, is this something we want to be doing, or are we happy with where we've been so far?
Ooh, moving around. What Pokemon are they going to land on? It looks like they are locking in that Sylveon. A lot is not changing up here, and we do see that score shield up on that Blissey. I think that's a pretty awesome play from Gecko Kami there. They know exactly what they want to do with that, and they executed it to perfection in that last game.
More important here? Look at Klaus. The Razor Claw is notably gone from this Lucario. Razor Claw, an item that is a mainstay staple when you are planning to be an extreme speed Lucario because it happens with its passive every time you use a skill, but not an item that you want to take should you be going Power Up Punch.
I thought it was Detective Pikachu, not Detective Jeff Hoagland. Are you saying we're going to see a power-up punch Lucario from both of these teams? I believe it's seeing that slow smoke as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a change, and this is what we talked about too. These item compositions and move compositions are other ways in which you can kind of change your strategy without fully pivoting off of a character that you're familiar with and enjoy playing.
Yeah, this could be really exciting here. Awesome. Sherlock Hoagland. Can I be your Watson?
I think you would make a fantastic Watson so long as you don't pull a Spriggles.
Oh no. Okay, fair enough. Here we go. Heading into game 4. Random Gaming could become your champions right now. Apprentice needs this win to tie it up.
We see Chu in the top for Apprentice here again. Lucario going up with that Hoopa. Gatlu again being the third character in the bottom path for Random Gaming. A quick Aeos energy deposited from that Blissey, leveraging its score shield there.
Here we go. Gatlu pushing forward here, trying to stop this Blissey, and you kind of just have to look at it for a second there. I mean, that's that score shield Blissey, not able to stop it here, but they're pushing it back. They're using that water gun. Come on, Blissey, we're trying to get this KO here. The Astonish, all the damage coming down. There we go.
What a fantastic show of teamwork there from Random Gaming, using their disruptive skills in succession to keep that Blissey suppressed and away from its goal zone. we see that knockout providing single drops of Aeos energy, allowing Gatlu on Random Gaming to get those dunks early to power up those special attack specs.
Here we go. We did see that power-up punch from Klaus. So we've got a power-up punch Lucarios on both sides. They are not going to let Random Gaming get those easy secures anymore.
Yet we also see the shift notably to slow smoke on Klaus. And the reason for this change is the full heal item is not necessary on the power-up punch Lucario build, because once you hit that power-up punch plus attack, it actually makes Lucario unstoppable when you walk around with it.
Here we go. Klaus just looking to get some more points in, stack that attack weight. We have Gecko Kami trying to get out alive. They're chasing it down once again. They are not giving them any breathing room. They're saying, MVP, come on, get out of here. We're KOing you right now.
You see Gatlu already up to level 6, which is a pretty decent level spacing considering it was not the central area character to start, just one level behind the War Turtle for Apprentice currently.
Oh, interesting move right there. I mean, Klaus, he couldn't deal with two Pokemon at once, so we got a nice score in there from Sylveon.
Yep, one of the nice things to note is that when there are multiple of your Pokemon on a goal pad like that, you all score more quickly, so that's 16 Aeos energy able to get in there before Klaus can get over to the second Pokemon in this instance.
Wow, this Sylveon bold, that focus band really saving it, hanging on there through that power-up punch close combat combo here, and we do already have a level 8 War Turtle here for Apprentice Unleashed in this bottom path.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how aggressively Random Gaming moves in to take this. This is a huge knockout here in the top half. That was a level 8 Lucario. And again, the bigger level you are, the harder you fall and the more experience you give to the opposing team when it happens.
Here we go, Apprentice chunking this down. They're ready to take this, but yes, it looks like they do. It looks like they do take this down, and now we have a Blastoise on the field. At any moment, that massive Unite move can come down and do some real damage to the enemy team. Do we see it here? No, it looks like they are going to back off, get some health here, while Blissey once again scoring right in their face.
Yeah, really fantastic objective push from Apprentice there. Aware of the fact that both Lucario and Sylveon were caught in the top path for Random Gaming. They had the numbers advantage there, and they pushed in, and they used it to take that chance to get the weighted flip that was currently in their favor.
I wonder if this change here from Apprentice is going to be the change that they need. You know, they had an extremely solid game 3 there, but you also have to recognize that that was just pure chaos at Zapdos. Random was throwing everything they had at it.
Yeah, I think this shift over to power-up punch for Apprentice is kind of the acknowledgement that, hey, this is what this game is about and the way Random Gaming is playing. We need to play on their terms and just be better at it. And honestly, this is what we saw from Apprentice in the losers finals as well. They simply copied the composition that the opposing team had been using and then beat them at their own game with it.
As they say, Jeff, if you can't beat them, join them. That's what I did with my high school bullies. Come on, I'll punch myself, guys. Here we go. 99-103. This match is very close. And now we're seeing these two Lucarios go out of here, not able to secure that KO with that close combat.
That close combat giant flurry of punches, probably a pretty reasonable bully, Lucario.
Oh, absolutely. Looks exactly like my bully. It was Lucario. All right,
bullies
here
me in
we
the
go.
top path quite frequently.
Yeah, if anyone's going to bully anybody, it is this Lucario. Dreadnought coming up here in 10 seconds. Redmaw not present, but of course the reason for that is Hoopa can bring him down at any moment.
Yep, and speaking of Hoopas, Apprentice's Hoopa is only level 8.25. They do not have their Unite move despite winning that first Dreadnought engagement, and not having a Hoopa Unite move here is kind of a disaster as Random Gaming is just running them over.
As we've talked about, one of the most important Pokemon in this game right now. Huge triple KO there for Random Gaming. They are going to secure this Dreadnought with ease. Pikachu was, walking in to see if there was anything they could do. Come on, Pikachu. It's not Christmas right now. You don't have the magic powers. Get out of here.
We see a pretty reasonable overcap there. Random Gaming taking the lead here, 99-188. There is a Rotom objective getting ready to spawn in the top path that does have some value for Random Gaming. Interested in sending that down to Apprentice's second goal point there, providing some valuable map pressure.
Taking a look at this Blastoise here, Gatlu for Random Gaming, already level 12, almost 13 here, getting tons of experience. Is it going to matter in this big fight, though? It does not look like it. Heading down here to Apprentice, and they said we couldn't use our Hoopa portal earlier. We're going to use it right now, but they are getting pushed back right here. Blissey going down, Pikachu going down. Hoopa, can you get out of there? Oh, buddy, there's that hyperspace hole. Can you make it? Oh, just barely. Just barely.
I liked that push from Apprentice, acknowledging that, hey, we want to get some value out of these Unite moves before we kind of have to start holding them for that final engagement, but ultimately not being particularly successful overloading that bottom path point.
Here we go. This Rotom looks like it's going to be taken by Random Gaming without much pressure at all from Apprentice. Apprentice just heading back, getting all the experience they can, playing a little Miss Pac-Man, if you will, eating it all up.
And this is very common play patterns that we've seen throughout the course of this tournament from a lot of teams. When the opponents have their outside goal in the top path and you do not, the Rotom just doesn't provide much positional value for you. So you kind of give it up, let them secure it, and then you push it off of your second point here very cleanly before that final objective has a chance to spawn.
Boy, Random Gaming looking very good right now, Jeff. I mean, Apprentice just has to deal with this Rotom. Random should be able to secure this Dreadnought here without much difficulty. The level advantage is actually looking pretty nice right now for Random, and they're heading into this Zapdos fight. They got some shields on them. They got some extra experience. They're just about ready to go here, almost level 13 on the Sylveon.
Not only level 13 on the Sylveon practically, level 14 on the Blastoise for Random Gaming. I have to imagine we're going to see another quick objective rip here, as they do still have games to give, and it is their preferred way to play, even if it is a little bit more dangerous with the Power-Up Punch Lucario on the opposing team as well.
Apprentice right now has to be a little stressed out. At any moment, Random starts this Zapdos, and it looks like they're starting it right now, putting a ton of damage on it. Where are you, Apprentice? You need to stop this from happening, and they are not able to do it. Random Gaming takes this Zapdos, and they might be taking this whole tournament right now, Jeff. We have Blissey scoring top, Lucario running to the middle with Blastoise, Sylveon in that bottom path. They're running away with it right now. It's going to be 588 here to only 199. There's still time on the clock, but boy, Apprentice is so far behind right now, and another 100 points going in for Random Gaming.
Yeah, almost a 500-point delta between these two teams at this point. And again, in order to get these goals done, they can't just sneak in 500 points. Apprentice needs to decisively win a team engagement, and it just does not look like they're capable of that at this point.
Oh man, Sylveon chasing that Blastoise down, giving them a huge KO timer here. We do have Blissey scoring there in that top path, but this might be too little, too late. There are just so many points that they need to score right now. In 45 seconds, you could have your EU Aeos Cup Champions. Random Gaming. Is there anything Apprentice can do? And right now, it actually looks like there's just a big fight here. Everyone's dancing.
Yeah, I think Apprentice Gaming, Random Gaming has certainly realized that this game is over. With 30 seconds left on the clock, even if Random Gaming set down their controllers at this point, Apprentice does not have enough time to traverse across the entire map and deposit 500 plus worth of Aeos energy to become the victor here.
There you have it. Standing strong, showing off that beautiful score animation. Gatlu there from Random Gaming. The Blastoise, the Unite move, your Aeos Cup Champions taking home that trophy and that 10K, Jeff.
Yeah, really fantastic gameplay from them. You can see why this team has made the finals not once, not twice, but thrice for every single EU finals event we have had here on the Unite Championship Series.
I think there's no question right now. You have to say that Random Gaming is the best team in EU. Not only with this finish, but their insane consistency, their strategies that no other teams are pulling out. Random Gaming is the team to watch in EU, and what a dominating performance throughout this entire tournament, Jeff.
Yeah, definitely. They lost only a couple of games inside of their series throughout the course of this finals. Most of all of them being to Apprentice Unleashed, I believe.
That's right. The only team to actually take games off Random Gaming here, Apprentice, which really had an amazing run through this tournament. I mean, it can't be overstated how well Apprentice played throughout this entire thing, not making it to the top 4 in the previous 2 tournaments and coming here and really showing off how good they are in these grand finals.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how these teams have adjusted to this current balance patch. Random Gaming in that February finals especially is one of those teams that was notable for that kind of scoring composition that we saw, and it's awesome to see these fantastic players be able to adapt as the items and characters are changed and more added as this game evolves.
Take a look at this. Your champions here. Let's take a look at some of the big moments from their victory match here. Let's take a little victory lap with them, if you will. Here is Random Gaming securing this Dreadnought at 4 minutes 30 seconds, just putting some more icing on the cake, getting more experience, Jeff.
Yeah, they not only won that Dreadnought, but that wasn't even a flip, unlike a lot of their objectives. They decisively won the team engagement there at the end. Here, they win yet another Dreadnought just before Zapdos, and then the final engagement here at the very end where they ultimately secure their victory here today.
You know, I was wondering how this final fight was going to go, but boy, it really went the way of Random Gaming. It felt like they just stopped Apprentice from making their way into that Zapdos pit, and as soon as they saw that they were far enough away, Random Gaming secured that like they have been doing all day today and all day yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Like Spraggles had said, you just can't leave Random Gaming alone with an objective, and we saw the positioning from Unleashed in that endgame. They had no one in that central area, and all of Random Gaming was present, and they smelled weakness, and they went and they took that bird off the board here with Gatlu being our MVP for Random Gaming.
I mean, you can't be too surprised to see Gatlu here, that amazing Blastoise player, especially in those final moments. You can see they love playing Talonflame. Who doesn't? They love playing Greedent. So mean. But today on that Blastoise, just doing incredible, Jeff.
Yeah, definitely. So Blastoise having that similar secure to Talonflame inside of its Unite move, one of the reasons they are able to secure those objectives like they did, similar to Greedent. Gatlu definitely has a particular type of character that they enjoy playing, ones that can clean those objectives up cleanly.
Absolutely. And this circus, at least for EU, is coming to a little bit of an end here, but don't worry, we have NA coming up. Let's get our ringleader back here because we cannot handle this crazy, silly circus.
No, Spraggles, we got a big tent in here, but it's only to contain all the talent across my caster team and across our wonderful teams that have come out and played in the Aeos Cup this month. Of course, an unbelievable finish there by our champions, Random Gaming. Now, I know all of you have so much to say about these teams. Let's see. Who wants to go first? Is there a hand?
I would love to talk a little bit about this. I mean, what an crazy series that we saw right here. Random Gaming has just been on fire throughout this entire tournament right here, and I don't think there was a better way this could have ended because this was really the best team that we saw all Aeos Cup.
Well, I do want to talk about this too, Zoinks. These teams, they came together and we saw, I want to say, respect between these two teams. Random Gaming is so well known in the EU space, Champions time and again, Apprentice getting it together and making this big finish. Second place. So how do you feel about them?
I completely agree. Respect is the word that I would throw around as well. Both of these teams, not huge scoring games until, of course, the last 2 minutes. Not huge games in terms of KO numbers. But both of these teams, what it really came down to is who made less mistakes. And when those kind of situations, both teams are going to try to play so polished, do not want to give anything over to the enemy team in terms of advantage, experience, points, chaos, you name it. And I think when it really came down to it, Random Gaming's game was just a little bit more refined, their positioning was a little bit more advanced, and they definitely deserve this win. Congrats to Random Gaming.
And Doofsnacks, I just want to get you in real quick as we take a look at the bracket. One of the big things that helped Random Gaming move ahead was their consistency. Apprentice, though, their adaptation, they tried for it in the last game to pick up a W there. What are your thoughts on that last-minute move by Apprentice?
Well, it's tough sledding. When your back's against the wall, you got to shake it up to try and fight your way out of this thing that Random Gaming, the corner that they put them in, you got to go out. kicking, screaming, clawing, and biting. Random Gaming, unfortunately, though, really used to painting you in the corner and then closing the job up real done. And Sylveon fans rejoice, as that hyper voice was hitting the right note all day. Grammy-nominated Adesu, I guess, now.
Absolutely, Jeff. We saw such great plays, and you were really able to break them down as to why these players were making these decisions. But ultimately, Random Gaming was able to put it all together, bring their experience to bear, and if there was one X factor that you would point out, what took them over the line?
I think the big thing that was noteworthy in a lot of these engagements was just the advanced positioning that Random Gaming had inside of that objective pit in almost all of these end game situations. They were consistently in place when that 2-minute mark rolled over and did not give Apprentice room to maneuver into that pit to start the engagement on their terms.
Yeah, we saw a lot of great decision making there from the team, and a lot from the experience that, of course, led across the roster. But Spraggles, Doomsax, Zoinks, Jeff, we have a wonderful opportunity here coming up to talk with one of the players of Random Gaming. It's going to be Gatlu. But before we get there, I do want to remind you, everyone at home, and of course all the players here at the tournament, what is at stake and what has been claimed. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard and the prize pool. Random Gaming sitting at the top, $10,000 for the team there. But Spraggles, you know these teams. Tell me a little bit about what that kind of money would mean for each of these organizations.
Well, I'm not sure what each organization would do with it, but I could tell you the size of a cowboy hat I could buy with $10,000. I mean, my goodness, Lil Nas X would be worried about me at that point. What an incredible day for Random Gaming. Each member getting $2,000 here, but an incredible prize pool throughout this series. Second place with $5,000, $4,000, $2,000, heading all the way down to our 8th place team and 7th place Five Guys and Zephyr White, both getting $750 here. What a time to play Pokemon Unite.
Absolutely. There's never been a better time to get involved, except maybe right now there's still time to sign up on Battlefy, of course, but we're just waiting for our chance to interview Gatlu, and that'll be coming up very shortly. Of course, Random Gaming sitting at the top, but as you look back across how Random Gaming got here, Jeff, any thoughts on what they've been able to do as a team over time, what they've been focusing on, and what adaptations they've made with each of the balance patches? It's a big one.
Honestly, I think the biggest thing to take away from Random Gaming's success and their gameplay is that there's so much innovation to be discovered in the Pokemon Unite scene. This take one central area Pokemon with a Sylveon and send it to the top early. They had a Hoopa clear the second at various points. It feels like there's so many teams that are so set in the ways of we 1-1-3, only these characters play top, only these characters play center, and it's fantastic to see a team really get rewarded for taking what's known to be correct and kind of flipping it on its head.
I would love to piggyback on you there, Jeff. I think you're absolutely right. It's one of my favorite things to see inside Pokemon Unite. When one of the best teams out there comes up with a strategy that works, a lot of teams start to follow it, but it takes an amazing team like Random Gaming to show everyone that no, this game is not solved. There are more ways to play it. We have lots of teams doing this, lots of exciting experimental teams. I know we're going to see some more in NA that I'm very excited about, but Random Gaming, I mean, really takes the crustal-shaped cake for coming up with these amazing strategies.
Absolutely. I think a big factor for them, too, with their late-game fights, their ability to take and confirm Zapdos and other objectives around the map there. But we did see that kind of go in Apprentice's favor towards the end of this matchup. So, Doomsax, do you think if we had allowed these teams to continue battling on, would Apprentice have learned and absorbed enough to make kind of that perfect competitive mirror?
That's a tough gap to bridge, especially when you got to win 6 games against the best team in your region, right? And I don't think that's something that Random Gaming would be particularly interested in, which is why we saw them falter in that one game 3, gather together very quickly, and kind of beat the brakes off of Apprentice Unleashed there in that game 4 to not only cement themselves as the Aeos Cup champions, but really prove why they've been reigning supreme over this region in the last 3 months.
Oh, well, based on what you've been able to see, too, from the analyst position watching these matches, what stood out to you as moments that maybe we as an audience might have missed that were, you know, little snacks of brilliance? Zoinks or Doop Snacks, can you recall any?
Yeah, definitely. In these situations, yes, there are little moments, of course. Those Dreadnought positionings, those late game Zapdos pit situations were not created by nothing. We saw KOs happen sneakily, a Desu utilizing a Unite move really early, being punished by Apprentice Unleashed, but then, of course, the punish was out of position, so then the Zapdos was open. I know that was mentioned, but it's a long series. We gotta remember all the way back for sure. So there's definitely so many little moments that pile into a game like Unite, especially with two of the best teams in this situation. But personally, my biggest takeaway from this grand final is I feel for so long the narrative around EU has been there is a top 5 teams and any day they can take games off of each other. And while I don't believe that's completely gone away, I think we can finally cement the leader of EU. Random Gaming first, second, and now first again, I really do feel have cut ahead of the pack. And now Random Gaming is the best team in EU.
I can't think of a better tee-up for this interview, so thank you, Zoinks. I'm going to grab Spraggles and Jeff, and we are going to go over to talk to Gatlu of Random Gaming to get his thoughts on this incredible championship. Gatlu, congratulations on the victory. I just want to know right away, tell me what it is like to work with your team, to strive month over month to achieve so much, and now to finally be champions here of the Aeos Cup and take home that prize pool.
First of all, thank you for the congratulations, and I'm just really happy about playing with my team throughout like 5 months, practicing every single day, because like we took the Aeos Cup really seriously. Like we practiced 1 month for this tournament in particular, and when the XP bug got fixed, we realized that Blastoise is so free. So we used Blastoise because it's just such a strong Pokemon compared to Greninja. Because I played a lot of Greninja and I wanted to play it today, but Blastoise is just one-shotting him. So it's a better option for this tournament.
Excellent
now, Gatlu,
choice.
I have a question for you. Obviously, this is a massive win. Congratulations. Incredible to watch you throughout this tournament. You have just won $10,000. Your team has. What do you plan on doing with that money? And can I have $600?
I'm planning on either doing a trip with my teammates, like doing a boot camp, maybe in June, and playing together to get even better, or I just buy a car for myself. And for the 600, I need to discuss it with my mother.
Sure, no problem. Take all the time you need to discuss that $600. But incredible, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing.
And we're taking a look at some of the highlights from the match here. Jeff, any questions for Gatlu, our champion?
Yeah, Gatlu, the split central area that your team has been doing inside of all of these matches is such a fantastic piece of innovation. Were there other kind of offbeat things that you considered doing like that, perhaps that did or didn't seem like they would be working out as you prepared for this tournament?
Like to be honest, we tried to figure out how to play Savion in the lane to destroy the enemies, because it's like Blastoise is the meta, and most of them combine it with Venusaur. And we started playing Savion, and we figured out that Savion can get easily abused in the early game. But if she takes the Lily Pop and only 1 buff, she gets level 4 instantly. And she can threaten Lucario for not scoring. And Lucario won't get any attack rate stacks, while our Lucario gets attack rate stack. And the enemy Blastoise need to jungle. He doesn't have Muscle Band to clear the jungle fast enough. Like we tried to figure out to use Blastoise in the jungle, but it's too slow because I'm not playing Muscle Band to clear the jungle fast enough. So I want getting top lane, and I want to have, I won't do any pressure in 40 seconds. Our team is based on doing a lot of pressure in the early game, as you saw when I jumped into the pit, scored 6 points, went over the wall, and just took the grab. Like I'm doing a lot of pressure in the early game, and this is what I really like about our team. We are doing pressure, and we're not letting our team breathe like a single second. Because we always want to do pressure.
Can I ask, I would love to find out, you know, I think we learn a lot when we lose, but when you're on a hot streak like this, when you're winning, I wonder what little nuggets are you taking from these matches? What did you learn as you're winning your whole way through this series?
That, like one of the more important things is to trust on your teammates. We trusted and we were secure, and we just went for a flip. Like we said, we have 6 wins, 6 games, and they need to win at least like 6 games if we go to another bracket. So we just trust in our teammates. We trust in the flip and chip it, and it just like we are always trusting in our teammates, and this is really important if you play a team game. Because if you're not trusting your teammates and you're adopting their calls, it's going to be really bad. Because I'm the main shot caller of the team, and my teammates are trusting me. Like in the one game that we lost, I wasn't aware of the situation and I didn't use ultimate, and that's why, for example, like Lucario wasn't able to secure because I didn't give him the backup of the Blastos ultimate.
Gatlu, it's so
That's
impressive
such a
hearing about
fantastic
your team.
example of a good team leader, acknowledging that, even if the Lucario wasn't the person that was able to secure, it was you that needed to work together with them. And I think that's really something that sets apart excellent teams like yours from others. Instead of placing blame on individual people, it is always a team effort if you're winning or losing.
Yeah, like we were thinking about playing triple support Venusaur comp into their comp, but we figured out that it can get abused. Like if someone is counter juggling the comp and the Venusaur is not getting ahead, like it's based on Venusaur protect, like being the carry. But if you play a Sylveon that's just making chaos, like myself, I didn't play Greedent and it hurts me because I wanted to play Greedent, but I didn't think Greedent is a good in this meta. Like you can play it, but there are like other options like Revenant or Blastoise, and that's why I didn't play Greedent and it just felt a bit weak.
Well, Gatlu, it's been so exciting actually hearing your insights on this, and I'd love to hear more, but we're going to let you, get back to your team and continue that synergy, roll it into whatever victory is to come next. But do you want to say any words to your teammates, any last words of supports to your fan?
Guys, Vetma, I love you secure, and Akloma, go to my kitchen. Adesso, you're a nice guy, and please go to my kitchen as well. And guys, thanks for watching, and hope you're having a nice day. I'm going to sleep now.
Congratulations. What a victory.
What a
Incredible. Gatlu from Random Gaming, our champions.
Fantastic, and it sounds like a wonderful team environment, a lot of trust among the players to accomplish what they accomplished here today. Anything else you took away from that interview, Zoinks?
Their teammates is hilarious, and we really found out which ones are his favorites and which ones are more favorites. So, Random Gaming has a dynamic amount of personalities. Gatlu, of course, the face of the operation. Glad they're getting the credit they deserve. MVP of the entire Aeos Cup tournament. What an honor. Not to mention, whole team's going home with 10 racks. Can't be sad about that.
Absolutely. And Dupes next. A lot of information from him on choices they made throughout the season, as well as what the team is like in general. Anything stand out to you?
What stood out to me was that Desu, you're a nice guy. That stood out to me. The people getting invites to the kitchens, all sorts of stuff. Desu, I think you're a great guy. Great work on Sylveon. They couldn't have done it without you. I believe in you.
We got to give a lot of love to our team, Random Gaming, all the wonderful players that played in our Europe Aeos Cup, and of course, congratulations to our champions. But now we still have a whole day of our Aeos Cup ahead for North America. Let's take a quick look at the schedule of the matches, what's to come here, kicking things off with a winner's final, and it's looking so pretty in the top of that bracket. What are your thoughts on that one, Jeff?
Gladiators versus Nemesis is the match I've been most looking forward to watching today. These are two fantastic teams that know the ins and outs of this game, and they're going to play some of the highest level Pokemon Unite that we're going to see today.
All right, Dupes snacks that semifinal, Blackhand, full send. What are you thinking?
Look, both of these teams clashed back and have been clashing through these last couple months. Blackhand still just searching for that big win, and Full Send trying to make it out of the top four. They are eliminating the top four. I believe it was in the February finals. So this is going to be a scrappy match in the bottom half of our bracket, and I can't wait to watch.
Well, you won't have to wait very long. It's coming up real soon, and I cannot wait to see who takes it away in North America. We're going to find out shortly. We're going to go to a quick break now, but very soon, we'll see you for the North American Aeos Cup. fellow Pokemon trainer. Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the Aeos Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite.
One from both Duraludons. Who's able to get this secure? It is the Ninetales from Blossom.
Are they going to use it here to try and pick off a player here? They're just throwing flames everywhere. There it is. Blossom, where are you? I need your help, says Ren. They need to get some points in. There they are, 384. Retsu up top. Retsu up top.
Welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We're kicking off day 2 of our mid-season showdown, and today we will find out who will be named the Aeos Cup Champions in the North American region. Helping me cover the action today, I have 4 incredible casters from the Pokémon UNITE scene. I've got Spraggles, Jeff Hoagland, Doob Snacks, and Zoinks. And gentlemen, I know you're hot off an incredible championship from Europe. But are you ready for the action today in North America? Zoinks?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know you called on me because I can't contain myself. I'm so excited. North America, an amazing region. These games we have lined up look fantastic.
Well, Doob Snacks, I know you're hyped as well. If Zoinks is hyped, that's my duo, right? You two?
Oh man, I am just off the rails excited. It's going to be good. EU definitely delivered. Random Gaming standing on top. And I know there's a couple teams in NA that are trying to fight their way to the top and establish themselves as the dominant team in this region. Can't wait to see how it shakes out.
Oh, a lot of power in this mix. Let me check in with my other duo now of Spraggles and Jeff. Jeff, you have been breaking down an incredible amount of meta since this last patch has come in. What are you excited for today?
Speaking of meta, this first matchup that we're going to have is our winter finals between Game Gladiators and Nemesis, with what will likely be a Trevenant versus Greedent in the top path. I could not be more excited to have this as our first matchup of the day.
Spraggles, it's going to be a big one. Are you ready?
I am so ready, so excited to be here. Yeehaw to you and yours. Even more excited than Zoinks for everyone keeping track at home, if you can believe it. This is going to be incredible. The games from EU are amazing, but NA has a very different strategy, and I can't wait to see some of these Pokemon choices, especially from our first game, Game Gladiators and Nemesis. This is going to be a fire series.
It absolutely will, and if you're familiar with past Aeos Cups, we're doing things a little bit different in the championships today. But fortunately, we've got Jeff to break it down for us.
So we started with 16 teams yesterday morning that played in 4 different round-robin groups. The top 2 teams from each of those advanced on to our double elimination bracket, where they played out some grueling matches yesterday, whittling down to just the top 4 teams that we have competing today. These teams will continue that best-of-3 double elimination bracket until we finally culminate in a best-of-5 grand finals, where if our team from the lower bracket makes it back up, they will have to win not 1 but 2 best-of-5 series to be crowned champions.
That's right, Jeff. I mean, taking a look at it right here, Gladiators and Nemesis have that chance to head into the grand finals as a winner. Right now, Blackhand and Full Send, they need to battle their way out of this losers bracket. We've already seen some amazing teams get knocked out in this competition. Foreign Famous, Sandra's Cheeky Children, IXGT. Incredible teams have gone away to make room for our top 4, Game Gladiators, Nemesis, Blackhand, and Full Send.
4 teams remain, but we've only got 3 podiums, and there's only 1 first place. Let's take a look at the Aeos Cup prizing pool and see what's at stake. $25,000 in the overall pool, $10,000 to first place, $5,000 to second, and $4,000 for the team that comes in third. That's going to be divided up among the players, and we're paying out all the way to the 8th place finish. So nobody's going home empty-handed, but somebody's going home with a very nice prize package. Now, as I bring my casters back in for one last kind of group hug before we split off and cover the action, I just want to wish you all good luck today. It's been an exciting series of matches, and final words from anybody before I toss it off to our casters.
Bummed I'm going to be put on ice, but can't wait for this action to get underway. It's going to be good.
Hey, Zoing Stoop Snacks will check in with you afterwards for some analysis, but Spraggles, Jeff, let's move on to talking about our teams. Now, I know both of you have been very excited to kick things off with this matchup. Both teams, Gaming Gladiators and Nemesis, have not dropped a single match across the bracket since they've joined, but taking a closer look at the rosters, Jeff, maybe you can offer some insight onto how these guys are doing it.
Gaming Gladiators is probably one of the best established teams in North America right now, and they were on point yesterday. They were playing a solo Trevenant top in some of their matches, as well as some other fantastic things in their compositions at different points. It feels like they are well tested and prepared for this event. That being said, Nemesis is no slouches. Either Yeet Fan and others on this team, some of the most innovative when it comes to the North American region, when it comes to figuring out things to counterpick the known meta compositions.
All right, some thoughts on Nemesis there from Spraggles, anything?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if any team is going to take down Gaming Gladiators, it would be Nemesis. As we talked about before, I think this is the match to watch. You could see these two teams coming back at it in the grand finals. I know everybody wanted to cast this game. That's why we had to put Doob Snacks on ice there. We got into a heated argument, but it ended up being me and Jeff, and I cannot wait to watch these two. There are so many amazing players here.
So many amazing players, but if I had to ask you to pick just one for us to focus on in this upcoming matchup, who would it be, Jeff?
I think it would definitely be Toon there, the central area player from the Gaming Gladiators. They have Greninja listed as their primary and Aegislash there with a couple too many arms that would appear as their secondary, but the range of Toon on these central area Pokemon is just absolutely incredible. They can flex into a variety of things, and Toon is someone especially that I'm going to look to be watching as we go through these series, to be changing up what they're doing after both wins and losses to keep the opposing team on their toes.
Oh, that's a great call out, and I know these two teams are chomping at the bit to go, so I'm not going to stand in anybody's way. I'm handing it off to you, Jeff and Spraggles, to take us into our first match.
All right, thank you very much, Seltzer. Here we go, Jeff. We're at Pokemon selection already. Do we get to see this Trevenant? We actually see Goof lining up this Blastoise here. Lutano on Greedent. Are you kidding me? What a start.
Yeah, the lack of Lucario in the North American region yesterday in that solo top role was definitely a bit surprising to me, but in definitely a pleasant way. Looks like Toon hovering that Aegislash, which I actually think is an excellent choice into this kind of thicker team that we see Nemesis picking out here with both Greedent and Blastoise. Speaking of Aegislash, are we going to see an Aegislash mirror here?
Not only an Aegislash mirror, maybe the Pokemon holding up that mirror is Mr. Mime, a Pokemon that has been gone from the competitive scene for a little while, but it did get some really interesting changes recently. I don't know if we're going to see a Guard Swap Psychic or a Guard Swap Confusion, but this is a Pokemon I haven't seen in a tournament in a couple months, Jeff.
Yeah, and we noted there, if you looked at the items, there's actually an Assault Vest present on that Mr. Mime, an item that makes it more durable into opposing special attackers, which is going to carry weight against the team composition that Gaming Gladiators has picked out against both Hoopa, Blissey, and Blastoise.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting match, and leave it up to Nemesis to pull out the Mr. Mime. I did not see it coming. I don't know where it's going. I'm guessing that bottom path, but this is a really interesting pick. As I said before, there's been some really cool changes to Mr. Mime recently, and if this Pokemon gets guard swap and makes it to level 13, it can heal fast any Pokemon in the game. We're going to find out what these two teams do as we see our dueling swords heading into the central area here.
Interesting. If you noted in that top path, there's not one but two characters coming up here from Nemesis, while it looks like Gaming Gladiators is looking to execute a more typical 1-1-3 competitive split here.
Yeah, this is always interesting to see how teams react to this. I feel like Game & Gladiators solidly play this 1-1-3, this bottom lane with 3 Pokemon. They've been doing it for a long time, and they're extremely good at it. But they're going to have to deal with this really interesting Nemesis strategy as we see the Greedent from Nemesis actually heading in to the top central area. Actually, from both teams, the Greedent's heading into the central area up top there.
Yeah, looking to pick off that final Corphish in the central area to stop the level 5 evolution of these Aegislashes. That being said, it looks like Lutano, both Greedents were unsuccessful at that.
Wow, this is so interesting seeing Lutano not on Lucario, not on Trevenant, not on Blastoise, but Greedent. This is really interesting. For those of you at home who may not be familiar with Lutano, he is one of the most recognized Lucario players in the game.
Something else, speaking of interesting here, Nemesis has not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 players in this top path for this first Bees engagement. And I think we kind of see here what their overall strategy is looking to be with this Mr. Mime in the bottom path, which is that Mr. Mime, with its confusion especially, last hits better than almost any other character early in the game. So leaving a single character in the bottom to not give up value there, but overloading the top simultaneously to push ahead with their carry characters.
A really interesting move, Jeff, that we didn't get to see. Greedent and Hoopa from Nemesis were actually in the central area of Game & Gladiators trying to take some of their experience there, and then as soon as Greedent got low, they sent them back with that hyperspace hole. Really unique, something I have not seen before.
As we look here at the levels across the board, looks like we have a small edge for Nemesis as their Aegislash hits that final evolution a moment before Gladiators, but things definitely incredibly close overall here as some fighting breaks out in the bottom path.
And they left Mr. Mime all alone, and they seem to be doing just fine. Mr. Mime has incredible last hitting potential with Confusion, but we've not got to see its moveset yet. I'm wondering what's coming out here from Mr. Mime.
Similar to the first engagement, we see here Gladiators prioritizing having more characters in the bottom path here for the 720Bs, whereas Nemesis has 2 characters in the top path still.
And we do have a guard swap Mime. I don't know if you picked up on that one, Jeff, but I cannot wait to see where this goes. Looks like it's getting slashed up a little bit there. Aegislash from Tomb here, your player to watch right here, taking them down, taking a big KO there off Mr. Mime, getting ready for this Dreadnought fight.
Something to note on Aegislash, the boosted attacks, those more powerful attacks that you generate off of this character, they deal damage based on the total health of the thing that they are hitting, meaning Aegislash is a phenomenal character for cutting through these thicker characters like Mr. Mime and Greedent. Huge engage for Nemesis are getting both the objective and the knockout on Tomb.
Yeah, as soon as Lutano, the Greedent player, went down there from Game & Gladiators, they felt pretty safe to secure on that Dreadnought. Not only, by the way, speaking of that Aegislash, it does great on very tanky Pokemon and really nice on wild Pokemon and objectives. You can get some big secures with those boosted attacks when it's in blade form. But here we go, a double KO here from Nemesis.
Yeah, just pushing that advantage they started to get from the first Dreadnought and choosing to push even further, breaking this outside goal point, but not stopping there with these Unite moves as they push up further and further, resetting a couple of their people to restore their health here, though.
Wow, what an incredible fight. I mean, speaking earlier, if, you know, Lutano is known for his Lucario, the Greedent player here, Nemesis Artriu, might be one of the best, if not the best Greedent players in Pokemon Unite. Just incredible.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me to see Lutano kind of acknowledge, hey, the best way perhaps they feel to contend with an opposing Greedent is to play a Greedent of their own in this top path. This character is just very unique in how slippery it is for getting in and out of tricky situations.
We can see, I'm not sure which Greedent is going to prevail, but I have to tip my cowboy hat toward the cowboy Greedent there on Nemesis. I mean, it feels like a crime not to have that cowboy hollowware.
As we see this engagement around the Rotom here, ultimately going over to the Gladiators. This objective not providing a ton of value in this early game. It walks in and provides an overcap here of 36, which allows them to kind of close this point deficit that they had previously, but not going to help them collect experience, on which they are still behind as we head into the second Dreadnought objective here momentarily.
And we can see that the Hoopa from Nemesis is level 9, ready to bring their team in. We don't have a level 9 Hoopa from Game and Gladiators yet. They just got their Blastoise to level 9, so they are definitely on their back foot here. Not even able to show up at Dreadnought yet, and it looks like this is going to be taken without a fight from Game and Gladiators. Blastoise Yeet fan actually taking down that Dreadnought.
Yeah, I wonder if this push-up here feels scary to me. Both teams have Unite moves at this point. This could definitely go either way, as we see Nemesis quickly realize perhaps they should not extend in this manner and back off.
Oh, and it looks like Mr. Mime did not get the memo. Everybody else left but Mime. Run, Mime, run! Oh, he couldn't speak, but surely he can hear, right?
We see Greedent looking at a little bit of value in the top path, being pushed off thanks to these Pokemon walking through Hoopa's hyperspace hole. Both Greedents just getting those big belches, trying to secure last hits on these bees for those valuable experience.
Taking a look at this match so far, it looks like things are going in the way of Nemesis right now, but there's a lot of game in front of us still here. Big pickup there on Blissey as well. 2 members of Gladiators down right now, and they're going to be able to score in this top path. Oh, I don't know about that. Lutano's here to push them back, as well as Goof running Blastoise himself.
Yeah, both Greedent and Blastoise, again, just incredibly durable characters that give you a tough time to be able to push them off of a point before backup can arrive, especially when backup can just hop in a hyperspace hole and pop out from across the map.
We are here at the 3-minute mark. 1 minute here till Blastoise. We have Rotom up that actually has some pretty good value for Game and Gladiators right here, but of course Nemesis does not want them to pick that up. Let's see who ends up getting this KO here on our Rotom. As always, the Pokemon that gets the last hit on it gets the secure, and here comes that last hit potential there from Game and Gladiators, and they are able to pick up that secure.
That was a Unite move from trainer LGC, trying to secure the last hit on the Rotom there. Now, Aegislash does have one of the faster Unite recharges in the game. That being said, they are going to need to start clearing a lot of wild Pokemon to make sure they have that powerful attack available to them again come Zapdos time here in just 25 seconds.
So we're taking a look here. I'm not sure where they're prioritizing the experience over on Nemesis, but as I said before, as soon as Mr. Mime gets that upgraded guard swap, they're able to heal like crazy, but they're not there yet. They're at level 12. They need to be at level 13 so that they can get this. I see that they're not going to get this Dreadnought, so I don't know if Mime's going to have it for this big fight, and it is a game changer, Jeff.
Now, despite getting this final Dreadnought objective, it would appear that the slight level experience is still in favor of Nemesis. That being said, this 100-point dunk from Blastoise, where they all escape via that hyperspace hole, does put Gladiators solidly in the point lead as we head to this endgame engagement.
And here we have the fight breaking out. It's nowhere near the Zapdos pit, but this is essentially the Zapdos fight. Everyone trading blows here, and Mr. Mime does have that level 13. Can it get that guard swap on its tanky Blastoise? We will have to see here, or maybe it will put it on its Aegislash and make it even more powerful and give it a lot of health. Let's see what happens in this final fight. Zapdos is being hit. Who is going to be able to get this final hit? Looks like Toon trying to tear them up in the backside here.
You see that Unite move coming back in time to be able to KO that Hoopa. However, Hoopa is a lower level and has a fairly quick respawn timer here, as we see Toon start poking the Zapdos a little bit. They're up by over 100 points at this point, so I have to imagine they're just tapping this objective, trying to pull Nemesis in before they feel comfortable doing so.
It looks like we do have a score here from Lutano, putting them up even further right now. Is anyone going down in this fight? We do have Greedent going down and Blissey going down. One from each team here. What Pokemon are going to get KO'd right here. Are they able to take more down? 3 members of Nemesis go down. 4. Only the sword is left. Can they do anything to take it out? It looks like this sword is going to have to run, and Game & Gladiators is in such a good position right here. Ahead on score. They don't even need to touch this Zapdos right now.
What a phenomenal use of the hyperspace holes from Indy there on the Hoopa, being able to get Toon out on slivers of HP.
And right here, we're seeing a really interesting fight. There isn't anything Nemesis can do right now. Game & Gladiators does not need this Zapdos. They'll try to score a few more points, but they were able to shut them down at that fight, and Zapdos was irrelevant for them. Game 1 heading over to the Gladiators.
What just an incredible dynamic difference coming from those crazy games where we just watched in the EU finals to here in NA, where the endgame engagements are just drastically different.
Yeah, absolutely. And these teams are so different, Jeff. I mean, look at this. We're seeing Swords and Mr. Mimes, but a few Pokemon that we keep seeing over and over again. Boy, Blastoise and Hoopa doing very well right now.
Yeah, definitely. Hoopa easily the Pokemon of the weekend, but if you ask me to pick out a second, it's definitely Blastoise. Not present on quite every team, but definitely an omnipresent threat on most of them.
Got the big MVP here on Goof from Game & Gladiators, the attacker for Game & Gladiators in that bottom path. Toon with 7 big KOs in this match as well. Again, Game 1 over here to GG.
Overall, speaking of knockouts, actually a majority of the knockouts in this match going to Team Nemesis, but Game & Gladiators able to maneuver those endgame situations, were able to get in a couple of those key dunks, put themselves ahead, and then keep Nemesis off of that Zapdos objective with proper positioning.
Taking a look at the story of the score here, Jeff, you can see that this game was pretty close for a while, but one thing you'll notice, no one took that Zapdos. Once Game & Gladiators were ahead, they didn't need it, and all they needed to do was shut down Nemesis, which they did expertly.
Yeah, if your team is positioned to be ahead in that end game engagement, Zapdos isn't necessarily a piece you have to take off the board so much as it can simply be a catalyst, as we saw Toon in that match, kind of just hitting it enough to kind of pull Nemesis in so Gladiators could take that fight before Nemesis necessarily wanted to start it.
Let's take a look at our team here. Let's take a look at Game & Gladiators. You probably already know them and love them. Zugrug, Lutano, Indy, Toon, Goof. I mean, as you mentioned before, Jeff, I think this is the household name for Pokemon Unite, at least here in North America. Game & Gladiators winning the February finals, making it to the top 6 in March, and back here to prove a point that they are #1. Let's take a look at this match.
This was just after they lost that first Dreadnought objective, a little bit of a kink in their early game that they ultimately recovered well from, as Nemesis kind of tried to push up a little bit too much there. This is where the tides begin to turn as the Gladiators get this Rotom in the top path and start to close the gap in this score.
And interestingly enough, it felt like they were behind for a little bit. They weren't able to take this fight, but all of a sudden we get the Blastoise, we get the Hoopa to level 9 on Game & Gladiators, and they were able to push this fight back. Not a lot of damage being taken except for Mr. Mime, who somehow came back. No, Mr. Mime, no!
A third Dreadnought just before Zapdos, kind of cementing the lead that the Gladiators had there, giving them extra bit of experience as this fight started taking place, in fact, outside of the Zapdos pit.
And interestingly enough, we did have this combo between Mr. Mime and Blastoise, which I think is incredibly popular and incredibly powerful, but they weren't able to get it done in this final fight. Game & Gladiators playing expertly right here in these final moments. And here is our MVP, Goof, on the Blastoise today, but a big fan of Gengar and Pikachu.
Yeah, Gengar, a character that we don't see too much of inside of these competitive 5-player games. However, Pikachu, a staple in that bottom path role, and one that I wouldn't be surprised to see Goof flex into at some point over the course of today.
Absolutely. And, you know, interestingly enough, Game & Gladiators is a very exciting team because they've been known to change their strategy up even when they are winning. So I don't know if we're coming in with the same Pokemon here into game #2. And Nemesis, if you're looking for an interesting Pokemon selection, look no further. I'm not sure what they're going to bring in. One thing I'm surprised with, the absence of a tree and with a bird with an arrow. What happened to Decidueye and Trevenant? Both of these teams running these Pokemon.
I think Decidueye in particular, while it was very powerful in the March finals where we saw Yeet Fan leverage that character to great success, I think the power of that character has fallen off a little bit as we see especially teams like what Gaming Gladiators was playing move towards these tankier characters. Those Spirit Shackle arrows are good at chunking through squishier threats like Duraludon, Cinderace, Greninja, Pikachu, etc., but they're much less good against the Greedents and Blastoises of the format.
Well, they always seem to KO me, Jeff. Let's take a look at Gaming Gladiators Day 1. We have some incredible highlights from this team right here. That sword tune, you were talking about it as the player to watch right here, just cleaning it up in this match against Blackhand. And there's that Trevenant from Lutano.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see. We saw Lutano bust out that Trevenant against opposing Lucarios. Perhaps that's what they feel is a counter pick to that very common top path Pokemon.
And you can see Greninja here by Blackhand, a Pokemon that I thought would be even more popular in that central area than it is, but Gaming Gladiators shutting it down here in this match. We do have a Alolan Ninetales in here as well for Blackhand, a Pokemon we have not seen a lot today either.
Yep, this was that N-Gage Zapdos here where I believe the Gladiators, yes, lost the Zapdos Gladiators are on the right side here, were secured the Zapdos here to move along against Blackhand.
Yeah, big match here for Gaming Gladiators. They take that first match, and now here they're fighting with Blackhand once again. Another amazing team here in NA that you're going to get to see games of today. But Gaming Gladiators able to take the win over them here as well. We've got that Cinderace coming out for Blackhand, but is it enough to stop GG?
Yeah, we'll see. If anybody is poised to stop GG, I think you're right that Nemesis is definitely the team that has the best chance to do so. I'm really curious to see which characters these teams are going to gravitate towards in the character select screen. Like I said, I wouldn't put it past both of these teams to be changing things up as we move into this next match, simply because Gaming Gladiators has such a deep range of characters to pick from, and as does Nemesis.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators has a lot of Pokemon to switch to. Nemesis has such an interesting pool of Pokemon to switch to, and I think both of these teams could come up with some strategies that we might not expect. Interestingly enough, I think when you see a lot of teams play, they're playing a strategy that they may have seen one of these two teams come up with. So let's see if they can define the meta. Once again, we have Gaming Gladiators on our right side here, Nemesis on our left.
All right, we see some characters getting locked in here. Looks like we could just see a straight run back here from the Gladiators on the right side of your screen here.
And we've got a few here from Nemesis. It looks like maybe they're deciding what they would like to do here. We might be seeing a Wigglytuff come out. This would be the first time today, a Pokemon that was extremely popular for a long time, getting switched off of here in this moment. Oh my goodness. Do we see that Decidueye? Are they coming out with those long-range Spirit Shackles, Jeff? Let's see what they lock in here.
I think what we might see here, and obviously we'll see what the pathings are at the beginning of the game, but Yeet Fan looking like, oh, and there's a Trevenant here. So we talked about Trevenant in that top path role previously, but Trevenant for Team Nemesis here likely going to be occupying the defender slot in the bottom path.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have this combo that was so potent in the February Grand Finals with Nemesis against Blossom. You have this amazing Greninja Decidueye combo. So Decidueye with these long-range Spirit Shackles, chunking enemy health down or getting some KOs themselves. And then Greninja comes in, that stealthy assassin, cleaning up with their Surfs. If you've seen some of our matches today, you've seen Pokemon like Lucario with their Power-Up Punch have these big execute finisher moments. Well, Greninja has that same thing with its Surf ability. I can't wait to see what this combo does in this match.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how both Greninja and Decidueye line up specifically into the Blastoise that we see in the bottom path for the Gladiators. From a game theory perspective, these thicker characters tend to be more reasonable into these ones that are looking to punish people for being low on health.
That's exactly right. We're just going to have to see if they're able to make it work here. We've got 3 down here in this bottom path, and now we finally get to see this little tree. It looks cute right here as Fanta, but it is very, very mean.
Yeah, Trevenant, a character that got a number of all strict buffs in the most recent balance patch, making numbers on almost all of its skills just better than they were before. A character that's very capable of pushing and pulling the enemy team around to exactly where you want them to be.
Oh, Lutano might be caught here in no man's land. They are not yet greedent. They're not able to covet away using the tackles, just trying to get out of there, and they actually do. Toon just showing the fact that a sword's here, getting them to back off.
Yeah, really close call there for Lutano. Able to get out and get to level 5 before these bees spawn. Speaking of bees, just getting absolutely deleted here in the bottom path by these 6 characters.
And look at this here. Whoa, we've got ourselves a Woodhammer, Trevenant. I haven't seen this in a minute, but this is what Nemesis used to play. Strangely enough, its other moveset got a large buff recently, but not too long before that, so did Woodhammer.
Woodhammer, a attack that I really like out of Trevenant in this defender slot in the bottom path. It allows your character to do this kind of 1-2 punch of stun you and then stun you again, and specifically pull you into a spot that you might necessarily not want to be with the second hit with it.
That's right, these massive stuns. It has 2 stuns back to back when it swings these giant wood hammers. I don't know if you've ever been hit with a hammer, Jeff, but it's very disorienting.
I would imagine so. I would be stunned for it. The minimum a brief moment should I be struck twice by one.
Let me tell you, if I was struck twice by a hammer, I'm not getting back up. It's no longer a stun at that point. That's a full-on KO. And here we have him looking for the KO on Goof. Oh! He's able to get it with the wood hammer. My gosh, we are psychic-type Pokemon today.
Rex working towards its level 7 where it'll get the second attack up. We're going to be interested to see if we go with the Horn Leech for additional kind of zoning control with the Trevenant, or if we'll see a Pain Split for additional durability here.
Look at this sneaky sword. I thought Greninja was the sneaky one hiding in that bush, looking for a big score right here, or possibly a KO, getting those boosted attacks and just carving up this squirrel. But can anything take down Greedent? We will find out. It does go down. Big belch from Lutano there.
Really seeing the upside of this Aegis Slash character being able to deal damage based on the total health of the thing that it's hitting. Normally, characters like Greedent, which have an incredible health pool, very durable, less good when your opponent gets a bonus based on how healthy you are.
All right, here we go. We do have Decidueye in this bottom path, so a big steal is possible. And of course, there it is, Robin Hood from a million miles away, taking that Dreadnought. This is what that Spirit Shackle Decidueye can do. It doesn't even need to be there, Jeff, to be dangerous.
Yeah, the Spirit Shackle range on Decidueye, for those not familiar, is actually capable of hitting characters from so far away when you're playing the game, you can't even quite see them on your screen. Look at the incredible shot there.
All right, there are those Spirit Shackles. My goodness, so exciting to see it. And speaking of exciting, why is Nemesis excited for the Aeos Cup? To get another shot at first place.
I think that's why everyone is excited to be here, although not every team can claim another shot at first place, although the Gladiators are one that can say a second time through.
That's right. Nemesis and Gladiators could both be heading back to a grand finals here today, and that was right on the money for a score. Their Decidueye here, Yeet fans, stacking that attack weight. And if you know much about that, that's just going to make those Spirit Shackles, those big arrows from Decidueye, stronger than they were before, as if they weren't powerful enough, Jeff. You stack this attack weight, and it has one of the largest bonuses in the entire game for a single move.
Yes, we refer to that Spirit Shackle as a move that scales, meaning the more attack this arrow gets, the more damage it deals at a greater proportion than most other skills in the game. These arrows capable of dealing upwards of 3,000 damage in a single hit to targets in the late game.
And you saw there that really interesting move from Decidueye, that Shadow Sneak, actually letting him know that the sword was hiding there in the bush. Toon heading into shield form here, trying to take some damage right now. You can see that is very beneficial, but now it's coming in, trying to carve up this Greedent, and it does. They are ready now to secure this Rotom.
Yep, we see Blastoise diving on in there in the hands of Goof, pushing that Decidueye off and eventually getting the KO, creating plenty of space for Toon to easily secure this Rotom objective.
And now we can see here, heading back in, and if anything's going to cut down a tree, it's not an axe, it's a sword here, Jeff. One of the most exciting characters to watch inside of Pokemon Unite because there really is a dance with its abilities here. And now we can see Greninja running off and chasing the enemy team down with that big Water Burst Shuriken. And now they are left Decidueye and Greedent here to clean up this Rotom.
Greninja ultimately biting off more than it can chew there, getting KO'd by Zugrug on Blissey in the central area.
And here we have a Unite move from Hoopa, bringing them all down for this big fight. And look at that, our sword is already level 12. Aegislash looking very good, but getting taken down there by Decidueye. And this is another nice moment for Nemesis right here. They have so many ways to secure an objective like this, taken by the Greedent.
Yeah, that's the big difference that stands out in my mind between these two teams, between Greedent and Decidueye and the Surf from the Greninja. Lots of ways for Nemesis to try and ensure that they get the last hit on those objectives.
Nice little score there from Lutano, the Greedent here on Game & Gladiators as he runs away. You can't stop a Greedent no matter how hard you try. And here comes the Unite move. Great timing to use it and a great Pokemon to try to chase down here, Jeff. Obviously, when you're around the 4-minute mark, 3-minute, 45-second mark, you're going to see a lot of Unite moves because you won't get another chance to use them on most Pokemon until the Zapdos fight.
Yeah, and it's just so important that you have that powerful resource of the Unite move for that Zapdos fight, that most good players will be holding that skill for that final 2-minute fight mark.
Of course, Zapdos being so important, you want to be at your best for it. And now we see a little fight breaking out here as Gladiators is trying to zone them out and make sure that they don't have an opportunity to take this Rotom that is spawning up in the top path here. But these Spirit Shackles pushing them back. Let's see what's going to happen here at this big fight.
All right, we see the two thicker characters for Nemesis pushing up in Trevenant and Greedent, but those boosted attacks from Aegislash finally enough to take the Trevenant down as the Hyperspace Hole gets most of Game & Gladiators to home and back again at full life cleanly.
My goodness, just seeing a Blastoise, Greedent, and Blissey, all low health and all coming back full. These big HP tanky characters, and they're right back ready to go.
All right, this Rotom is walking down the path, and while Lutano's looking to babysit it and maybe get a little bit of value by clearing wild Pokemon, you see the rest of Gladiators immediately moving away to other spots on the map, wanting to get some value inside of the Zapdos pit, and the just walks in here, and now we're at the 2-minute mark with this goal defenseless and 90 points going in for Lutano.
Yeah, there wasn't much they could do about it. They know they need to win a big fight here, but Trevenant getting very, very low, luckily getting back through that hyperspace hole. Everyone is just getting ready for this fight here. It looks like Game & Gladiators is set up right here with a little bit of a level lead, and they're also set up with a score lead, so they do not need to be the ones to push this fight.
Yep, and not even just any score lead. It's a fairly sizable lead as well. Having more than a 100-point lead means the opposing team needs to either get Zapdos or score multiple times, even during this double point portion of the game where 50 would turn into 100.
And
huge knockout on the Greninja.
Yeah, this sword coming in, cutting them all up. We've got the Unite move coming out from Trevenant right here, and this is our fight. Zapdos is nowhere near, but there is this goal that they like to score on, pushing this Blissey back, and there we have the Bliss Assistance, the Unite move. The Unite move from Blastoise pushing Nemesis back right now. Does this tree go down right here? Aegislash looking for it, and it gets the KO on the tree. The sword does chop it down.
Yet again, for the second match in a row, we see Gladiators exerting their dominance in their levels, not even trying to take an objective, instead simply applying pressure to Nemesis to keep them out of the pit and unable to win an engagement.
We just saw a heartbreaking Unite move right there from Greninja. Obviously, Greninja needs to clean up when it throws that big Unite move, not able to secure a KO. And look at Game & Gladiators here. Once again, this Zapdos is not touched. They don't want to fight at Zapdos right now. They just want to make sure that Nemesis can't. They're way ahead, and they are calm, cool, and collected right here as Nemesis tries for a big flip right now.
Yeah, and honestly, even if the Zapdos flips, there's 10 seconds left, Spraggles. We need, what, 5 or 6 to clear this bird, and then more than another 3 to go and get some points in.
Wow, what a match here. Almost every member of Nemesis going down, and they secure the Zapdos to boot. Gaming Gladiators getting their Zarina on and stomping all over Nemesis in these two games.
Yeah, two pretty decisive games, honestly. There was, Nemesis was a little bit ahead at some of the points in the beginning, but I feel like once we hit that mid-game stride for the Gladiators, they got a little bit ahead on points, and they just increased their lead ever continuously as we went on throughout the course of these games.
And take a look at this KO sheet right here. Lutano with the MVP for our Gaming Gladiators. But look at this. I mean, 6 KOs over here for Toon, 4 for Goof, 3 for Blissey. The Zugrug over here getting in on the action, doing as many KOs as the MVP here for Nemesis, Yeet Fan. It felt like Nemesis had a pretty strong start to this match, but just as you mentioned before, Jeff, even though it put out all that damage with its Spirit Shackle, you're looking at a very tanky setup here from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, actually bigger damage numbers overall from Nemesis, but that's kind of to be expected the way these team compositions are set up. Durability is the name of the game, the way Gladiators have set up their team, and they were fine taking all of that damage so long as that damage wasn't being converted into knockouts.
And once again, the tail of the score here, Gaming Gladiators goes up before that Zapdos. No need to secure it. I don't know. Have you ever seen a Zapdos right there at the end, the last possible second on that scoreboard? That's really cool to see here. They didn't need it, but they took it anyway.
I mean, if you're going to win the game, you might as well take the bird at the very end for the style points, Sprinkles.
That makes sense. See, that's my problem, Jeff. I have no clue how to be stylish in this game. I can barely make it to Zapdos on time, but that's not true for Gaming Gladiators. Let's take a look at this amazing team right here. GG Gaming Gladiators heading to your grand finals. Zugrug, Lutano, Indy, Toon, Goof. I mean, these are household names in the Pokemon Unite community for a reason, and they are looking to take this 10K home today.
Yeah, I do not envy the team that's going to be coming up from the lower bracket to compete with this squad. You know, beating them in one best of 5 would be hard enough, much less trying to best them twice.
And there was that big Spirit Shackle taking down that early Dreadnought. And this is what we were talking about with Decidueye. It's amazing at securing even if it's not near the fight. But as the match starts to go on, they do have more and more trouble with Gaming Gladiators. Breaking this goal early, I'm not sure if that small amount of an overcap was the right move for them, but they wanted to stack that attack weight here. And now we are seeing Toon, your player to watch here, slicing up that Greed.
Yeah, really an excellent pick overall, this Aegis/into characters like Greedent, making sure that you can go ahead and tank through their high health totals.
Taking a look here, Nemesis securing that, and they just had to let this go, but this put Gaming Gladiators in such an advantageous position. Now they got to fight them down here at this bottom outside goal, which really doesn't provide the health and shields that they need. Gaming Gladiators knows this. They're able to chop them up right here, and while this is a valiant effort, there's just not enough time and not enough damage on this Zapdos for it to go down for Nemesis.
Yeah, the mid-game to late point lead that Gladiators was able to amass allowed them to dictate the terms of engagement at every point in these last 2 minutes, and when they were deciding where the fights were happening, they were winning them pretty decisively.
There we go, our MVP Lutano on the Greedent today, but of course known as an incredible Lucario player, and I knew someone had their stomping boots on. Also loves to play that Zarina, but I don't know, maybe he's going to be a Greedent main now, Jeff.
Yeah, perhaps. I'm going to be really interested to see when we make it back to the grand finals, if someone other than Nemesis is meeting them there, will we see Greedent out of Lutano still, or perhaps do they feel Greedent into Greedent is just a necessity?
Now, of course, Jeff, this has been one wild circus. I did not go to Clown College. I did go to Clown High School, but I never got my degree. I need our ringleader to take control of this whole thing. Seltzer, please help us out.
Well, Spriggles, Jeff, you asked for a clown, and yep, here I am. But fortunately, I have 2 wonderful people in my car, and maybe a whole lot more. Let's bring out Zoinks and Doob Snacks, because I had you guys watching that match from the analysis booth, and I got a couple questions for you, because NA is wild so far. We took a look at Lutano there as an MVP. Used to seeing him on Lucario, but Doob Snacks, today he pulled out the Greedent to great effect.
Yeah, when we looked at that MVP sheet, of course, we saw Lucario. We saw that Zarina yesterday. They were on Trevenant in the top path and now using Greedent. It's very evident to me that Gaming Gladiators has a strategy for all their opponents. They've thought through it. They understand what their compositions are going to be, and they're executing on them. And today, it was Lutano on Greedent to kind of square down our tree, known as one of the best Greedents in the world. And I don't think Lutano is necessarily concerned about being the best Greedent in that matchup, but just to disrupt enough and do their job, and that's exactly what they did, earning themselves that MVP and delivering Gaming Gladiators to another Grand Finals.
Absolutely, and execution is a great keyword there, because Zoinks, I want to talk about the execution of Gaming Gladiators in this last match that's moving them ahead in the bracket. Tell me a little bit about the precision of this team and the history of this roster, how they're able to accomplish this.
I'm really glad you mentioned the history of this roster. Previously, when we were looking at their lineup, not a lot of surprises. This team's been playing together forever, and everybody in Twitch chat, I know you know the Gaming Gladiator squad, 2-0 all the way through this bracket, but the biggest surprise on that lineup is definitely the 6th place finish in March. Now, the question on everybody's mind is Gaming Gladiators back? And so far in this bracket, they have been proving it. 2-0 tear through every game in bracket play. Dropped a couple of rounds in groups, but never a full match. Gaming Gladiators has not dropped anything yet, and they very much deserve to be in our grand finals.
Well, I can't wait to see them there, especially because they're going to be playing a best of 5 when they get to the grand finals, perhaps even a best of 5 reset if our lower bracket can pull it off. I just love more games with them, and I can't wait to watch. But before I think about games with them, let's think about games with our chat, with all the wonderful people watching, with everyone who has had the good sense to pick up Pokemon UNITE since it launched. We have an opportunity for you to get involved in the competitive space, because May registration is open now for the Aeos Cup. And you can head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to sign up. If you sign up and play just a little bit of the competition, you're going to get yourself 20 HoloWare tickets. But if you stick around, if you get good, if you find some friends to play with, well, you too could be playing in an Aeos Cup and perhaps taking home a huge chunk of a $25,000 prize pool yourself. So lots to look forward to, but only one click to start your journey. And speaking of journeys, we have a long one ahead here at the North American Aeos Cup. When we come back very shortly after this break, we have a bunch more games for you as we head on into the lower bracket and then to our championship. Stick around. Hey, fellow Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Aeos Island. welcome back. You are watching day 2 of the Aeos Cup. We've got 2 teams that survived day 1 in the losers bracket, but only one team will be moving on. Will it be Blackhand? Will it be Full Send? Well, I'm gonna bring in my 2 experts, Zoinks and Doob Snacks, to help me puzzle it out before the match, and then, talk about it through the match and, after the match as well. That's what we do here on our Pokemon Unite Twitch and YouTube streaming channels. And gentlemen, it's already been a little bit wild here in North America this morning. How you feeling about heading into this next match? Zoinks?
I feel incredible. Yeah, wild's a good way to describe that. Pokemon choices abundant in that last game. We may even see something fresh in this game. More traditional players, I'd say, in the 2 teams we're about to watch, but I'm not counting anything out.
Absolutely. And actually, speaking of matches to watch, let's take a look at our match schedule. And Doob Snacks, we took a look already at Gladiators versus Nemesis heading into Full Send, but what does the rest of the day say to you?
Yeah, of course, Gladiators dispatching Nemesis 2-0. We just saw that. Full Send going to square off against Blackhand to see who moves right along and has to face just Nemesis, who has been on a hot streak as well. And of course, the end boss waiting for everybody in those grand finals is Gaming Gladiators, and they're looking to take the crown back from February, lost it in March, and just reclaim it, put a stamp on it, and keep it with them. And of course, 10,000 bucks.
So excited to see it. And of course, this is our first head-to-head in our next couple. Everyone goes home at the end is what I'm trying to get to. There's no more losers bracket. There's no more dropping down. There's no more second chances. It's Full Send versus Blackhand. Somebody's going on. Somebody's going home. Zoinks, Doob Snacks, I think our teams are ready, and I know you guys are, so I'm going to hand this over to you, and we can start our match.
Zoinks, holy smokes. Blackhand, Full Send. Barn burner of a matchup. 2 quality teams showcasing here, and one of them's going home right now.
Yeah, we are now into the elimination stage of our day. Last winner's bracket is over. Everything else from here on out is just going to be teams headed home, teams making money, and teams playing the best Unite we've ever seen.
That's without a doubt. I first want to apologize for missing your fist bump earlier. Probably won't happen again if we try and run that back. Second thing, Blackhand looking good. They're a team. They're the most consistent ones. We've beat this breaks off that story all weekend long, and they deserve it. Top 4 in February, top 4 in March, top 4 here, but on the losers bracket side now, and of course, Full Send. Good run in February, fell off a little bit in March, and they're trying to get themselves back into fighting shape from February as well. What can we expect out of this matchup between these 2 teams?
I really think we're looking at another case of consistency on the side of Blackhand. You always know what to expect, and that's going to be excellence. But on the other side of Full Send, you have so many players who are so mechanically gifted, you're going to see a lot of pop-off potential. My specific player I'd really like to highlight in this match is going to be Snow Points on the Hoopa. We haven't been talking about specific Hoopa players very much, just the great plays that they're making, but Snow Points is one of the best mechanical Hoopas we have in the entire region.
Oh, Otter locking in the Sylveon with the hyper voice, and Curios on the Alolan Ninetales as well. So we're seeing some good quality Pokemon licenses that we haven't gotten to see too often. Of course, we got this Sylveon showcase in EU, but A9 roaring back, ready to go.
Yeah, no kidding. These matches that we are about to see are going to be fantastic. Really interesting Pokemon choices, by the way, that you were just mentioning. We have a Sylveon option going up against an Alolan Ninetales. Both Pokemon notably hit their power spikes at level 4. Very strong early Pokemon. And we've seen this exact composition, the one that Full Send's bringing, on the side of Random Gaming just earlier today on the side of EU.
When we're taking a look here, I think Greninja was locked in as well as going to be a central area character here alongside with Curios on the A9. Is that 2 Pokemon that can kind of work in tandem to move through that bottom path in the mid game as well?
Oh,
here we go. Jumping in the action. Let's go.
All right, yes. Chaotic on this Greninja is a really interesting pick. We haven't seen very much of this at all. Gatlu was talking about it in their winner's interview that they don't believe that Pokemon is a great selection into a Blastoise. Not their best option, but watching this early game go off already, we're seeing some action within this bottom path. Snow Points and Bloodline trying to get these last secures on any Autono they can get their hands on.
Getting a good view of the Pokemon and a little bit of the landscape here in Remote Stadium as we have Bloodline and Snowpoints working in this bottom path and going to get their levels up a little bit as that Squirtle's slowly moving around. We're going to see if they start getting their buffs and can roll upstairs.
Exactly. We're seeing a little bit of a 2-1-2 split on this, and Black Hand's Hoopa player is actually going into the enemy central area right now. So interesting plays here from Mopwop, especially when they're running the experience share. Interesting look on the side of Black Hand.
Well, you got to throw some curveballs every once in a while, Zoinks, and maybe Mopwop. That's exactly what they've eyed up here for their pitch of choice in this particular matchup, as the action is still going downstairs a little bit. As Slashcan and of course that A9 Curios are working in tandem to put the pressure on the other way.
This could be a really nice adaptation from Black Hand, knowing that Celestial wanted to head into one of these paths a little bit earlier than if they got both of their buffs in the central area, and a nice adaptation by Mopwop to steal one of those away and head right back into their home base via a hyperspace hole.
Yeah, Curio, Slashcan, and of course Mopwop joining company here to give us a little bit of more traditional feel in this bottom path with 3 players. And of course Snowpoints joins in the mix as well. Otter kind of being the outlier here. We'll see if they can put some pressure on with their Sylveon.
We're going to focus in here on this bottom path 3-on-3, and the first bees already long past. Now the pause stream begins. Hyperspace hole utilized by Mopwop in case their central area or top path player wanted to come down. Looks like they're all alone. The middle Audino comes up with some players like to call a mini Dreadnought.
Yeah, Bulby on the island here, Overlord and Chaotic trying to get some points in while they get the opportunity. Good little chop by Bulby. We'll see if they decide to go downstairs and join the squad. Not quite, as they're rolling upstairs and Otter getting a good portion of those bees with the Hyper Voice. That's been looking good in EU, and it works just the same in NA, doing solid quality KOs down on those wild Pokemon for them.
Otter at an extremely high level for a Pokemon, especially when in comparison to that matchup on the other side. Curios just hitting level 6 now, and we have Otter almost hitting that level 8. The Sylveon with a ton of power early game. Celestial not even at that level 8 yet.
Full Send going straight for the body. They're chasing him down. They see that they have the levels, and they're put the pressure on. That's KO Hoopa on the Lucario. Great pressure. Otter all the way in the back lane, getting a berry as well, as this opens the door for Full Send to start ripping at this Dreadnought, and they take it in quick fashion and quick succession. As Curio's going to go down. Blastoise is in the mix. Slashcan coming up, trying to keep them up, as they're getting egg bombed everywhere, putting the pressure back the other way, and that's a KO by the Greninja on the Lucario, showing up a little late, but willing to make their presence known at this party. KO streak of 2 by the Frog, and everybody can get gobbled up by that Greninja Chaotic.
What courage coming out of Chaotic. Normally in that situation, the Unite move would have just been circumvented with the hyperspace hole from Snowpoints, but no, this time they actually find 2 KOs, and look at this, they're even sieging the bottom tier goal zone. Blitz Assistance utilized to keep Curios up and running, but they're taking a ton of damage.
Ton of damage. Maybe they've overstayed their welcome, as that's one player down for Black Hand, but they're pushing back in the face. Overlord gets a KO. Overlord gets KO'd by their opposing Lucario, as now Bulby's feeling it, getting their Greninja as well. 2 quality KOs for Bulby, as they're going to head back up top, back where their assignments lie, and just making their presence felt quickly in the bottom path.
Bulby surprising us day in and day out. Yesterday, it was with the Azumarill in the top path. This time, it's with their move selection with close combat. So, really interesting. When it was there, though, they did so much damage when they knew that the Black Hand players had no escape. Bulby out-leveling Overlord by a sizable margin. Look at the amount of damage that Overlord took from just one of Bulby's moves.
I mean, Bulby looking good and well fed. Those 2 KOs certainly worked into that equation as well. As Bloodline, Bulby, and company, they're putting the pressure on the goal zone. They're working through. Chaotic gets a berry. They're working through with Curios, trying to keep their range. Big Egg Bomb pops them up. Are they going to be able to close it on Chaotic? They're not. Curios comes back in for more action as Slashcan's laying in bombs of their own. And now they'll be able to stem the pressure here, in Full Send is sent reeling in a good little defensive stand by Black Hand.
Deuce next, we finally have a moment to breathe. A little bit of the aggression has stopped, and actually, Dreadnought's up in 10 seconds. Snowpoints and Mopwop in position to hoop Sun Brown the whole team back down in the situation. No rest for the weary in Pokemon Unite. You always have to have your heads up on rotations. Early one from Snowpoints. Chaotic gets deleted by Snowpoints, my player to watch.
Blackhand just ticks over to level 9, which means they're pulling the squad here. As Full Send wants to close out this Dreadnought before they get there. They do. That's the Hyper Voice. They're pushing through with that, and you're going to use that to try and get more KOs. Is Mopwop going to go down? They do. That's the Blastoise on them, and they're working through Big Rapid Spin. Greninja gets past them with the Unite move, and they're trying to find a KO. There's 3 players down on Full Send. A great stand by Blackhand despite losing the Dreadnought. The Blissey's getting in the mix. KO streak of 2. Greninja, the whole squad is down, and now the points are going to be raining in. Goodbye Goal Zone. Over cap of 40. KO streak for the 3 for the Frogs, and they're just putting more notches on their belt. And the names of those notches are the members of Full Send.
Just like that, the salvation of Chaotic enters into the bottom path. This game was going completely in Full Send's favor. Dreadnought secured, experience lead, so insurmountable. Blackhand sends Chaotic in on a mission impossible, and they choose to accept it. Chaotic Unite move lands, tons of damage, tons of KOs.
What momentum picked up by Blackhand is now they siege that top goal zone and they get that thing closed out as Curios and Slashcan working on Celestial a little bit and willing to pressure more than I expected. And finally, they reel back as Full Send just wants to get their wild Pokemon in peace. Leave us alone, please. We need a break.
Anytime that Blackhand is trying to invade Full Send's side of the map, they are being met with Bulby's close combat, Celestial's Water Spout Rapid Spin, or even a Hyper Voice. No matter where they go, Full Send is finding them and netting themselves these KOs. Full Send hasn't even managed to break a goal zone yet in this game.
What a look. And now Blackhand, although slow start by Blackhand, they've roared back into this one. That's without a doubt. Full Send going to use their unique composition, trying to leverage it here. Overlord getting back in there. The pressure is on. Are they going to follow through these Bs? Not quite. Not quite as the Blastoise is pushing forward. Overlord just hanging out in Full Send's backline, making sure that they know I'm still here, Chief. You can't get rid of the dog that easy. I'm on you. And they're just, look how far back they are. And they're pulling Full Send in the wrong direction. They're splitting their attention everywhere. Finally, Full Send take care of Overlord, and Blackhand comes back through as Blackhand poaches the Rotom. And what a look by Blackhand. Great work in the top half.
No kidding. Blackhand securing that Rotom, by the way, very, very important. Luckily for Full Send, it's going to land in the second tier goal zone just before that 2-minute mark. If it came in exactly 7 seconds later, it would have scored double the amount of points, getting 40 in, and of course Blackhand would have valued a bit more. Full Send started the rip though.
They're all over it, and the fights are breaking out. This Unite moves everywhere. Bliss Assistance, all sorts of stuff. And the Hoopa takes it on the Zapdos as the big Hoopa unbound. And now they're scrambling to score points. Bang! That's 100. They're 287 to 164. They got a bigger gap to close than that. Sylveon's in the middle of the core base, but nobody's scored in this bottom goal zone. I'm watching the points flood in. We've got 40 back the other way, 92 back in the gut here as Sylveon gets their Hundo Banger in, and Full Send spreads this lead out like taffy as they take an almost 200-point lead with 90 seconds on the clock.
Blackhand with one of the greediest plays I've seen yet today. They all tried to reset right at that moment. They all went back to base after that Rotom fight to get healthy. Full Send saw them doing so and immediately called for the Zap fight. With that great heads-up play, gave them the KO on the most important objective in the game, got them so much more Aeos energy, and most importantly, those bases opened up like the Red Sea. Blackhand has a minute left to bring this game back.
Yeah, they need to move as a unit here, and they need to start using some Unite moves to buy some space. They need to get a good team KO. Overlord gets chipped in. Nobody gets points in yet. And now we just have the Water Rapid Spin of that Blastoise in the middle, chipping everybody up, keeping them from getting their points in for free. That's a big Unite move as well. The protection is going down. Here's Mopwop going to try and get a sneaky 62. They are, but that's not the gap that they need. Still under 200, though, is the pressure still on. Only 2 players down for both sides, so there's still an opportunity for Blackhand. If they can convert, if they can get the body, if they can get the KOs, they pick it up. That's a big reset here, and they're fully healed up as Curios comes back. KO by the Blastoise on the Ninetales. They close out the goal zone, but they're still short. They're still shy. That's 40 points that they need to close out the Blastoise, though, and the clock is running thin.
Blastoise, the last one, trying to block Mopwop while in this Hoopa Unbound form, cannot put any goals into this final goal zone. Now there's only one more player trying to score. Overlord, 14 points in a dream, KO'd by Celestial. Full Send takes game 1 in a nail-biter of a match.
Whew. A nail biter is an understatement. They completely read that play by Blackhand. You said they went for the reset, they identified, and they jumped on Zapdos like there was no tomorrow. They KO'd that thing before Blackhand even knew what happened and before they could adjust. Of course, duck it time. Hundo bangers going in left and right. Full Send stretches that lead out. Blackhand makes a push, falls just short. Bolby is your MVP for Full Send. That little gold crown is what we see here based on the score. And look at that number of KOs. That's 7. Great work up top and a big KO streak of 2 early in the game to help push Full Send forward.
The Full Send with a very nice victory. We were talking about, yeah, that maybe a bit of a greedy reset, but shout out to Blackhand. These are elimination rounds. Every single match that you lose puts you farther away from that coveted prize pool, championship points, and of course the glory. Blackhand does not give up, brings this game so close, but thanks to some heroics by Celestial and Bolby, they're able to stop all of the scores. Blackhand gets it nice and close, but Full Send keeps a chokehold on this game 1. They secure it. They took both Dreadnoughts, and I believe that experience lead in the early game is really what kept this close, but the graph says it all. Zapdos did a lot of this work. Full Send with a great read, perfect last-minute decision-making. Blackhand caught on the back foot.
Caught on the back foot, understatement of this game, can't be held. Blackhand played a good 8 minutes, but as I've said before, this game is 10 minutes long, Zoinks, and you can't really make a blunder like that. Blackhand, one mistake this game, and it's the one they're paying for now. Down a game here in the losers bracket semifinals, so they're going to have to just kind of shake that one off, get back to business as usual, and see if they can square this thing up. Let's take a look at our Full Send squad here.
Yeah, this lineup definitely one that we have seen quite a bit of. A few player cards that miss out of place, but for the most part, they're all correct. This squad, so mechanically strong. I have said it before. Fantastic players in each of their roles, and they're really trying to showcase that they can do even better than a second place finish than they got in the February finals.
Without a doubt, Snow Point's Bloodline, Celestial, Otter, and Bolby. Great work there. Way to recover. Fighting from behind for 8 straight minutes and were able to make it happen when they saw their opportunity. And they took it, Zoinks. They took it indeed.
Yeah, no kidding. Huge work from Full Send. Really proud of them to get this game 1. But job's not done. They still have to take down Blackhand in a game 2 if they want to move on. And Blackhand, one of the best teams that we have in North America for quite some time, obviously have 2 in a row to win if they want to move on in our bracket.
Well, let's see what the story of this game was by looking at the game highlights here. As Blackhand again had a commanding 8 minutes. Full Send, though, getting the win here in game 1.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, this highlight replay is really going to be interesting to watch. This game, yes, Blackhand was winning some early, but Full Send really started the early game in their direction. Right here, you can witness this. Bolby finding some nice little plays. Otter just doing a ton of consistent damage. Didn't find too many times to be able to shout them out, but still, this secure on the first Dreadnought, worthy of an honorific.
Yeah, Full Send with a big push there. Blackhand ended up playing some good defense there. We see the full team wipe by Blackhand here in that bottom path off the back of Chaotic, coming through with just absolute shurikens from space to take down the Full Send squad.
No kidding. Yep. Zapdos getting absolutely shredded. Some valiant attempts from Blackhand to get themselves in there, but 2 Pokemon KO'd in that entire exchange as well. Full Send did not have too much of a defense to worry about when they were rushing to score this Aeos energy.
Yep, here we go. The points are raining in here after securing that Zapdos. The goal zone's, of course, open, which makes scoring pretty free. Blackhand, this is their final push, trying to get those points in. We saw a big Ninetales reset here, or excuse me, a big Ninetales and Chaotic reset here as they came back to try and take this thing out and fall just a bit shy.
Yeah, so close. But yeah, the valiant effort at the end, it really is such a nail-biter game. Never over till it's over. We only got 10 minutes to play, so you may as well, keep the legs fresh, short shifts, and all that. Interesting, we're actually giving the MVP here to Bolby, the Lucario player. Very strong mechanics in this game. We saw them on Azumarill. We saw them on Lucario. Bolby is definitely making waves in this tournament.
Yeah, a little bit of a unique item loadout that I don't think they actually had on their character. We'll probably see it on the next screen when they're selecting their characters, get you a better look there. But great work by Bolby, not only on the score sheet, actually getting that Aeos energy in, but of course taking the body, dealing big damage, and getting some key KOs for their squad.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Bolby definitely trying to not give away any secrets, even in a mid-game role. So keeping their item build a little bit closer to the chest. Really excited to see how this whole squad can keep operating separating though. Full Send, we saw in that layout, had a second place finish in February, not as good in March. So a little bit similar to another team that's already in the grand finals, not with the first place finish, but again, another team looking for a repeat. This team looks so good right now, Dupe Snacks. Very impressed with their play. Was surprised to see Celestial on the Blastoise, but it was working for them quite well.
Well, let's see how Full Send got here and take a look at some some day one highlights from Full Send, and we can kind of see how they paced through the competition here. And this is against Sandra's cheeky children that Full Send was able to dispatch up.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where, again, we get to see the newest Pokemon added to Unite, Azumarill, in full effect. Bulby was utilizing the Unite move, the Whirlpool, and everything else they had available to them to secure this game. This was a close matchup, but yet again, Full Send was able to prove that they belong within our top 4.
Absolutely. Bulby showing off that Azumarill top path Pokemon, and it was good to see that new Pokemon license used here during the Aeos Cup. Just a good push by Full Send, especially in this Sandra's Cheeky Children matchup, who also plays a fairly unique composition. You know, you have your Gardevoir, of course you have the Greedent sometimes as well out of Sandra's Cheeky Children.
I've talked about it before, as when I consider Full Send and think about what really makes their team tick is the mechanical skill that each of these players have within their tool belt. But even in those highlight reels, you were also seeing synergy and macro gameplay is also front of mind for this squad. Working together as a great team, always moving as a unit, never trying to get caught out. But even if they do, the mechanical skill is helping them win these 1v1s.
Yeah, Full Send, a team that has really persevered through a lot of adversity, you know, having that initial success in February, falling just a bit shy in March, and of course, leveraging and powering through that adversity to make themselves stronger. And now we find them fighting for, you know, a top 3 spot, hopefully a top 2 spot. That's where they want to be.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen a little bit of a roster change with Full Send in the past as well. Bulby, a newer addition to this team, playing the top path, and notably, they actually filled in for Blackhand in our March finals tournament. So, an interesting storyline for this player of Bulby, playing now against the team that they filled in for last minute. So, a little bit of a chance to prove it to the old squad that they can really hang with anybody.
Yeah, and, you know, get the drop to their current squad of what's going on.
Yeah.
See if they can use that to leverage an advantage here. They took game 1. They're not even trying to give Blackhand the opportunity to get back into this one. Let's win game 2 and move forward with our tournament. That's the expectation that Full Send has certainly set for themselves going forward.
Yeah, no kidding. An interesting look in that last game from Blackhand was actually Curios playing the Alolan Ninetales. Maybe not Curios as unexpected. Curios has been playing this Pokemon a ton in bracket. We've seen them playing it so much. However, that Pokemon wasn't yielding a ton of results in that bottom path for them. They did find some success early, but after that, it seemed tough to leverage the Alolan Ninetales Unite move or any of their freezing capabilities for the rest of the team fights. I know that Blackhand does have a strategy in their back pocket of sending Curios into the central area as Cinderace and bringing Celestial out of it. However, with a performance like that from Chaotic, with a performance like that from Chaotic on the Greninja, I don't know if you want to take that player out of the central area right now.
No, I mean, if I'm Blackhand, I just go to the drawing board and I said, okay, this right here is where it fell apart. Let's just not do that again. The other 8 minutes were phenomenal. Let's do that all over, rinse, repeat that strategy, skip this mess, and then make sure we close the door on the back end. And I don't see Blackhand falling into that same trap twice. Full Send on the opportunity. Thank their lucky stars that opportunity happened. Obviously skilled enough to jump on it, but you can't rely on those types of mistakes. You got to find your way to keep up in those first 8 minutes.
Looks like we have a repeat composition on the side of Full Send. If I'm taking a look at it, held items maybe aside, I wasn't watching those as closely, but here we have Curios. Okay, that's exactly what I was talking about. Chaotic has selected the Alolan Ninetales, meaning that Curios is headed into the central area on Cinderace, and a last-minute change, Overlord hovering over the Machamp to head into the top path. Could be a Pokemon they believe has a better chance of contesting wild Pokemon in the top path versus Bulby and an early flank of Celestial.
They decide to go for it. And of course, real quick, Bulby, for those of you looking at the trainer cards, take a look at attack weight, muscle band, weakness policy, slow smoke. That's what you're looking at there on that character. Just want to highlight that before we get too far in it. Now, Machamp Scales great, has a little tough time early against Lucario. Is this something where we might see some support from another player on the squad rolling up to give them just that early game pressure to really kind of keep it parity with the Lucario?
It definitely could be. However, Machamp, while they may not have as much mobility as Lucario, the amount of damage they have definitely scales very easily in that early game with Lucario. Karate Chop, a fantastic secure move that they have access to, as long as they are making sure they don't go too far and don't give any, too much of an advantage to Bulby when contesting these wild Pokemon. I think Overlord will keep up perfectly fine. Curios, though, won't be able to help with the first spawn of bees as much as Celestial will on the Blastoise.
Look at that full send with Otter going through using the random gaming kind of split central area to get that Sylveon, that power spike to level 4. Bloodline going down early here in HP, not down to the ground, not KO'd, of course. And now we're working through 3-on-3, and I don't even know who clutched that out. I think it was Blackhand that actually got that. I think it was Slash as well. And they're moving forward. They're getting right into the face of this Audino, see if they can get themselves some big secures and get that experience lead going early in the bottom path.
Looks like Overlord was sent back all the way to their home goal zone. Not sure if they reset or were KO'd in that situation, but obviously Otter and Bulby doing a lot of work in this top path to push off Blackhand. Seems like your fears of the Machop not matching up in terms of pace were correct.
Well, look at where the Hoopa is right now. Just getting some of that central experience working through. Otter already level 4, hasn't been able to leverage that quite yet as Full Send pushes forward, trying to catch Overlord, trying to catch Curios as well. As they're kicking through, they get a good portion of the bees, and of course we're watching through, and Full Send clutches that all out, and they're just scrambling back to their side.
Overlord forced to use the eject button just to stay up and running in that situation, but they do get back no problem. Bulby at level 5 now has access to whatever move they have selected for their power-up and is going to be a much bigger threat in the top path. Therefore, we have Mopwop staying here with Overlord for a little bit, make sure that they have the backup and they can get Overlord evolved and get past this Machop as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they're putting the pressure on Slashcan, just trying to hold it down with their A9 in the face of the other squad here that's just trying to take all their stuff. Chaotic and Slashcan really want Curios to get that experience up because they're going to need them to help when the Dreadnought peels onto the map.
Exactly. Hyperspace Hole sends Mopwop back down in this situation, leaving Overlord up there to defend the Tier 1 goal zone, and Curios has hit the level 7 Cinderace. So outpacing the side of Full Send, definitely neither Sylveon nor Wartortle are there, and already a team fight.
Yeah, they jump right up top, and they're able to get a big KO, and Celestial goes down as well. Blackhand, a great exchange there with Slashcan, and Slashcan, pre-game ritual, resetting the router, baby. We call that tech support level 1 here in the caster booth. Reset that router, Slashcan getting it done. Look at that engagement real quick by Curios, putting the pressure onto Otter, and of course Bloodline trying to hold it down, putting the pressure back the other way. 3-on-2.
No kidding.
Oh, look at that Egg Bomb.
Yeah, Egg Bomb putting in a lot of work. Bloodline and Slashcan are actually a really interesting matchup when you're looking at these two Blissies. Two of the Blissies I respect the most in our North America region. Timing of Egg Bombs, always phenomenal, and if you watch their Bliss assistance work, you're definitely in for something special. But Dreadnought fight has already began.
Oh, they're collapsing around it. Full Send has the spread. Rapid spin right into the middle, and it's absolutely eviscerated as the right side team takes it. Full Send putting the pressure back forward. That's Lucario that was able to clutch it out. They're going to get KOs. There's one down on each side. Are they going to keep the pressure on? They do. 2 players down for Full Send, despite getting the Dreadnought. The same thing is happening as in game 1. Blackhand putting the pressure on. Look at the players' HP that they have. Full Send contend just sitting in their goal zone for now, as Blackhand, although did not get Dreadnought, got a couple KOs and helped just completely shrink that experience gap.
Yeah, Curios definitely the source of those KOs. Maybe not getting the last hits, but that Unite move unlocked at level 9 is so pivotal in that situation. Nobody on the side of Full Send hit that precious level 9 power spike. Curios did. They push their advantage. They toss in the blazing bicycle kick, and boy, oh boy, does it do work.
It sure does. Now we just have a good little positional song and dance down here as the Egg Bomb comes through trying to steal that Audino, and of course Bulby going to try and get some points in with Celestial as well. Here comes Mopwop for the intercept here. They able to stop anybody, getting the portal down, see if anyone can join in. Big Unite move chips up. That's a KO on the Hoopa themselves as Full Send is working through 2 players down, and now they're going to be able to rein in all the points they want as there's nobody up here to help, and they're going to get all this experience of bees in the middle. They close out the goal zone just in time. If they can send Rotom down, it's going going to the second tier goal zone.
Exactly. You're gonna have to. Blackhand is gonna have to commit at least one, maybe even two players to stop this Rotom. Again, it going in is just gonna provide too much of a threat for points to be going up on Full Send side. Speaking of points, Blackhand scoring in the bottom tier goal zone quite a bit, and now at 146 to 81. Now, don't forget, breaking a goal zone not only gives you points in your pocket, however, you're also cutting down Hoopa's power. With that hyperspace hole, now whenever they want to teleport between paths, they're going to be teleporting a little bit farther back. Hyperspace hole goes to the farthest out goal zone that is still up.
Without a doubt. Look at Chaotic putting some good pressure on forcing Full Send to retreat a little bit, but Otter's not going to let Chaotic off the hook. Forces out the Unite move. Here we go from both of them as they're still going at each other. 1v1. Chaotic grabs the portal to get out of there as the Hoopa unbound pulls them through, says, I need you down here. Look at that Blitz assistance right in the middle. The left side team takes it. That's the Cinderace clutching that out for them, and they're using that to push back forward. Blackhand not willing to give up. 2 players down for Full Send. The pressure doesn't stop. Snow Point's chipped up with an Egg Bomb, frozen in place by the A9, and they both nab that portal too. They both nabbed that portal. A9 not coming back. Their job is done in the bottom path for Blackhand. They want to be somewhere else.
Yeah, fantastic work there by Mopwop to throw down the portal preemptively, knowing that their team would need an escape route. Chaotic picks up a KO of their own. Curious, though, I'm not sure if you noticed in the positioning around that Dreadnought, we're actually on the opposite side of the Dreadnought, went on a bit of a sneaky flank, threw in their Unite move when they were clear of getting stunned or locked in place by anybody, especially Bloodline's Egg Bomb, throws it free and clear, secures the Dreadnought, finds a couple of KOs. Curios is feeling themselves on this Cinderace this game.
Oh, it looks very, very good. And Full Send needs to adjust a little bit. The Greninja looked great out of Blackhand game 1. Cinderace looking just as good here in game 2. We were a bit concerned about the swap. Concerned why? I don't even know. I don't even know why we were. It's looking good.
Yeah, no, definitely. This swap, I wanted to see Chaotic still play in that central area a little bit. So much pop-off on the Greninja, but Cinderace just does so well into a Blastoise pick on the other side. Rotom being shredded by Full Send. This objective not prioritized by Blackhand at all. We see Slashcan and Chaotic in this bottom path playing a little bit for information, trying to see if they can get some scores in, but most importantly, looking for Pokemon to knock out and level up before we hit this 2-minute final stretch.
Blackhand just all over this road and wants to take care of it quickly here as we are in the final minute before Zapdos. 3:03 on the clock, and there's going to be enough time for this Dreadnought if this team's want to contest.
Exactly. Yeah, 15 seconds left for it to spawn. A full minute on the clock until Zapdos. So the damage numbers are here. Full Send takes early positioning. Otter hiding out in this bush. Chaotic did not see them. They saw Chaotic, though, and they're going to get this jump on him.
Yeah, that that Hyper Voice getting good damage out on the A9, but it's Full Send all over it, and Blackhand just going to back off a little bit. Maybe just stay close enough to get vision is at worst what they're going to do, but really just content with letting them have it, not overcommitting, and getting some good points up top here. That's just a clean break.
A clean break, an overdunk of 0, if you will, but sometimes that's even harder to do in Pokemon Unite. With the amount of variance you have in Aeos Energy, Overlord grabs those, not to mention gets a little bit more value from their attack weight, their damage numbers moving up just slightly here.
Yeah, and the little fight's breaking out right before Zapdos, and we're going in. We have Overlord on the chase. They get the Blitz assistance from downtown. They knock up a bunch of people. Unite move back by Celestial. They're going to be able to get this KO. Are they? Question mark. Yes, 2 players down for Full Send. Blackhand in full control out here. Are they going to pull on Zapdos? Snow Point is on the verge. Hoop on Hoopa. Crime. The laser beam finds it, cuts him in half. As this Zapdos is getting eviscerated by Blackhand. The hand is heavy indeed, and it's falling on top of that Zapdos as they unlock the goal zones, and now it's Ducket time. As Curios is going to try and get 100 in, and that A9 is rolling up top.
Dude Snacks, we have a term that we like to utilize in esports quite a bit called limit testing. That is seeing what is capable on any given Pokemon mechanic situation. Slashcan with the Bliss assistance all the way over there saves Overlord. Not only that, enables them to throw down the Unite move, locks Celestial in place. That Blastoise so strong in those final team fights was rendered useless when 1,000 punches came out of a champ's utilization. Brought down, Blackhand gets this team fight win, and they have this scoring win right now, 696 to 233. Full Send is probably gonna lose this one.
Yeah, Full Send is indeed probably going to lose this one, Zoinks. That is, in fact, a statement that I can agree with here, as there's just more points by Slash going in, and Full Send trying to siege this bottom goal zone. They get some points, 758 to 369, 38 seconds on the clock, and the pressure's on. More Unite moves in a coast, another Unite move by Blastoise, why not? We did see the Bliss Assistants come out. There's 3 players down for a Blackhand. If there's a push, this is it. They're gonna come through, but Machamp finds a KO. That's Overlord, obviously. What a change up that was, as they're raining in points down here. Are they gonna be able to get it? Slash Can's trying to hold it down. Is Celestial gonna get points in? No, they do get KO'd. The Machamp goes down. It's still just Slash. Poor Slash. Get in there, just doing their best, as Otter and Bulby are keeping them occupied. The rest of the team trying to push through, and the Cinderace absolutely melts them in the last 5 seconds.
For any of you, you know, with a little bit of hopium in your veins, Kyrios absolutely removes it. KO streak of 4 to finish that one up. Fantastic team fight there from Blackhand. Really, really impressed with their gameplay there, but more than anything, I'm just so impressed with Slash Can. That Bliss Assistance had to be at the maximum of maximum range. Very glad they restarted their router for this matchup. It paid off. That Bliss Assistance kept Overlord up, allowed them to punch the Celestial into the nether, and now they take that win.
I'm still chuckling as we were watching those 2 poor Pokemon scramble up the path. They were slowed down by the goal zone path, and just the Cinderace rolling out with just an absolute melter just to get a double KO in the final throws of that one. Absolutely amazing. Overlord, yeah, I think I like the switch up. Machamp looking clean.
Machamp looking fantastic, yeah. Seriously, some great utilization of where they were trying to enter into these team fights. You saw them using their Unite move, going completely around the enemy team, trying to throw those punches and push them all towards their Cinderace and, of course, the Blissey and everything like that. Positioning worked out, mechanics worked out. Overlord, a little bit slow in the early game, though. You were mentioning that was a big risk. However, a caliber player like Overlord and Kyrios, their duo in that central area top path, definitely worked out to be able to bring them back up to parity and got them back in the game.
Yep. They had very good communication. It was evident there. And of course, whatever happened at that 8-minute mark didn't occur in game 2. Blackhand from bell to bell, just sorting this one out. And I think, as you said, and Full Send is probably gonna lose this one. And that one actually ended up ringing true here, as Blackhand couldn't even have been happy how game 1 panned out. Did great game 2. How can Full Send, excuse me, we'll take a look at Blackhand real quick. Let's have that opportunity. Slash, Mopwop, Kyrios, Chaotic, and Overlord. And just of the moment of the match, you said it twice, I'll say it again. Slash, that Bliss Assistance from 2 counties over, scrambling, waddling through, chipping up everybody on the way, saving Overlord and letting them go full Machampion and just melting them down. Looked great. Let's get some highlights from game 2, because there's plenty of them.
This first Dreadnought was so exciting to watch. Full Send does steal it away, but watch Kyrios on the Cinderace here. They unlock the Unite move, they send it in, and look at the Blaze Kick auto attack damage that follows.
Yeah, Full Send getting some points and are trying to. Poor Mopwop going to hold it down. They're chipping in. They get vaporized by the Unite move there by the Blastoise, as Full Send keeping that pressure on. Got a good amount of KOs. The A9 falls as well. One of the highlights for Full Send in this, good team communication there, and then taking the Rotom and sending it down the path.
Exactly. Also, a neat note that we've seen about Full Send and this Sylveon, they have been doing a little bit of what we saw Random Gaming do, letting Otter take a little bit of the central area wild Pokemon first, letting them hit that power spike early, and then who knows what path they'll go into. They could go bottom, they could go top, trying to keep Blackhand on their toes, but this Zapdos fight is really where the game was cemented in Blackhand's favor.
I mean, just a dominating team fight here. Of course, the doors open by the Bliss Assistants, but you can't deny the work done by Mopwop, the Hoopas. They're able to take out their counterpart, really pull the squad through, and of course, get the win. Overlord checking the box for our MVP, Lucario, Cramorant, but today, and in that game, was certainly the Machamp looking good.
Absolutely. Yeah, Machamp, for sure enabled by the rest of their team, no doubt, but did so much work in the damage and KO column of this game. Overlord, again, my pick for the best top pather we have in the entire region, albeit, I'll say it, entire world so far from what I've seen. So they're going to make any Pokemon that they have access to look good. We've seen 2 so far. I highly doubt we'll see a 3rd different one, but who knows? Right now, Blackhand is trying to keep us as the casters on our toes too.
That's without a doubt. And while we're talking about Blackhand, let's go ahead and take a look at their day one highlights to see how they got so far in the tournament. Lutano with the big tree push, come on. This, unfortunately, is the game that I believe sent them to the lower half of the bracket, but that isn't without their highlights here. KO streak of 2 for the Greninja. That's chaotic.
Yep, Gaming Gladiators, obviously such a strong opponent, but this matchup that we've seen, Gaming Gladiators versus Blackhand, we have seen so much in official tournaments and some community tournaments, of course. This really has come to be the El Clasico of NA, and Blackhand really want another seat at that table.
Yeah, without a doubt. Finding a lot of consistency, but not necessarily finding that top spot just yet. Blackhand is hungry for it, but they still have a lot of tough sledding to handle today. Curious, again, this poor matchup is actually one of the few that they lost this weekend, but Blackhand is just showing that they're a team with tons of resilience and no quit, as Overlord is always looking to pad the stat sheet, no matter how many seconds are left on the clock.
No kidding. Yeah, Blackhand, one of the, like you were mentioning, one of the most consistent teams we have seen in the region by far, and that comes from a lot of different directions. You mentioned that they do have a coach at the helm. Shout out Excellent for making sure everybody on Blackhand is on the same page at all times. And the players that perform on Blackhand have been doing so well. I've really liked Mopwop on this support Hoopa. They've really adapted to the portal play very well. I know it's something that every NA support has tried to learn as rapidly as they could ever since Trick on Hoopa got nerfed.
I mean, that is just a bang on. I mean, there's a lot of changes that happened with that patch, a lot of phenomenal changes. And unfortunately for these Hoopa players, they thought they had that trick thing sorted out. But here we go. Hyperspace Hole is where it's at. And of course, here we see Blackhand sealing that Zapdos and of course, eventually sealing that particular game. And that's a win. That was a game 1 win there for them.
Exactly. So much of Blackhand's strength, I find, comes from their team fighting potential, but also a little bit of their counterplay. They're able to identify what's the biggest threat on the other side of Aeos Island for them. They're able to corner that Pokemon down and make sure they get him KO'd. You saw that in that last game that we just witnessed. Overlord made sure that the Machamp Unite move was sent directly towards Celestial, locking them in place, doing as much damage as possible. The teammates also threw in some damage, and Celestial was KO'd and removed from that Zapdos pit. So amazing work from Blackhand. They tied this matchup 1-1. Full Send and Blackhand, though, are looking like an incredibly even game so far. Very close series.
Yeah, I'll say even on the scoreboard, right, for a game apiece, but I will say that Full Send has looked a little rough in the first opening 8 minutes of game 1, and of course the full 10 minutes in game 2. Real quickly, Zoinks, what are some adjustments that maybe Full Send are looking to make here for game 3 so they can keep their tournament dreams alive?
Well, what they really need to look for is if they are not going to hit a level 9 power spike around that first Dreadnought, like Curios has been able to do as the Cinderace, if they're going to be splitting that early game experience in the central area, they need to find a way to shut down Curios and not let them get away with that. I would love to see a little bit better presence around these first Bs. Bulby did very good first game about shutting down Overlord, out-leveling them by 2 levels in that top path. A sentence I don't say very often when talking about these players. So if they could find that early game advantage in top path, that's going to mean Curios is held back a little bit around these important objectives. And if you can slow down a Cinderace, you'll be in a really good spot.
Yeah, Overlord locking in Machamp here, and that's a great point. Something I want to see out of this Sylveon from Otter is similar to what Adesu was doing. Get that power spike, and then go find the central area player for the other team. Get your KOs that way. Slow them down, get your experience built up. But there doesn't seem to be too many changes, as Bulby is the only one that hasn't locked into that Lucario just yet. Everyone else picking up the green check mark.
No kidding. I'm really interested about the Alolan Ninetales pick that Blackhand really seems to believe in. I haven't seen too many people still playing this. A lot of people, when they know they're going into the Blastoise pick, a ton of teams have opted into like a Venusaur, potentially. Alolan Ninetales, though, that Unite move, very strong. The Snow Globe does so much damage. If any of those Pokemon are frozen already, gonna do even more damage. So Alolan Ninetales, a huge burst potential Pokemon in these late team fights. When you combine that with something like a Blastoise or a Cinderace, you can get a ton of damage immediately and avoid any pesky buddy barriers or healing that the Blissey can provide.
Yeah, we saw the A9 and their snow globe on display a little bit as they're going 1v1 versus the Sylveon in the top path. And of course, they both got just sucked through by the Hoopa to bring them down to the Dreadnought so they could contest for that. But just a little sample of what Otter, the Sylveon, can do.
No kidding. All right, a repeat here on Game 3. Going to be allowing the Sylveon to get their power spike first. Chaotic, also pretty well fed. Level 3 at this first middle auto. No, Bloodline is able to secure it, though, with the Blissey. Blissey, a support Pokemon, but still one of the best secures in the early game in Unite.
Yeah, just great potential there. Oh, the Sylveon's rolled up top for full send, and they're putting the pressure on Overlord as well as Bulby's coming through. Let's see how much action, how much heat Overlord wants, and maybe that heat is getting cranked up as there's the Rabu. Curios ready to kick in some fire soccer balls into Otter's face. Make sure they're staying pretty tame over there as Bulby cuts through, and that's a combo on the Rabu. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's the gap you want to make up. But Overlord gets the KO Shrika too. That Machop doesn't need forearms to do work, baby. Bench pressing planets out here.
That little stutter step there you saw around the goal zone. No, was not Overlord attempting a moonwalk in game. That was just making sure that their passive experience was ticking up enough that any goal they scored would give them the evolution. Evolutions held back by either a goal score or a knockout on a wilder opposing Pokemon. Overlord knows this for sure. They take it, but they get knocked out by Otter with this 4-man top-tier goal siege.
Just an absolute huge push. Curios sent scrambling. They actually get KO'd by the Sylveon, and what a great look here by Full Send as Slashcan gets portaled up and just trying to hold it down. They're able to put the chase on Bulby and Otter and company and just try and do their best. Did they last hit that too? No, I think Bulby got that one. But I was going to say, decent work by Slashcan being left all by their lonesome in the top path.
Yeah, Mop said, hey, you deal with this. I need somebody to defend. I need to stay down here in the bottom path. Hyperspace Hole sends him up there, but wow, really what we've seen in this entire tournament, North America, EU, everything, is a story of this unsolved. Otter finds a nice KO. Chaotic not able to get away. If you look at Otter's Pokemon and Sylveon, they have that red buff. Every amount of damage will slow down the opposing Pokemon, and when you combo that with an ability like Hyper Voice, you're really going to be slowing down the enemy team and locking them exactly where you want them, which is within earshot.
I mean, that Sylveon is building up steam. That's exactly what Otter wants to be doing here, getting experience through those KOs, leveraging that early power spike, which they've successfully done so far. Overlord though, not a slouch, going to catch back up and try and take over this game as they are wont to do.
We're about to see another engage within this top path if Curios opts into moving up as well to help Overlord. Yes, to level 7, 2-on-3 match here.
Oh, Curios kicks in those fireballs on Bulby. The fists are flying as well, but are they going to find a KO? No, Overlord gets both berries. Curios is stuck alone. They can't get it out. Now the points are coming in. Slashcan, of course, portaled back up for the support because that's their job. They're going to fall on the sword, or the proverbial sword here, as Overlord's about that action, dog, getting right back into Otter's face, getting the last hit on the big B, but pays for their insolence as the Sylveon's Hyper Voice hits the right note and takes him down.
The only good thing about that is now that Sylveon was not able to catch the hyperspace portal downstairs into this Dreadnought fight. That being said, Bulby running this power-up punch build is able to secure it. So, first Dreadnought goes over to Full Send. With teams like this so evenly matched, any bit of experience can push this match either direction, and a Dreadnought objective is a ton of that.
Yeah, Celestial giving us the cheat code to Full Send. What makes our team the best? We press those buttons better, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm going to add my fun fact to that one. Celestial actually has that crocheted on the pillow they sleep with at night. So you're going to see that be in effect. That is the mantra they live by. Overlord taking that Rotom away from Bulby. Would have loved that objective. Slashcan prevents Bulby from their breakfast of the citrus berry with a nice egg bomb knock-up. Slashcan showcasing so much mastery of this Blissey Pokemon.
That's exactly what Overlord needed. They kind of fed them the KO, and they're able to use that to get level 9 Machamp. That's a Unite move by the Blastoise, pulling up, trying to buy space. The chase is on. Mopwop's down. Rapid Spit's still going. Going to get into these Bs. Is the pressure too much for Overlord? No, they activate their Unite move. They're going to try and find a home for that one. As they punch through, they're chipping into Celestial. Can they lock somebody in? They're still going. Finally, they find a target, and they line up Bloodline. Can they close that out on Bloodline? No. The Cold Zone gives them too much HP. The Citrus Berry back onto Overlord here, as this battle is stretching out forever, and they keep going. Who's going to be able to outlast who? The Rapid Spin's going to find Overlord. The support from these Blissies is too strong. And finally, the Blastoise closes the door, rips the championship belt from the waist of Machamp.
That was incredible. Overlord used the Machamp Unite move to try to... Oh, that big B stolen away there by Curios a little bit. Again, I keep saying silver linings for Blackhand there, but the Blissey has that move for Safeguard to give them the immunity to hindrances whatsoever. Able to use that at the perfect time, save that for the Overlord Unite move. So great mechanical skill by Bloodline. It really seems like these teams are so evenly matched. I'm praising one Blissey, I'm praising the next one right after that.
Unbound, of course. What else kicks off the action? But that is the laser beam tries to find a hole, and Full Send collapsing back around Dreadnought. That's a Unite move by the Blastoise, chipping up the A9, and that's a KO. Blissey on the Dreadnought, Blissey on the A9, and now the Rapid Spin's pushing in the face of Blackhand, and the tidal wave of that Blastoise and company is getting a little too big for Blackhand to handle as the pressure is just building and mounting. Full Send up almost 100 points.
4 minutes left in our game here. That goal zone does not break. Curios also finds themselves a KO. Actually able to KO Bulby, went a little bit far in that team fight. However, it did mean that the rest of Full Send could get out no worse for wear. We're also seeing a little bit of Mopwop heading into the central area to KO some wild Pokemon. They need to hit that level 9, so they have the Hoops Unbound Unite move, and there it is. They earned it. They used it. The fight has begun.
Well, this is where you want to use it here. If you're going to counterbalance this thing, this is now. The fight is breaking out, and Bloodline's on the backside. They close the goal zone out, and the pressure's on. Good spacing here by Curious. They're chasing Bloodline. Are they going to be able to get the KO and stack the bodies up with the rest of them? Yes, KO Shrika 2 by Overlord, and another one there by the Cinderace. Double them up, 2 for 2. We call that a double-double in Canada, baby. Let's go. Blackhand trying to swing this thing back the other way.
Yeah, Bulby with a really fantastic secure on the Rotom. Rotom now going to be going down the lane. Blackhand forced to try to stop it. Overlord out here a little bit too deep. They have a nice little bit of healing. Can they KO? No, right before they're able to KO Otter. Snow points and Bloodline able to put a stop to that. Fantastic work. Rotom here now being worked down by Blackhand and not going to be hitting this goal zone. Only 3 minutes left, but we're about to see another Dreadnought up and running for 30 seconds. Definitely enough time for either team to KO it, should they value it.
Well, the value is there indeed. There's plenty of time, and Blackhand seems to show the most interest by this early positioning.
Yeah, exactly. Celestial pushing off the opposing Slash-Can with a little bit of water sport damage, stopping any back teleportation they wanted to do. Finally, they have to do it. Blackhand has all the positioning in the world. This Dreadnought going to be going over completely to them. Full Send instead opting to surround this Zapdos pit. Celestial going back into the central area to find some wild Pokemon to KO and level up. They need to hit some power spikes. They're already 13. They would love to be a little bit stronger. Blackhand has rushed in though now, and they're trying to search for where Full Send is hiding.
Full Send hiding indeed, using that tall grass to their advantage. Otter trying to give up the game a little bit, trying to leash them away to somewhere else. Is this where the fight's going to break out here? As we see egg bombs flying everywhere, and of course the hyperspace hole comes out. Otter uses their Unite move early, and that's what's going to kick off the action. Is that's a Blastoise Unite, and of course the Hoopo's Unbound, and the KOs haven't started raining in yet, but we're looking for them here as Blackhand and Full Send are putting the pressure on. Holy smoke, Zapdos just eviscerated as Full Send takes it. Dude, people down. Blackhand needs to play defense. They need to take the body, but the points are going to rain in. Is there going to be a counter score of points here? KO Shrika 2 for the Blissey for Blackhand, of course.
Full Send with a fantastic Zapdos secure. However, their point lead hasn't gone very high. 306 to 220. Slash-Can about to throw in a Hundo Burger, and they have now taken the lead with that. Blackhand up 320 to 306. 2 members of Full Send were knocked out around that Zapdos fight. Despite the secure, things are a little concerning. Now, 2 Pokemon down for Blackhand, but they're going to be able to respawn in time before Full Send even gets close to a goal zone. This tier 1 goal zone could be the story of the game. Snow Points is pushing up alongside another player. If they can get any scores in, they can try to catch back up, and they do. They're up by 12 points.
Just the smallest of margins, but plenty of time for Blackhand to make the push. Did it come after the notification of a close game? I'm sure it did, and if they're doing math, they got to know they're not too far away. Fill the pockets up. Well, not too much, actually. It might be beneficial to not have full pockets to try and bridge that small of a gap, Zoinks.
Yeah, exactly. They want to get these really rapid scores in. The faster you're able to score, the less chance Full Send is going to be able to stop you. Blackhand positioning a little bit here. Only 30 seconds left in this match. Overlord staying home on defense as well as KO chaotic. The rest of Black Hand in pole position to get some Aeos energy in some goal zones.
Oh, that's without a doubt. Overlord trying to find Bulby. Bulby makes it out just in the nick of time. There's still 18 seconds left. Here we go. This is going to be the push here. The Unite move comes out with a Blastoise, and of course the Hoop Unbound as well. And they're trying to put the pressure on. They're going to be able to get these KOs. Slashcan just trying to find somebody. Bulby scoring. They get chipped in by Chaotic. They keep the score in, and I haven't seen any points go in. Zoinks, is this going to be it? Does anybody get points in that top goal zone? No! I think Full Send has taken this one out of the hands of Black Hand.
Full Send with a fantastic team fight. They are able to secure Zapdos. Maybe they didn't have the energy to score, but they win this game by 12 points, the smallest of margins. And Full Send is going to be going to the losers finals to face up against Nemesis.
Black Hand falling just a bit short again, but look at the work by Otter. We wanted them to snowball early into the game, take over, get some crucial KOs. They did, and that was the story for me here in Game 3.
Yeah, no kidding. Otter definitely found their footing. The Sylveon providing so much value. Didn't matter if it was within a team fight, didn't matter if it was within a 1v1. Otter was finding ways to land those Hyper Voice damages, and we also saw the benefit a few times early game of having the red buff on Sylveon. When you're not able to run away from that Pokemon, you are doomed.
Yeah, that hyperspace voice will find you and just absolutely roast you down. A great look by Full Send here. A rocky game 1, definitely a rocky game 2, but game 3 was the story of this one. They found their footing and they were able to push forward and dispatch of a very quality squad in Black Hand.
Yeah, no kidding. Black Hand, a fantastic squad. Extremely close game 3, but that was honestly the story of the full series. 1, 2, and 3 could have went any way. Full Send and Black Hand, such close competitors, but this time Full Send just barely pulling ahead here. Congratulations to Snow Points, Bloodline, Celestial, Otter, and Bulby. They have secured top 3 in our tournament for sure and are doing so well. They have a full head of steam heading into these next matches. I think the rest of the competition needs to be wary of Full Send.
Oh, that's without a doubt. If they're not going to pick up, if they haven't picked up steam before, they certainly found some steam and threw some coals into the fire to get that engine motor in here. Let's take a look at the replay here of Game 3, which the story for that again was all that Sylveon.
No kidding. Bulby a little bit out-leveled here, but that's okay because Otter is not, and they are Screamion all the way through, doing so much damage, really stopping the enemy team in so many fashions. I love that you pointed out that player on this Pokemon. Not a popular pick, but we did see it in one other spot today, and guess what? That team won the entire Aeos Cup in their region.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here we just watched Celestial getting some points in. This was the second Dreadnought breaking out, where Full Send just had all the pressure around it. We're able to get it pretty convincingly here, of course, off the back of that Blastoise Unite move.
Exactly. Slashcan putting in a lot of work in terms of defense, but this time Full Send was able to overcome anything that Black Hand would put in their way. The Zapdos voice got absolutely shredded. Curios used the Blazing Bicycle Kick early on in that team fight, so it was not available to secure the Zapdos like you would want a high damaging Unite move like that one to be used for. So Black Hand did not have that available. Full Send was able to rip down the Zapdos, and they take it. And here you go, your MVP, Otter.
Otter, Duraludon, and Cramorant against highlighted, but that Sylveon looked very fresh and clean and looked even at its peak, of course, in Game 3, exactly when Full Send needed it and allowed them to move forward here in this event.
Yeah, no kidding. Congratulations to Full Send. Congratulations to Black Hand on a fantastic tournament run. They finished top 4, a very respectable placing. They're getting some cash, and they're also already qualified for the May finals coming up at the end of this month. So do not have to play in those open qualifiers. They have secured a spot, and they definitely earned it with a great tournament run.
Well, we've walked the tightrope long enough ourselves here, Zoinks, so let's bring in the ringleader again to get this circus wrapped up and moving on to its next event. Seltzer, come on back.
Doob Snacks, Zoinks, go hit the food cart. You deserve a break after that one. Super close match there. Would love to bring in Spraggles and Jeff Hoagland to talk about it a little bit because we saw some excellent play there from Full Send. They were keeping their heads even in those final moments of a battle against an incredibly tough team. Jeff, how did they do it, and how did you see it come through in our watch?
Honestly, that Game 3 was probably one of the closest games we've had all day, with Full Send clinching that Zapdos, but only getting in 2 dunks afterwards because they lost that team fight by a decent margin, and they were actually behind for a small moment at the end when the other team ran to counter score. Perhaps our right side team there made a mistake by not bringing more Pokemon down to defend that outer goal, not fully being aware of where they stood in terms of scoring.
Yeah, what an incredibly close few matches there. Those Zapdoses were going either way. Everyone was running back and forth trying to score. These were some of the wildest games we've seen all day, and it feels like Full Send was really ready to flip those Zapdoses, as we like to say. Head on in there, throw as much damage as they can at it, and then try to bolt towards those goals.
Absolutely. And as we move into the brackets, Jeff, I want to give you guys both a chance to talk about the Sylveon that we saw today, a big factor in the EU finals, now come into play for Full Send as they move forward in our lower bracket.
Yeah, really interesting to see that kind of technology coming out of the EU Grand Finals, winning those 3-1 in the hands of Random Gaming, being utilized to good effect here in Full Send to kind of mitigate that early scoring that we frequently see in that top path.
Yeah, what a star. Sylveon coming out here. It's really impressive, but let's take a look at the real stars here. Game Gladiators already in the grand finals. They're going to go up against either Nemesis or Full Send. And what's interesting about Nemesis and Full Send is both of them were sent down to the losers bracket by Game Gladiators. In fact, they also sent Black Hand down to the losers bracket. So if anyone was going to go up against Game Gladiators in these grand finals, Game Gladiators has already dispatched them once in this tournament.
Spriggles, that is an excellent point, and I cannot wait to see which one of these teams claws back up for their shot at revenge against Gladiators in our finals. Of course, if you're excited by competitive Pokemon Unite, I want to welcome you to join the competition. Our May registration for the Aeos Cup is open now, so you can go to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite and sign up. Even if you just compete a little bit, we're going to give you 20 HoloWare tickets. But just so you get a sense of what's at stake if you decide to go pro, well, here at our Aeos Cup this weekend, we've got a $25,000 prize pool. And when we come back from this break, we're going to put 2 more teams head-to-head and take 1 step closer to handing it out. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Now, we're going to talk about items. There are 2 types of items in Pokemon Unite: battle items and held items. Let's go over battle items first. Battle items are active items, meaning they need to be activated with a button press and they have a cooldown. There are several battle items to choose from, and your choice should be determined by your playstyle and by your choice of Pokemon. You won't start with many, but as you level up, you'll unlock more and more. Let's cover a few you'll probably see quite a bit throughout the series. One of the most common items you'll see in the current meta is the eject button. This item is simple. It teleports your Pokemon a short distance, and while the effect is simple, the applications for it are vast. You can use it to escape an opponent, rush a goal to get a quick score, or even teleport through walls. It's useful for nearly every Pokemon in many situations. There are also items that can boost stats in a pinch. X-Attack is an excellent choice for offensive Pokemon, giving a big boost in attack and special attack. This is a great option for Pokemon focused on offensive objectives and who plan on being in battle a lot. That's just a few of the battle items that you can use in-game. Be sure to check out more for yourself and try them out. Now let's talk about held items. These are items you can give your Pokemon that grant passive effects. There are a ton of held items, so we won't cover them all here, but we do want to give you some tips. You can equip 3 held items to a Pokemon, and you'll want to make sure that you're using items that will benefit a specific Pokemon. For example, Pokemon that deal physical damage use their attack stat, so you'll want to equip an item like Muscle Band that will boost your attack. Pokemon that use special attack would benefit most from a held item that increases their special attack, like Wise Glasses. In addition to passive stat boosts, there are also held items that activate with certain triggers. Buddy Barrier is a perfect example of this. When a Pokemon holding this item uses their Unite move, the user and the ally Pokemon with the least amount of health both gain a shield to help them last during major team fights. When a whole team has this item equipped, it can really help everyone from getting knocked out. There are also items that have stacking effects. For example, attack weight will increase your attack each time you score a goal. The effect will become more and more powerful each time you score a goal up to a certain amount. So try and score early and often with items like these to get the maximum effect throughout the battle. Held items are extremely important to giving your Pokemon an edge in battle. So be sure to always take some time to equip your favorite, most optimal items for each of your Pokemon and for your team. All held items can be upgraded using item enhancers that you earn throughout your time on Aeos Island. That's all from us on items. Enjoy the show. Welcome back. You're watching Day 2 of the Aeos Cup for North America, and we've got two teams that are vying for a spot in the Grand Finals to face off against our Gaimin Gladiators. Both of those teams sent to the losers bracket, of course, by Gaimin Gladiators, but I'm going to bring in two winners to help me go through this action as we get closer and closer to the finals. Spraggles, Jeff, we've had an incredible competition. You can dance it out. I saw some requests for, like, you know, some dance moves in the chat. That's all for you guys. A lot of love
I have
here.
no idea what you're talking about there, and I would never take a request from the chat like that, but I am so excited for these matches. That must be the energy that you're seeing here, Seltzer. We've got some incredible games here, and of course, whoever wins this is making it to the Grand Finals to go up against Gaimin Gladiators one more time for that big 10K prize.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, going to be an excellent matchup overall. These teams are well matched into both each other and Gaimin Gladiators. There's no mistake that we have them in our top three competitors.
Yeah, both of these teams left a huge imprint on the competitive scene and in this bracket, of course, across their groups as well leading up to it. But now they are at the final step before the championship. Both teams are ready to go. Both teams are hungry for revenge. And so I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to hand it over to Jeff and Spraggles to take us into it.
All right, let's take a look here. And of course, what you're seeing right now is some incredible chair action from Dupe Snacks and Zoinks. I needed to know what they look like. I'm a huge chair fan myself, if you know much about me, Jeff. Here we go into Pokemon selection right here. We've got the Blastoises coming out from both teams. What a hero Pokemon throughout this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Blastoise and Hoopa, definitely kind of the names of the game. And then, honestly, if I had to pick a third character past these two, I think it would be Sylveon. While not omnipresent in all of the teams, I think the biggest innovation we've seen between EU and NA is this early push with Sylveon taking a single buff and then getting to the top path. You know, a character that just wasn't thought much of in the competitive game. In fact, I think Twitch chat at one point today said, isn't Sylveon the worst attacker?
And now we know it's always Cramorant. What's going on here? You know, a Pokemon that we're seeing here in NA that I love to see is Aegislash. It looks like a few teams are really mastering the way of that sword there. These huge shields it gets when it uses that wide guard move and then moving into Sacred Sword and just cutting up these huge tanky Pokemon. Almost no Pokemon can cut them down like Aegislash.
Yeah, and that being said, there's also something to be said for a lot of value coming from the fact that your carry Pokemon has an incredible secure 4 objectives. So many of these mid and late game fights around Dreadnought and Zapdos can just get kind of crazy, and knowing that your largest damage dealer can have an incredible chance to secure that important last hit on an objective brings so much to the table for your team.
And here we have it, that Sylveon heading into the central area, becoming Sylveon very quickly, I should say. Right now, it's just an adorable Eevee, but in a moment here, it's going to be screaming in everyone's faces. It's going to be extremely difficult to deal with. And you know, another Pokemon that's a real star of this entire tournament, Blastoise, is just all over this tournament, Jeff.
You can tell here that Full Send was taking notes on Nemesis. They knew that this Mr. Mime in the bottom path was going to be coming to poke at their Audinos and try and be sneaky, and Celestial on that Blastoise having none of it.
I gotta tell you, I'm a massive fan of this Mime play, and if we see this guard swap used effectively in a final fight, you will see what I mean. The healing is off the charts, but until we get some of that healing, we've got Sylveon coming up here, taking them down, and we've got Aegislash now, this Duo Blade, ready to cut Sylveon to pieces. Can it get it before it gets the Greedent? It can.
That focus ban on Sylveon, almost getting it out of that sticky situation. We see here the same plan executed from Nemesis that we saw in another game. They are overloading this top path with 4 characters while Mime remains in the bottom to try and obtain some last hits with its powerful smites.
And this is a really interesting strategy. I feel like we're seeing this more and more, and a lot of it, of course, is because of that hyperspace hole Hoopa. But we're seeing more opportunities for teams to head to the top path early, Jeff.
Yes, but the dynamic of how the format has shaped up is really interesting because initially we put 3 characters into the bottom path because that objective was the most important, but that led to the carry Pokemon from the central area going to the top, which then created this dynamic of, well, if we can make their top path get behind, their carry Pokemon will end up under-leveled.
That's right. Just like a Pokemon, it's evolving. The strategy here in Unite, and here comes this big sword. Is it able to take anyone down? It doesn't look like it, but the wide guard sending it back through the hyperspace hole, and here it comes again to cut them to pieces. Mr. Mime with the big KO there.
Something really powerful out of the kit for the Aegislash. You see those white lines, underneath Aegislash's health bar. Those are the boosted attack count on Aegislash. Unlike other characters, you don't just build them up and get one boost. Aegislash's skills stack multiple boosts at a time, allowing you to cut through for incredible either bursts of damage in that sword mode or an incredible amount of sustain from healing when you are in shield mode.
And one really interesting thing about it is it does damage based on max HP in those boosted attacks. That's why you see it used so effectively against these really tanky Pokemon. Greedent, Blissey, Blastoise. The sword cuts through them like a hot knife through, well, a Blastoise.
Even Sylveon, while an attacker role, is probably one of the more durable attackers in the game, making those hits better. And we see the last hit for this going over to the right side team here, Full Send, full flip on that objective.
Yeah, and Full Send has been flipping it pretty hard today, and what that is just putting a lot of sustained damage and burst damage down on some of these objectives, trying to take them from the enemy team. It's a strategy that has proven very successful, especially if you know how to secure. They've got that power-up punch Lucario, so they are ready to take these objectives.
Yeah, not only do they have the big hit from something like Lucario to give that final burst, but Sylveon with this Hyper Voice is also quite good at securing last hits because it does a lot of little ticks of damage that can be difficult to get in between.
Look at this. Mr. Mime actually doing some work down here in the bottom path. Forgotten Pokemon sometimes, Mr. Mime, but it looks like Nemesis is trying to bring it back. Nemesis would be the team to do it here. Aegislash, just kind of taking off here. Got a few boosted attacks. Got hurt a little bit. Knows it can't take this Blissey out. So maybe right now it's coming back in.
Yeah, if there was any team that I was going to pick out of North America to innovate as far as rotations are concerned and where characters are at any given point, especially in the early game, I think Nemesis is definitely the one to keep an eye on. Huge Blastoise Unite here.
Yeah, both Blastoise, dueling Blastoise unites, if you will, and we've got a lot of KOs trying to be secured by both teams. Full Send 3 going down, 1 going down here for Nemesis. Mr. Mime trying to get out of there now, but it does not look like that's going to be possible.
Fantastic timing on that hyperspace hole portal from Full Send Hoopa, sending their teammates back to the base to recover their health bar to full before they come back on in. The second Dreadnought is going to be spawning here in the bottom path momentarily. If we take a look at the top path, there's that sad first Rotom that nobody wants to look at.
Yeah, I mean, we already have a second Dreadnought. I didn't even realize. No one's even touched it, Jeff. Oh, how disappointing.
If there's one thing players at home can take away from watching these fantastic players play Pokemon Unite is watch how little they care about these Rotoms and watch how important these Dreadnoughts are for them to take their leads and accelerate them over the opposing team.
Big moment there from Full Send, taking that Dreadnought, picking up a couple of KOs, and then of course we had Jeff Hoagland here trying to make our solo queue experience a little bit better. Please watch the top pros. You gotta go for Dreadnought.
Yes, the Rotom is useful in some situations for providing, we'll see it provide map pressure as it marches towards the opponent's goals. However, it doesn't provide anything bigger than that. The points that Rotom can provide in the early and mid game can often be made up after that 2-minute mark when double scoring is enabled. As we see here, it's simply going to sit here on this goal point and keep Hoopa and Mr. Mime occupied for a few moments.
Wow, Full Send really taking all of these objectives here. They've been all over every single one of them. Even this lonely Rotom they're able to secure here. So Full Send doing a great job of taking these objectives down, chunking them very fast, getting rid of that health, and then getting the secure. And it's an art, Jeff.
Most noteworthy here from the Nemesis side of things, though, is that even though Full Send is up 2 Dreadnoughts 2-0, Nemesis is doing a pretty reasonable job of maintaining experience here. A touch behind, but not a lot, as they tick their first 12, while Full Send only has 2 level 12 characters at their disposal at the moment.
Taking a look at our map here, you can see you don't see too many yellow dots right now. These professional players are extremely good at getting every little bit of experience they need, just as Jeff mentioned here. They are taking this moment when there's no objective to either make their way towards a score or make their way towards some experience so they can be more powerful for some of these big fights. We've got the final Dreadnought of the match spawning here in just a moment, and I'm not sure anyone's in a great position to take this right now, but Full Send actually has a lot of their team moving down now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Nemesis wants to take this fight here. It is noteworthy that Blissey is not present, so if Full Send wants to come in, they will be 5-4 as Full Send takes yet another objective secure here.
Amazing hyperspace hole, getting their whole team out of there, but at the same time, wow, Full Send is just on top of these objectives. And as Nemesis, I would be a little scared right now, Jeff, because there's kind of a big objective coming up. And if Full Send's able to take it down that quickly, Nemesis is in a lot of trouble. Zapdos up here in just 15 seconds.
Aegislash ticking over that ever-important level 13, and Blastoise as well for Nemesis. This is where they get their second upgraded skill, which is a pretty significant increase to their impact inside of these fights. Actually, only 1 level 13 for Full Send currently, but more level 12s at their disposal. Full flip here from Full Send.
Here we go, the damage is on it, but it looks like it is secured by Nemesis this time. Full Send not able to take this Zapdos. Nemesis was ready for it, and that was just so much damage all at once. We do have some counter scoring happening. It looks like we're going to be able to get some points in here from Hoopa. Not a full hundo burger, but pretty close, an 80 slider, if you will. And now we have Artreo scoring here, it looks like in the bottom path for Nemesis. Nemesis up, but not by a lot.
This is a big deal. Full Send was able to KO Blastoise on this second goal zone before it was able to score. There is a less than 100-point differential between these two teams, and more importantly, Nemesis's outside top goal is still available, which is, again, just to highlight how bad Rotom is. If Rotom had gone in here, it would have actually made winning this game harder for Full Send, as they dunk only 42, though. Oh, I was expecting a full 100 to go in there, Spriggles.
Yeah, I was as well. We didn't get a hundo burger. We got another slider, a 42-point dunk right there, and that is not good for Full Send. I don't know what the situation was on their team, but I think they almost had an opportunity to get that 50 in through Sylveon. Now we have 40 seconds left. Do we have a Hoopa Unite here? Is this a full-on sneaky Hoopa? What is the plan here? Because Nemesis is ahead, and Full Send needs to score something. They have to put some points in.
Yeah, and they have to try and win a fight before doing so. And these inside points have so much more healing and shields that it's more difficult to take an engagement on them and win, as we see Nemesis melting Full Send as they run in here. Yeah, I think it was a big mistake on Full Send's part to not take a full push on that outside goal zone and get a guaranteed 100 in there, Spriggles.
Wow, Nemesis gonna lock this one up. Full Send not able to score. Incredible defense from Full Send after losing that Zapdos fight, but Nemesis also did an amazing job defending, and then we didn't have a full 100 in that top goal, giving Nemesis the win here. 299 to 272. Nemesis with our first game.
Yeah, really close game. And like I said, if I was on the Full Send side here, I would be thinking back to 1, did we want to full flip the Zapdos there? And 2, what our decision was around that outside goal point right afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough to decide what you're going to be doing around this, big Zapdos fight, but it looks like Full Send is in objective secure mode. And if you take a look at the top right of your screen here, they got 3 Dreadnoughts and a Rotom. I think they thought that they were untouchable. They could take the Zapdos, no problem. Nemesis said, nah, we're going to take this one with our sword and get the win.
Yeah, and that, like we mentioned, is the real upside to having something like Aegislash in your central area. Both the boosted attacks as well as the Unite move on Aegislash are very good at securing last hits when you need to be doing so.
Taking a look at these damage numbers here, Sylveon coming out with over 100,000 damage, and you've got these really tanky Pokemon over here on Nemesis. You've got Blastoise, Greedent, Mr. Mime. All of these Pokemon can soak up the damage, and Sylveon says, yeah, I'm putting it out. This is what we're doing right here. But Nemesis is able to take this game even though they don't have a Pokemon putting out numbers quite like that.
Yeah, the thinnest character on Nemesis' team there, actually the Aegislash, and even it is quite thick when it chooses to go into the shield mode.
Taking a look at our score here, this is the tale of what happened in this match. The score tells a huge story, Jeff, because as it comes down at that 8-minute mark, you can really see what team needs to make a move, and we were pretty much dead even right there. I'm not even sure the teams knew exactly where they were. Maybe Full Send would have got the notification that they were slightly ahead, but either way, both teams decided it's time to put some damage down on this bird. Nemesis with the secure and with the win.
Well, it's important to note, too, it doesn't take both teams deciding that they want to put some damage on the bird. If one team decides that they want to rip, you're basically committed from the other team to dive on in there whether you like it or not. And thankfully for Nemesis, when Full Send started ripping, they were ready to close it out with that Aegislash.
Let's take a look at Nemesis right here in our team profile. There is Nemesis making it top 12 in February, March finals, all the way to the grand finals. Some incredible matches. They actually had a bracket reset against Blossom, but were not able to secure the victory there. Incredible team, Yeet fan. Aeos NA. Oh, and we're coming back to our replay here. Let's take a look at some of the big moments throughout this match.
I see this first of many Dreadnoughts that Full Send was able to secure quite handily over the course of this game.
Yeah, I mean, there were just so many great secures here. Even in this big fight right here, Nemesis trying everything they could to get that Rotom, not able to get it out of the clutches of Full Send.
We see Sylveon racking up all of that over 100,000 points of damage into this tanky team. And here's that Zapdos engagement where ultimately that Aegislash winds up from just outside the top of the pit and slices down with that Unite move, which deals additional damage. Yeah, and here's that end game engagement here. We see Hoopa get a dunk here. Greedent puts in a couple of points at the bottom to secure a little bit of a lead. And then here's that push where that Lucario ultimately only scores 42 points despite them having them outnumbered at that outside goal zone.
It's easy to be sitting here on the sidelines noticing moments like that, but those are the big moments. Those are the difference makers that could give you the win and could take away the victory from your hands right here. Our MVP, our trio, the Greedent player. I mean, one of, if not the best Greedent players in the world with the big MVP here.
Almost assuredly the person that popularized Greedent in that solo top path role. They've been an absolute champion of this character since it was released, adamant that it is fantastic and powerful, and in their hands they really show that to be the case.
It's funny, Jeff, because I've been adamant about it too, but nobody was impressed by me.
Well, Spraggles, did you get knocked out in your opponent's central area?
Oh, yeah, I make a lot of mistakes, Jeff. I think that's my big problem. And now we're going to need to see what our teams are going to do here, if Full Sends is going to come back with this same strategy here, and if Nemesis is going to change anything up. I've noticed their Mr. Mime was really mean, but still not able to get to that coveted level 13 before this big Zapdos fight. And also, now that you're seeing what Full Send is doing, maybe they're going to bring that Decidueye and Greninja back. They might just need some objective security here against
I
Full
honestly
Send.
wouldn't be surprised if we see exactly that, some other objective securing Pokemon. You know, we saw Aegislash do a good job at the end, but something like Duraludon or Dragonite could be flexed into reasonably in that central area as a way to secure those last hits if you think you're going to be playing against a team that's just going to be ripping these objectives in your face as a way to punish them.
Speaking of Nemesis, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from day one. We might get to see a little bit of that Spirit Shackle Decidueye. Let's take a look here. Yeet Fan on that Decidueye. Could be really exciting here. The person who popularized this Pokemon, Jeff, I think they put Decidueye on the map.
Yeah, definitely. And this actually looks like it's going to be some of the March finals here as a mix of things.
Yeah, taking a look at this Pokemon, Decidueye, I don't know if you noticed, Jeff, was nowhere near that, but able to secure with that massive Spirit Shackle. And we saw this as a counter to, of course, how powerful Duraludon was during the March finals.
Yeah, but even in this finals match where Duraludon wasn't always present, Yeetfan still leveraged this character to great success, hitting from that safe distance, especially in combination with the rest of its team, able to keep the opposing team at bay.
We've got a strategy tip here to keep your enemies at a distance, and with Decidueye, it's not too tough to do it. You really can find these shots from a mile away, and you do actually more damage with Decidueye the further your target is away from you.
And thankfully, your opponents actually work with you to keep themselves away from Decidueye, because if they get too close to you, they send you back to your base.
It's very, very true. And here we can see this cleanup here. You have the Unite move, you have the Spirit Shackles, you have Greninja coming in there with the Surfs. Nemesis was absolutely on fire in March, and I'm not surprised we're seeing him again here in the Aeos Cup. Look at that! Oh my gosh, the Spirit Shackles, the Unite move, Decidueye just cleaning everyone up here on Lego.
Yes, even in addition to the Shackles, that Unite move that you just called out, Spriggles, another fantastically powerful tool for engaging your enemies from a very safe distance with otherwise squishy sniper character.
Yeah, Decidueye. You love to see it. I love to see that Pokemon played. I love that combo too. You hit with the Spirit Shackle, the enemy's stuck right there, and then boom, you use your Unite move, and all of a sudden they're thinking, wait, do I go closer? Do I go around this? Do I go away? No, if I go away, it hurts me more. Decidueye is just such a fun Pokemon to see play. And here we go. Let's see if we see a change up in this Pokemon selection.
All right, looks like we're hovering back over the Aegislash here. I don't mind this at all. You know, other characters that might have a slightly better secure can be worse in other spots. And as we saw from Aegislash in that last Zapdos engagement, perfectly fine in securing with that Unite move. Yeetfan hovering a couple of things, ultimately locking in the Blastoise yet again here. No change-ups from either side, it would appear.
You know, we saw Yeetfan bring that Decidueye back, but, you know, they are dealing with some very, very tanky Pokemon. This Blastoise is a pretty hard counter to Decidueye because it can just spin and run in and really ruin Decidueye's day. I think that's why we're seeing so much Blastoise in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Slightly different Blastoise builds between these two players here, with Yeetfan choosing to leverage the stacking special attack specs where you gain more special attack the more you deposit Aeos energy, while on the other side, Blastoise choosing to instead go with the safer but a little bit less powerful choice specs that always gives you a base boost but doesn't require you to deposit Aeos energy.
Jeff, if you know anything about me, you know that my passion and career is stacking in Pokemon Unite. So I respect it and I love to see it. You're putting some money in the bank when you're stacking. Every time you're scoring, making yourself stronger and stronger and stronger. Even if you're getting KO'd a few times earlier to get those stacks, you're going to be stronger than that enemy Blastoise later. Your Unite move is going to hit harder, you're going to get bigger shields, and you're going to get more respect from me, which I found people don't seem to care about. What's the deal with that?
Well, speaking of bigger shields, one other difference between the two Blastoise builds is that Yeetfan is electing to play Focus Band on their Blastoise, while we have Buddy Barrier for Blastoise on the Full Send side.
Here we go. Game number 2. If Nemesis closes this out, they get the rematch that they've been wanting, back to the grand finals, back against Game & Gladiators. And it looks like that was an easy secure there from Full Send in the bottom path.
You see Blastoise going to the top path for Nemesis, perhaps a connection issue for our Greedent here in the back, stuck in base.
Oh yeah, we have our Greedent not moving here. It looks like they are waiting right now, seeing if we can possibly stall enough time to get their Greedent player reconnected to this match. You know, it's definitely not impossible for the teams to come back and win in a moment like this. I have seen it in tournaments, and Pokemon Unite has a lot of mechanics that you can use to catch up, but this is definitely going to be a tough start for Nemesis.
Yeah, almost assuredly here, as we see 3 Pokemon in the top path as these bees are getting ready to spawn, and only just an Aegislash coming in, trying to get a last hit, but ultimately not wanting to go too deep and get itself knocked out here.
I'm seeing that Greedent back up and moving, heading into this central area, so it might be a little hiccup early, but boy, if they can pull off a victory after that, that would be really impressive, Jeff. Like I said, there's a lot of Pokemon Unite left to play here.
We see them moving over, hoping to get their first attack weight stack here. Will they be knocked out beforehand? And they will. Really unfortunate here. Yeet Fan also not able to deposit any Aeos energy yet on that stacking Blastoise build, ending up behind because of their items now as well.
Yeah, but let's face it, you can start behind in a lot of ways here in Pokemon Unite, and I think they can still pull this out. They're an incredibly impressive team. Of course, a little disappointing, but here we go. That Mr. Mime doing some work down there in the bottom path.
Yeah, big not only push from the confusion, but also damage from it as well. Really excellent at securing those last hits, as Yeetban gets a little bit beat up by 2 level 6 Pokemon here on its outside point.
This is a tough fight. It's still a Squirtle. It's mighty, but it's small, and we actually have, there we go. We've got Greedent coming out here for a trio. Let's do this thing, grabbing these berries. Hey, there's that mean Greedent we all know and love.
Greedent with that hindrance resistance on the Covet, not only increasing its speed and being disruptive, but allowing it to go ahead and run through that speed zone and take those berries out of way. As we see the second bee spawn here, and soon the first objective as well.
Yeah, we've got Rotom coming up top, Dreadnought in the bottom path here, and it looks like everyone's heading down for the Dreadnought party. Let's see what we can do here. We've got Mr. Mime with Guard Swap and Confusion. Guard Swap will give that consistent damage, but Confusion is a massive securing tool for Nemesis.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Full Send full rip this objective yet. They're kind of walking around. Their Blastoise does have Unite move, which is kind of a reason to wait a little bit to try and pull the opposing team in. But I assume we're going to see Blastoise Unite just to secure here. Nope, does not even need it. Left side team easily taking the objective, largely uncontested, as Atreyu on Greedent and War Turtle in the top path getting value elsewhere.
We could see, yeah, that Greedent in the enemy central area. Yeet Fan stacking up that item right here, just getting more and more powerful. They're behind to start, but they're trying to make themselves stronger and stronger as this match goes on.
We see Atreyu here with double buffs under their character, successfully getting both of those Pokemon from the central area of Full Send, trying to make up the differential they lost of not having that Dreadnought be contested.
And here we have this Rotom just being shredded by Full Send, sending it towards Nemesis right here. And I'm not sure. Ooh, Jeff, that is a perfect score. That's just exactly what you want right there. 21, Rotom scores 20, and then they get an easy, massive dunk there for Lucario.
You see these two walking up, trying to get some dunks in here, maybe a little bit ambitious. Can Rapid Spin successfully get Celestial out here? Lucario does use a Unite move as a means to escape.
And yeah, looks like they're going to make it out of there. Maybe a little bold, but hey, if they put the points in, that's big for Full Send. Right now, they are way up right here, scoring some more, 189 to 39. So they're already putting themselves in a really nice position for later in this match.
We should get a Dreadnought timer here momentarily as the next big focal point for the fights. This will be that fight around the 4-minute and 30-second mark where you can expect to see every Unite move that is available kind of utilized as that big opportunity to get those powerful attacks in before, so you can still get them back for that Zapdos engagement at 2 minutes.
Nemesis has something to prove right here, Jeff. It's time for them to turn this thing back on and win this fight. We've got the Hoopa Unites coming out. We've got the Guard Swap Mime turning on their Unite. Greedent coming in with the Unite. And we've got the damage coming out on this Dreadnought right here, secured by Nemesis. Here we go. 2 going down, maybe 3. Yes, 3 Pokemon going down here for full send. There you go. Nemesis right back in this game.
Yeah, really makes me wonder. If you notice, the Sylveon for full send was depositing Aeos energy in that top goal on Nemesis' side during that engagement. Perhaps a bit of a mistake not being a part of it there. Huge knockout from Bulby just before Hoopa can escape into its hyperspace hole.
One of the saddest moments if you can't get back, but, you know, actually being punished for it themselves. This fight is still going on. It's a slugfest down here as this sword takes another one. No, Blastoise actually gets the secure right there. Aegislash cutting him up, and Blastoise spinning him down. I don't know if anyone's ever said that before.
Just, again, seeing that really powerful, Unite move, speaking of really powerful, stopping what would have been a 49-point overcap and knocking out that Aegislash to get some catch-up experience from the higher-level Pokemon.
Now, you know, something really interesting here, Jeff, is we've had these outside goals up for some of these matches here, and it's actually really benefited the team that has left them up. You know, they've had some big scores they've been able to make near in these end game moments, but full send deciding not to do that. They know they're ahead on score, and they want to keep the pressure on as this Rotom is sent towards full send by Nemesis.
Okay, objectives going very different this game compared to the first one, and look at this. Full send being like, you know, this top goal, it lost us. Or
yeah,
the side flip, that'll lose you games. Letting that Rotom walk in, deleting it when it's only at 7 for a little baby overcap is exactly what they want.
It's pretty perfect right here. What a sneaky Blissey throwing eggs from the bush, but this goal does go down, so it looks like Nemesis did want to get rid of it here. Full send did not want to let it go. They did let that top goal go, though. They let it go to that Rotom.
See Trainer LGC here looking for a knockout on the Sylveon. Sylveon is quite quick though, but the 2 of these characters probably enough to box it in and get another knockout. There's this next Dreadnought coming, largely uncontested by Nemesis here.
I would say completely uncontested. They left it, and they are setting up for a fight here in the central area. They're getting ready here. They're hiding in the bushes right now. Mr. Mime trying to get its level 13. It actually has achieved that level 13 here. Big for its guard swap. It's going to give increased movement speed, and it's going to give healing to whatever Pokemon it tethers on here. And I would not be surprised if it tries to tether onto a Pokemon like Blastoise or Aegislash, trying to take down this Hoopa right here. They're focusing it down, and it does go down, but is anyone on that Zapdos yet?
Not yet, and Full Send has a large point lead here, even if they are currently down people in this endgame fight. And Nemesis cutting through, looking for a second KO, but not quite finding it. Rex getting dangerously low as Atreyu goes down for Nemesis.
Right now, people are resetting. Everyone is trying to get into a good position for this fight. This sword's in a lot of trouble right here, and it cannot get out. Lucario getting that KO right there. 3 down for Nemesis, and now Full Send has a question in front of them. Do they try to take this Zapdos right now, knowing that Nemesis could take it?
We see a flip type situation here, and the Lucario with the power-up punch getting it for Full Send here. I think that was a good chance there. They were ahead in terms of numbers there. They had the Lucario they could depend on to secure the objective. They were already in the lead. I like this push. It looks like we're going to be going to a game 3 here between Full Send and Nemesis.
It absolutely looks like that here, Jeff. I mean, a great call there by Full Send. They know how to take this objective. They had the Pokemon advantage there. You also even saw that sneaky play as Lucario acted like it was heading to score. Mr. Mime chasing it. It got to punch it through those bushes. That big close combat in the bushes that Mr. Mime did not see coming.
Yeah, this is a pretty insurmountable advantage at this point. We would need 500 points approximately for Nemesis to tie things up. They don't have 500 points between them, much less have time to push in on one of these outside goal points here.
They're giving it a shot here, but once again, Blissey hiding in the shadows, throwing eggs at Team Nemesis right here, and it seems to be working out pretty well. Greedent going down, just could not get through the defenses of Full Send right there. And you're right, Jeff. We're heading to a game 3, a game that will decide who's heading to the grand finals.
Yeah, if you're Nemesis, that's definitely not the way you want that game to end. But honestly, valiant attempt from them, despite the fact that one of their players was disconnected at the start of the game for over 60 seconds.
Absolutely, but I would say near the end of that game, it started to get very close. Unfortunately, they lost that big fight. Full Send taking advantage of it here, and we are seeing them with the big victory, 10 KOs on that Sylveon, putting in work today.
Yeah, excited to see what the damage metrics are. Is this going to be yet another 100k plus damage game for Sylveon here?
It absolutely could be. We're going to find out, hopefully here in a moment, what kind of damage that Sylveon put out, what kind of damage all of Full Send put out, because there are a lot of KOs on the side of Full Send. Almost 80,000 damage here. They weren't around long enough, Jeff. They got the KOs and then they just went home.
That's true.
What an incredible match here. Full Send bringing it back, tying it up, and here is the tale of the score right here. That Zapdos taken by Full Send, as we talked about. But, you know, they were already ahead, which is why I think they were pretty tepid in that final fight there.
Yeah, they definitely did not rip that Zapdos with the kind of same vigor that they ripped in the first game, despite being in a much more safe position. I think ultimately they were very correct to make the decision that they made, and they were rewarded for it thanks to good play on their Lucario's part.
Absolutely. And we're going to take a look at the team profile here for Full Send. Let's look at our rosters. Snow Points, Bloodline, Celestial, Otter, and Bulby. This could be a grand finals for Full Send, which could be really exciting. It looks like they were there here in February.
Yep, this is a team that has had good, consistent performances, no stranger to the grand finals, but also finishing just outside of the top 4 in March. Would love to make today their first win here in the UNITE Championship Series.
Absolutely. They've been there before, but so is Nemesis. Both of them want this. Let's take a look at this match here. Obviously, early on, we just saw some domination here by this Sylveon. So difficult for our little Squirtle to deal with, as Sylveon uses that hyper voice, yelling right in its face. And here is Full Send kind of casually taking this Dreadnought here.
Yeah, and a little bit of contesting from the mime, but largely not doing a whole lot. This was that huge overcap from Full Send here in the top path, 36 over as they pushed their early point lead.
And obviously, Nemesis needed to mount a comeback here, and that happened here at this second Dreadnought. They fought very, very hard for this one, started pushing, getting some points into this goal, but what a back and forth fight after this Dreadnought. Pokemon going up and down, and then here come the big moments at Zapdos.
Yeah, honestly, part of this engagement at Zapdos here, this moment that we just witnessed where the green united a little bit early from Nemesis and ultimately didn't get a lot of value out of it as the fight slowly tipped in Full Send's favor through this longer engagement.
Yeah, it just seemed to go on, and then Full Send was in their comfort zone, ready for this big Zapdos rip and secure, and they get it with that power-up punch from Lucario.
Yep, 4-2 there, as well as the Lucario differential with that power-up punch, making that a very safe, secure here. This is Bulby in the top path here. I would wager these items on the Lucario are not the ones that Bulby was using here. We'll pay close attention to that as we head on into the next game and we see their items on the selection screen there.
How dare you question a leftover Shell Bell Energy Amp Lucario, Jeff? If you think this is trolling, my friend, you're incorrect. This Lucario does not live under a bridge. No, you're exactly right. These are not the items you would run on Lucario, but Bulby playing an incredible match right here. What happens now? One game away. Both of these teams can taste the grand finals, and I know that Nemesis can change up their roster. Do they take the leap here?
I honestly would expect Nemesis to just kind of have a run back of this first game, or the second game. The disconnect at the beginning was super unfortunate and put them a little bit behind, and despite that detriment at the start, they were still incredibly close to taking that engage at the end. In fact, I think the timing of one of the Unite moves was ultimately more impactful than the initial downside they had at the start of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that final fight, Full Send has a strategy near that final fight. Not only did they have that, they were way ahead on points throughout that match. So Nemesis was in a really tough position here. I wonder if we're going to see the same situation play out in this match, or if Nemesis can take control here. Either way, Full Send is going to try to rip down that Zapdos and secure it really, really fast. You cannot leave them alone with that Zapdos.
Well, I don't know if I fully agree with that, Spriggles. After watching how the engagement in that second match went, that they're not quite Random Gaming. I know they're using Random Gaming's team composition, but they took and won a team fight before eventually contesting that bird 4-2 in that second match.
While I'm furious with you for disagreeing with me, you're actually right. They played a very different fight there in game number 2. I've just noticed around objectives, they are incredibly fast at getting that secure. We're going to find out if we have some roster changes coming up here very soon between these two teams. I can't wait to see if Nemesis changes anything up. I doubt we're going to see a change from Full Send. It seems like this is their strategy, and they're playing it really well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is what we will see as the format evolves more. This Sylveon early coming up to the top path after taking one buff was discovered by Random Gaming. It's being utilized by Full Send here. And if something like this becomes common and popular, there will be more evolutions past that as these teams begin to respond to the responses.
Absolutely. One of the most exciting things to see is how this strategy evolves. You see Pokemon here in the Aeos Cup that you didn't see in the March finals, that you didn't see in the February finals, that you didn't see in all the tournaments that happened before the UNITE Championship Series. So this game, much like a Pokemon, continues to evolve. And I'm not sure when it's going to stop, but with the amount of new Pokemon added, with the balance changes that happen inside the game, we see this strategy continually evolving, and it really is up to these teams to figure it out and find the best way to play it. And that's one of the most exciting things about this series is everyone is with their teams strategizing, and we get to see what the best strategy is.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see teams get rewarded for finding that innovation. You know, Nemesis, a team that worked and innovated in the March event, rewarded with a second place finish. Then Random Gaming taking down the grand finals in a decisive manner in EU or just earlier today.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see that Mr. Mime again. For people who are not Mr. Mime believers right now, look, I was once one of you. I was lost, confused, didn't know what was going on with myself or what was going on with Mr. Mime. But I'm telling you, Jeff, if you get to see the glory of this upgraded guard swap, ooh, you will be a believer, my friend.
Well, I think some of the strength of this mime too in that bottom path is the discovery of the Assault Vest that we see it playing. They're frequently leaving that mime by itself versus 1 and even 3 characters occasionally down there, but the characters that it's playing multiple to 1 against are frequently these special attackers, and having not only additional special defense but basically 15% extra health thanks to the Assault Vest in that path just gives you so much sustain.
Yeah, that is so true. I mean, Mr. Mime is a supporter, so we're seeing that they are very tanky. They have huge defense, special defense, and HP, and that Assault Vest scaling off that HP, they've got that big barrier around them, soaking up all that special attack.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket here as we see what waits ahead of the winner of this match here. These teams, Nemesis and Full Send, are tied up 1-1, and the current reigning team that is undefeated, Game & Gladiators, is awaiting them in this upper bracket where they will play a best-of-5 finals with a possible reset should the team from the lower bracket manage to win the first set.
Boy, Game & Gladiators, I mean, they must be licking their chops right now. They've got a lot of matches in front of them. They've already secured one of those top 2 prizes. Nemesis, Full Send trying to get up there, both of them tasting the grand finals before, and neither of them securing that first place victory. Can they do it today against Game & Gladiators, who have went undefeated throughout this bracket, Jeff?
Not only are the Gladiators undefeated throughout this bracket, Spriggles, they're undefeated against both of the teams that are waiting to compete against them in the grand finals. Unable to take a single match off the Gladiators in these best-of-3s earlier in the bracket, they're going to need to take 3 matches twice in best-of-5 series in order to get past the Gladiators and be our champions here today.
It's going to be a very difficult thing to do, an uphill battle for sure, but both of these teams have been to grand finals. They know what this moment is like. They're ready to show up on the day, and they are ready to fight. But Game & Gladiators, boy, they have never looked better. You know, they went completely undefeated in February, and now they're back here in Aeos. But enough of that. Here we are, Pokemon selection. Let's see if they change anything up.
LGC locking in that Aegislash yet again. Mr. Mime is returning to the fray, and there is that Blastoise again from Yeet Fan teams, unsurprisingly sticking to the strategies that have gotten them here so far. Looking like Bulby taking a peek at those items on the less trolly Lucario build here with the attack weight stacking, the muscle band, and the energy amplifier is a bit of a genuinely interesting one from Lucario.
Well, it's a really cool item for Lucario that I feel like we don't see a ton, but especially when you're a team that wants to get those big secures, you know, having more power after you use your, or even using your Unite move for a massive secure, that energy amp could really help with that.
Yeah, for those not familiar, Energy Amplifier, when fully upgraded like all the items are in the tournament mode, it provides you an additional 21% damage for 4 seconds following your Unite move, including on the Unite move itself. And that Unite move out of Lucario is incredibly good at securing objectives all on its own. And when you make it 21% better at doing that, it is a fantastic move for trying to secure those Zapdoses and Dreadnoughts.
That's absolutely right. You'll see these Lucarios use that Unite move when they're right next to an enemy Pokemon or an objective like Dreadnought or something like that. It has big secure and huge damage potential right next to Lucario. But here we go. Game 3, the winner of this heads to the grand finals once again to face off against Game & Gladiators.
Once more, we also see a 2-1-2 being executed here for Nemesis, both Greedent and Squirtle going into this top path to contest Lucario, while leaning on Rex with that Mr. Mime to have better securing potential in the bottom path, despite being outnumbered 2-3.
Lucario up here just getting its attack weight stacks in. Greedent getting its attack weight stacks in. Everyone trying to get more powerful, but Sylveon is here. You are not getting that last hit. Hyper Voice stealing it away.
Yeah, showing the strength of this early rotation from the Sylveon, coming up with that level 4 power spike here. We see Squirtle from Fulsa now running into that central area to clean up that second buff and the crabs. We see again Nemesis rotating their 4th player up to the top to be 4-2 for this first Bees engagement. Fulsa rotating someone as well so they can be 4-4 in the top path. What a crazy set of rotations this format has developed into.
We got a massive fight up here, and it looks like Yeet Fan does go down. That little baby Squirtle not able to withstand the hyper voice there from Sylveon, and Full Send seems to get the better of this engagement.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that Nemesis' central area character in this instance is a melee character is a pretty big detriment in this early engagement where it doesn't quite have the survivability it'll have in the mid to late game.
My goodness, this Sylveon just putting work in, scoring right in front of this Mr. Mime. You know, you have to be worried. Is it going to scream at me or is it going to score in my face? I don't know what to do to deal with it here. Very, very close to getting our Greedent for our trio, but not able to get it. And because of that, Lucario getting the big KO here.
We see trying to contest the last hit on this monkey here, but Bulby able to get the better of it there with Lucario's auto attacks, denying that Wartortle valuable experience. It needs to try and hit that level 7 to get its rapid spin to be most effective inside of engagements.
Boy, it really looks like Full Send is in control of this match right now. They're denying a lot of experience here from Nemesis. Mr. Mime made itself all the way up to this top path. Boy, I didn't expect to see you here, Mr. Mime.
Yeah, I think part of this is Nemesis has 2 of these characters that are trying to get their stacking items enabled. Yeet Fan with the special attack specs and Greedent with the attack weight, and trying to send another character to help push that, unfortunately not being particularly successful for them.
Ooh, so close to KOing this Blissey, but Blissey is just so incredibly powerful. And then here comes this Wartortle spinning and spraying. Will it be able to take down this Aegislash? One more hit, and it does go down to a basic attack there.
Just really awkward timing there for Nemesis, unfortunately. The portal closing up just before the Aegislash could hop inside of it. And then Full Send doing what they do best and just choosing to rip this objective with a small advantage. And they take that advantage and push it through for that successful last hit in this instance.
And Greedent going down. Mime is down. I mean, Full Send is sending it right now. Stomping all over Nemesis. It feels like Nemesis is on their back foot all over the map right here. They need to get some experience. They need to get back into this game right now. Not only for this match, but because this is the last match either of these teams might play.
Yeah, we are in game 3 of this best of 3 series in the losers finals. The winner of this game will get to go on to play for $10,000 in the grand finals, while the loser will be going home to wonder what they could have done better in today's matches.
And we have this Rotom going down. Full Send just taking it right here. Let's see what kind of goal it's walking into. A goal with 68 on it, so we can get a nice score here too and not break it if they decide to keep these goals open.
Yeah, we see a few people considering rotating up from Nemesis, perhaps looking to push back up here and get some dunks of their own. Again, we see both Greedent and War Turtle coming up here, the two characters that would really like to get some dunks in to enable their items. But that hyperspace hole from Full Send Chupa sending up the squad to prevent those dunks from happening.
Once again, that Screaming Sylveon pushing up and doing some damage, knocking them off here. And Sylveon, you know, I'm watching this Sylveon and it's being played kind of like a Greedent, Jeff. It's just mean. It's all over the map. It's securing. It's scoring. It's really impressive to see. And it's one of the big surprise moments for me in this entire tournament.
Yeah, the Calm Mind from Sylveon, allowing it to be very mobile very frequently, is quite good, as we see Hoopa go down and Mime come up, stopping this huge knockout here. If we can get it, that Unite move from Sylveon, look at that health bar just go in the direction you do not want to see if you are Nemesis.
Sylveon also has this really unfortunate Unite move for Nemesis, which is it's able to recover so much health when it uses it. So even if you use everything against it, you chunk it down, you get it so close to being KO'd, it can kind of cancel all of that in just a moment. We saw that right there.
We see Hoopa uniting down this Sylveon after it gets this 40-point score in down to this objective. We see some Unite moves popping off with Full Send securing it thanks to that Blastoise's incredible Hydro Typhoon there.
Full Send is in full control right now, Jeff. 245 points to 42, securing every single objective. It feels like Nemesis is running from them. They don't know how to deal with this team right now. I'm watching a Greedent run away from a Blissey. I mean, this is not looking good for Nemesis right here. They need to pull out some big moments.
More importantly than the point differential, the level differential is incredibly in Full Send's favor thanks to these objectives. Can Nemesis make a push here and get some catch-up experience? Lucario goes down, Blissey goes down. Some levels are being acquired back here as they get a big dunk as well.
Big dunk, not a big overcap. I'm sure they would have liked to have done that differently, but it was the heat of the moment. You've got to score something here. They want to break this goal so they can send this Rotom down, which I believe is more important. There is a lot of experience up on the map, and it's time to eat those yellow dots.
Top level 4 Nemesis here, still only level 11, while Full Send's Blastoise is about to tick over to 13 here. We have 90 seconds to see, can Nemesis close the current experience gap that we have in these two teams before the final objective comes up?
Boy, level 13 Blastoise, that's a scary one, Jeff, to see here on the side of Full Send. But Nemesis is getting close to it. Hopefully their Blastoise can make it there for their sake, but I'm sure Full Send wants to shut that down. They want to make it to this Zapdos fight as the real tough Blastoise.
Looks like we will have time on this Dreadnought. That will be the third one of the game in the bottom path. We'll be interested to see which people choose to contest this. This could realistically be an objective that Nemesis chooses to simply give up, knowing that they're a little bit underleveled and looking to get value elsewhere on the map instead.
It's a really tough objective, too. This can often turn into the final fight of the match, and I know a lot of teams, especially Nemesis, wouldn't want that to be the case. They're underleveled right here. They're underrepresented at this fight, and they are just going to let Full Send take it here.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. You don't want to spend all of your powerful attacks trying to win a fight there when there's going to be another, even more important fight surrounding the Zapdos here in just 15 seconds.
Speaking, more important fight. Here comes this Zapdos, and here comes this final fight. We are about 2 minutes away from knowing which team is heading to our grand finals. Once again, both of these teams hungry for that victory. They have not been able to secure a first place, but they have been so close to it, and I think we are seeing Mr. Mime possibly go down here, and it looks like Nemesis is running back. Mime actually able to make it out right here, porting into this fight, and I think Nemesis might be looking for a flip. No, they are not. Just looking to reposition here for this fight.
You see Unite moves popping off for Full Send at this point. Perhaps Nemesis looking to get in here as Lucario goes down. We see a huge Blastoise Unite from Nemesis.
Absolutely. 2 members down from each team. 3 members down here for Full Send. Can they start to clean this up? No. A double KO here from Blastoise. Double KO from both Blastoise. And the sword from Full Send goes down here. This is looking pretty good for Nemesis. But this Sylveon, wow, so close. That Sylveon could have turned around there in just a moment, but not able to do it. And right now, Nemesis must be feeling pretty good. And we are putting some damage on this yellow bird.
Well, here's the problem, though. We're basically going into a full flip due to the timer eventually running down. This refight is happening. Atreyu goes down. All of Full Send has basically respawned at this point, and they are incredibly favored to get the last hit on this ever-important final objective. As we see Full Send not ripping at all, instead choosing to push these people out of the central area.
And here comes exactly what you were saying, Jeff. They did not need to rip this Zapdos down. They win a decisive fight, and they were winning throughout this match here. They've got their stomping boots on without Zarina, and they are putting the points in. Full Send is going to be heading into our grand finals.
An almost 550-point differential. We see Bloodline starting to dance there. They know they can dance if they wanna. They can leave this game behind because they are going on to our grand finals.
But sadly enough, I was going to say, if your friends don't dance, but it does look like we have some dancing here from trainer LGC. Nemesis not making it back to the grand finals, but Full Send, this is their opportunity going back up against Game & Gladiators. Can they win these 2 series and become your Aeos Cup champions? We're going to find out very, very soon, Jeff. What a match.
I'm actually really excited to see Full Send play against Game & Gladiators, because Game & Gladiators is one of the best in North America, and I'm curious to see how they react to this early push from Sylveon that Full Send has been executing in these matches.
Taking a look at our damage here, once again, that Sylveon really doing some work, but it looks like we were more careful with some of our battles on the side of Nemesis here. That being said, Full Send was really in full control of this match almost the entire time, Jeff.
Yeah, look at the damage metrics on Nemesis' side. They just did not have any powerful engagements. Blastoise not even putting up 30,000. Damage characters like Aegislash not even breaking 35k, being out damaged by their own Hoopa, in fact.
Yeah, pretty incredible here from Full Send. They really did it right here. And once again, you know, they had this advantage here at Zapdos. And when Full Send has an advantage at Zapdos, you hit the nail on the head. They are ready to fight, and they are ready to win. They don't need to take that bird, even though they did, racking up 766 points before having a little dance party.
Yeah, I think that endgame engagement around the Zapdos from Full Send really highlights what a fantastic positional control the objective gives in these endgame fights. The fact that Full Send was ahead in that engagement, and they started the Zapdos forcing trainer LGC on that Aegislash to come into a fight that wasn't beneficial from them, and then they knocked out that Aegislash and secured the objective very cleanly and no source of danger.
Yeah, let's take a look at our roster here to congratulate our victors. Full Send, Snow Points, Bloodline, Celestial Otter, and Bulby playing some amazing games here, having to crawl their way through the losers bracket that Game & Gladiators sent them down to, and now they are back to take their revenge. February finals, they were second to Game & Gladiators. Will today be the day that they are able to topple the Kings? We're going to find out very, very soon here. Let's take a look at some of these big moments, Jeff.
Nemesis getting a solid push here on the second point, looking to try and catch back up in a game where they're behind and getting some key knockouts with a minimal overdunk here, but still valuable experience.
And at the same time, Sylveon scoring that bottom path. That Sylveon was all over the map. I swear it felt like a mean greeting. It felt like it was everywhere, scoring, putting the pressure on. And here is that big fight at Zapdos. And boy, this was a long one, going back and forth with both of these teams here. Pokemon going down from each side, Pokemon coming back from that Pokemon Center, getting ready to fight again. And then we have this moment, Nemesis trying to secure the Zapdos. They could not. Too many of them were down. And Full Send putting the points in the goals and putting their name back up into that winners section so they can fight in the grand finals here.
Yeah, and the length of that Zapdos engagement at the end, really something to call out, allowing those members of Full Send to both respawn and get back into the central area before the objective went down. Celestial here, our MVP for Full Send this match.
They love that Decidueye, and who doesn't love Decidueye? And of course, Blastoise, another Pokemon that they love to play here. And these are items that I think might be Jeff Hoagland approved.
Those are, in fact, fantastical items that you love to see from serious competitors submitting serious builds.
And here we go. This circus is going crazy. The Ursa ring is loose. I don't know what we're going to do here, Jeff. We need a ringmaster. We need Seltzer to come back in here. I'm flailing. I need help, and I need our ringleader. Come on in. Tell me what's going on, Seltzer.
Spriggles, Jeff, we are getting so close to our ultimate performance for the end of the day. So let me bring in Zoinks, let me bring in Doob Snacks, because I know they had their eyes on this last match, and we all know how important this is heading into the championship. A rematch, in fact, of the February finals. And Zoinks, I know watching that game, some things really stuck with you, particularly how well Full Send had control of their pathing and was able to move around the map and those Dreadnoughts. So tell me a little bit about what you saw.
Yeah, no kidding. We talked about objective play so much when we saw Full Send's composition and also what we know out of Nemesis Gaming. These players love to try to secure these Dreadnoughts. They have so many tools available for them to do it, but every single time we were seeing those Dreadnoughts going completely in favor of Full Send. Even in the match they did end up losing, the Dreadnoughts were all going their way. And when Zapdos fight kicks off, yes, anything can happen, but when you are set up in a way with a nice level experience lead, a good amount of HP, and some nice positioning given by your objective wins, you're definitely going to be feeling a lot better in those tight situations.
Oh, absolutely, and hopefully Doob Snacks, they can carry that on into our championship series that we're about to head into. Taking a look at the bracket, and while we have it up, talk to me a little bit about how you feel Full Send is going to measure up against our top winners bracket Gladiators.
Well, they have all the momentum in the world, going through a long route there in the losers bracket to make it to this point in the tournament. Gaming Gladiators, however, they're looking to snuff those hopes and dreams out from that losers bracket team very quickly, and Full Send is no exception. And of course, if we harken back to the February finals, Gaming Gladiators took a convincing win over Full Send. However, 2 months forward into the now means that Full Send had a lot of time to sort that out, and Gaming Gladiators better be ready to adjust, because Full Send is looking to win 6 in a row and make it a clean sweep off the bracket reset.
Oh, these Gladiators are setting an impressive model for the community, as are all the competitors in our Aeos Cup. And I know when I watch Pokémon Unite, all I want to do is play Pokémon Unite. Well, if you're feeling the inspiration, I'm going to give you a great way to do it. You can head on over to battlefy.com/Pokémon Unite and sign up to play in the May Open Qualifier. We're going to give you 20 HoloWare tickets just for trying it out. But I promise you, if you like watching, you're going to love playing. So get in here, find some friends, and join the competition. When we come back, we are heading into our grand finals for North America Aeos Cup, and the teams are raring to go. I'm so excited watching these matches. I cannot wait until we start our best of 5. So I'm going to let you grab a quick break, but come right back. I'll see you soon. Welcome back. You're watching the Pokémon Championship Series mid-season showdown, and we are about to head into the finals. I've got an amazing crew of talent taking me through the action today, and I'm going to bring my casters in now to introduce them because, gentlemen, we have been through a lot this weekend. We've seen a lot of games, and you, of course, know these teams very well. Heading into the finals, though, Zoinks, Tube Snacks, give me a temperature check. How are you at?
The temperature is the surface of the sun. I am so excited for this matchup. I'm very heated up for this game. Dupe Snacks, my duo, I hope you're the same.
Oh, look, if I was on ice before, it's just in the pit of a volcano right now. I'm ready to go. I know Gaming Gladiators has been on ice for a long time. They're ready to go. And Full Send is going to try and ride the wave of this heat that they've got going on through this losers bracket and try and have one of the biggest upsets this game has ever seen.
Absolutely. If you're a fan of the Aeos Cups, you might be familiar with the format. Well, things are a little bit different today. So, Dupe Snacks, tell us what we're going to be seeing.
Right now in the grand finals, it's going to be best of 5. If Full Send wins the best of 5, that's a bracket reset, and we're going straight into another best of 5 between these top 2 teams.
I gotta say, I'm hoping for it, but Zoinks, taking a look at the bracket here, knowing what we know about the teams, is my wish going to come true?
Depends on what that is, but I think we could potentially see the bracket reset like you'd want to see. If you take a look back to the start of our bracket, Gaming Gladiators were the ones to send Full Send into the losers bracket. However, Full Send on an absolute tear through the losers bracket, haven't dropped one match in total, and they have found themselves with a little bit of a rematch. And you know, when there's a chip on a player's shoulder, they're going to want to prove they got what it takes to beat them again.
Well, if we know anything about Full Send, we know that they have not exhausted their pool of Pokemon yet. They've got some surprises that they haven't pulled out today. But Dupe Snacks, any final thoughts before I send y'all off?
Let's just get this thing started. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's head on into our grand finals here at the North American Aeos Cup.
Gaming Gladiators going to have to see. We were talking about kind of in the break here, is Full Send going to bring the Sylveon out? You were not sure. Otter kind of flipping around. I love seeing the tree in the top path. Let's go. Give me that Trevenant action. I'm hungry for it.
Lutano on the ghosty, spooky tree Pokemon, locking that in. Yes, the top path is going to have a Trevenant presence in it. A really, really strong Pokemon thanks to these new buffs and can hold their own. Look at how tanky the front line is for Gaming Gladiators. Blissey, Blastoise, Trevenant, but they are actually making a swap up in their central area. Toon, no longer studying the blade, has chosen the weapon, the Water Shuriken.
I love seeing these change-ups, and it's going to be a breath of fresh air here out of Gaming Gladiators. I know they're ready to go. These players are locked in. Otter VGC going back to the Sylveon, and it's going to be awesome to watch a team as skilled as Gaming Gladiators see that, adjust, and then see if they can leverage an advantage over that Sylveon that's kind of be splitting that central area, especially when you got somebody like Toon that's going to be rolling through well-fed.
We saw the Sylveon of Otter do so much work shutting down any split pushes that Nemesis wanted to do in the losers finals. They were moving back and forth, nice speed boost from the Calm Mind, of course Hyper Voice putting in the work on damage, but this time now they have to worry about Toon on the Greninja. They can leap in from pretty much anywhere and delete you if you were caught out in the wrong position. So now the defense around these goal zones is going to be much tougher to manage when Toon is on this high speed attacker role character of Greninja.
The North American Aeos Cup Grand Finals are underway. Gaming Gladiators in purple, Full Send in orange, and here we go. This action I can't wait. I just cannot wait. It's already kicking off. Look at Celestial getting chipped down real low. Squirtle forced to retreat. Gaming Gladiators been chomping at the bit, and they're already looking relentless here out of the gate. Look at that triple stuffed by the Hoopa too. Indy feeling clean already. Celestial pushing forward. Zug already one of the most aggressive Blissies we've ever seen. Defenders we've ever seen, and it's a KO up top by Lutano. Are you kidding me? What's happening? Gaming Gladiators Spartan mode activated.
Bulby may be underestimating the damage that Phantom can actually provide within this path. Lutano getting the healing from their goal zone, was never afraid of getting KO'd, and they instead do the same to Bulby. Bulby gonna have to put in a lot of work to get up to that level 5 power spike before this first set of Bs. Only benefit, Lutano probably not gonna hit it, especially because they're letting Toon get the Corphish in the central area.
3 players up top for Full Send, which means these Bs can be contested successfully by Gaming Gladiators in the bottom. Looking pretty good here as Full Send is leaving 2 back to babysit, but the advantage is up top as Goof is just trying to find a way to get a level up. Bolby and the pressure on is heavy as Otter, Celestial, and company are working through, keeping that Phantom, sending them back to base, whether by hook or by crook, that's where they are, as Toon is trying to hold it down from a distance, and the points are raining in this top goal zone very efficiently.
No kidding, Celestial going out to help their friends in the top path, but so was Otter. This splitting of the central area buffs means that Otter can appear pretty much anywhere. And Goof, one of the biggest changes on the Blastoise in this bottom lane. We definitely see them on more attacker roles, and a little bit of history behind Goof. The meaning of their trainer name actually originates as a childhood nickname. I believe they actually got it from their friends at a comic book store.
Well, Goof is a grown man now, and they're trying to win this thing for Gaming Gladiators as they're already a War Turtle and pushing back in the face of the Pokemon of Full Send. Good pressure by Full Send, playing very far forward, and Otter is the impetus for that. Kind of the key that unlocks that for them with that Hyper Voice and that big damage.
Full Send sets up the defense very far forward, like you said, but quite early. 7 minutes and 45 seconds, a lot of time until it shows up. Lutano taking a ton of damage. Bolby rocking the power-up punch, close combat again, and it pays dividends. They get the KO on Lutano. That record in the top path is now 2-1 in favor of Bolby.
Bolby looking good, but here comes Toon, already getting a KO there, finding the War Turtle. Sylveon back the other way on the Greninja. That Hyper Voice cooking him down. Not too bad of work for Otter here. Otters do eat frogs, right? Question mark. As the Bees are getting mowed down by the Hyper Voice, and Gaming Gladiators did get a fair share there, but Full Send with the early rotation, having the bigger presence down here in the bottom path.
It seems like the Gaming Gladiators are giving up, trying to have a, an honest team fight around Dreadnought, and may attempt to steal, but 2 players in the top path, and there we go. Celestial is able to secure it with ease. Level 8 War Turtle does need to find some more wild Pokemon before they're truly a massive threat, but clearly they can even put in work at that level 8.
Smoke and mirrors, Zoinks is looking where the Gaming Gladiators tree is. It is in the opposite side of the field, nabbing all the Full Send stuff. Yes, you might have gotten Dreadnought, but we getting big in different ways out here. Miracle Grow in Remote Stadium. Lutano feeds on a Lucario. That's a grass type. Feed me more. Get me bigger. Lutano level 8 already, Zoinks.
No kidding. This benefit of doing a little bit of a central area invade paying off in a big way. About to hit level 9. Otter, though, keeping pace. Celestial just a little bit behind as well. Toon's Greninja also level 9. Can they put in any work? It seems like they've been pushed away this time by Snow Point's very well placed hyperspace hole.
Toon trying to find snow points, working with Lutano. Lutano goes in, gets a little curse action, and there we go. That's a KO and clean job done. That's a big old stick falling down on your head for the KO as Gaming Gladiators closes down their first goal zone, but the push is from Full Send up top. Otter getting that Hyper Voice going through, and they're getting points into their own. This is going to be a big overcap here. 39 points, and it goes.
39-point overdunk. Shout out Celestial. Great work, but that's the play you see with information. Toon gets a nice little surf reset KO there. Stunting on the enemy a little bit. Snow Points can't catch a break when Toon is in front of their face and doing that much damage. Snow Points needs to find a way to get out of danger when they need to.
Full Send sending the Rotom down in the top path where they already closed a goal zone. Good look. Not going to escort it. Doesn't look. As Toon's trying to cut off the squad and we're watching. They're just going to take care of this Rotom. Not a big deal. As they went ahead and have Zugrug in the bottom path there. 15 seconds till the next Dreadnought.
Yeah, no kidding. Toon finding these KOs, by the way, is not just garbage time or anything like that. They're actually doing so much for Toon's experience levels. Already at level 11, getting KO'd here could be massive. Otter misses the Hyper Voice attack because of the smoke screen invisibility.
Absolutely gets pulled through, and the Hoopas are unbound, and they're going through. 2 players down for Gaming Gladiators. Full Send with the just all of the impetus. That's Zugrug stealing it for Gaming Gladiators, getting the Dreadnought, keeping things from getting too far sideways. As Full Send gets the full team wipe, and they close out a goal zone, and Full Send's looking mighty clean here in the face of Gaming Gladiators.
Full Send keeps the lead there, but a single tear went down my eye. Gaming Gladiators, Zugrug seals the Dreadnought. I feel like we've said that so many times over these past few months, Doomsnacks. We see it again and again. Gaming Gladiators, it's been a while since they've been in a grand final situation, since February, but now they're here and they're here to prove that they can take it again. They are the #1 team to respect. Full Send with the lead right now, but I know Full Send can never take it easy when playing against the Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, these levels are at parity too, so they're finding ways to mitigate the advantage that Dreadnought gives. Full Send eyeing up the opportunity here, and we just had a little egg bomb with the chip up. Zugrug, Lutano working through, but now it's 3-on-2, and they're going to see if they can catch him out. They do. Lutano's getting melted here, getting a little HP back. Here we go. Water Shuriken by Toon coming in for the save. They get the Blitzy, and they're surfing through. Hang 10. Let's go. Blastoise Unite. Celestial going to cut off that path. Egg bomb keeping the stuff from going back into the face of Gaming Gladiators as they're forced to retreat in what a situation that looked very hopeless. Oh, here comes Goof. Are they going to rip the Unite move out here to get Celestial? No, just a natural KO. No overworking. Was that a Showboating Unite move? Who did that catch? Looking good, Goof, with a KO streak of 2 in the top pass.
Snow Points thanking every star that they have in the sky right now that they did not get KO'd by Goof's Unite move. Otherwise, they were a goner. Rotom gets shredded. Full Send adds another objective to their belt. Going to be headed down towards the Gaming Gladiators goal zone. However, Goof adding yet another KO to their leaderboard, doing such an extremely good job here of being a late game presence.
Absolutely. Indian Toon going to be responsible for these bees, maybe taking care of Rotom. We're watching where the other players position. Dreadnought's going to be here plenty of time to take that. Looks like Full Send is in the mix. That's where their interest lies, as they're already working in. But look at Zugrug, the thief, the most inconspicuous thief, just a big old pink blob, just waiting for the perfect time to lay in, of course, an Egg Bomb. The Rapid Spin coming out of the Blastoise and one back the other way by Goof. Right side team takes it. That's Full Send off the back of their Blastoise, but Goof not willing to give up, putting the pressure on. There's Lutano. We got support in the trees, baby. His Toon almost gets caught down by the Hyper Voice, surfs back in, they catch Otter, and Bloodline's gonna try and close that out on Toon. Can Toon get away? But Blissy's putting in work, they're chopping their egg bombing and eat that one, blowing up that frog with a big old egg grenade. KO streak of 2 by Indy, because no one's to be left off the stat sheet here for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, really nice KO by Bloodline there to actually go help out, but Toon, with the courage of 1,000 lions on negative HP, almost decides to rush in all the way. They get themselves the KO, do go down, but they're back.
Oh, here's the fight. 2 players down for Full Send already. Gaming Gladiator said, this is our pit. This is where we fight. Here we go. The Hyper Voice is coming through. It's getting melted down on Zapdos. Another play down from Full Send, as that's a big Unite move. Right side team takes it, though, off the Blastoise Celestial Unite here, and they're pushing through. It's Ducket time, and they're going to try and get in points. Full Send already with the advantage. Celestial and company going to lock it in. Look at that. Look at that overdunk there, Zoinks. 455 to 248, but we've still got plenty of game to go.
Gaming Gladiators up 5-2 in that setup, and Full Send still finds a way to KO the Zapdos and get themselves all that Aeos energy and defenseless goal zones. We got 1 minute and 15 seconds though. Gaming Gladiators at 248 against Full Send's 495. Full Send really had a great play in that situation, a huge lead, but now the game is swapped to defense. 2 of their players in the respawn zone right now. Toon almost a level 15 Greninja, Goof at a level 14 Blastoise. They can take this team fight, and they've already started aggressing.
Yeah, the Unite move doesn't find a home for Toon as they're working through the Blastoise rapid spinning, trying to find somebody. Hoopa is unbound, and they just need to get KOs. Gaming Gladiator does. They already get one. Can they get another one? There's one back the other way. Full Send takes out the Blissey. Still 1 player down for Gaming Gladiators. That's a 36 up top, 72 points total, because that's what math is, and that Blastoise puts the push as Gaming Gladiators is forced to just back off a little bit and restructure their push back into the face of Full Send. But they're back up top. Opera trying to keep it down, but Lutano, the chase is heavy as Toon is trying to find it through the Blissey. They need to get more points in. They're still down by 175.
They are down by 175, but no, the jump pad allows them to circumvent Lutano's amazing defense that they were showcasing. The Hornleaf was keeping them all away, but Bulby just decides to leap right over top and lands and blocks that score. Full Send is still in this game because of a jump pad.
Full Send saying we are nothing to mess with. We might be from the losers bracket, but Gaming Gladiators, we're here to fight. And what a show by Full Send here. And message received from Gaming Gladiators.
Full Send really had the lead a lot of that game. Gaming Gladiators finding a ton of advantages. I'm looking at Toon specifically, and something we didn't shout out at the start of that game. Toon was running the Aeos Cookie went on that Pokemon. Not Aeos Cookie. Attack weight, so just really strong stacking items for Toon. They paid off in the end. They were stacked up, got a ton of KOs. You're looking at 9 of them right now, but Full Send win this game in the end.
Absolutely. Whatever Gaming Gladiators brought, they couldn't unlock the puzzle that was Otter on that Sylveon just yet. It's something teams have been struggling with. I'm looking at the damage dealt. 88k, nothing to scoff at here by Toon. But you look across the way, Bulby, 80, Otter, 74, Celestial, 77. Just critical amounts of damage. Full Send moving in tandem and finding KOs wherever Gaming Gladiators presents them.
Lutano's Trevenant pick in this top lane is always a really interesting one when we get to see it showcased. A little bit at the end of the game, we were seeing it, the Horn Leech pushing people away, locking multiple Pokemon in place sometimes. The only problem was in that Zapdos fight, they couldn't quite lock down Celestial. Celestial getting unstoppable when utilizing the Hydro Typhoon, and that's what ultimately KO'd the Zapdos and gave Full Send the win. Not to mention though, Full Send, 2 Rotoms, 2 Dreadnoughts, a lot of objectives other than the Zapdos secured throughout that game.
Without a doubt. Let's take a look at Full Send's roster yet again. They've been winning a lot today, and so we'll show them again. Snow Point's Bloodline, Celestial, Otter on that Sylveon playing out of their gourd today, and of course Bulby, their top path player. Second top 6, back into the top 2, and definitely want to convert that second into their first.
Absolutely. Juice Next, we want as many games as possible to be casting, and we're in the perfect situation for that. This was just the first game of a best of 5 with a potential best of 5 after, and Full Send is on the path for reset. So they are putting in the work they need to do. Gaming Gladiators only has to win 3, Full Send a few more than that. But this strategy that they've been employing in these last couple of games, maybe after watching the EU broadcast, they are definitely putting in the work, and it's working so far.
Well, we hit you with a little bit of a replay remix here, but let's get into it now as we take a look how Full Send won themselves Game 1 here in the Grand Finals. I mean, this was just a show by Lutano and Toon. When they were moving together, they were looking very, very good. Unfortunately, we didn't see them link up too much in this game zone.
Yeah, no kidding. They were doing a lot of split pushes, sometimes necessary. Trevenant, a great Pokemon at defending their other teammates. One thing when we talk about Horn Leech so often is the self-sustain it gives you, also the distance that it can move enemy Pokemon. But one thing I don't talk about enough, I think, is the amount of time that you are shutting down another Pokemon when you use that Horn Leech. It's a full 3 seconds of a stun.
Oh, without a doubt. And there we just saw where Zugrug stole that Dreadnought. Full Send, however, still having the pressure around, was able to push and close a goal zone off the back end of that. And this is the 3rd Dreadnought of the game here with just over 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. That, of course, Full Send gets again off the Blastoise Rapid Spin here. And luckily, nobody went down, but this is the fight at Zapdos where Gaming Gladiators looked so far ahead, it looked like they weren't even in reach. But here comes Full Send, recovering very well, going after the Zapdos and taking it.
Yeah, one thing I really want to know is if I had a Telestrator, I'd be drawing a big old circle on Gaming Gladiators positioning. They were completely on the right-hand side of Zapdos pit there, blocking that corridor, utilizing Lutano's amazing Horn Leech ability and Zugrug's Egg Bomb to knock up anybody trying to get through. However, the only problem was Celestial was already through. Goof was the only player that was able to, actually dedicate some focus and time towards that spinning around Blastoise, the break-dancing turtle in the center of the Zapdos pit. And unfortunately, while using those unstoppable abilities, Goof had no way to stun them, and the damage was done. Zapdos KO'd. Full Send with a great start to this game. I'm really excited to see what one of the best teams in the world, Gaming Gladiators, can do in Game 2 and how they adapt.
Well, we certainly saw a little bit of a showcase of what Gaming Gladiators can do, right? They got behind early, but that isn't to go unsaid. And of course, Otter taking the crown here as our MVP with that Sylveon, just dealing massive amounts of damage and really helping Full Send take down that first game in what at the end of it turned out to be pretty convincing fashion.
No kidding. This Sylveon pick has been paying dividends for Otter. Otter showcasing just how versatile they are as a player. You want to put them in the central area, they're going to do amazing. You want them to play a top lane player like Lucario or Machamp, they got it in their kit. You want them to play in the bottom lane as attacker, they may pick Solar Beam Venusaur, but they are going to do well there too. Otter showcasing so many talents across all the tournaments we've had so far. I'm a huge fan of this player on Full Send.
Yeah, without a doubt, and they're earning their stripes today. I wanted to talk real quick about Gaming Gladiators down early in that game. However, brought that experience to parity, and then actually eclipsed Full Send, and we saw how much that impacted that final fight. just a little bit of an unstoppable turtle getting to the background, putting it to the full send side here, giving them the advantage on Zapdos. But that is a credit to Gaming Gladiators and their ability to adjust mid-game and find a way to keep parity and get back ahead, even though they're losing those key objectives.
No kidding. Sometimes parity is brought to you by a Zugrug Egg Bomb in the darkest of nights, but Zugrug able to do that so consistently. I was mentioning in cast, I feel like we've said that so often. Feels amazing to be casting Gaming Gladiators in a grand final situation. Dupes next, there's championship points on the line. There's 10 racks on the line. There is so much here to give away, and we got a whole lot of Unite left.
Oh, that's without a doubt. And Gaming Gladiators, they just want something to put their chin up and say, yeah, we've always believed we're the best. The community is sending us all their energy here. They believe we're the best. And now we just need to get the crown and put it on our head so we can show that we're the best. And Gaming Gladiators looking to do that here after losing an unfortunate game 1 to Full Send, who, of course, is trying to just shatter Gaming Gladiators' dreams.
Yeah. You know the crown is one of my favorite analogies to bring up, but heavy is the head that wears the crown. When you are the best in the game, every team wants to beat you that much more, and that is no exception with Full Send. Whenever you see Gaming Gladiators on the other side, your eyes go red and you charge full steam ahead. You want to take down that team and prove to me that you're really the best. And here we go, Toon on an Aeos cookie. Nope, they lost it. Scope Lens Attack Weight Muscle Band Cinderace. All damage all the time.
Yeah, it hasn't been locked in yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Toon make that selection. Love seeing Lutano on the tree again. Didn't get to showcase it too much there, but it didn't look too bad. Yeah. And I think in combination with Toon and just some crisp communication, they can really help take over a game. Looking on the Full Send side, they're locking in the same thing. Now, no new news there, as, you know, Toon finally decides that the Fire Rabbit's where they want to be.
Some interesting swap-ups, but one thing I actually wanted to talk about before we got into this game is the two players that are playing one of the best Pokemon in the game right now, the Hoopa. We have Indie Bear on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and we have Snow Points on the side of Full Send. I have raved about these two players constantly, but I really think that they are some of the best in the support category, but specifically, they know Hoopa inside and out. When I'm considering this matchup, I really do think of two Grandmaster chess players moving their teammates around the battlefield, constantly just staring down at each other, making sure that their mental game is just barely above the edge of the other players. We're going to see a lot of Hoopa mind games, and I cannot wait for it. Dupes next.
This might be the way to sway your team and give them the advantage, as Game 2 is well underway here. Gaming Gladiators going to be on your right this time, Full Send in purple on your left.
Yes, Full Send. I know I've been given some information that they have practiced this comp a total of 1 hour before this tournament. They saw EU doing it. They loved it. They've adapted to it. So having, you know, just showcasing how strong their mechanical skills are at being able to play a new composition to this game, or at least new to this region.
Yeah, it's looking very crisp as Full Send is just trying to work through and find a KO. Goof on the backside of nowhere. Going to try and score here. Maybe buy a little time, get a little bit of HP back. They do. They're trying to make it to a berry, but it's plucked out from out in front of them as Lutano's trying to hold on tight and buy time for Toon to get Goof still being chased down. Look at that sliver of HP.
Oh, man. Dupes next. Goof does stay up and out, and Snow Points had to spend their eject button just to deny a Citrus Berry. They don't even get the reward of a KO for that. Full Send would definitely want that back. This early game, that battle item of eject button, full heal, whatever you're opting into is so important. That being said, Bloodline does hit this precious level 4 power spike, but bees have already begun.
They're gone, my friend, as Gaming Gladiators and Full Send are scrapping it out here downtown. Look at Goof just always trying to get a score in, right? Just moving forward. All good maneuverability. And Raboot takes out Lucario. That's Bulby sent back to the respawn point here as Lutano, Indy, and Toon are working through Lutano. Going to see if they can get a score in the face of Celestial. No, just a quick little chip shot in, keeping them out.
Yeah, a little bit of the water squirt always does the trick. Otter here already at level 5. Again, outpacing Celestial in the early game. Lutano taking that steal, though. So important. That was their evolution KO.
Yeah, that was a great one here. Now they have Curse going all over Bulby. They're going to try and put the pressure on. The levels are the same, and Lutano putting chase. Bulby at a 3rd HP. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Bulby with the chip shot here. Just a little meteor mash trying to keep Lutano out. And here we go. They bully Lutano out from scoring as Lutano's fine. Like, all right, fine, I'll take your A-bomb, friend. And now what a look and what pressure by Lutano in the top.
I was talking about mind games with Hoopa. Those same mind games definitely come into play in the top path. You saw right there the passive ability of Lucario, the steadfast that they get shielding when they're at low HP, utilized now. So now Lutano knows if they push another time, they're going to have a better chance of getting the KO, and they do off screen to the top path. There you go. No steadfast to keep you up. Lutano's going to get that KO.
A great KO by Lutano. Otter coming up top to try and give some support in that top path, not let Lutano get it all for free as the curse is coming through. Look at the confidence level, Lutano, just going straight into the face of 2 characters here, and now getting bopped up a little bit by the egg bomb, but makes it back to their goal zone and picks up a berry, feeling a little bit better, healing themselves just a bit as Otter is relentless, not willing to quit. Lutano taking over to level 7.
The amount of secures that Lutano has been getting this entire game is crazy. Trying to look for stacks constantly. Snowboy's creating the portal, but actually they're going to leave a defender up there to give no satisfaction over to Lutano.
Huge KO on Toon, not letting them be a factor down here in the Dreadnought. Great look by Celestial, just eyeing them down. Yes, they got KO'd for that, but it was totally worth it if you're full send. Full send all over this Dreadnought. Gaming Gladiators posturing around. Are we going to see an Egg Bomb heroic? Left side team takes it. No such luck for Zugrug this time, as now Zugrug buys the heal portal here, gets healed up and going to stay back. No, jumps right back into the action. And of course, just a great look by Full Send and another Dreadnought taken.
Another Dreadnought taken for Full Send. Bulby really coming in clutch with these power-up punches so often. Close combat looked good, but Indie Bear give him a cape, the superhero, saving Gaming Gladiators with a clutch hyperspace hole, bringing them all back to safety. This match is so even across the board, so close in terms of points. Gladiators definitely behind in levels, don't get me wrong. However, this match seems to be 2 teams really not wanting to make any major mistakes by over-pushing.
Oh, trying to retreat from that rapid spin as Celestial tries to buy some space for the squad. Rotom gets taken by Full Send as well as Bloodline's pushing forward, and there's a good presence by the Gladiators here. Are they going to let Rotom hit? They might not. Nope, Goof is chipping into it as Lutano's trying to hold off Otter, and of course the Blissey. Big KO by the Sylveon on the War Turtle here. That's a Unite move by Toon. Do they find a mark? We can't quite see. No, Rotom is going to be kept out as Otter is on the chopping block for Toon, and Toon is just chipping in, trying to make that happen. Power up punch just misses as we're working through. There's 4 players on the Chaser Toon. They want that KO badly. They're going to go after it. Here comes Indy for the save. Do they going to get it? No. The Blastoise gets the KO. Are we watching up top? There goes the Trevenant Lutano to the Blissey Bloodline. Great work by Otter and Bloodline. Sick tandem up there as Goof is a little late for the save.
I can't believe how long Toon was able to stay up, but yes, they do get KO'd in the end. But all right, 20 odd seconds and the next Dreadnought is going to appear. Full Send prioritize the first one, and they already have Bulby in position for this second one. That being said, a couple of players, we have Otter and we have Bloodline playing a little more up top. You have to remember those snow points, so clutch on these hyperspace holes. They'll be able to get back down to the bottom path with a moment's notice.
Otter just dealing in so much damage to Lutano. Lutano can't even quite figure it out. Maneuverability of Otter is just on point as they're just doing the shoulder shake and keeping everybody on their toes. Dreadnought's already being ripped. Left side team takes it. That's Full Send on the Lucario Bulby as they take it for the squad, and they're trying to find some KOs. The Blissey is down. That's Zugrug, and everybody's going back the other way as Bulby's looking to get some points. And Bulby, why are you excited about the Aeos Cup while you're scoring, friend? To prove I'm the best Lucario. Stamp it, grip it, rip it, and ship it. Bulby is about that action.
The confidence may have scared Lutano off into play in the tree, but okay, here we go. The Unite move's not spent by Gaming Gladiators in the bottom path around Dreadnought. They didn't have presence there, so now they have the free license to use them here before Zapdos fight. They got the recharge time. No stress in that situation. That being said, Goose Hydro Typhoon didn't get that much.
Oh man, the KO on the Sylveon Gaming Gladiators there as we're back up top and Bulby's scoring points. Lutano's just a bit late. That thing's closed out, and the only player to go down was Goof on the Blastoise here as Toon is working through. They get zoinked out of the just nightmare void that is the hyperspace hole as they come back, and Zugra are going to try and keep Celestial out. Not even close as Toon is chipping in. They've got a little bit of HP, but they're on the retreat here, and Bulby and Bloodline seal up Rotom for Full Send.
Full Send with a huge lead. I gotta mention it because it was hilarious. Celestial Celestial just Hydro Typhooned their spawn because of the hyperspace hole timer. It was utilized. They went back, and I believe they gave a fantastic car wash into the entire spawn room, making sure it's clean and tidy, but you gotta go back there every once in a while and clean, because they sure haven't been there very often in this game too.
No, they have not. Lutano and Toon dispatching of that Rotom. Yes, Full Send does have a huge lead, and that does not spell great news for Game Gladiators and Lutano here up top as Bulby's putting the chase on. They got a level advantage here, Zoinks.
No kidding. 217-47 as well. A score lead is fantastic. Right now, Game Gladiators showing presence up here near the top, maybe for a Rotom spawn, but it doesn't look like it's going to come here in time.
Absolutely just getting dusted by the Trevenant is that Lucario as they're working through. Lutano's on the chopping block here. They push forward with a big charge, getting the KO on the Sylveon in tandem with Goof, the Blastoise, and now they're going to be able to put some good points into this goal zone here as Bloodline's the only one hanging out. Goof getting points, and Lutano's going to go for some as well, and they're going to get a big overcap there, I think, of 44 points.
41 by my math, but like I said, you've been right every time, and I've been wrong, so I'm going to trust you. 217-136. This match definitely did get closer, but that purple circle in your top right corner of your screen is going to say that the third Dreadnought has been taken by Full Send. 3 Dreadnoughts, huge level advantage. Look for them to start kicking off this fight. Look at their forward positioning.
They were rotating around each other like a square dance here as Lutano's just getting eyed down and the Blastoise rapid spins back up. Bloodline trying to find somebody. Zugrug Bliss assistance on, I hope it's Toon, and that's a Hydro Typhoon by Celestial chipping everybody up, and now the Hoopas and Bounce are coming out, but who goes down? It's just the Hoopa for Gladiators so far, and Lutano's close. The Blastoise down. Goof. No! Game and Gladiators, what is happening? This might be a full team wipe. KO streak of 2 for the Lucario. Hoopa's getting into the action as well. Make it 2 for them, and now they're just dusting the Zapdos, the Hyper Voice, and Hyperspace Punches are just coming through as Full Send is just knocking on the doorstep of winning themselves Game 2 of the Grand Final.
Full Send heard you, Twitch chat. That was no Zapdos flip. That was a gigantic team fight win. Snowpoint's trying to wait around because they know Otter only has 48. That's not going to break the goal zone. They'll do it with 100. 613-136. Full Send with a commanding lead, but 2 Pokemon down. A defense is going to be a little bit tougher. Gaming Gladiators have a chance to come back in this game, but they're going to need 5 full scores.
Yeah, the rapid spin from Goof coming out to buy some space. They're going to be able to close this goal zone out fairly uncontested because that's not the one that Full Send is considering defending here. It's the next one in. Goof, Indian, Toon, they're posturing. They're seeing what sort of defense is lined up here. It's just Bloodline and Snowpoints trying to hold it down. Snowpoint's a good one as they can just hyperspace hold people from top to bottom.
Nice little rotation here by the side of Gaming Gladiators. I'm not entirely sure if Indy Bear has the Hoops Unbound Unite move. They may have gained it back by now. Only 20 seconds left in the game. Rotations available. Snowpoint sends everybody up top. Celestial does the eject button Unite move, and now they're rapid spinning through Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators. They're just removing them from remote stadium, not even close. 2 Gaming Gladiators down, no points going in as Zugrug doesn't have any interest in playing the rest of this one. Full Send taking Game 2.
Zugrug does not want to give another KO to the stat block of Full Send, but what they did end up giving up is another block in this match. Full Send up 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators. What a decisive game from Full Send there. Gaming Gladiators could not find an advantage start to finish.
I mean, grabbed all the KOs, grabbed all the objectives. Gaming Gladiators, I don't know if they're rattled from that first one or what, but they looked in rare form and not in a good way. Full Send, look at those KOs. Celestial 7, a great number you want to see out of them, especially against such a good team as Game Gladiator.
No kidding. Celestial, one of the best mechanical central path players that we have in all of North America. You're seeing it with the numbers there. 88k. Otter just below that. I'm sure they're arguing about who's the better damage dealer in their own communications. Otter with only 86, but still, obviously, a fantastic number.
Yeah, we look at the scoreboard, and it really shows exactly the trajectory of this game here. Full Send on top the whole way. Great team fight at Zapdos, and of course get a couple Hunderburgers in to really press that lead here as they take it 613-216. Let's take another quick look at Full Send, because why not? We've been doing it all day. Let's keep that train rolling. Snowpoints, Bloodline, Celestial, Otter and Bolby looking real crisp here in the grand final.
No kidding, looking amazing. Crisp is a perfect word to describe it. Headed up against a team like Gaiman Gladiators, one of the strongest we've ever had in the region, on an absolute tear in the Aeos Cup. And yet, you come at it with the confidence to go up 2-0 in the game so far? Absolutely huge here.
Of course, Full Send getting another objective. Bolby, why are they excited about the cup? Showing that they're a pretty darn good Lucario here in this one, as they did some phenomenal work in Gaming Gladiators. And of course, good little Unite move by Goof to try and buy some space, but this story is all about Full Send.
No kidding. Full Send doing so well in this game 1 and 2. Love the final team fight they were able to pull off. I'm sure we'll see it in this highlight reel here a bit. This was a nice little play by Gaming Gladiators, though. Definitely put them back in the point race. However, Snowpoint securing that last Dreadnought in a tricky situation really made sure that this final fight was advantageous for Full Send.
And now we're just looking at the last minutes of the game here after they take Zapdos. Those just ducats going in, straight ducats. And Full Send feeling good, you know, not overstaying their welcome there. And of course, Celestial gets our MVP, not only in the KOs, leading the charge with their squad and just making some great team positional maneuvers for their team to get those KOs and really press their advantage all game long.
Not easy for these Central Path players to, get out of their own heads, give up some of their central area buffs to another player on their team, but Celestial has been playing extraordinary even when they're not hitting that level 9 power spike as soon as they are maybe used to. Still though, finding so many advantageous ways to play this composition. Full Send may be new to it, but they are playing it in an expert fashion, which Dupes next leads me to want to start talking about Gaming Gladiators composition. Tell me your honest thoughts. We love to see it, but are you still confident in Lutano's choice of the Trevenant in the top path?
Look, I just don't think it looks that particularly great into Sylveon. So if that's the route you want to go, you really need to hammer home how you're going to sort that piece of the puzzle out. And that's kind of been the question asked, not only by Random Gaming, but now by Full Send. If you can't sort out this Sylveon, we're going to keep using it and we're going to keep leveraging it. I mean, splitting the central area, it's putting so much pressure. Maybe it's time. I know Lutano's a just high quality, high caliber top path player, but maybe you do give them that Hoopa support up top that can portal down when they need to, but just keeping them under control at the very start and not letting Otter swoop in with the Hyper Voice and take over the game in that fashion.
That's such an interesting point. I wasn't even thinking about Dupes next. Yeah, we haven't seen a little bit of a 2-1-2 adaptation against this team composition. We saw a little bit of it in EU, but so far Gaming Gladiators not opting into it. I think that's a really good shout. Could be an interesting play. Gaming Gladiators, one that have innovated a lot with their central area pathing. Toon always trying to shake things up. They never want you to know when they're heading into your top or bottom path, but maybe this decision needs to be, it'll be right at the start of the game. I think that's a really good shout.
Real quick, I want to mention Full Send also seems to be moving very well in tandem. It's rare, or at least rare that I've seen when they've had successful team engagements. When Full Send goes in, it's not the Sylveon leading the charge, it's another character. So when you're forced to deal with whatever the character is that is in your face, giving Otter the ability to stay just a little bit far back, dust you a little bit with the Hyperspace Voice, and really rack up that damage and sway that team fight in their way. And that's the thing. Gaming Gladiators has had trouble just getting onto the Sylveon because they've had too much static and traffic up front.
Yeah, no kidding. Everybody watching at home, right now Full Send is up 2-0, but only in our first game. So let's take a look at the bracket and how our format is going to play out. Right now, Gaming Gladiators has not lost a game in brackets so far. So if Full Send do win this next game, they push us to what's called a bracket reset. That way, both teams will have lost one game in bracket play and everything will be completely reset to 0. It'll be a fresh new game, a fresh new best of 5, and Full Send will have to beat Gaming Gladiators again. On the other hand, if Gaming Gladiators can come back, reverse sweep here, win 3 games in a row, this tournament is over, and Gaming Gladiators will be crowned your champions.
Listen, if there's anybody that doesn't want to play more Pokemon Unite today, it's Gaming Gladiators. They want to end this thing now.
Sure.
They don't want that to even be in the realm of possibility. The rest of the planet probably wants to watch more Pokemon Unite. I know I do. And what kind of story is it if Full Send comes back, the February finals runner-up, come out of the losers bracket again, hit the bracket reset, and really just set things off here on this Mother's Day.
Trust me, I know the players on Full Send. I know some of their personalities. One thing they are not lacking, Duke Snacks, is confidence. They can take down the best of the best mentally and in-game. Full Send already putting themselves up at such a huge advantage is going to be so good for them in the long run. But yet again, we're headed to the draft. Let's take a look at what Pokemon both of these teams select.
Snow Point's the first one to lock in because, of course, every team's playing a Hoopa, right? Celestial and the Blastoise, they look good. Otter, Bloodline, Bulby. No changes there. At least Bulby might surprise us, maybe not. Let's look on the side. Look at Toon. Their third different Central Path character here, Central Area character. Gaming Gladiators is trying to figure it out, and they're using this best of 5 right here as kind of some gimme time, some experimental time to figure out how to sort the Sylveon out, because they do have the opportunity at the bracket reset. So might as well use the time if you've got it, I guess. As Goof, is back on their Pikachu, a character we've seen them play quite a bit.
Yep, no kidding. I think it was pretty clear to everybody that when Pikachu was the staple pick of the meta composition, Goof GG was the best player on that pick. I mean, there may be some people out there to contend, but I am a Goof believer. So I think Pikachu, a great pick for Goof. We even saw it in their player spotlight. Even their mom recognizes Goof on the Pikachu. So shout out Mother's Day, shout out Goof's mom. I know you're watching and cheering on your son. They're in the grand finals. Your son's about to try to win $10,000.
Well, it starts by winning 3 in a row here,
Sure.
And Full Send is not going to give that up too easily. And Pikachu, not historically known as being that great of a Pokemon in the face of a Blastoise, but if there's somebody with the skill set to overcome that particular barrier, it's certainly Goof. Here we go, Toon in the Central Area, and of course Otter doing their normal pathing to Spike to Sylveon.
Let's talk about this sword really quick. A very interesting selection. Toon may have kind of made this popular, but we've seen a lot of Pokemon picking this up. Full Send grabbed that middle. I don't know, nice little objective. Goof, though, very strong early game. I'm really excited to see what Toon can do on this sword and how they make it work. A tough Pokemon, you have to fully commit to collapses and going after the enemy, but you do so much damage that oftentimes it'll be worth it.
Yeah, a good little stun there by Indy from the Hoopa, chipping up and hitting everybody on Full Send. Everybody down below half HP for Full Send. Lutano still in the Phantom, getting some points in the face of Otter VGC. And of course, this is going to be that hyper voice train here, as Bulby might come in for the support. Lutano's on the backside of nowhere and finally gets KO'd.
Yeah, Lutano just seeing what they can do so deep behind enemy lines. They know they're probably going to get KO'd. But hey, an A-Palm in the pocket is better than no A-Palms at all. So you may as well try to push that as well as you can. Also, Toon has come to the bottom path before going to the top path. Very atypical selection here, but it seems to be helping Gaming Gladiators. They've got so many points in that bottom tier goal zone already.
Yeah, without a doubt, which means Full Send adjusted appropriately. They have 3 up top on a little 3-on-1 action, and now just more points in for Otter as the teams downstairs and Toon is rolling back into that central area.
These teams are at such an even level in terms of skill level. You're even seeing that with map rotations. One team gains an advantage in one path, the other team responds in the other. Otter brought back down Snow Points with a nice hyperspace hole. They read the future, know that Otter is required, and they ring the Otter phone.
Well, Bulby chipping in on Lutano a little bit. They both part ways, and as Bulby works on an A-Palm. Good little look. As we see downstairs, the Pips are all over each other. Gaming Gladiators just get content in retreating at the 8-minute mark.
You would be surprised by the lack of KOs that we've got in this game so far. Very low number. We've actually had so many team fights, but the support of these Pokemon being able to give to each other is so strong that there have been a lot of surviving. Toon ends that, though, with a nice KO in the Sylveon, and Snow Points is in the danger zone.
Yeah, Aegislash sheathing themselves into the heart of that Sylveon, taking them down here as Bloodline and Snow Points tries to get all over Toon. Good little Egg Bomb there, and Toon is starting to feel it. They're starting to heat up as they're going to get another KO streak of 2, but that is actually their 3rd one in short succession here as Gaming Gladiators are putting a great little push on that bottom tier goal zone.
Bottom tier goal zone does go down. We definitely talk a lot about the decision to break it or keep it up, but often the bottom tier goal zone will be the one that you opt into destroying. If you do so, the Dreadnought fight can be a lot harder for the other team. They have no space to retreat to, no citrus berries to gain. The only benefit they're having is the Autonos will be created on their side of the field.
Great strategic adjustment here as Bulby is in there, and Toon is trying to find out who's the next one for that sword to be embedded in is. It looks like it's going to be the Blissey, as they're just stuffed real quick. Wide guard going to buy some time. Wartortle going to KO back on Goof here. But here we go. Bulby gets eyed down again as Toon comes through. Otter tries to come in for the support here as Toon is going to just knife right in here. Sylveon's next with the pairing of Indy the Hoopa, and they get another KO. And Gaming Gladiators now, finally at the first Dreadnought, going to be able to put some pressure on and take this one all by themselves.
Toon is the master duelist. Every player from Full Send tried to take the one-on-one, challenge the master, the sword master of Toon, but every time Toon dispatched them very cleanly. Excellent work utilizing these newly buffed Sacred Sword and Wide Guard combo. The one-on-one ability of Aegislash is so strong, and it gets even better when in the hands of a player as strong as Toonslim.
Oh, that cannot go understated here as Gaming Gladiators now just not trying to hemorrhage experience back the other way. Bloodline chipping into Rotom. Both these top goal zones still intact. Fights kick out. That's a Unite move by the Blastoise after Toon dives in, hits the wide guard here. But the Blastoise goes down to Goof. That's great pressure here. And all these players back on their pocket Pokemon are getting KOs all over the place as Full Send had 3 players down. They shatter that goal zone and then they take Rotom. That thing is going just a little bit further than it did or would have 5 seconds ago.
No kidding. Tube Snacks, just a minute ago, we were talking about how close this matchup was so far. Everything has changed within the last minute. Gaming Gladiators with such a demanding lead right now. They may be down 2-0 in this series, but they're up 203-70 in points in this game 3. Such a fantastic play there, getting KOs every single time. And really, I just gotta keep shouting it out. Toon is finding KOs in every single spot. Full Send has to shut that sword down.
Yeah, it's looking very good, and those early KOs by Toon to help bolster it and put it ahead of its counterparts exactly where it needs to be. Look at Lutano. Lutano's on the hunt. They just don't want to engage. They're getting good vision for the squad, so Gaming Gladiators can make great positional adjustments off that because the next Dreadnought is right around the corner.
In the later stages of these games, you'll definitely see teams have to operate with what they've been given. Full Send are going to try to move together as a unit, try to get a KO, and steal some experience where they can, whereas Gaming Gladiators have to play spread out and defend their goal zones. Both tier 1s are up. They do not want to give Full Send a chance to catch up with any cheeky back caps.
Well, Snowpoint's pulling in the team here. The Hoopa's unbound. They're working on Toon. Toon caught a little on the backside of nowhere. They might be easy to KO here, but here comes the tree with the Unite move back. Blastoise Unite chips everybody up. Celestial's got the Bliss assistance with the KO streak of 2. Gaming Gladiators 2 players down in Full Send. This fight is going their way as Lutano's still up there trying to get a KO. They do. The Blissey goes down, and Lutano with just great pressure. Not down yet as they're not willing to give up here. Celestial, Bulby, everybody. Bulby's next KO streak of 2 for the tree. Blastoise almost goes down with the support of Indy, but no. Indy gets taken up by the Blastoise here as Goof is just hanging out, and Hyper Voice takes the Dreadnought for Full Send.
Tube Snacks, we got a game 3. Full Send is back in it just like that. Some fantastic KOs. They have not quite caught up in the experience race here, but they are definitely so much closer than they were a moment ago. Second Dreadnought, I've said it before, I'll say it again, potentially the most important objective in the entire game. Experience is so pivotal at this 3, 4, 5 minute mark that it is huge. We're about to get another team fight off on this Rotom. Both teams trying to prioritize it.
Look how they're moving to protect Otter. Otter in the background here, not to take too much damage. That's a big Unite move by the Pikachu into KO. Master Chef Pikachu with that Hollow Air straight cooking up here in the top path. KO streak of 2 because the Sylveon just went down, and now the pressure is back in the face of Full Send. Despite them trying to take Rotom, it's all Gaming Gladiators here in the top path.
Aeos Island, Hell's Kitchen, whatever you want to call the top path, Goof is making it their own. A Rotom secure, a fantastic Unite move to clear some space and net themselves some KOs. Full Send now forced to knock out this Rotom. Look at the yellow pips on their mini-map. They would love to be going to secure those wild Pokemon right now and getting experience. A very atypical game for Full Send. So often we have seen the Sylveon and Blastoise in parity of levels on their team. This time Celestial, great, scaled up to 13. However, the Sylveon, not quite there.
Look at that. Zugrug saying, who's the most reliable teammate? If it's not them, who does it have to be? Toonslim, baby. Level 9 at every Dreadnought, no matter what. Level 9 at the first Dreadnought, no matter what. And that's what you like to see out of your central area player.
Zugrug gives the most premium gas to their teammates. Absolutely. A positive force in the Unite scene. An incredible player. We love Zugrug. I know you do too, Twitch chat.
That is without a doubt. 10 seconds till Zapdos. Trevenant hanging out downstairs. Pockets are full. The eyes are open, and they're watching for full send to see how they engage.
Amazing defensive positioning here by Gaming Gladiators, leaving Goof up top to try to spot out anybody going for backcaps, but now the engage starts. Celestial front of the pack.
Well, Celestial going back there, picking up the Bliss's Instance Toon, and the Unite move comes out because they've got a Bliss's Instance as well. The curse is all over the place, and that's a Trevenant Unite move as we're looking down, and Lutano's the first one eyed down and gunned down by here, the squad here, full send, and they're working through, and the pressure's on. The Hoopas are throwing their fists, and they get KOs. There's 2 players down for full send. There's absolutely relentless as the Hoopa gets a KO, the Pikachu gets a KO, and Toon looking very good as the Blissey gets in the mix too. Otter just trying to deal with that poor old Hoopa, and the Hyperspace Hole gets the KO on Sylveon, and look at Zugrug just slapping away here in the backside of a sword as they let Toon just seal it up. And what a play. Gaming Gladiators have come alive, and they are looking in peak form.
Praise everything. Gaming Gladiators have knocked out a Zapdos. Let's go, Gaming Gladiators. 313 to 70. A minute left, a commanding lead, and there's more Aeos energy to deposit right now. Goof throws in 50, collects 16 rather quickly. Lutano having a tough time putting theirs in, but Gaming Gladiators with an amazing play there at the end. Fantastic defensive positioning. Celestial is able to force their way through, but if you notice Lutano's Horn Leech and Curse sending players from full send all over the place, making sure that they put their rest of their team up with some nice positioning. Some great KOs earned here by full send for sure, but you have to look where they are in the minimap. You have to look at what's left on the clock and look at the score line. This one's done and dusted. Gaming Gladiators making sure that they are putting a point on the board in our grand finals.
That bottom goal zone absolutely untouched here as Lutano comes up for the defense. Hyperspace Voice and Blastoise Rapid Spin going to try and do a little something here, but with this little amount of time left, you got to think it's straight garbage time. Just hoop unbound, because why not? And we're just going in. I don't even know if points are going to get in here. Doesn't matter. Gaming Gladiators take a convincing game 3 and hope to leverage that momentum moving forward.
You have to remember, Doomsack, Celestial's shout of why they're such a great team is because they push buttons good. And so even in the last minutes, you still got to push your buttons. That's the fun of Pokemon Unite. And so no matter what, before that clock hits 0, you got to keep it fresh. Look at this scoreline. Goof with 218 goals scored. Toon with a measly 38. They must have had a pretty poor game.
Well, you can't score if you're too busy taking out the other squad, and that was their roles and responsibilities here. Zoinks, of course, 8 KOs for Toon. Celestial trying to carry the squad with their powerful Blastoise play, also getting 8 KOs.
Yeah, no kidding. The central area players, Celestial and Toon, keeping pace in KOs, but Toon, again, was winning so many 1v1 situations. Another little note about this game's macro overall, Volby definitely was more at parity with Lutano this game. They were finding some early advantages, especially when Celestial was coming up in the top path to help him out, but still, Lutano wasn't thrown as far behind this game, and I think that really paid off, especially in that final team fight.
Looking at these damage numbers, what it makes me see here is that Gaming Gladiators focus their damage on single characters all at once, really getting the KOs and focus firing on one. Full send, higher damage numbers across the board, but not finding as many KOs in crucial moments, and that was the difference here. In this one, of course, Gaming Gladiators just in a commanding lead the whole time.
No kidding. In that game 1, we saw the Zapdos get KO'd because Celestial had already found themselves in the Zapdos pit before the Gaming Gladiators defense could really be mounted around that central corridor. This time, Gaming Gladiators is there with plenty of time. It looked like they've been camping outside of the movie theater for the biggest release for about a week now. They were set up, made sure that Full Send had no route in, and if it was, it had to be using Unite moves to force their way through. When those Unite moves are utilized for gaining space and not for gaining KOs, that is when Gaming Gladiators can flip the script and get a ton of value from their own.
Let's take a look at those Gaming Gladiators here. Zugrug, Lutano, Indy, Toon, and Goof. Winner of the February finals. March finals, a devastating top 6 finish for them. Nothing to be happy about there for them, and that's coming from their mouths. Of course, Aeos Cup match wins, that's 4. haven't dropped a game since they entered bracket play here. Haven't dropped a match since they entered bracket play here, and they're not looking to make this one the exception.
No, absolutely not. They've definitely gone behind a little bit in this series so far, but some really great adaptations that we were talking about. Toon, specifically on this sword, getting so much value, and when Celestial is not on the Cinderace on the other side, Toon does not have as much chip damage to worry about, something that Aegislash has a tough time dealing with.
Yeah, that's Toon. Those 2 early KOs were huge for them. Get ahead on the experience lead here. Otter trying to come in for the save just there, but it's still another KO streak of 2 for Toon, looking very, very sharp on this sword.
Boo! But yes, you're completely correct. Toon, a sharpened steel blade. Aegislash put a lot of work. I love that highlight reel. 1v1s on 1v1s. Toon dueling whoever dares challenge them in that path down there. Really, really fantastic work. Gaming Gladiators adapted so well to what Full Send was trying to do. Even the scoreline throughout the game. Again, you mentioned it in those last fading minutes of the game. The bottom tier 1 goal zone not even touched throughout this game. The bottom path of Gaming Gladiators is something that has been heralded as one of the best in the entire world. Everybody wants to be as good as the Gaming Gladiators bot lane. Zugrog, Indy, Goof, whoever finds themselves down there at the time will always do a whole lot of winning.
For me, that team fight we just watched was the exclamation point on this game, and then this was just a matter of just prime execution here. Gaming Gladiators working through with those level advantages, with those Unite moves, finding the body, taking them they can, and of course, just tremendous work here in the last stages of the game as Full Send is fully sent back to their spawn point there. So
you really got to notice a great play by Indy, by the way, dropping the hyperspace hole right before they launched their Unite move, letting a couple of players reset back to full HP, and then bringing them right back with their Unite move. Fantastic big brain play, but our MVP is gonna go over to Goof of Gaming Gladiators. You know him, you love him, and we got to see the Pikachu in action. A newer build this time around. I saw them opting into some glasses, I believe. I could be wrong about that. Please don't take me down. But Muscle Band, Focus Band, Buddy Barrier, always gonna be a good selection on the Pikachu.
It looked very, very good in that game, and one of the factors that Gaming Gladiators took into consideration to try and deal with that Sylveon in tandem with the sword, Aegislash, wow, that looked good, and it showed. They were feeling it, of course. Gaming Gladiators love Toon, loves themselves the sword, and Goof has so many games in on this Pikachu.
No kidding. We saw that bottom path be the main point of contention for a lot of this game. We even saw Toon decide to not head towards the top path in their initial rotation, instead going towards the bottom path. A very infrequent decision made by most central area players, but like we were just mentioning, Toon wants to make sure that the other team has no idea where they are. You wouldn't normally consider a sword to be a very subtle Pokemon, but when it is coming up with creative rotations like Toon is, it really, really works for their team. And when something works for their team, Gaming Gladiators now have yet another weapon available to them.
Yeah, closing at that bottom goal zone kept that Sylveon from bopping between top and bottom paths and leveraging it as its like kind of its level of spike as an advantage there. So that was a great see. That just shows how much they believe in Lutano to leave them alone up top, but also really showed that they had a strategy early game to mitigate the impact that Sylveon could have in the first few moments as our teams are loaded up and we're going into Game 4.
All right, we've seen some counter picks already from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Toon trying to find a natural niche. They land on the Aegislash. Now, does the side of Full Send want to try to counterpick said Aegislash? Like I was mentioning, Celestial Cinderace is a pretty legendary pick for them. However, they have locked in the Blastoise. Not a permanent thing technically with 30 seconds, but it seems like they are very confident in this pick. And hey, they're up 2-1 in this series. Who am I to doubt?
Yeah, not only are they up 2-1 in the series, they've used this particular composition successfully all day long. So Full Send, I wouldn't be surprised if they're not willing to change things up too quickly, as of course we're finally seeing some green check marks on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Toon back on the sword. Goof back on the mouse.
Yeah, gonna be interesting. I mean, these compositions have worked for both of these teams, maybe in separate games, but gonna be an interesting thing to try to watch it back. Definitely the side of Full Send needs to make some adaptations in their overall strategy if they want to take this game. Gaming Gladiators were winning the entire game and it wasn't particularly close. So we have seen these games swing back either direction. Game 2, all Full Send. Game 3, completely in Gaming Gladiators' favor. What does Game 4 have to hold for us? I don't know, but I'm just so excited that we have yet another game to be casting in this Aeos Cup Grand Finals.
Game 4 is on the horizon here. Let's see if that Toon magic can happen yet again with the Aegis Slash in tandem with Goof. And you can't go understated with Indy as well as Zugrug in that bottom path. Absolutely legendary work there to facilitate that early game strategy we were talking about.
One interesting difference I've noticed between these two teams of Full Send and Gaming Gladiators is that the Blissey player for Full Send, Bloodline, really enjoys going on split pushes much more than Gaming Gladiators. Zugrug seems very committed to this bottom path compared to Bloodline, whereas Bloodline will often try to go into the top path to go help out their teammates in case Toon finds themselves up there trying to get a little bit of Aeos energy in that tier 1 goal zone.
Zugrug and company playing very far forward, but here comes the Sylveon to keep this bottom path shenanigans from going underway here. But Toon, of course, reading that rotation and going up top themselves. So they have the player advantage in the top path as Toon is working through Bulby a little bit, and there he goes. Just cha-ching, cash it in. A nice KO by Toon. The dub blade as they're looking to get to Aegis Slash and continue taking over this game.
Toon wins yet another 1v1. Bulby looking for attack weight stacks by trying to dunk in the enemy goal zone. Toon punishes that again and again.
An absolute massive rotation here by Full Send. Going to try and catch Lutano on the backside of nowhere as they're working through the Bees as well. That's a KO. Hoop on the Trevenant. Lutano goes down. They're caught out of nowhere. Doublade goes down to the Hyper Voice. Now Otter getting their advantage and snowballing it a little bit here as Celestial gets some big points in, and they're about to tick over to War Turtle.
Snow Points at this early level actually has access to Hyperspace Hole. Maybe not their other ability, but hey, when Astonish is such a good early attack on Hoopa, you can't really be complaining. A ton of burst damage, great stun potential, and there we just saw it knocking out Lutano. Bulby at level 6, out-leveling Lutano by just a hair here, so definitely going to have some advantage. The Bees must have went their direction.
Yeah, Goof rolling up top to give some support to Lutano there as well, giving Toon the opportunity to go back to that central path. And look at them, like a middle school dance. The boys and the girls just sitting across from the gym, nobody willing to engage.
Yeah, often the awkwardness does like to kick in at middle school, but here we go. The Hyperspace Hole created nice little bit of a reset on Bloodline. 7 minutes and 47 seconds. Second rotation of Bees are coming up soon. And guess where Toon is? They have come back down to the bottom path, and they're already throwing hands. I mean blades.
Oh, those blades. If we're talking about circus analogies, we're throwing swords all over the place. Doublade looking to see who they can take advantage of here. A big move, but that Hyperspace Hole blinks that Otter out of existence, and that Doublade finds no home for their swords.
Important note right now, Toon is at the level up animation evolution they need here. So they need to find the KO. They do. Okay, so their team nets it. They get themselves the evolution to Aegis Slash. That could be huge here, but Bulby gets a nice one-on-one KO against Lutano. They're going to get fully stacked. Will they get down here in time for Dreadnought, especially when Hyperspace Hole is now on cooldown from Snow Points?
Goof getting a quality KO and Bloodline getting one right back. Aegis Slash and Lutano, the Trevenant, coming down to see if they can support this Dreadnought action here as Bloodline's just trying to find a way in. Celestial low on damage, caught in the egg bomb here in the weeds. And there we go. Hoopa goes down to Bulby as Bulby's going to run around and scamper and see if they can find another one to take down with him. Lutano might be the next one up. That's a big E-speed coming through. Go finding another one, going, Goof, are you the next one up? No, that's just a nice little thunder shock there to stall the pressure put forward by Full Send as Gaming Gladiators just leaves it up to poor Zugrug to try and go for the steal, and they fall just a bit shy.
Bulby yet again with amazing target prioritization on their flank in that situation. They run down there, nice unite move, oh my gosh, they clean up Goof. Huge work on the power-up punch. They're not done. The chance of the Zugrug Blissey also knocked out, and of course, they get a little bit more damage with the attack weight stat. I was mentioning just before that team fight started popping off though, great work on KOing the Hoopa initially. As soon as they KO that, the other Pokemon on Gaming Gladiators had no reset avenue to gain all their HP back, and Lutano pulling off the heist of the century.
That's just completely understated. Great work down there, without a doubt, as Lutano's working on, gets the Unite move out of Celestial here, and Lutano uniting them right back. And let's see who gets the positional advantage here. Lutano's just trying to hang out. Snowpoints comes in with the support, and they get the KO.
Oh my gosh, this was a match of honest 1v1s. What happened? Snowpoints, you went up and you ruined the duel, but still in that situation, Celestial obviously gonna be thanking their teammate around here. Zogrog with the last seconds of Rotom able to throw in their Aeos energy as well. Bulby started getting some hits. Nice knock up by Bloodline. Zogrog caught out in a tough spot.
They're getting chased by the Blastoise and Bulby the Lucario. They finished it up with that power-up punch. I said E-Speed earlier. I don't know what I'm talking about. Power-up punch. Let's go. Goof gonna in here get the last B for themselves as they've got the buffs now on too. They looking good with those little shiny orbs below them.
Right now, Toon's so leveled up high that they're allowed to be able to give a bit experience of over towards Goof. The bottom path not going as well for Gaming Gladiators, and let's face it, 2 goal zones broken by Full Send. They are really sitting at an advantage. They have first Dreadnought, second Dreadnought is so important for both these teams though, particularly Goof at level 9. They really need to scale up, especially when Otter is already at 10 and then some.
They're watching here. Gaming Gladiators, India and Goof pushing forward. That's a hoop unbound. Going to pull the Gladiators through to see if they can do some work down here. Full Send not to be without their own mythical Pokemon. Going big time here as Dreadnought's getting dust. Holy smokes. That was Trevenant Unite move. That was Blastoise Unite move. We saw them all here as Full Send takes it. And that's another Blastoise Unite move by Celestial to find Indy. 3 players down for Gaming Gladiators. This one went all their way as Goof's trying to get some points in, but they're going to go down in short order if the chase is on. It looks like it might be. And Lutano's trying to find snow points. Are they going to get the KO? No, just Aeos energy coming through. That little magician pluck here. Lutano cleaning up a little bit, but here comes Full Send. Lutano, what are you doing? You're hanging out too long as Bulby and Bloodline are going to try and get all over them, but this tree is so hard to cut down.
No kidding. Yes, it seems like Lutano is still up. Look at how much survivability they have. Horn Leech just healed them all the way up to about half HP. They're still fighting down here, and it looks like the towel has been thrown in on Full Send for trying to get that KO. Lutano still hiding out. They are greedy. They want these 40 points in the goal zone for sure, but Full Send has opted in to try to destroy this Rotom. Bulby and Celestial with 50 Aeos energy in pocket. If this goes into a goal zone, it could be huge for late game ramifications.
That is true. It looks like we already have Toon and Lutano getting ready to square that thing up and babysit that Rotom, make sure it doesn't get too far. Toon just hanging out, and they're just getting good vision here. Look at Zugrug where they are, knowing exactly where Otter is so they can't get jumped. Of course, we got some decent presence in the bottom path as well. Gaming Gladiators trying to square themselves up and bring this thing to experience level parity before the Zapdos.
Experience going so far in the favor of Full Send. Looking across the board, no one hitting level 13 on either side, but Full Send seems closer to it across the board. Gaming Gladiators able to keep up some pressure. Toon uses the Unite move. They're KO'd through it. Bulby gets the close combat KO. That is so massive.
That is not where you want to be with 30 seconds to Zapdos here as Goof and Zug just forced to retreat here. All the goal zones still standing for Full Send, and Lutano's eyeing down of just a big old horn push here, charging through Bloodline, but Otter's there for the support as well. Full Send's starting to feel it. They're putting the pressure on him. Bulby's looking to work on this Dreadnought and take it themselves. Is Zugra going to come in for the steal? 9 seconds till Zapdos.
Interesting choice from Full Send here, actually leaving the Dreadnought, knowing that it's going to leash, which means it will go back to its spawn and fully gain health. Zapdos ready to start it. We're all in the pit.
We're all in the pit, and that Zapdos is absolutely melted. Why talk about what just happened, because it popped off here. Blastoise Unite, gonna catch some, and Full Send takes it. Those goal zones are open. Bloodline is scrambling. Goof is putting on the chase. They're gonna see if they can catch him. Otter tries to cut him off. Toon gets a KO on the Hoopa, and there you go. Celestial getting points up top, 394, 125. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here, as Toon is putting in 41, and Indy needs to get their points in as well. 594 to 307.
A closer game than we've seen before in these kind of situations. Gaming Gladiators capable of doing it. Celestial snuffing out any hope that existed in the first place. A minute 23 second, a lot of time here. Toon getting demolished in the situation. I guarantee they have their Unite move back after getting KO'd through it. It should be reset, but stunned and locked in place. Safeguard was already used by Zugrug. They didn't have it to save Toon Slim, and now they're taking so much damage. Takes a while to whittle down the HP of Oblissey, but they do get it. Lutano gets in 16, but it may be too little too late.
under a minute, just under 300 points. Keep these teams apart here as Lutano uses the Unite move and just wants to get a KO, maybe on Bulby. No, Unite move by Bulby coming through, and it finds this Mark II as their scoreboard is just going up on Full Send. They're still looking to score here. A good little dash in the face, but I think Full Send has just 2 words, bracket reset.
We knew Full Send was capable of it, and they prove it here. They take down Game & Gladiators in the first set of this Grand Finals, 3-1. Amazing gameplay overall. Things got pretty close, a little bit scary in those final moments, but with such a level advantage, they were definitely postured to be able to knock that Zapdos out. They get the Zapdos knockout. Bulby yet again with a secure power-up punch. Lucario so incredibly strong. Bulby has been putting out a star show performance today. Full Send have reset the bracket. We're headed into our second best of 5.
Good night. North America Aeos Cup Grand Finals have just been reset by Full Send. So we've got one best of 5 to determine who wins. 676, 323. Bulby, 180 points, but I'm looking at you, Otter, 235?
Aeos energy, they're swimming in it like Scrooge McDuck. Otter VGC putting in so much points. Obviously, they were contributing in a ton of other ways. Great split pushing from them, great damage whenever they needed to be doing so. Bulby, though, again, star of the show, 10 KOs.
Good night. Just what a clinic by Full Send in that game. And Game & Gladiators, what are you gonna do? You've got one best of 5 to try and reign supreme here and really just emphasize what you are, who you are, taking that top spot. Let's take a look at the damage dealt. 83k by Bulby. Let's go.
Remember these stats, and then remember what Bulby said in their player card that we had in the lower third. They want to prove themselves to be the best Lucario. Bulby, my boy, you may have done it right now. You've reset the bracket against Game & Gladiators. The scoreline definitely a little bit close, but Full Send securing objective after objective, making these team fights look amazing. And this time, they weren't letting Goof get away with KOing them all after a fantastic Unite move. So great work from them, and just fantastic work from the whole team of Full Send. I think they all played a fantastic match, and of course, they're gonna have to play one more after this.
Well, show them again, because Full Send has been on this just stat sheet here, this graphic all day long. Again, February Finals 2nd, and they want to make it a first here. And here's how they did in Game 4.
No kidding. Yep. Look at this. Bulby. Everybody else on Full Send had to reset. Game & Gladiators thought they were free and clear to start the Dreadnought. All of a sudden, Bulby shows up. Fantastic work here. Snow points with just great spacing and resetting, of course. I talk about them as a mastermind player. They are proving it here yet again. And now Goof gets KO'd on this bottom path. We even saw them, like you were mentioning before, with 2 of those buffs in the top path. They were forced to be able to give that central area experience over to Goof to try to scale and catch up. But even that wasn't quite enough for Game & Gladiators to secure a victory.
I mean, Game & Gladiators was nowhere near that Zapdos when Full Send was ready to go. And Full Send, of course, securing it and then getting in those ducats. Reigning in the scoreboard here, and there was a lot of time on the clock left, and the spread between the two teams wasn't that bad. In a theoretical land, Game & Gladiators could have made a push, but fall short here. And now we have a bracket reset, one best of 5 to settle out who is your NA Aeos Cup champion.
No kidding. Mentally, you know for a fact you won this game 3-1. If you're Game & Gladiators, you know you lost it 1-3. But the scoreline is what's most important. It is 0-0 headed into our grand finals. Anybody can win this, and I think that's been proved abundantly clear by the last best of 5 we just saw. Full Send on a crazy run, utilizing maybe the EU invasion comp that we are seeing in our situation right now. But fantastic work.
Yep. Well, there's one thing that clowns do have their hands on when they're pulling pranks, and that's a bottle of seltzer. So let's get seltzer back in here as the circus puns keep rolling on this Sunday.
You are not kidding. This is all 3 rings here, and it has been a delight. I think I wished for this, and, well, you promised me, Zoinks. Currently Jeff cosplay, very nice. But you were like, it's possible the way Full Send has been playing.
No
They
kidding.
fully sent it. It was beautiful to watch, but I really do have to shout out, as you were saying, the incredible work of the support players. Really great egg bombs across the board, great Hoopa stuff. I don't know, you guys are the analysts. Dupe Snacks, any thoughts on that match that you haven't already shared, perhaps?
Ooh, absolute barn burner, right? Absolute barn burner, right? I mean, full send, I think, shocking the world a little bit. Who would have thought that Gabe and Gladiators would have come in so strong, such dominant performance, and then full send just going, hey, grip it, rip it, let's get after it. And I'm telling you what, it's working. It looks good.
All right, Zoinks, anything you want to add before I give you all the break?
Absolutely. Before everybody is allowed to finally go up and use the bathroom and get a snack, because I know everyone's eyes were glued to that screen in that last matchup, the adaptation was amazing. We saw some composition changes on the side of Game and Gladiators, but the macro gameplay of both teams shifted constantly game to game, and I know that that's going to continue going into our second best of 5. These are some of the best teams in NA. I love to see it. Chat, make sure you say who's going to win the whole thing.
It's really exciting, but as Zoinks said, let me all get shit to the bathroom, grab a snack, but come right back because the bracket has reset and we have more grand finals waiting for you. Welcome back. We're going extra rounds after that wild bracket reset by our Gaming Gladiators and by Full Send. So let me bring back in our casters. I hope they had time to run, grab something to eat, grab a drink, because you guys have been working hard on this matchup. And wow, we still have potentially about 9 games ahead of us. And I don't want to jinx anything, but gentlemen, let's take a quick look at how we got here in case anyone is just joining us, and remind them the format of the competition today. Doopsnacks, would you be so kind?
Of course. So we started off with 16 teams qualifying for this, 4 groups of 4. Top 2 from each make it past, and of course that set up our bracket play for yesterday. Going through the bracket play leaves us to our top 4 that we've been watching all day today. Gaming Gladiators, Nemesis, Full Send, and Blackhand. But right now, Gaming Gladiators making their way through the winner's bracket, Full Send fighting their way through the loser's bracket, and now we have a bracket reset, best of 5 to settle it all.
Oh, that bracket, here it is. Zoinks, what are you thinking as we head on into this reset?
I called it. Aeos Cup is going to be the best tournament that we have had so far in this series. It delivered in a major way, and the entertainment keeps on coming. NA has a bracket reset. Full Send taking that one 3-1 versus Gaming Gladiators. Very few people expected this for sure, and now we are getting to reap the rewards in such an amazing Unite match ahead of us.
Absolutely. We couldn't have scripted this, because if we did, we'd take those dominating gladiators from the top of the bracket and write them right into the championship. But Full Send says, hold that pen. We've got another story to tell. So I'm going to get out of their way, and I'm going to let this story play out. Doopsnacks, Zoinks, it's all yours now.
Oh, can't wait. Here we go. Bracket reset. We were talking about it. We wanted it. We got it. Here we go. I don't see a big change here out of Full Send. Looks like what they're doing is working. Lutano committed to the tree, it looks like. One of the first players for Gaming Gladiators to lock that in.
Yeah, we were talking as a bunch of casters together just in that little interim break. Jeff Hoagland really talking about how they don't believe that it is necessarily a problem, but maybe didn't find as much value as it could have in those later moments. The early game is a tough look for Trevenant. Definitely Phantom's early evolution. Tough to make things happen. Bulby hitting level 9 or level 8 or 9 at that first Dreadnought last game was a problem. I'm excited to see the adaptation that Gaming Gladiators can make, and we're starting it off with Goof back on the Blastoise and Toon on the Greninja.
They clearly understand what they're trying to do, right? They have a strategy in mind. They were just maybe falling a bit short of executing. We saw them game 3 execute miraculously. That bottom path push worked out great. Now they've gone back to the Greninja, back to the Blastoise, and we'll see what that strategy and if they can make it play out here in real time in game 1 of our Grand Finals bracket reset.
Grand Finals bracket reset. So much on the line. Doopsnacks, $10,000 awarded to our winner. Championship points, and of course, the glory of being considered the #1 in NA right now. So much to play for. One interesting thing that I am looking forward to watching in this upcoming game is, of course, going to be Otter on the Sylveon. We love seeing this pick. A Sylveon, a not as popular Pokemon. You see them right now on your screen, headed into the central area to make sure they hit level 4. When Toon goes over to the Greninja, that means that Otter is going to have to adjust their own playstyle. Sylveon is going to have to adapt to the enemy Pokemon central area every single time.
They're just going to have to open up the opportunity for Toon to make a difference here. And ultimately, that difference needs to be made off the back of Otter getting KO'd. That's my opinion. We'll see if it shakes out that way. Full Send kind of triple stun there by Indy. They've gotten a couple of those, looking good in the early phase of this path here.
Yeah, Indy definitely graduated with an A+ in trigonometry. Those stuns always hitting maximum targets. And that's just what I was talking about before. Snow Points and Indy, both incredible support players, but also just incredible masters of Hoopa, the newest and one of the strongest Pokemon in Pokemon Unite.
Bulby and Otter just putting the beat down on Lutano here. That poor Phantom sent packing. Ghost-type double Ghost now as it's back in the KO zone. Bulby, Celestial, and company are up top. Let's see if they make the push as the hyperspace hole has been unlocked for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they're going to get these beats completely untested because Toon went to the bottom line and it paid off. They found the KO onto Bloodline. Tons of Aeos energy going into this Tier 1 goal zone. Toon looking for a little bit more. Zugrug knows that their body is thick enough to throw in front of their teammates.
Take a look at Otter going to get the buffs on the backside, knowing the Toon is downstairs. That's a great little adjustment here, as Lutano's going to get some points in, and Gaming Gladiators' bottom path push isn't as strong as it was in Game 3 of the first Grand Final.
Goof is going to be going against the Sylveon here, but with the blue buff on Otter, their damage to wild Pokemon increased. They're able to easily take the secure and get out thanks to that. I believe they're running X-Speed as their battle item, but I'm not completely sure. But fantastic work from Otter to be able to secure both buffs in that central area. Toon, still level 7 though. The KOs they've been getting have been putting them quite far ahead.
Good little hyper voice on Zugrog, going to mow down their HP a little bit. They nab that hyperspace hole for to get the heals, and they come back through. Full Send looking pretty good in the early stages of this one.
I've been talking about it. The fear Toon can strike into enemies. Looking at the amazing holoware they're wearing. Looking good, but looking terrifying at the same time. Celestial takes a ton of damage, forced to use the eject button to get out. They are KO'd. Lutano and Toon combined for that one. Toon on a sliver of HP, but Bulby is 1v3, not able to convert that KO. Tons of value for Gaming Gladiators in the top path.
Lutano hiding in the grass, being able to keep a vision, then the hyperspace hole tandem. Great communication there as Otter's getting chased down now. That's a huge KO if they can get it. No, they let them off the hook there. Full Send, able to retreat back through their own goal zone and get safe from this Gladiator squad.
Exactly. Goof here at level 7 and some change, almost up to that level 8. Most importantly, Toon almost at level 9. If they take over, this gigantic water shuriken gonna be unlocked.
No, it hits, and here's the Greninja getting a KO on the War Turtle. They're pushing forward here, but still Full Send takes it off the Hoopa. The Trevenant gets a KO on Lucario. They're taking the body. Now KO Streak a 2 for Toon, of course, as they're trying to put some more tallies to that list as they're working through, and that's a Shuriken finding Snow Points, and Snow Points down on low HP. Greninja gets another one, and now Bloodline trying to stem this thing from going down here. Toon not letting them down, just getting in their face. Rapid Spin, pushing forward, and finally a little retreat by Gaming Gladiators. Nope, just kidding. Engaging back on Toon, who desperately wants to get out and does.
Yeah, Toon's interesting choice to come back into that team fight from the home base. You always have the option to go out into the central area, but Goof was already collecting those wild Pokemon from the central area, making sure that they had the buffs, and they are level 9 as well. Toon is not the only threat on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Blastoise of Goof can be a monumental one. There we go. Rotom secured by Gaming Gladiators. Full Send has found incredible ways to utilize the Rotom. It being converted away from them, great boon to Gaming Gladiators.
Big charge in by Lutano, trying to find Otter. Celestial coming in for the support. Goof just working through on the Blastoise, able to use that Unite move, chip up, get a KO on the Sylveon. That's a big one here as they rain in points. KO Streak a 2 for Goof, and a big overcap, or a reasonable overcap, we'll say, as that goal zone goes down. Good work by Gaming Gladiators.
This is the combo that definitely Gaming Gladiators has been looking to pull off. Blastoise and Trevenant both provide so much stunning ability and the ability to force the enemy Pokemon where you want them. Trevenant shoves them into the opposite direction they want to run, and then Blastoise can Unite move them for free, send them sky high. So great work by Goof and Lutano. Longtime teammates, you know the synergy is there, and they're going to pull off those combos every chance that Full Send gives them.
Full Send just trying to work through, get some experience here before the next Dreadnought hits the map. Lutano, everybody getting good positioning, good vision here as Otter's just working through that Blastoise, who's content and rapid spinning. That's Goof, content rapid spinning their own goal zone and into their own path here. Are they going to be able to keep these points from going? And I think so. Unite move. Does that catch anybody? Dreadnought's gone, of course. Here we go. Right side takes it. That's a Hoopa again. But now Full Send is getting the pressure on Unite move by the Celestial up front. Going to see if they can catch anybody. 2 players down for Gaming Gladiators. Only 1 down for Full Send. KO Streak a 2 for Bulby as they're starting to heat up. Lutano taking out the Sylveon.
Lutano finding another great KO here. These 2 Dreadnoughts have been amazing for Full Send to be able to grab them, but make no mistake, these 2 Dreadnoughts are the only thing keeping them in this game still. Every single 1v1 fight is going towards Gaming Gladiators. They're finding these positions so much earlier and making sure that Full Send can't escape. We just saw Goof find a KO on a Celestial. That cannot happen right now. Goof is out-leveling them. Greninja at 12, Blastoise at 12. Gaming Gladiators doing so good in the level department. The only thing they're lacking are some Dreadnoughts on their side, but they are not too worse for wear.
Full Send does not want to let this Rotom go to Gaming Gladiators. That is, will find a way pretty far deep. Lutano with the push forward. The fight's breaking out here. Who's the KO? There it is. The Bliss is the first one down. Bulby's the next one on the chopping block for sure. KO Sugar 2 for Goof. Again, they're feeling it. This Blastoise is looking very crisp. Switching off the Pikachu back to it, and it is a change that is making a difference.
No kidding. Yeah, it's proving so strong against this composition. Often when you look at Greninja into Blastoise in that specific 1v1, it's a tough matchup. But if you look across the board at all the other Pokemon, Toon's Greninja can put in so much work. Not to mention when all of Full Send is being locked up by that Horn Leech you just witnessed by Lutano.
Sugrug literally just sitting on the base on that goal zone, waiting for Full Send to pull up. They do get the points in. They break that goal zone, but Gaming Gladiators had to expect that the way Zug was posturing there.
A full minute now of those Autonos going up to the left-hand side for Gaming Gladiators, but could it be a temptation? Dreadnought coming into the game in 10 seconds, and it looks like Full Send is showing a lot of presence there. Their players headed there. Lutano's going to be back to help defend it, though, with a full set of HP, thanks to Indie Bear's reset hyperspace hole.
Looks like the Gladiators want this one, pressing forward. Look how far Lutano is, keeping Full Send from being able to contest this in a meaningful way.
No kidding. Now Gaming Gladiators going to completely take this one uncontested. Toon actually going to go all the way back home, going to head into the central area and find some extra buffs. Level 14 Greninja is very strong, but the little bit of math I can do tells you that level 15 Greninja is even better.
Good little rapid spin there by Goof to get Full Send out of the middle area so they can set up kind of this iron defense that they want to here, that Gaming Gladiators like to employ at the Zapdos in the final seconds.
Dangerous play here by Bulby in the top path. They got a full 50. It's going to be in that scoring play, but look at this, the hyperspace hole, and Indie Bear stops it. Fantastic rotation utilizing that play. Mastermind Hoopa play from the support player.
Absolute great look. Water Shuriken takes it down, and the Blastoise with a rapid spin, Unite into a rapid spin, takes it down as well. 3 players down for Full Send off the back of the Shuriken. Trevenant getting one, Greninja getting one, Lutano pushing through. They got 50, and of course Toon is just notching them up on their list, as that is just great work in the middle by Gaming Gladiators here. 593 to 102, and yes, 100 goes down, or excuse me, 80 goes down for Full Send, but this lead is just too far ahead for Gaming Gladiators.
2 sacks. Not often do we see a game that felt so dominant by Gaming Gladiators still have 2 Dreadnoughts on the side of Full Send. Despite that amount of experience that was keeping them up in the game, Gaming Gladiators really held on to control of this match start to finish. Fantastic work. They're even able to secure the Dreadnought in an amazing way, especially when Indie Bear isn't there because they're too busy blocking Bulby's heroic back cap 50 points. I really have to question that play. That decision when Indie Bear is on the field is always going to be ill-advised. But here we go. The last-minute attack of Full Send starts to mount, but looking at the scoreline, probably not going to be enough.
Yeah, every single person on their team needs 50 in pocket. They all need to score, and then they need just a little bit more. That's what Full Send is looking into here with 35 seconds on the clock. It's a tall order as Gaming Gladiators are taking the bottom. They're pushing them out quickly. Toon finally getting maybe their first points into the game here as, they're too busy getting all the KOs all over the place. And the Unite moves are flying, of course. Hoopa unbound. A little bit of a Hydro Typhoon by the Blastoise. 3 players for Full Send. Bite the dust here. Sent packing. And I think we're going to a game 2 with Gaming Gladiators up 1.
Gaming Gladiators lose that first initial grand finals, but they start the reset off with a bang with a very incredible first game win. Never in doubt was Gaming Gladiators' victory while watching that matchup. Full Send just quite couldn't find a way to shut down Toon's Greninja, and Lutano and Goof were also finding so many fantastic combo plays. And a little bit of a shout out as well to Indie Bear's heroic play blocking the entire Hundo Burger that Bulby was trying to sneak in last minute.
769 to 182. Toon putting in 244 points. I made that joke because they only scored 38 in one of the games prior. Of course, 14 KOs, 10 for Goof. Look at those numbers, Zoinks.
14 KOs, 10 KOs to Goof. Where were they finding the members of Full Send to be able to get those kind of numbers? Huge work. The damage says it all, too. Toon with a 90k damage game. Incredible work. We often consider Greninja to be the style of Pokemon that can get KOs by sweeping up and clearing them all out with surf resets and hitting these last hits. Usually those are set up by your teammates' amount of damage that they can deal out. However, Toon was doing it all today. They were doing the initial damage, they were doing the capitalization damage, and they get 14 KOs and a dominant win.
Let's take a look at Gaming Gladiators here. Let's get a little roster shot for the Gaming Gladiators. Zugrug, Lutano, Indy, Toon, and Goof. Of course, winners in February, top 6 in March. They're looking to be winners today after this Grand Finals reset. Look at that match cup, Aeos Cup match losses ticking up by 1. They can't be happy about that.
Yeah, an unfortunate number appearing on their screen, but I don't think they want that number to go up at all. In fact, the one right beside it is the one they want to tick up. Gaming Gladiators have put themselves in a great position. Yes, they did have a bit of a buffer. Full Send removed that, but Gaming Gladiators have started out this series with a bang. Again, this game felt like Gaming Gladiators the entire time. If Full Send wants to make this entire series more competitive, they're going to need to find a way to counter the combination of Lutano Goof and need to find a counter to the single player combination of Toon.
Absolutely. We're watching the highlights here. We saw Full Send take the first and the second Dreadnought there. Good Unite move by Goof, getting a couple KOs. And this fight was a pretty good one on the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're able to send that Rotom down the other way. But here's that Zapdos fight that broke out very, very quickly after the heroics from Indy keeping those points from going in. Gaming Gladiators taking that one, locking it down, getting the points in, and sealing a win.
Incredible game there across the board. So many points thrown in. We even saw Toon going back for a little bit more in the score department. They get that MVP spot, the little crown in the end game. It's always a fun competition to see who can get the games won, but the producers and us have considered Toon to be the MVP in this situation. Greninja, their primary Pokemon. This may be the first time we've seen them actually, an MVP actually playing their primary Pokemon.
Yeah, and it certainly delivered here. 14 KOs, over 200 points scored for Toon. An absolute great look, and exactly the type of spot and the step forward you want to take in a bracket reset after something you certainly don't believe went your way. Good look by them. Great job by Toon.
A lot of the community discourse around Pokemon Unite and this balance patch has been, yes, it is very, very positive. However, central area Pokemon maybe not put in the best spot, not often hitting level 9 by first Dreadnought, not given the as much pop-off potential as they've been able to get used to. However, Toon absolutely destroying that thought, able to hit level 9, able to just put on a show solo with their team, doesn't matter. Great work. They absolutely are deserving of that MVP award, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that little placard come up yet again in this series.
Look, Zugrug said it. Most reliable player on my team, Toon, because they always show up to first Dreadnought level 9, and we saw that there. Good look by Toon. Yes, they lost Dreadnought, but they took the body and got a lot of KOs. Here we go. Toon back on the Greninja, Lutano locking in the tree, and I'm not seeing any changes out of Full Send, unsurprising.
No, honestly, at this point, I doubt we'll see many composition shifts, if at all. Both teams very comfortable with these compositions. Interesting that the games have gone so back and forth in terms of wins and losses, since in-game, they really have never seemed to be going back and forth. It has been a very clear victory for either team. What that means to me is that the pivotal moments in-game, especially early to mid-game, are so important for either squad. These Dreadnought fights, you not only have to secure the objective of that wild Pokemon, you also need to make sure that you're working through the entire enemy team and not giving up any KOs of yourself, which was the story of that game 1. No matter what, the Dreadnoughts were still being secured, but the value was there for Gaming Gladiators, still finding the KOs. And Gaming Gladiators, a long history in Pokemon Unite. They've gone by many names, but the names that you see in the players have always remained the same. These players are so good at playing from behind, playing from ahead. No matter what, Gaming Gladiators will find a way to win a game.
Well, the story for me was Gaming Gladiators Game 3, and in Game 1 in this bracket reset here, took a KO on Otter in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's just how it shook out. Those are the games they won. So if you can get Otter under control, keep them from doing their Sylveon things, scaling like they want to, I think that's definitely the first step in the recipe for success.
I think I was mentioning it in an earlier game. They're all starting to blend together, but Otter has to change up their playstyle, whatever Pokemon that Toon is trying to opt into. Otter is often the quick defender commander on these goal zones whenever a split push happens that Toon likes to do. When they do so, they have to adapt their playstyle. Greninja, you need to make sure that you save your cooldowns for when they jump on top of you, because then you can KO them.
Good little stun there by Indy, buying some time for Zugrug and Goof to get some good Audino action up front. A nice berry poached by the other team here as Lutano is chased down the path again by Otter. And are they going to go down? That's 2 points for the HP buff, and there they go to a Hyper Voice.
How many times have we seen this? What that makes clear to me is what Lutano was trying to do there, knocking out those A-Palms, especially at that time, means that the passive experience hasn't ticked up very high from Full Send. They're trying to deny key level ups and power spikes away. So yes, they give up, they get KO'd in that situation. Definitely a negative. However, the positive is it makes it tougher for both of Full Send players to hit level 5.
Toon instigating the action here. There's 4 players for Full Send. They want to dive on Toon. They do. Sylveon gets credit for that KO, and Lutano's forced to retreat, grab a berry. But there's 4 players here for Full Send just raining in a ton of points. That goal zone is already left at 10.
Yet another adaptation from a team in response to the other team. A full 4-player rotation after Bees to find some key KOs. Toon definitely going to be slowed down just a little bit on that level pacing. They are headed back into the central area, though. Always a threat all the time. Bloodline taking so much damage. They need this reset. They double back. Yes, okay. The safeguard shielding, making sure they're happy and healthy.
Yeah, Celestial working through the tall grass here. Toon is putting the chase on a little bit. Bulby trying to give support. Lutano not willing to give up. They're going to get Celestial for their efforts there as Otter comes through and gets a KO back on Toon. So now they're working through. Lutano a little bit outmatched here, but the support by Indy just in time, able to hyperspace hold back. You love to see it as Lutano is getting back into the action as well. A big old tree stomping down the faces of Full Send.
Lutano and Bulby keeping pace in the level and experience race this entire game. So that matchup, almost a complete wash. Sylveon getting their levels quite quickly. Level 7, Goof only level 6. Could be a dangerous situation. We only got 30 seconds to first Dreadnought, and it seems like Indy Bear has started to rotate down. Toon and Lutano are left up here with Bulby and Otter.
Otter trying to get a KO. Lutano is already low. They're going to try and get into these bees. Toon gets in there with a good little surf action, and we're going to see how this shakes out as now Full Send is fully sending their squad into the bottom path here, gearing up for this Dreadnought.
Indy with a really late hyperspace hole here, maybe just trying to buy time for their teammates to get some wild Pokemon knockouts, but the Pokemon that's knocked out is Goof to start off this Dreadnought fight. They were trying to gain space, but they pay for it.
Yeah, now they're coming through here. Zugrub trying to kick off the action. Left side team takes it after what was the attempt of the heroic there by Toon. There's 2 players down for the Gladiators for that effort there, and Otter's playing very far forward, keeping Gladiators from keeping Full Sends from scoring some points here, and the action continues as Close Combat and Power Up Punch tries to find their mark. The War Turtle actually takes out the Full Send Lucario here. Look how far forward Goof is, paving the path for the Gaming Gladiators.
The damage was done. The space was created, though. Lots of scores about to go in this bottom tier goal zone. No! Great stop from Otter to block Lutano's 30. This bottom tier goal zone is definitely going to stay up, but here comes a gigantic Unite move from Toon.
Did you see the Egg Bomb keeping Lutano from resetting there? That was absolutely amazing play. Toon up front trying to find themselves a KO as the Full Send is able to the other way. And we're just looking for a reset. These Egg Bombs are going everywhere. And Toon is getting chased in the backside of nowhere as Full Send definitely wants this KO. Boing! Springing into the middle is Toon on that retreat.
No kidding. A credible call out there. Bloodline was such a nice play. But Toon does find a one-on-one KO with Bulby. They decided to take it, but the Greninja, such a strong Pokemon, especially when they're running that scope lens. A high critical hit chance is gonna boost up their attacks with the Surf quite frequently.
Gladiators doing a good job rotating up and trying to get some pressure somewhere else as that Celestial Unite move really opened the door for Full Send to get some points in that bottom goal zone. Here comes Goof. I've got a rapid spin too, Chief, and I can do it right in your face. Bloodline buys some space with that Egg Bomb.
No kidding. Lutano actually finds himself a KO in the top lane, but it seems like the Rotom was secured by Full Send. 2 out of 2 objectives so far have gone Full Send's way, but we're 20 seconds away from my call out of the most important objective in the entire game. Dreadnought is about to be postured up. All of Full Send are going across the map to knock out wild Pokemon. But you have to know that is completely fine because both Mastermind Hoopa players are in position and they have that Unite move that brings everybody downtown.
Otter has to use their Unite move, goes right back in. That Hyper Voice going to try and heal them back up. Toon and Zugrug really want to take care of this one. That Unite move does not find its mark. And now Toon is putting the chase on here as everybody's pulled to the bottom. Toon going to use that opportunity to score as Lucario full send. That's Bulby already takes the Dreadnought. Lutano scoring up top and closing out that goal zone as the fight roars on down here. Nobody down just yet. There we go. Blastoise getting a KO on Sylveon, and that's where Goof wants to be as the Blastoise takes out Indy, and they're pushing back forward. Gaming Gladiators on the retreat. Goof goes down to Bulby. Are you kidding me? Zugrug on the retreat getting egg bombed up, but here's Toon. Toon can do some damage if they want to. They're pushing forward. They're trying to find their next target. Who is on the chopping block? No one knows. Darting through. Then they get portaled out on full send.
Toon, always an incredible threat, forces everybody out to try to rush back. Full send got so much value in that situation. However, Goof was able to net themselves a couple KOs. Very, very important in the grand story of this game. 152 to 173. The scoreline is so incredibly close. Otter caught out here. If they get KO, this could be huge. Now they are down for 10 whole seconds, and Gaming Gladiators gets to knock out Wild Pokemon for absolutely free.
Huge is an understatement. That's exactly the player they want to be routinely taking out here for Gaming Gladiators, as we have 15 seconds until the Rotom objective. And look at Zugrug, look at Toon just hiding out. See if they can pluck this Blastoise, turn in the corner, maybe even Bulby as well. Looks like Bulby is the one that chopping block. Hyper Voice coming through, and they're trying to find a mark. Lucario getting a KO on Blissey. Zugrug getting taken out by Boldy. Rapid spin up front, but Celestial using the Unite move to push back into the goal zone here. And Goof trying to find some space, use the Unite move of their own. Is Bulby the next one that's going to go down? No, Goof just forced to retreat. Look at how low Toon is. Still willing to game here as they surf through, and they're trying to find a KO themselves. Rapid spin finds a target. Hyper Voice getting a KO, and Goof relentless, just getting a KO streak of 2 in this top half. What a showdown.
Goof's rapid spin there, absolutely phenomenal. They space out perfectly, take minimal damage in that situation, and they get themselves 2 KOs. This Rotom actually taking barely any damage. Gaming Gladiators finally paying it a little bit of attention, but now the side of Otter is back. Hornleech brings it all the way over to their side. Great spacing by Lutano, looking like a tank player out there on this defender of the tree. Great fashion here, leveling up to only 30 seconds until Zapdos. Trevenant almost at 13, and Greninja almost at 13. Goof, though, thanks to those amazing KOs, has already hit that mark.
Bloodline and Otter are going to try and take care of this Rotom as Gaming Gladiators leaving Toon to deal with Dreadnought. They've got plenty of time to close this thing out. Final stretch, 7 seconds.
Toon, a one-on-one aficionado. Seems like they can also 1v1 the Dreadnought. They are able to take it in the last minute. Hoops unbound for both teams. We're already in the Zap pit yet again.
Good lord, the flip happens. The Unite moves come out. Those Hoopas are about pulled everybody through. Full send taking the Zapdos this time. Look at Bulby scrambling through up that Unite move, just power up there, and able to charge into that second goal zone, get those points in early. But the back cap action has started for the Gladiators here, as we're going to get some points in their way. Is that stopped? Did they stop him just in time? What a look by Goof. What a return by Bulby, keeping that thing from going in. Gaming Gladiators got a big old mess to deal with here.
Great play by Bulby. So often it's tempting as soon as you score a big hundo burger, the double ducket is to collect a little bit more Aeos energy and use more time on the Zapdos clock that you have. However, them going back all the way to base was the key ingredient to stopping Goof from scoring in a whole 50. Now this lead is fantastic for them. 635 to 279. Gaming Gladiators have so much ground to cover, but they started with a nice KO.
That's a KO's the way they're going to have to do it here. Is Bloodline spacing with those egg bombs is absolutely dirty out here. They're chipping everybody up in just meticulous fashion. Gaming Gladiators actually not able to find an opening because of it. Lutano only scoring 8 in the middle. You need a little bit more than that, friendo, as they're working back up the path here, and they're caught on the backside of their squad as more Unite moves are coming out, especially from the Trevenant here. And we're going to see if we can find some more KOs. If you're Gaming Gladiators, you need them all. So let's start cleaning them up. But everybody's so high HP for full send. Unite move coming out from Goof, but I don't think that's buying the space that they actually need.
It definitely bought some space for a small score, but not quite a 50. An admirable play for sure. It's what Gaming Gladiators needed to do to secure a win in this match, but it's just not quite enough. Full send is gonna be able to take this game. Now our reset is tied up at 1 apiece. Full send get 2 Dreadnoughts, and they secure the Zapdos. Bulby's power-up punch does it again, and Zapdos is secured by full send.
I don't know what happened with this full send squad, but they are different from even 2 matches ago, Zoinks. They look like a brand new squad. They are banging on all cylinders. And look at these score lines here. Otter VGC getting that 146, ticking the little crown, and great work by the Sylveon yet again. Actually, you know what? Highlight Bloodline. What absolute nasty business with those egg bombs. Keeping that reset from happening was just dirty.
Yeah, no kidding. Amazing, amazing work by Bloodline. Yes, you have to remember, Egg Bomb knocks the opposing Pokemon up in the air. And when they are knocked up in the air, any vertical element of displacement will stop you from being able to use the Hyperspace Hole teleportation, any kind of reset, and even scoring. So the Egg Bomb putting in so much work in this entire game. Scoreline close across the board, of course, until the final moments of this game. But the Dreadnoughts being secured by Full Send are really what I'm giving this game over to again. Bloodline with some fantastic plays, definitely deserving of an MVP performance. Their Blissey gameplay has been so strong today.
Yeah, let me say it again. Let's take a look at Full Send, baby, because why not? There they are. Snow Points, Bloodline, Celestial, Otter, and Bulby. Whew. It looks like nobody's going to stop this train because it's definitely left the station here. 2nd in February, top 6 in March, and of course trying to get under the action here and get a first place finish in the Aeos Cup. Wowzer.
Full Send absolutely playing out of their minds. Take a look at the minimap in that situation. Both Lutano and Goof all the way back near their home tier goal zone. They stayed up in the top path quite a long time, made sure, and then Full Send made sure they secured it with minimal effort. So great work by the side of Full Send to capitalize on any advantage that they had gained.
This was a good push here by Gaming Gladiators. We're going to see that Egg Bomb keeping Lutano from the reset. Absolutely love. Just a highlight reel play if you're a Blissey player out there. Take notes on that one.
Yeah, no kidding. Blissey, definitely a Pokemon, when it initially released, a lot of people were like, okay, a very simple support Pokemon. I just click my buttons on my strongest teammates, I make sure they are up and strong, and I do good. However, this new Egg Bomb change has really brought a lot more variety to the Pokemon. You're seeing it yet again, almost finding themselves a KO. Egg Bomb takes a lot of teamwork to be able to capitalize on, but in the hands of these 2 professional teams like Full Send and Gaming Gladiators, it works so well. Amazing to watch.
And we see Otter getting a KO streak at 2, Blissey as well here as we're going through these highlights. And this was just before Zapdos. And of course, Toon going to take out the Dreadnought, but the action has actually already started. And the left side team takes it in just mere seconds. The Zapdos populates, the Zapdos disappears, and Full Send fully sending it all the way into the goal zones with those Hundo Burgers.
Yeah, no kidding. At this point, a bit of a victory lap for the side of Full Send. Gaming Gladiators with a couple of nice late game scores early, but here we go. This was Bulby's great decision to back and stop the score. Toon also not getting in there 50. Great plays by Full Send. A very coordinated team. They, unfortunately, in the March finals tournament, they had a little bit of a miscommunication, which ended up in them being kicked out of the tournament. This case, it seems like that is not happening yet again. They are playing so coordinated and so well. These mistakes seem to have been ironed out within this timeline, and they are playing like one of the best teams in the world right now.
Otter, the MVP here. And no, Sylveon isn't on their player card because, as Zoinks mentioned earlier, this is a comp that they started playing an hour before the matches went down today. They actually saw what Random Gaming was doing earlier in the morning and said, I like that.
I like that.
We like that. Let's do that. And Otter went ahead and said, I can play Sylveon. Done it before. Do it again. And it's looking good.
Yeah.
Real good.
Definitely. I've talked about it before, but Full Send's biggest strength in my mind is just the mechanical skill from the entire team. So many strong individual players that when you put them together, you're not going to get anything but success. And when it comes to getting a new composition worked out, the kinks are going to get ironed out real quick, and you know that any capitalization from the team is going to do so well. The mechanics are there. They have the knowledge of their individual Pokemon. Working together, though, is just second nature for a team like Full Send.
All right, let's take a look at the prize pool. Let's see exactly what's on the line here during this Grand Finals bracket reset. First place, the Snorlax share, as Seltzer's been saying, 10K to that squad. 5K for second, 4,000 down on the line. You can read. I know people know numbers out there, but that number one prize there, that $10,000, that is squad changing money. for them and a way for teams to really cement themselves and cement this esport as a real one. And I am excited to see who we crown here in NA.
No kidding. Seeing a new victor in North America is going to be amazing. But hey, royalty's got to have a large coin purse, right? And $10,000 can definitely give that to your team. A huge prize pool, the first monthly finals to have such a thing in it. We're going to have even more in the regional finals. And then, of course, the World Championship has a fantastic prize pool. All of these players are playing for the long game. They want to find themselves in London for the Pokemon World Championships.
Well, the long game is certainly the Pokemon World Championships, but the short game is the one that's 10 minutes long and right in front of them here. And I'm really interested to see how Gaming Gladiators, they've made an adjustment, they've won a game, then they've lost the following game with that adjustment. They've done it again. And is it a switch up here? Are they finally finding what they have confidence in? Looks like Toon is locking in that Greninja.
Yeah, looks like they are solidifying that choice. One thing you were calling out a bunch was Bloodline's fantastic Blissey play in that last game. You notice there, they're opting into that Choice Specs held item, going to be giving them a little bit of a damage boost. Instead, Zogrug going towards the newly nerfed, not as popular Score Shield. Going to be choosing that for some late game moments, of course, but also the HP stat line boost that it gives you is very good on a very tanky Pokemon like Blissey is.
Yeah, and we know Zogrug likes to play very far forward and by spacing with their body and their presence. And doing that in tandem with Egg Bomb, of course, opens up great windows of opportunity for this Gaming Gladiator squad to take advantage of.
Yes.
And I'd like to see that a little bit more here. And I believe why they chose the Score Shield today.
Yeah, no kidding. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see the Gaming Gladiators bot path really prove itself again as one of the best in the world. However, Dubesnax, we have seen Goof playing the Blastoise quite a bit this game. A very popular pick in both EU and NA, obviously such a strong Pokemon. However, Goof also found quite a bit of success on the Pikachu. Why do you think they swapped off of that Pikachu pick and returned to the Blastoise?
Maybe it has to do with what Toon wants to play in the central area, knowing that Toon is going to be a hard carry here on their squad and really a player that they like to unlock and really feed. And if Toon says, I want Greninja and Blastoise, then Goof is probably playing Blastoise. I think that's just the nature of it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, sometimes the strongest Pokemon in the game gotta be Indy with yet again another fantastic 3 Pokemon stun with that Astonish. Huge work from Gaming Gladiator support player Indy, one of the best in the world. They've proved it again and again, and they're looking to do so in the Aeos Cup Grand Finals. This match is tied up 1-1. So excited to see how this one plays out in the end. And look at this, another repeat in the top path.
Groundhog's Day here on this Sunday as Lutano's going to go down to Bulby and Otter yet again.
Bulby with a little bit of the ego spin on top of Lutano in that situation, but they are still not going to be hitting that level 5 by first beast. Lutano's play here is going to pay dividends, but no positioning given over. Another 4-person rotation to the bottom path by Gaming Gladiators. Toon headed down there to try to see if they can net themselves any KOs.
Yeah, they really want to collapse that goal zone quickly. A lot of the experience, I'm sure, going Gaming Gladiators' way. We were a little short to that pickup here. But we're going to see if they're going to continue this push. Bloodline holding it down very, very well with snow points as well. And they're just content and spinning in their goal zone, not trying to put any crazy counter pressure, just babysitting what's theirs, and that's the goal zone.
Absolutely, yeah. Full send, playing to their outs here. As long as this goal zone is still up and healthy, the siege after any Dreadnought fight will be less and less likely. Otter trying to do their best central area invade impression. No objective secure this time around, no buffs on this Pokemon. However, they are able to snag a couple of these crabs and able to get back to the path to help the rest of their team.
Come on, Toon. Lutano, you got to make Bulby pay for that one, eh? Come on, you're both there, and Bulby scampering around, power-up punch diving through. The curse is out, though. Can they close it out? Celestial with the support, and Otter coming through the hyperspace hole. Bulby gets 2 berries, and now the force is going the other way, and Celestial gets the KO on Lutano.
Stellar rotation by Full Send. Snow Point's the captain of that specific ship, sending everybody up to the top path, knowing that their skills were desperately required. They find themselves a KO. They even get in some nice scoring. That goal zone is left on 1 HP left. Tube Snacks primed up for a massive overdunk.
Oh, there goes Toon falling to Celestial. You hate to see it. Full send, kind of getting a commanding lead here in the bottom path as this Dreadnaught's right around the corner.
Only 12 seconds until Dreadnought. Gleaming Gladiators are going to need to buy a little bit of time in this bottom path to allow Toon to be able to collect their buffs in the central area. However, Full Send not wanting to give over any time. They've already started surrounding the Dreadnought and doing damage. Gaming Gladiators opting into this top tier goal zone push. Otter, the only one left to defend.
Absolutely a full siege in the top path. Good look by Gaming Gladiators, completely giving up that bottom goal zone. Here comes Toon, as we know, can do some damage if they're just hiding out. Blissey getting a KO on Lutano. You hate to see it after Full Send gets the counter rotation up there, and Toon has got to be eyeing out a body and maybe some points to score. Celestial gonna eat the Unite move here. A quick little surf comes through. Good damage in tandem with Indy. Good job. Is Toon going to reset? They are. Are they going to come back to score? They are. Here we go. 3 on 2. Now 3 on 1. Toon gets eviscerated off the backup bloodline.
Bulby utilizing that close combat, knowing that Toon is going to appear any second now. May as well throw out a flurry of fists directly where they're going to appear. More scoring coming in from Full Send. The objective has gone their way. So many points going their way. They have a lead. Experience not incredibly high in their favor. Gaming Gladiators able to keep pace with that despite not getting this objective.
The Bliss assistance onto the Bulby, and they're going to push forward. They're already level 9. Toon getting 2 berries, and if you want to make a move, kid, this is it, as they're sieging your goal zone. Full Send, putting the pressure back on the other way. They've got all of the Gaming Gladiator squad moving through. They take all the bees, and they're pushing forward. Big Water Shuriken finally finds its mark, and Otter gets absolutely chunked here. Gets taken out by Toon. Let's see if Toon can rack up another one. They chase down Bloodline. There's 2, and they're fighting, they're grinding, they're going, and Lucario gets a KO on the Blissey here, as Goof comes in with the support, and Toon decides to head back. Oh, they're caught on the beach. I thought they were going to head back, but no, they get sussed out. And are they going to get snuffed out? No, Goof cutting off snow points here in the bottom path.
Toon actually was able to dodge the power-up punch there of Bulby. They're able to stay up, and that gives Goof time to jump in and actually find the KO on Bulby. That could be a pivotal point in this game that changes the tide towards Gaming Gladiators. They have early positioning around this Dreadnought. Indy's throwing down this Hoopa Unite move very, very early. A lot of stuns given by this Hyperspace Fury.
Now it's up to Toon to carry. Here we go. They're trying to look. The Unite move comes out. Hoopa takes it. That's Indy for Gaming Gladiators. They're going to see if they can leverage this into some KOs. They're pushing into the face of Otter. They're pushing into the face of Celestial. Celestial goes down to Toon. Toon working through. Who's the next one? Do they get it? Trevenant gets it. Lutano gets the credit for that, Sylveon. As Bloodline's getting chipped in by Indy. Get some points in, Gaming. Come on. Let's find it back the other way here as they're looking for the opportunity to get some KOs. Bloodline is very low. Hoopa by snow points. Here we go. And now they can put the push back in Gaming Gladiators' face. Big laser beam from the mythical Pokemon.
Definitely the team fight going in the favor of Gaming Gladiators there, but the Dreadnought was actually secured by Celestial's Blastoise. So they are able to gain the second Dreadnought of this game. The experience lead is still going to be in their favor, again, just ever so slightly. Otter, after that team fight, opted into going on a nice little split push, and this time they actually get in some of that Aeos energy. So even more and more value. The lead so small in this game though. 188 to 140. This is anybody's game in game number 3.
Dealing with the thinnest margins here, and Full Send is moving very well together. A classic 3-on-3 Bliss assistance getting picked up here, as now Bulby shredding through. They're the ones getting the little support. They reset real quick back into the action. Lutano's just sitting on top of the war point, trying to catch somebody with that horn right there, with that big old charge through. Not quite seeing anybody as Celestial, just hanging out up top.
Interesting choice here by Celestial. They have vision of the entire team of Gaming Gladiators. They still opted to taking a little bit more time, collecting a bit more AS energy, not to mention the experience. Goof goes in deep and finds the KO on Otter. Now this goal zone siege is massive. A 32-point overdunk from Lutano. Great work by Gaming Gladiators. Suddenly, this game feels a lot closer.
It certainly does. 180 to 236. We're taking a look where the pressure is going to be. Celestial's been chipping in this Rotom here as they're waiting for Gaming Gladiators to show up and see if they're going to try and counter pressure the Rotom. Is Full Send. Otter pulls up. Hyper Voice flies. Here we go. Is this Rotom going to be sent down the path? It is right here.
Full Send opting into not giving any mind towards this run. I take my words back. Bulby and Snowpoint's definitely showing presence there a little bit. That being said, they have the experience lead. They don't necessarily need the Dreadnought. Gaming Gladiators definitely want it a little bit more. This could be Full Send's option to actually get very, very early positioning around the Zapdos and give them a better chance, if not flip, if you will. So this Dreadnought getting worked down. Toon collects themselves another Dreadnought. Experience back in. Lutano kicks things off with the Unite move.
Unite move catches 4, and they're pushing through. Gleam Gladiators, if they can get the KOs here, this is exactly where they want to be. The hyperspace, the big Hoopas Unbound are coming through as they're getting KO and Snow Points. There's one player down, that's a Sylveon. Otter is down, and they're going to try and find some more as they're working through, and Lutano's babysitting up top. They're getting in the face of Bloodline a little bit as they're going for some back cap action. They're saying we don't quite need Zapdos. Bloodline getting a good egg bomb in, and here comes the support from Bulby, seeing if they can seal this thing off. They don't. Good reset here onto Lutano. Are they going to burst back through the hole? They do.
Those KOs from Gaming Gladiators definitely gave them the huge advantage in that team fight. However, Full Send still has the point lead. That's about to change, though. Indie Bear throw in 40 points. They now have just under a 30-point lead. So now they are Zapdos defenders. Full Send needs to get just a little bit of points. They're going to have one more warning from the game about the scoreline coming up in about 20 seconds. But until then, I'm not sure they know who's in the lead.
Celestial with a big charge in. Bliss assistance onto Lucario here. Unite move very far forward by Goof. Catches quite a few, but doesn't really take anybody out. Goof is down for that maneuver. Shuriken hits 4. That's a great water Shuriken by Toon. Can they convert on it as they're pushing through into the bottleneck here? A deep charge by Lutano and the Trevenant. Are they going to get another one? Oh, they're falling like dominoes now in Full Send. 2 players down. Gaming Gladiators just got the notice that they're in the lead. We're watching those players come back through, and Trevenant is relentless. Lutano is relentless. Rapid spin by Celestial back in the face here. Is anybody going to work on this Zapdos? No, it's still unscathed. Lutano and Celestial are on the opposite side of the maps, just working into each other, and nobody's in the central area.
Yeah, I was saying that this game may come down to a Zapdos, but it is anything of the sort. Lutano gets in yet another score. Now Full Send has to make something big happen. We see the Blastoise Unite move kicked off just a moment ago. Zapdos finally started being hit into. Only 30 seconds left in the game, though. If they knock out Zapdos, they're still going to have a tough time putting Aeos Energy in goal zones.
There, everybody on Gaming Gladiators hitting A, and everybody on Full Send is hitting B. Full Send taking the Zapdos here. Do they have enough time and enough points in pocket to convert? 4 players down from Gaming Gladiators. Bulby darts in, Hundo Banger goes in, but they need somebody else to unlock it first. They need somebody to unlock it first. They do. Full Send is going to win this game.
That was the longest team fight in the history of team fights in Pokemon Unite, and not to mention, it was a full tour of this Remoraid Stadium. There were battles going all over the place, but Full Send in the end is able to last hit the Zapdos, something they have been so strong at doing. And not to mention, when they did so, 4 members of Gaming Gladiators were KO'd at the time, or immediately after. So those scores coming in were all but guaranteed. Full Send goes up 634 to 334. A very, very close game. 300 points are throughout, but Full Send finds a way to make it work in the last minute of the game. They knock out the Zapdos. They get in that Aeos Energy. They're up 2-1 in our series.
What a look. Taking a bunch of objectives is Full Send, and look at this damage output here. Very even across Full Send, but look at Toon trying to hard carry. Their held items a backpack. 101k damage dealt here by Toon. A great effort here, but they fall just short, and now they're on the brink of elimination here. Full Send, on the other hand, trying to fully send themselves into the championship spot.
So much more scoring in this game, notably than we've seen in any game so far within this series. Constantly, these two teams trying to put the pressure on other teams by getting these back caps, by doing a little bit of a split push, which is a nice change up in strategy from both squads. But again, if you're looking up at the top right-hand side of your screen, Dreadnought was taken twice by it was taken twice by Gaming Gladiators. Forgot they got that third one. But the ever-important second Dreadnought secured by Full Send, I think, meant a lot in the end places of that game.
Let's go ahead and take a look yet again at Full Send. We've seen that roster. Let's give them some shine. Snowpoint's Bloodline, Celestial, Otter, and Bulby. Great work by that whole squad again, coalescing together and getting themselves a Game 3 win.
Despite us shouting it out so much in broadcast, I don't know if we've actually talked about Celestial that much after the fact, but they've been putting in a ton of work on this Blastoise Pokemon, getting leveled up to the appropriate levels when the big team fights go down, but of course their choice of when to Unite move and when to launch themselves forward with a Rapid Spin Water Sport combo has been so phenomenal this game. Goof and Celestial both showcasing true mastery of this Blastoise Pokemon.
It's looked great, and Toon has some good moments here as Gaming Gladiators, or excuse me, Full Send is the one that takes that one off the back of Celestial, the player you were just mentioning, and the full push here by Full Send afterwards as well. Celestial, you said that's a cheeky 43, ended up making a difference here in the late stages of the game.
No kidding. If the March Finals tournament could be classified by a Pokemon, it may be Duraludon, but I really do think that Blastoise is the Pokemon at the front of everyone's mind in Aeos Cup. This Pokemon has found so many good moments the entire tournament around. EU, North America, whichever one you want to call it as, it's been huge. Toon in this position around Zapdos here, you know that they have the critical hit chance with Surf. They don't get there quite in time, and the KO happens. Look at that, 3 Pokemon down for Game & Gladiators in that situation. Bloodline's running down there, and they don't even have points to score.
Well, you know, presence is important,
of course,
and being a part of the team and support, moral support, if you will. Full Send is now 1 game away from being your North American Aeos Cup champions, and Gaming Gladiators find their backs against the wall for really the first time in this tournament, and we got to see how they can respond.
No kidding. If you told me that Full Send was going to be at match point in Aeos Cup up against Gaming Gladiators, especially after coming out of the losers bracket, I would have told you you're silly. I would have told you you're pulling the biggest spraggles of all time. But no, in this case, Full Send has set themselves up to win all of Aeos Cup, win the championship points, win $10,000, and I get to scream their name even more.
There you go, and that's what we're all looking forward to here, except for Gaming Gladiators. They want to switch the pace up. They want to get themselves a win. They want to even this thing up and give us a beautiful Game 5 in the grand finals of the bracket reset of the North American Aeos Cup Championship, and that's what I want too, Zoink. So let's go Gaming Gladiators, sort it out, figure it out, and deliver here in Game 4.
No kidding. One of the things I just find myself thinking about this format is that it truly is a best of 5. We get to see even more games of some of the best in Unite playing. And if this was just a best of 3, we would be over. But I want to see what Game & Gladiators can do in response. These games have been so back and forth. Maybe not within the game, but the match results have been launching back and forth to either team. We've seen the reset. We've seen Full Send now go up 2-1. They got what it takes, but we know that Game & Gladiators has been heralded as the strongest team in North America for so long. This is their chance to prove it again and get back on top, but they need to win 2 games in a row, Dupes next.
Yeah, I mean, Gaming Gladiators fans, put your hands in the air and send them your spirit energy. They need it here, and then they're going to need to win another one on the hop. Full Send, not interested in that business. As we're watching the player selection here, I don't think we're going to see any crazy changes, certainly not out of Full Send. Toon was kind of the surprise factor there. They decide to lock in Greninja again, one of their characters that they feel very comfortable with. And when your back's against the wall, you got 2 options. You can either shake it up violently or go with the tried and true and let that carry you through. And Toon goes, Greninja, you're my boy.
Toon picking that Pokemon again, I don't think would be any surprise if people saw the stat line after the fact. Over 100k damage. I believe that was the first time of the broadcast of these last 2 days that we've seen that number. I could be wrong. I like to make up statistics. But Toon having so much value in these matches on Greninja, the collapsing potential, the flank potential, the damage potential, it's all there, and Toon can do it better than anybody else. However, they're going into some incredibly strong players like Celestial, Otter, Bloodline Snowpoints, and of course Volby. I gotta name the whole roster. All these players are incredible.
Yeah, we haven't seen their roster cards pop up on the screen enough
Yeah,
today.
very true.
So you just got to run them through again. Why not? But on the side of Gaming Gladiators, look, I just take a deep breath.
Yeah.
You're a very good team. You know how to play the game. Take a deep breath, step back, calm your nerves, get on the same page, and execute here in Game 4, and give yourself a real chance to take home this championship.
In the words of Zugrug, they think the best player, one of the best players on their team is definitely Toon. They have so much trust in that player, and I guarantee that's across the board for their team. Look at this, very interesting play. Zugrug, the only player going for that contestable Audino, whereas Full Send throwing a full 3. They're going to collect it pretty easily, get some goal scores in, and now Celestial going to be outpacing Goof just a little bit in the experience.
Just Lutano up top, not doing the A-Palm chase as we saw before as Indy's supporting, so getting a little 2-1-2 action here in the early stages of this one. Bolby getting pressure on, maybe not expecting 2 players to be in the mix. Bolby gets stunned and KO'd. That's huge for Lutano. A big KO as Otter's going to try and put them down, but Lutano has just enough points to quickly score under the nose of that Sylveon, and with the Indy coverage here, they might be able to make it out as well. Oh, pick up the Berry Chief. Look at that. What a save. What a save by Indy.
If you wanted proof that 2-1-2 was a good adaptation, you just got it. That being said, Otter able to get a nice KO onto Indy. They are headed back to respawn. Interesting to see what direction they choose for a path to move into. Bolby and Otter, again, just winning these Bs every single game, leveling up so high. Bolby getting scaled up like this means that they're going to be so strong when it comes to a late game team fight. However, Celestial has come back to a very empty central area.
Yep, that was a great idea with the invade, helping Toon scale forward and try and give them the opportunity to take over the game here. And now we see Phantom actually getting some of that central area Pokemon here as Goof and Zugrugger put the pressure on Bloodline. And now Bloodline's just about that action. So just jumping right back up front here. And the Hyper Voice from Otter getting a good amount of damage in on that contestable wild Pokemon.
No kidding.
Good KO by Toon as well.
Oh yeah, how many times are we going to say that on this broadcast, dude? Snacks, Toon finds a way to knock out the enemy Pokemon every single time. They are probably the best in the world at closing the gap when it comes to an HP bar being full or it being empty.
Well, Toon's here to help buy some time because they want to put a good siege here on this bottom goal zone. Bloodline holding it down and Snow Points as well, but the pressure is on. Jumping up to Lutano as Otter Hyper Voices them down, but the support with Indy there. Not too worse for wear is the big old tree.
No kidding. This game has been so interesting to watch. This series very, very interesting. Full Send and Game & Gladiators both with maybe subpar performances in March finals on their own standards. But that is now changing out. These teams are going to be winning first or second, but I know they so desperately want first. Toon is level 9 before first Dreadnought. We haven't seen that so far this game. Look forward to what they can do.
Ball, big water shuriken catching a chunk of people. Here's the Hoopa goes down, and they're riding it through. Toon gonna lock up Otter. Are they gonna look for it? Right side takes it, of course. Goof on the spread there as Hoopa gets a KO on the War Turtle. Toon just being absolutely relentless on Otter, just chipping in. The level disparity is huge as here comes Goof for the support, getting the evolution on the Blastoise there as well, and just coming through and just saying, oh, I'll just auto attack it down. You did all the hard work, Toon. I got your back, buddy. Give me credit for that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Goof taking the Dreadnought. Also wants to fight a KO onto a wild Pokemon as well. Toon did a lot of the setup. Love that they just grow a tree every time they come home, doing their best Lutano impression right now. Game & Gliders, by the way, speaking of which, getting a nice little bit of scores in that top area. You have to remember, Lutano is running attack weight on the Trevenant. So anytime they score Aeos Energy, anytime they deposit it in a goal zone, they are going to be boosting their attack stat, which is what Trevenant uses whenever using their moves or auto attacks.
Great point. Lutano just trying to get some vision here as Bolby's just hanging out on that goal zone. And Toon going to try and take this Rotom alone with a little bit of support from the squad. Let's see if anybody goes to the engage. No, they kind of let the Rotom go as they kind of leashed it around to grab all the Bs. Good little look by Game & Gladiators. Good experience boost here as they push the Rotom back. Who's going to take it? It is Game & Gladiators. Good Unite move here in the Bliss Assistance on Lutano. They chip up. There's 2 players down for Full Send. What an engagement by Game & Gladiators in the top path. Celestial scrambling back, trying to get to their own side of the field here, but all of Game & Gladiators is sitting there waiting for him. KO on Blastoise by Goop.
Yeah, no, I incredible work. I know we give the MVP of the match at the end of the game, but the MVP of that team fight, absolutely Zugrub. You called it out. The Bliss assistance is what gives them the chance to knock out that Rotom. Toon off screen just clearing out the enemy Pokemon, but Goof is chasing down Bulby, and they find that KO as well. Gaming Gladiators with a very commanding lead in this game so far. Experience is so far in their region. Toon at level 12 by second Dreadnought. At 5 minutes, we have a level 12 Greninja. Gaming Gladiators are powering up their central area player.
Yeah, and a level 11 Trevenant as well. Indy just going to pull the team through. Gaming Gladiators gets that one quickly off a clutch by Zugrug there, just off surely an Egg Bomb, right? As now Toon is starting to pick up the pace and gets a KO of 2, including the Lucario, including the Blastoise. Make it 1 for the Trevenant as well, taking out the Hoopa here, and KO streak of 3 to finally button this thing up on that bottom path C.
Game 4 has been all Gaming Gladiators from start to finish so far. Full Send really needs to find a way to get back in this game. That being said, they're playing a composition completely built to secure objectives and fight team fights as a whole. If they can do so and find an advantage, they can get it. However, these KOs going away to Gaming Gladiators, while not giving them a ton of experience because Gaming Gladiators is ahead in levels, it is meaning that they are constantly sent back to their home base and have to rush back out and are just wasting more and more time. Gaming Gladiators with a commanding point, experience, and honestly, a mental lead. Toon, again, level 14 at 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Yeah, an absolute difference maker here, especially when working with the Blissey in pocket, going to give them the quality support they need. The personal advantage is to Full Send, but that's a big Water Shark hit in the middle. Here we go. Toon gets a KO on the Lucario. Who's the next one up as they're surfing right on through? The Blissey's next one up, and we're going to eye it down as Otter is on the chopping block here. That's a KO streak of 3, too easy for Toon. No commercial breaks in that as Toon show rolls on.
Toon show rolls on indeed. I know the expression is blood in the water, but no one ever told me how it got there. And it's absolutely because of Gaming Gladiators Toon. They are doing such a good job of clearing this gap. Level 14, the amount of courage you have to do to throw in that Unite move in that teamfight situation is huge. If Toon ever does get knocked out by Full Send, they are immediately back in this game by the amount of comeback experience they'd gained. However, Toon absolutely the difference maker. Big diff situation on Toon. They are doing so well here. Celestial at 11, Otter at 11. There is so much catching up that needs to happen in this next 40 seconds, Dupe Snacks.
Great positioning by Gaming Gladiators. They've got their eyes on everybody here as Gaming Gladiators collapses on this Dreadnought. They're going to get this one for free 99 as they're going to push the experience advantage to their side and really need to set up and situate themselves here for Zapdos.
Level 15 Greninja before Zapdos enters the game. Toon has, you said it at the start of this game, one of their held items has to be a backpack because their entire team is within it. Toon doing so well here. A very forward position here from Gaming Gladiators. They do not want this to come down to any kind of a flip situation. Lutano getting some early damage to make sure that they are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're trying to see where they can get some picks here as Full Send is just desperately trying to get to Zapdos and do what they do, which is grip, rip, and flip. Here we go. The Unite moves come out. The Trevenant catches a whole bunch of them. The damage increase is going to be crucial here, and the Blastoise gets a KO. There's 3 down for Full Send. Let's see if they can convert any further. Otter's hyper-voicing backwards. I don't think I've seen them do that in any game they've played today, as Indy's putting the pressure on them, and now Gaming Gladiators is all over Zapdos. Going to see if they can melt it down before Full Send can even get in there, and they do. This game is Gaming Gladiators from top to bottom.
Dupe Snacks, not often does it feel like it, but that fight honestly felt like a formality, if anything. Gaming Gladiators so incredibly over-leveled. They also make a fantastic decision to take the team fight very early and very forward. They push all the way out into the enemy central area, cut off that bottom jump pad. They can't quite stop Snow Points from jumping in and using the Unite move. Great work for Snow Points to try to add a little bit of hope to their squad, but not quite enough. The KOs were just so fast. Level 15 Toon, now level 15 Goof. The damage numbers are all the way through the roof. Gaming Gladiators are going to tie this resetted series up 2-2. This is going to be a winner-takes-all 10-minute match of Pokemon Unite.
I cannot wait. 35 seconds. You mentioned formalities before, and that feels exactly what we're looking at now. Gaming Gladiators, did they finally find the recipe to success for themselves? That's a big question mark to me. Just wiping the whole squad with under 30 seconds left. Why not? They're really trying to drive the point home that you just upset us. You've made us play longer than we wanted to, and now we're in this game 5. For all the marbles.
Records are meant to be broken. Toon wanting to break some of their own today in terms of damage and KO numbers. Celestial throwing out a nice Hydro Typhoon. We saw one of their Unite moves go off in their spawn area before earlier this tournament. This time it happens on their home goal zone. So not a great look in Full Send that game. Gaming Gladiators just had such a commanding lead. It didn't look like Full Send could find any angle to come back. Huge win for Gaming Gladiators. Lutano takes the MVP of this game, though. 197 points scored, and you saw them putting a ton of pressure on the scoreline. A lot of split pushes from Lutano throughout this entire game, and you got to remember, that attack weight is definitely going to be putting in work there as well.
14 more KOs for Toon, of course. Lutano themselves, no slouch, 5. Goof getting 6. Even Zug getting on the board here. Not getting goose-egged out of this one. It's just a great look from top to bottom from Gaming Gladiators. Really took advantage of the game. A unique strategy. Showed a different look here in this one, and it paid dividends for them as they're able to get, again, a convincing win here in Game 4 and forcing us in the Grand Finals reset to play a Game 5.
Yeah, no kidding. We are headed into one of the best games, one of the most anticipated Game 5s of my career casting for sure. Full Send versus Gaming Gladiators. Who can take this one? We've seen the adaptation from both teams responding to each other's decisions. We've seen them changing up their central area pathing. We've seen them make decisions around Dreadnought that has changed up and shook up the little mini meta that we've seen in this match so often. I really don't know what to expect when we're heading into this Game 5.
Well, the first thing to expect is Gaming Gladiators won, so we show them on the screen. Zugrug, Lutano, Indy, Toon, and Goof looking good in that one, winning in February, top 6 in March, and they don't want to see that Aeos Cup match loss number tick up at all, so they're just going to try and win this one and send them home, fully send home, packing that Full Send squad. Here we go, though. Gaming Gladiators, pressure on early. That was a big KO we saw on the top path right out of the gate.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm assuming we're just about to watch a highlight replay of Toon just finding KOs no matter what in any situation. They've been doing it constantly all night long, and I'm sure we're going to see a little bit more in this Game 5. But here we go. Look at this. The Rotom being secured. Volby throwing in themselves for defense, but before they can even hit that level 9, they're pushed all the way out by all of Gaming Gladiators.
And Gaming Gladiators taking this objective very quickly here, as everything was Gaming Gladiators in this one. On the beach, just hanging out, relaxing too, and I think it's a KO streak of 3 here, and the Trevenant Lutano gets one as well.
Yeah, really nice showcasing of how well Gaming Gladiators plays, not just individually, but together. I know I'm shouting out a lot of individual plays during these games so far, but you're right, Gaming Gladiators plays fantastic when they are working as a unit. Indy Bear specifically, I think, really put on a show in these games, making sure that the Hoopa Unbound Unite move was used at the perfect times. I was talking about the little bit of a tech, throwing down a hyperspace hole initially before that Unite move is ever used. That way, your team has a chance to reset, but they also have a quick way to jump right back into the team fight.
That's exactly right. Gaming Gladiators, Full Send. We're going to Game 5, baby. NA Aeos Cup Grand Finals bracket reset. Let's get after it. And what other tournament would you want this for than the one with 10K on the line for first prize?
Not just prize money, championship points, and the pride for both of these teams. They want to prove that they are the #1 in North America yet again. I think at different times, both of these teams have constantly been in that conversation. Gaming Gladiators, the popular pick, but a lot of people considering Full Send to be right near the echelon. More than the points, more than the money. This is a pride placement match for the entire community of North America in Pokemon Unite. Very excited to see the results of this last Game 5. Full Send has a lot to clean up from that last match. You do not want a repeat of that. You do not want Toon to be level 14 before Zapdos even enters into the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely want to keep that from happening. But however this thing shakes out, we've been at it all day, Zoinks, but it all comes down to this one 10-minute game between Full Send and Gaming Gladiators to crown our NA Aeos Cup champion. Here we go. Any changes? I doubt it. Let's just get into it.
Yeah, we said the team fight at the end may have been a little bit of a formality, feeling like the Pokemon selection screen also entering into that category. Yes, but interesting across the board. Bulby running that amplifier as well. Always good to mention whenever they use their Unite move, getting a huge boost of damage as soon as they do it. Bulby, a essential part of the secure on objective Pokemon, and utilizing their Unite move has done it in spades. X Attack as well, a interesting battle item that they have selected. The only player in the lobby to select that item, but when they need to, Bulby makes sure they have all the damage available to them.
Well, it's certainly been working. Look how far they've come, right? Bulby, whatever you're doing, keep it up, Chief. It looks good.
Yeah.
For the rest of the squad here, get ready to go, because you get one more bite at the apple, because no matter how this shakes down, it's for all the marbles. The whole kit and caboodle. It all comes down to this.
Exactly. Everything that you have accomplished so far all comes down to this. The group stage at the start of this tournament were electric. A Game of Gladiators 3-0'd their way through there. Full Send did drop one game. However, after that, they have to push through a gigantic bracket to make it all the way here. We are looking at an amazing matchup. The bracket reset was already done, but Full Send's road has not ended. They needed to make their way to this position exactly. They've done so. It is now match point for Game of Gladiators and Full Send.
This is it. Let's see how these teams approach their unique strategies here in this final opportunity to win. As Zugrug's playing very far forward, they're contesting by themselves, something they did last time, giving the opportunity for Goof to get some points downstairs. This Indy upstairs supporting Lutano is what we saw last time. Are they going to get a KO on Bulby again? No, Bulby playing it just a bit safer, buying some time for Otter to pull up, and here we go. Is this going to be a breakout as Lutano's scrambling back downstairs here as Goop is chipping in onto Celestial?
Great decision to retreat all the way back to your goal zone there. Those contestable Pokemon look very appetizing. However, the damage that Sylveon can provide at level 4 with both of those buffs is a little bit too much to actually push your way into. The early game, 4 points. I know the scoreline doesn't matter this much early, but I just love seeing the amazing symmetry we have on the top of the screen.
It's clean. Looks good. Looks very good. Here are the Bees, and of course, these typically go the way of Full Send with that Hyper Voice and Bulby secure, and it looks like it might have done that again as Lutano's scrambling around and Toon just trying to buy their time to get, Toon sounds scared. I'm talking about Indy trying to buy their time on their way out here. A little Hyperspace hole going to allow Lutano to reset.
Allow Lutano to reset. They were given that invite directly by Bulby, who Meteor mashed them into it. Lutano, if they got stunned the either direction, maybe Bulby could have found a KO there, but either way, not quite hitting it. Lutano actually out-experience leveling Bulby in this situation. Trevenant hitting 5, this is going to be absolutely massive. Bulby does have it on lock now. Their power-up punches available to them, but Lutano winning this top path battle so far could be huge. Indy caught up in a little bit of trouble here. They're going to need some added help here from Lutano.
Yeah, they're trying to buy some time, essentially, is all that is. Keep Bulby occupied and let Lutano get a little bit more of an advantage in the top path. As we go back downstairs in Full Send, just babysitting their goal zone a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Sending Otter back up to the top path here. Them and Bulby been a little bit of a dynamic duo in this game so far. Celestial trying to make it a trio, though, as they have joined the battle. Bulby getting a lot of good early damage. Celestial at a level 6 already.
Toon was biding their time, seeing if they could pick somebody off. They got too far forward, and there you go. Otter going really low on HP. Toon dives in and just misses the KO there, as it's a 3-on-2 with Full Send with the player advantage in the top path.
Shout out to Otter for trying to push that advantage back the other direction. No help from either of their teammates, though. A little bit too much of a risk to go for that. Toon just too strong right now. Bulby with so much damage all the way trying to hide in the top lane. Toon finds him, gets a nice KO.
That's a beautiful KO, as now we're going to see if they all coalesce down at Dreadnought. Bloodline's trying to babysit as Goof and Zugrug are waiting for the squad to pull through. The hyperspace holes are down, and the teams are looking to roll through, but nobody started Dreadnought just yet.
Snow Points with a little bit of a level lead on Indy, probably because they were able to reside in this bottom path compared to Indy trying to split push a little bit. Dreadnought starting to get hit here.
Lutano dives in deep, but the focus of Full Send goes straight onto Dreadnought. Big push, catching 2. Is that 2 more KOs? Goof looking good as well. KO streak of 2 for Goof. Is it going to be 3? No, Trevenant gets credit for the last one. And what good work and what a big push as Bloodline gets KO. Yes, Sylveon got the Dreadnought, but who's left standing here as Otter is getting pushed into Toon, and Toon gets a KO as well. A good little look here by Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators do bring that Dreadnought down. Otter picks up the KO on Toon there. Maybe getting a little bit out of position to find the last hit on the Otter. No, fantastic work for Otter. They're definitely going to be relishing the experience they just gained in that situation. Yes, but Gaming Gladiators' team fight has been so strong this entire series. You saw them win out even after losing the Dreadnought fight there. Sylveon securing it and securing a KO on Toon, though, means that Sylveon is currently out-leveling Toon's Greninja.
Yeah, it's going to be exactly where Full Send wants to rally behind. Let that hyper voice carry you to the finish line as Celestial's playing far forward with the rapid spin. Full Send looking to take this Rotom. Gaming Gladiators looking to engage. Here we go. Toon just chipping in. That's a Unite move, and a Unite move back here as Celestial going to use that to push forward with the rapid spin, and Full Send takes the Rotom just in time, and that looks like it might careen into the goal zone here if Gaming Gladiators doesn't stop it. But here we go. The pressure's going back the other way. Blissey gets a KO on the Greninja, and that's just a great look by Full Send here as well. Bloodline's on the verge. KO streak of 2 for Bloodline. Looking great in the top path.
Bloodline, like we were mentioning before, often finds themselves a part of that split push in a lot of ways. Goof throws down a Unite move though, but Celestial has the rapid spin unstoppable buff that they use when they're using that move. They're able to get an entire 40 points in thanks to that Rotom. Great work. They secured the objective and they got the points in. Full Send capitalizing on whatever, even small advantages they are gaining.
That's exactly what it's all about. Full Send with the level advantage here early in this game, just passing the halfway point. 4 minutes, 42 seconds on the clock. Next Dreadnought's right around the corner.
We're looking at this next Dreadnought. Full Send so far in this series have been trying to find the last hits, the ever-important moments that give them these experience boons. However, Gaming Gladiators has always initiated these team fights. Toon gets blissful assistance, a lot of buffs going their way.
Yeah, the right side team takes the Dreadnought here, and they're going to push Full Send into the face of Toon. Toon's going to go down as well as Goof is trying to get some points, and up top, KO streak of 2 for the Hoopa Unbound.
Yeah, no kidding. Snow Points putting in some work on that Hoopa. I shouted them out as one of the best players in North America on this Pokemon. Very excited. They were finally released from Eldegoss jail, and now that they are on the Hoopa, they are putting in some absolute work. 1 goal zone broken for both teams. A big difference, though. Full Send has broken the bottom tier goal zone on the side of Gaming Gladiators. If they want to put pressure on this third Dreadnought, they'll have a slight advantage. However, they won't have very much time to actually knock out that Dreadnought. So, in this situation, Gaming Gladiators are launching into an attack.
Big Shuriken trying to catch Otter off all its sorts here as the Unite move from the Trevenant pushes forward too. They're going to put a little siege on this goal zone as Lutano susses out Snow Points. They get KO'd. Is Toon going to find Bloodline? This is a good little egg bomb here as they're buying space. Toon just trying to see if they can get a path to Otter. They do. KO streak of 2 by them. That's exactly the character they wanted to take down here in the bottom path. A great coalesced effort by Gaming Gladiators. Goodbye, Bloodline.
Yeah, Bloodline sticking around as long as they could to try to stop some scores, but here we go. Snow Point stops the 50-point overcap, so that is a really nice play, especially because Otter is also back in this situation. Lutano very deep in enemy lines. I doubt they stay up and running for very long. I think they're about to be KO'd by the triple stack of Full Send here. There they go. That 50-point score not going in could be massive for this entire game. Meanwhile, the top tier goal zone was broken. Rotom sent down by Full Send all the way to Gaming Gladiators tier 2 top goal zone.
There's Indy there to catch it nice and easy here. They're throwing a bunch of characters on top of it, trying to take care of it. The next Dreadnought, the third Dreadnought, Full Send all around it right now here, going into the last 2 minutes and 29 seconds of the game.
2 minutes and 29 seconds left in the game. 13 on Greninja, 13 on Blastoise, 188 to 203. This game 3 could not be closer. So many objectives have gone the way of Full Send this entire game, this entire series. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, have been KOing Full Send Pokemon left and right. This final team fight will decide it all. This is the Aeos Cup Finals final team fight.
A big charge in by Lutano to kick off the action. Here comes Toon. The Hoopa is unbound, and they're trying to find a KO here. As they're pushing, Toon goes down! Toon goes down! The Blissey goes down! Full Send is completely wiping this squad off the map. Game and Gladiators are getting the absolute break speed off of them as the Hoopa has a KO streak of 3. They're ripping the Zapdos, and it's just on Lutano. No! Lutano goes down. KO streak of 4 for the Hoopa. Welcome to planet Earth, Snow Points. Holy smokes! As Full Send takes that Zapdos, those goal zones are open, and it's Ducket time.
I said contestably, Snow Points is the best Hoopa in North America, uncontested. A KO streak of 4. Hoops Unbound nets themselves 2 KOs, namely 1 on top of the Greninja. They now currently have a 575 to 260 point lead. There is a minute left in the game. It's certainly not over, but Snow Points has given them everything Full Send needs to win $10,000 right now.
They need to climb Everest, and they've got 1 minute to do it. Gaming Gladiators looking down a 200-plus point disadvantage. Excuse me, 300-plus disadvantage here as the Hoopa is going to pull everybody through for Indy. They're going to use those fists to try and stun them down, get the points in. Pressure on Snow Points. They're trying to retreat. Otter trying to hyper voice in and just put in as much damage as they can. KO on the Hoopa on Hoopa here as Indy keeps pushing forward, and so does the rest of the Gaming Gladiators. 434 to 575. This lead is shrinking quickly here as that's a Unite move, catches a bunch, and Full Send needs to sit on their goal zone here and see if they can keep more points from going in. So far, the defensive stand has stood tall here as Goof is kind of getting sussed out by Celestial. They're on the verge, big Unite, but that's just to stay alive, and they're backing up. Look at their portaling out, and this lead is shrinking. The time is dwindling here, and the defense needs to remain strong.
This defense has been phenomenal. Celestial has been running to the top goal zone, staying in the home goal zone. Nobody from Gaming Gladiators were able to put any Aeos energy in those two. Celestial keeps them from scoring. Celestial keeps Full Send in the lead. Full Send are your Aeos Cup champions.
Wow, the path to the crown is paved in the Pokemon that are knocked out by Full Send, and Gaming Gladiators was just the next team up on the chopping block. Full Send 575, 434. What a look, what a run, what a bracket reset, what a win. Full Send, full yeet, no retreat. Let's go.
Full yeet, no retreat. Name of the game. Congratulations to Full Send. Great battle from both of these teams so far, though. Every single match seemed like it could go either way. Very decisive matches in-game, but this entire series was anybody's, and you see that in the final scoreline. A bracket reset, and Full Send wins 3-2. They have proved that they are just slightly above Gaming Gladiators right now by the narrowest of margins, but that small margin means the difference between prize money, championship points, and the bragging rights of first place in our Aeos Cup.
Let's take a last look at the roster of Full Send because we've been doing it all day. Snow Points, Bloodlines, Celestial, Otter, and Bulby. And what a highlight reel moment for Snow Points there at that Zapdos fight. KO streak of 4 with the big Hoopa, the character that every team picks up. Great work by them. Seals it up in convincing fashion for Full Send. What work here and a long day, and they've got to be happy with that result, of course.
Congratulations to Full Send. This time the scenario of the February finals flipped on its head. Full Send able to take this one over top of Gaming Gladiators. This last match was so exciting. Toon finding these KOs as they are so well known to do, but these little moments like this, Bloodline stopping scores, and eventually at this moment, Snow Points is going to find their way down and stop Toon's 50-point here right there, and that could have been the difference maker in this entire game. So many situations came down to really small decisions and outplay mechanics, and Full Send wins this in the end.
Yeah, the big turning point in this Zapdos fight we're watching. Toon goes down in the blink of an eye before that Blissey can come in with that Bliss assistance and save them. And after that, it was elementary, just a cleanup job, straight janitor work for Full Send. They're all putting on the onesie with the jumper, picking up their brooms and sweeping them out, as Spraggles likes to say. Give them a broom. They're taking them all out.
Yeah, no kidding. Give them a broom. They took it. Not a reverse sweep, just a solid matchup, back and forth. 3-2 victory. Right now, we're just watching the last bit that Gaming Gladiators had left in the tank. A very strong showing. Toon landed a great Unite move. Indy with a fantastic reset for their teammates, but it just wasn't quite enough to get through the defense of the player you're looking at right now, Celestial on this Blastoise, putting in a star performance here. A great defense in the end, great use of their Unite moves across this entire game, and Celestial has proved themselves as one of the best central area players in the entire world.
That goes without saying. Celestial would be more than happy, I'm sure, to share the spotlight with the rest of the squad here, because at the end of the day, it was all about Full Send's coming together, switching the script, picking up a new strategy, learning a little something from EU earlier in the day, executing it pretty flawlessly, and getting themselves a big win here. We just took a look at our MVP, so it's time to bring in the rest of the cast, the rest of the crew of the circus here. Seltzer, of course, the ringleader, the rest of us straight clowns. Let's bring them all in. Let's talk about the NA Aeos Cup.
Yeah, I know we're doing the circus thing, but you guys are my knights in shining armor. You have worked so hard this weekend. And Dupes next, Zoinks coming off a 9-game streak here for our finalists, a full bracket reset. We had the February finals in the style of the March finals. You did an incredible work here. And so on the topic of stamina, I'm going to let you two just chill for a second. And Spraggles, I'm going to direct this one at you. Seeing
Are
these
you
teams
sure?
go
Do you
game
think
after
they really
game
they could
after
talk
game.
a little bit more, couldn't they, Seltzer? I mean, they haven't been talking too long.
You know what? I can get an hour count on them, but whatever it is, give them a medal too. They definitely did some work today. But Spraggles, you've been chilling. You've had your eyes glued to this game. I know you and Jeff have been talking about these strategies in chat a little bit, but tell me how you saw these teams kind of evolve in this head-to-head.
Well, I mean, Full Send coming in here today with a completely different strategy. The strategy that we saw work so well in the EU finals there. And wow, what a series. Maybe the best series of Pokemon Unite I have ever seen. These teams going back and forth. Even matches where one team would take the Zapdos coming down to the wire. That final game could have gone either way. What a slugfest. Truly two championship teams going at it, and Full Send finally getting that first place. Congratulations. What a series. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we can pull up that bracket and admire it once again. Jeff, I'd like to talk to you too about the adaptations, particularly Full Send made in those first 4 games, and ultimately what they decided to settle on with this objective-focused and fight-focused team.
Yeah, just the innovation that we saw come out of random gaming in the EU finals that was then implemented to perfection by Full Send to full reverse sweep here with the reset in our winners bracket for NA is just incredible. It really makes me think that if there's new teams out there looking to break into the scene, they shouldn't take for granted all the things that they think that we know about competitive Unite, because there's just so much to be figured out and explored still in this game.
So much to be figured out, so much to earn if you manage to acquire and flex that knowledge. Let's take a look, Spraggles, at the leaderboard and see what everybody's going home with.
My goodness, Full Send, $10,000 to them. Congratulations, Game Gladiators, coming through that winners bracket. $5,000. Nemesis with a beautiful 4K. Black Hand as well, our final top 4 team here with $2,000. But everyone's going home with a little bit of something. Sanders Cheeky Children, IXGT, both taking home $1,250. Foreign Famous and Overcap. Let's not forget about these incredible teams, each getting $750. What a time to be alive. Pokemon Unite, the Aeos Cup. Look at that.
And it cannot be understated how well these two teams played just to take it to 9 games in our final series. So as we reflected, as we look back now, it's sort of a pulled back view. Instead of that intense game to game action, some thoughts on how Full Send has really developed as a team. This is their first championship victory. I know you've all been following them throughout the Aeos Cups. Zoinks, I know this is a team that you are especially fond of, so maybe you can give us some insight onto what this championship means for them.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. These players on that team are definitely are definitely some of my homies for sure. They have been doing so well in this series so far. A little bit of an underperformance last month. I know that is not acceptable to the players on that roster. No chance, and they proved to themselves and to everybody. But I really think proving it to themselves that they are still some of the strongest in the game is so important. I said they didn't lack confidence, and boy, oh boy, did they bring it in this Game 5. Shout outs to the whole squad. Everybody had amazing moments on both teams, but Full Send able to clutch this one out. Loved watching this team. So proud of them for hitting first place in our Aeos Cup.
So proud of them. Love to see these teams and these competitions evolve month after month, and an incredible job by the Aeos Cup as well. The competition continues to challenge, and I do love to see. Before, I want to point out, we are going to have an interview soon with Snowpoint from Full Send, but until that's ready, we can take a minute and actually reflect on Game Gladiators, what they brought to this tournament, and how fearsome they were. They were switching up their composition a lot throughout those first 4 games there, Dupe Snacks, but how do you feel about what they landed on to take against Full Send?
Yeah, ultimately, it seems that they really landed on what Toon was most comfortable with and then picking kind of around them, trying to leverage Toon's immense skill that they have in this game and help them take over, which is why I think you saw, Toon go from, the Aegislash back to the Greninja, which forced Goof to go from the Pikachu back to Blastoise to really help synergize and really carry Toon over that finish line so he can ultimately drag the rest of the squad across them too. And they fell, unfortunately, just a bit short, but ultimately I think they landed on a strategy they're happy with, and it just didn't quite deliver the way they wanted to in that Game 5.
Well, we did have Spriggles and Jeff as our eyes in the sky too to break down the analysis for these matches. I hope we get a chance to talk to you right after this interview, because it sounds like Snowpoints is ready to talk to us. So I'm going to grab our casters for one last quick conversation about this championship match. And I'd love to bring in Snowpoints all the way from the far north of Sinnoh here to talk about Full Send's championship victory.
MVP.
Hello.
Snowpoints, what an amazing job. So much great work for your team. Just anything you want to say right off the top.
Well, I saw a lot of just full flip in the chat, but when you run a team comp that is better at flipping than the other team that has a bad flip comp, it works really well. So I'd give that a try.
If I can ask you a quick question, Snowpoints, you ended up picking up that Sylveon strategy there. Is that something that I kind of heard you might have just picked up like an hour before the show kicked off? And you're like, yeah, it looks kind of good. Let's go with that.
We watched what Random Gaming did, and we just learned it an hour before the tournament. So it's like completely new to us, but we just winged it.
You winged it, but you winged it to perfection, Snowpoint. So fantastic work. It didn't look like that. You guys look polished. I was really shouting out the mechanical skill on your team individually. I think was really going to make you sing at any composition that you want to play. Snowpoints, in that last match, you had a KO streak of 4 on the Hoopa, as well as a Zapdos fight. How good does it feel to bracket reset, beat Game Gladiators, and be the MVP in our final game?
I mean, I don't think it's ever been done, so it's a first. Hopefully everyone enjoyed watching. It was a long tournament. Like, I think we played for 6 hours, something like that. So we're just happy that we got it done. And the fact that it was a bracket reset, 2-2 tied series, I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
No, that's exactly right. It doesn't get any better than that. As you were playing for 6 hours, we were casting it for 6 hours, and I don't think I've said, let's show that Full Send squad on the screen more than anyone else could have possibly dreamed of. But one thing I want to talk to you, what's next up for Full Send as a group after this big win?
We might keep playing this comp. Who knows? We obviously have to practice it more. It's still fairly new to us. But, I mean, we really like this comp as of now. And obviously our goal is to go to Worlds, so we're just going to keep going at that. That's our main goal as a team.
Awesome.
Snowpoints, we can't wait to see what comes in the future for you and your team. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to Full Send. Enjoy that prize pool, and we'll let you go and relax after those 9 straight games. So thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Bye, guys.
I've loved every player we've talked to here, and taking a look at the regional leaderboards, you know, I see that there's many more teams with many more players to love here, but let's break this down a little bit further. Zoinks, we're looking at the points for the region. How is this going to change moving forward?
A really interesting full send now taking the lead. Gaming Gladiators in that second spot. Nemesis not hitting that 4,000 point leaderboard, getting knocked down to the third place. So we're still seeing a lot of competition in North America. Teams like Sandra's Cheeky Children, IXGT, all of these teams are so strong and have the points to back it up still. Basically, what this means for me is that this May finals is going to be very exciting, but the regional finals at the end of this Road to Worlds, the last step before it, is going to be phenomenal. All these points, all these teams can earn points anyway, take games off of one another. Going to be a fantastic tournament, the one I'm most looking forward to.
Wow, so much to come in the Aeos Cup, so much to come in competitive Pokemon Unite. But I know as I venture forth into this competitive scene, I would count myself extremely lucky to continue to have Spraggles, Jeff Hoagland, Doob Snacks, and Zoinks as my guides. Each of you have worked so hard this weekend, brought so much knowledge and excitement to the game across Europe and North America. And I just want to give you each a chance to address the audience and say what you would like to say to all the lovely people watching. Jeff, why don't you start us off?
I just like to say thank you to everybody for hanging out this weekend. We had such an incredible viewer count with a bunch of people hanging out from the Twitch front page. It is so fantastic to see so many new people get exposed to Pokemon Unite as an esport. Just an incredibly deep pool of fantastic characters in this IP, and it's been awesome to see how they play out in this new style of game for it.
And Spraggles, what would you like to add?
I mean, once again, it's an honor and a privilege to be here casting these games with this amazing crew and team with me. I absolutely love it. A final yeehaw to you and yours. I love you, Mom. What an incredible day for Pokemon Unite.
Incredible day it was. Thanks in big part to all your wonderful casting. Doob Snacks and Zoinks, you brought it home for us today. Doob Snacks, what do you want to say to the people?
Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to my wife, my mom, and my sister, of course. And thank you again to everyone out there for trusting me to be your eyes in the sky on Aeos Island. I love you all, and I can't wait to see what this championship series brings in the future.
And Zoinks, take us home.
It's just been a dream come true to be on this broadcast, honestly. My first chance to be among the other casters here, and you, of course, Seltzer. My biggest shout-out's gonna be to you. You captained our ship yesterday. You ran the circus this time around. Phenomenal work. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out in chat. Thank you for these players for putting on such an incredible performance. You've worked so hard, and you have earned the winnings that you deserve. Great work in this tournament. Nobody go anywhere. May is gonna be fantastic next month. Already looking forward to it.
Well said, as you've been speaking so well all weekend long. And once again, lucky to have you. Lucky to have this incredible Pokemon Unite community. You've been so lovely in chat. All of our players so impressive and such great personalities. We look forward to the expansion of the scene, and I, as a big Pokemon fan, cannot wait to see where it goes. I've been your host, Seltzer. Thank you so much to our incredible production crew and everyone out there who keeps goodness in their hearts. Have a great one, guys.